Podium Publishing presents Here Comes Earth, Emergence, written by William Lee Gordon, read by Jeffrey Kafer. Chapter 1. Dr. Mark Spencer. It's not the cleavage that distracts a man, it's the movement. It's the total lack of self-consciousness or guile when leaning over a table, climbing onto a bar stool, or laying out in the sun. Depending on who you talk to, they say that Latin women are the most beautiful in the world, and I certainly wouldn't argue. There's something about a bikini-clad, brown-skinned beauty holding your gaze. It's almost as if her wide smile is daring you to break eye contact and roam southwards. To succumb to that temptation or not, that is the question that for many a man has determined the course of the next few hours, week, or lifetime. My name is Dr. Marquis Spencer, Mark to my friends and everyone else except the federal government. I was, by vocation, an up-and-coming history professor, already published, complete with 2 other PhDs, anthropology and sociology, and other assorted credentials that up until about 14 months ago I was very proud of. I truly believed that I knew more about the history of mankind than 99% of anyone that had ever lived. I knew as well as anyone on the planet then the fate of less advanced cultures being confronted by those that were vastly superior. There's only one winner, and the guy trembling in his boots witnessing magic ain't it. Like Native Americans or the Aborigines of Australia or the Incas of Peru, I'd studied and helped document civilization after civilization that collapsed after being exposed to a superior culture. Who could blame me then for being one of the first to realize our fate? You see, on one gorgeous October evening, everything changed. That's the day everyone on the planet learned that we're not alone. It shouldn't be surprising, then, that I eventually took a leave of absence to spend a few months soul-searching, mojito drinking, and brown body chasing, just to get my perspective back. I wasn't really sure if it was working, but then I wasn't all that concerned about it. I figured I'd find balance sooner or later or die trying. And after all, it wouldn't be a terrible way to go. It was a Monday or Tuesday, or maybe a Thursday, when she first approached me. This in and of itself wasn't unheard of. I'm a reasonably attractive man. At exactly 6 feet, I'm not too tall, and my body type is what some people call Vata, more of a swimmer's build than a bodybuilder. It's not that I don't work out, when I remember or have time. It's just that I'm naturally a low body fat kind of guy, and it's not totally unheard of for a woman to decide she wants to know me better. That is how it happens, you know. This entire machismo charade about guys picking up girls by wooing them with candy, flowers, great restaurants, and shows is straight out of the movies. Men have only one option when it comes to the mating game. We can make our presence known. That's it. All other decisions lie in the hands of the woman. If, what type, and how long any potential relationship might last is totally at their discretion from that point on. A colleague of mine in the sociology department once explained to me that this is the historical root cause for all sports, for men to get themselves noticed by women. Judging from the lifestyle of several pro athletes I've known, I'd say it's still working. Anyway, it wasn't totally unheard of for a woman to place herself in my path in order to size me up a little better. It was a little unusual for it to happen so early in the morning, and it was downright strange for her to be feeling my pulse and gazing deeply into my eye while she held my eyelid up with the ball of her thumb. I'll admit I was having trouble deciphering the sweet little nothings that lovers so often whisper into each other's ear, as my lightning-sharp intellect was coming around to the conclusion that I'd never seen this woman before. As a matter of fact, she wasn't even brown-skinned, and the sweet little nothings turned out to be phrases like, "It's just a hangover." Instinctually knowing that I had a narrowing window to make a good first impression, I said the most intelligent thing I could think of. "Where am I?" Beach cabanas in this part of the world tend to be oversized outdoor beds with no walls and thatched roofs, I explained. There was certainly nothing undignified about sleeping through the night in one. As I contemplated the more problematic aspects of not having been able to find my clothes, or the fact that mine wasn't the only naked body passed out in the cabana, I cleverly steered the conversation onto more dignified ground. "Besides," I said, "it's quite common in Costa Rica." We found you in Puerto Rico. Whatever. In my defense, it was quite disconcerting to be having this conversation at an altitude of 20,000 feet from the cabin of what I deduced to be a Gulfstream 8, wearing only borrowed coveralls, no underwear, and no shoes, speaking to whom I was belatedly realizing was a very attractive blonde-haired, blue-eyed government official. I've always had a keen ability to size up a situation, and if there was ever a time to go on the offensive, this was it. I said, "Okay, Miss CIA, NSA, HS, or whatever other spook agency you work for, I think it's about time you told me what's going on. It's been some time since we discovered that we're not alone in the universe, and I can't imagine a bigger crisis than that, but apparently we're in it. The government doesn't send out a top agent in one of its VIP Gulfstreams to abduct a trained specialist unless there's an immediate and urgent need, and although I admit that I can't quite imagine why you would need my particular specialty, it's obvious that you're willing to go to great lengths to get me. So why do you need me, and why am I so valuable?" After what seemed an eternity of silence, little Miss Blue Eyes started to giggle. "Oh, Dr. Spencer, while I do work for the government, it's not as any kind of agent. I'm an inspector for the Fish and Game Commission. My daddy sits on the board of regents at your university and asked if I wouldn't mind collecting you on my way back from a conference in San Juan. Apparently your department head has been trying to track you down for 2 weeks. I guess they do want to talk to you, but I don't have the slightest idea why. The plane is my daddy's, and he sometimes lets me use it for long trips. And for the record, it's a citation." That was this morning, and as I sat waiting in the dean's office, I found my mind equally divided between trying to remember what I'd been drinking that would still leave me with a pounding headache 24 hours later, trying to figure out why I'd been called to this meeting, and resigning myself to the fact that it would be professional suicide to call the phone number little Miss Blue Eyes had slipped into my coverall pocket. It was right about this time that the door opened and Dean Richards walked in, along with 2 other people. "Dr. Spencer, it's about time you showed up. Keep disappearing like that and people are going to think you've gone crazy like all the other lunatics out there." I had to admit there was a lot of truth to what Dean was saying. The revelation that we were not alone in the universe, that our technology was inferior in just about every way, and all the now incumbent questions of our true origins had driven quite a few otherwise stable people over the top. Our society wasn't quite in disarray, but thank God there were a fair amount of well-grounded people like myself to keep things going. "Dr. Spencer, I want you to meet Agent Mully and Agent Skulder. They're here to brief you, and I just want to say that the university is mighty proud to have you on faculty. Damn proud. It takes a lot of courage to volunteer for an assignment like this, and I just want you to know that your position here at the university will be held open for you in perpetuity. You'll always have a home to come back to. Now, I have a pressing appointment, so I'm going to leave you in the good hands of these 2 agents." As Dean Richards walked out the door, my mind was racing. What did I volunteer for? When did I volunteer? Why would they need to hold open my position indefinitely? Come back from where? What would little Miss Blue Eyes look like in a bikini? It wasn't until the next night that the truth came out. Agents Mully and Skulder, if that were their real names, had grilled me for hours and had been very helpful when it came to informing me of exactly where I'd need to be at what time and what day, of what I would need to bring, and of exactly who I could, or more realistically couldn't, talk to this about, other than some vague reference to the remote possibility of permanent quarantine. Nothing was said about the length of my absence or where I was going. I have found that my best insights often occur in that twilight state between waking and dreaming. It was early that next morning, when I was laying in just such a contented state, that I had a brilliant flash of intuition. All of the pieces suddenly came together for me. I rolled over and said, "Say that again?" Little Miss Blue Eyes responded, "They're sending you off planet." A few hours later, she kissed me on the cheek and patted me on the rump as she loaded me in my one allowed bag into the backseat of a limousine, and I sped off to yet again another private airport. This time I'm sure it was a Gulfstream 8, and I would have confirmed it if I hadn't slept the entire trip. Upon landing, I disembarked and nearly lost my lunch, so intense was the heat and brilliance of the sun. After a short bus ride, we entered a warehouse, and I was loaded into a large freight elevator, and again nearly lost it when the floor literally fell out from underneath me. Deep in what was apparently an empty underground complex, I was assigned a room, shown the head at the end of a deserted hall, and told about the adjoining commissary. With instructions not to venture out of this area, I was blissfully ignored and somehow managed to find my bed all on my own. I awoke and stumbled out of my room 12, 24, or 36 hours later. My watch was an antique analog. I had vague recollections of making my way to the bathroom at the end of the hall once, several times, but this was the first time I'd felt coherent in recent memory, and the smell of bacon was driving me crazy. The hallways were no longer empty, and the commissary was especially busy. I grabbed a tray and plied 2 plates high with eggs, pancakes, bacon, and everything else I could find. It was only then, as I turned away from the buffet line, that I realized a lot of people were staring at me. Okay, so maybe I was the only person in the room without a shirt, and come to think of it, I didn't see anyone else wearing boxers either, at least that I could tell. I am too enlightened and accepting of the universe to ever feel self-conscious, but, I rationalized, my legs were still weak and I probably should quickly find a place to sit down. Except there weren't any empty tables. After several false starts, I surprised myself with the amount of gratitude I felt when several people from across the room started waving me over. "I told you it was him," Julie said. We'd made quick introductions before I'd launched into my breakfast. Of the 3 people already at the table, 2 were women and one of them was gorgeous. I'm not normally wowed by beauty, but Julie was beautiful in a way I'd never seen before. It wasn't just the small gold cross necklace that gave me an excuse to study her perfect cleavage. She had a wholesome, youthful look that could have graced the cover of any college recruiting brochure worldwide. She looked fresh, healthy, and happy, and was therefore irresistible. Unfortunately, she was also giving me a hard time. "Do you always come to breakfast in your underwear, or do you just have an aversion to khaki?" was the first thing she'd said to me after shaking my hand. Apparently, we had all been issued government clothing, but I hadn't bothered to open my closet. Actually, I hadn't bothered to even think about it, but I didn't believe this would be the most circumspect time to admit it. Instead, I rightly pointed out that I'd been spending a lot of time in the islands lately and that this was perfectly acceptable dress there. From Julie's incredulous look, I realized she wasn't tracking, so I did the most diplomatic thing I could think of. I dove into my breakfast. It turns out that all of us at the table were assigned to the same field team, squad. That's how Julie knew who I was. She'd reviewed my file. Apparently, we were all being divided up into teams of specialists and were expected to get to know each other and form a working relationship. For that reason, we'd all been given team member files downloaded onto our government-issued smart pads. Mine was in my room, with my bag, in that same closet that I'd never bothered to open. It occurred to me that it might be a good idea to go look at it. After all, it contained our mission brief, and since I had no idea what I was doing here, it probably contained things I needed to know. It was about at this point that my reality kind of started snapping back into place. I'd spent the last number of months in a mental fog. Could it have really been 3 months since I'd left the university? And for months prior to that, I'd felt a hopeless sense of dread as I watched many of the normally sane people around me give in to the crazies. That's what they were calling it. The tendency for otherwise normal people to just stop doing what they were doing and start doing something else. In an 18-month period, as much as 17% of the working adults in North America, Europe, and much of Asia changed careers. My banker became a gardener, and my Uncle Jim decided he wanted to be an Alaskan tour guide. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but he was a stockbroker from Manhattan and had never been to Alaska. I wasn't terribly surprised to hear he'd accidentally shot off his foot sometime later. Auto racing seemingly overnight became the largest sport in the country, with the majority of races utilizing street-legal vehicles. Turn on ESPN4 and you'd have a good chance at catching minivans fighting for position or SUVs bouncing through a motocross track. It wasn't that people weren't working. They still had to eat. It's just that they were working on less productive things in a less than organized manner. I seem to remember the president addressing the nation, urging people to think through their career decisions carefully before making a change. It was especially tough on me because, no matter what the president said, I knew this was just the beginning. We were going through culture shock on an unprecedented scale. So maybe I'd let my priorities become a little less defined as of late, but I couldn't really think of a reason to get too worked up about it. Except, except for that look Julie had given me several times at breakfast. It wasn't disdain and it wasn't judgmental. It was more like disappointment and mild surprise. The third time she looked at me like that was after I just finished explaining to the table that culture shock was unavoidable, that what we were getting ready to go through would make the unrest we experienced after the yuan replaced the dollar as the world's reserve currency look like a garden picnic, or party, or whatever that saying is. It was almost as if she didn't care that I was a highly trained professional and that this was my area of expertise. It was almost as if she somehow expected more from me. Chapter 2. Mission Brief. Operation Broken Star. Classification: Ultra Secret Black Diamond. Authorization status: Approved. Operational Priority: Level 1. Background: Excerpt from the report of the lead investigation team for the U.S. government. What precipitated the crazies was the most significant, shocking, bizarre, and tragic event in human history. By 2014, the U.S. government had finally authorized the privatization of boosting cargoes into low Earth orbit, LEO. Over the next decade, as costs came down and commercial demands for low-gravity, perfect vacuum manufacturing environments rose, several multinational corporations cooperated in replacing the International Space Station with the world's first truly permanent space station, Laissez-Faire 1. Home to almost 300 people, the huge construction was mankind's greatest achievement and source of pride, until it disappeared. It didn't break up, it didn't crash or burn up in re-entry, it just disappeared. Telemetry monitoring stations sounded lost signal alarms designed to warn bored technicians to pay better attention and realign their dishes, all to no avail. The station was simply gone. It was almost 2 full days later that weak communication signals started coming into radio receivers all over the planet. On open circuits, with the whole world listening, station personnel reported an incredible story that was only believed because of the accompanying video, telemetry, and the 54-minute, 12-second delay in two-way communications. The station was now in orbit around Neptune. The station was designed to be as self-sufficient as possible, but at 30 AU from the sun, and with solar panels designed to operate at only 1 AU. Note, 1 AU equals the distance from the Earth to the sun. Battery charge that was critical for heating, carbon dioxide scrubbers, and other life support dwindled quickly. Top priority was given to reporting how an alien spacecraft had appeared next to the station, somehow bubbled it, and then proceeded to tow it at incredible speed, invisibly and with no change in inertia, and then abandon it at Neptune. There was no possibility of rescue. Once all the data, subjective observations, and informed speculation had been transmitted from the station, the remaining few hours were spent with 279 people each taking time to tell the rest of us goodbye. It is this investigator's recommendation that when the world gets around to erecting a memorial, this should be a looped video memoriam. Additional data. Highly classified, unknown to the public. Major David Johansen, second in command of the station, managed to transmit a short burst of encrypted data using a cipher that was only known to a close friend back on Earth. In this burst, Commander Imbibe and Major Johansen forwarded a video communication that was received by the station immediately before the alien ship left them at Neptune. This transmission was received over the commander's supposedly secure emergency channel. Fortunately, no other station personnel were aware of the message or its contents. It was only 23 seconds long, but what was interesting was that the background contained voices of what was unmistakably a heated disagreement. Everything in that background was unintelligible and definitely of an unknown language. The foreground was dominated by the head and shoulders of an apparent female human being that mouthed one word before signing off. It was Commander Imbibe's opinion, which has subsequently been verified to 87% accuracy by linguistic experts, that the one word mouthed by the alien was sorry. Subsequent events. Highly classified, unknown to the public. The leadership of 6 different countries, see Addendum 3, have been contacted by representatives of the same race that abducted our space station. Citing another faction of their race as the culprits of the abduction, this faction offers peace and friendship. Mission stipulation. Despite appearances, this race is deemed alien with unknown intentions. Mission mandate. A multinational team is to be assembled under the mission name Broken Star. It is the mandate of this team to travel to the homeworlds of the aliens and evaluate the scope and sincerity of the offer, how advanced in technology years this civilization is, identify and prioritize desirable technologies, the cost and limits, if any, on technology transfers, identify what we have, if anything, that they want. Chapter 3. Major Matthew Reagan, U.S. Army. My headache just wouldn't go away. My tolerance for pain and discomfort is high, but after about 30 hours of intense throbbing, I just physically start to wear out. I've occasionally suffered through these things for about 20 years now, and I knew that I would be fine sometime within the next 24 hours, but that didn't make this precise moment of exquisite pain any easier to handle. I vacillate in my thoughts, bouncing back and forth from one minute thinking I must be a wuss and that millions of people must experience pain like this and never show it, to the next thinking that I've got to be Superman because other people go home, turn off the lights, close the blinds, and go to bed to hide from the world. How can we really compare what one person feels inside their head to what someone else feels? I guess it's a migraine. Yes, I get nauseas and occasionally see explosions of white light behind my eyes, but unlike many migraine sufferers, I can, if I really need to, focus on a task at hand and function reasonably well. Since I am apparently immune to the benefits of modern migraine medication, I am forced to resort to an older, highly addictive cocktail using hydrocodone and acetaminophen. I won't allow myself to take more than 10 milligrams of the hydro at a time. That stuff will alter your brain chemistry, and they're really only useful if I take one when I first sense the headache coming on. However, since not all headaches become migraines, and since I hate the thought of taking medication, I play this waiting game with myself and hope I can figure out which type of headache it's going to be before it's too late to stop it. Yesterday I waited too long, so here I am. As usual, this was affecting me at a time when the world around me was demanding my full attention. I had been tasked by the government to head one of the scientific teams that was being attached to a highly secret task force. A task force that would affect the lives of every single human being on planet Earth. Heady stuff. By now, everyone knows the story of our abducted space station and the unrest this caused amongst the world's population. But the government, as usual, had information that wasn't known to the general population. As far as the public knew, there had been no further contact. We were waiting for the next shoe to drop. However, one of our most highly guarded secrets is that we are currently in contact with the aliens. Except that they're not exactly aliens, and we're not really talking to the same group that moved laissez-faire 1 to Neptune. 4 years and 136 days after the space station event that shocked the world, and 4 years and 135 days into the crazy years, scientists noticed lights in the sky. You had to already be using a telescope in that general direction because they weren't close, but the explosions must have each briefly released more energy than anything else in our nearby region of space. Mostly unnoticed except in scientific circles, speculation was rampant regarding the cause. Prevailing thought was that we shouldn't project our own experiences and failings and just automatically assume that the energy releases meant a war was going on. Prevailing thought was wrong. Okay, maybe war is too strong a word, I explained to the members of my newly assembled hand-picked staff. I had spent a week selecting them, and then the military had taken an additional 2 weeks to get them security clearances, give physical exams and psych evaluations, as well as making sure all of the proper releases were signed, witnessed, and notarized. I only lost one of my picks to this vetting process, and was told to feel lucky that everyone hadn't been screened out. We're being told that it was more of a police action where the good guys encountered resistance. My 4-person staff and I were meeting in conference room 412, along with my 4 squad leaders somewhere deep below the Nevada desert. Even the name of the facility was a secret, but it was the largest underground complex I'd ever seen, and we were told it would be our home for the indefinite future. We have no reason not to believe them, but then we have no reason to take their word as gospel either. I had already brought my team up to speed on the basics. 2 years after the fireworks display, the President of the United States answered her highly encrypted, secure bedside landline in the White House residence and made a same-day appointment to meet with a representative of another world. They call themselves Neridians, and we obviously have common ancestry, but there are differences. Imagine you were a Viking and it was the first time you'd ever met a Chinaman. You wouldn't be thinking alien, but he obviously didn't grow up next door. Neridians are of a slightly smaller frame, yet with long legs that still fit within what our minds perceive as normal. Their bodies are lightly muscular with low body fat, perfect skin, and the only visible body hair would be their eyebrows, eyelashes, and the top of their heads. The Neridians we have met so far tend to have high cheekbones and earlobes that developed with a subtly different yet non-distinguished set of folds, and their faces are universally symmetrical. The females look obviously human and well-proportioned, and albeit the males are slightly effeminate-looking, every Neridian we've met could be considered beautiful. They could walk down any street and garner little attention, and they'd be totally invisible in downtown San Francisco. That initial meeting with the president took place at Camp David, and the male and female Neridian representatives were there waiting when the presidential helicopter arrived. This came as a complete surprise to the Secret Service and the military. Apparently the Neridians had a ship in orbit that nobody knew was there, and some type of shuttle on the ground that nobody could see. Technologically, they are very advanced. Language wasn't a problem as they spoke English, albeit with a funny accent that became less and less pronounced the more they spoke. It turns out they spoke other languages too, although it still takes them a little time to get the pronunciations right. My immediate job was to organize my team, establish and assign priorities and objectives, and train the group in protocols and exigencies. In other words, I needed to turn a group of 32 disparate and independent-thinking, mostly non-military individuals into a well-functioning team with common goals. A great working relationship was critical because mine was one of 4 such teams that were going to travel further away from home in safety than anyone had ever traveled before. I was taking my team to another star. Chapter 4. Dr. Julie Shine. Julie had experimented with a number of different ways to handle men throughout her life. She knew she was smart, but had undergone the common boy-crazy phases of adolescence that had taught her not to show it. In high school, she could usually wrangle a date with the team quarterback or the popular new transfer student or whomever, but second dates were rare. She just couldn't find chemistry with boys that spent their days playing social games, their afternoons playing athletic games, and their evenings and weekends playing drinking games. She didn't think she was stuck up. It's just that alcohol-addled brains that never gave a thought to the future bored her. Throughout most of college, she changed her approach. She was enough of a realist to know that people, especially men, were attracted to her. She could look in the mirror and see that even though she didn't have the classic sharp-angled features of a fashion model, all of her pieces were in the right place, and her face and skin carried no obvious defects. What she couldn't see was the totality of the package. The way she walked and carried herself made her the most dreamed-about girl on campus, even if most boys were too intimidated and insecure to talk to her, let alone ask her out. Maybe it's because her mom had never been around, or maybe it's because most other girls were either intimidated or jealous of her, but Julie had had no one she could trust to get boy advice from. So in college she made a conscious decision to only hang out around the super-smart guys. Although much more intellectually stimulating, there was still a lot missing. These guys were either oblivious to her or so intimidated that they could never relax around her. She had even allowed herself a forbidden relationship with one of her undergraduate professors, thinking he might be the perfect balance in what she was looking for in a partner, only to be severely disappointed. Watching seemingly everyone around her enjoy happy relationships allowed those whispers of doubt that she'd always kept at bay to finally take root. What was wrong with her? Perhaps it was no surprise, then, that once she was committed to a medical degree, she gravitated toward psychiatry. Julie's combination of intelligence and a dazzling smile helped her land a residency at the number 5 ranked psychiatric hospital in the nation, Menninger Hospital in Houston, Texas. She then spent a couple of years at Johns Hopkins before being offered a position at what is considered to be the top program in the world, McLean Hospital in Belmont, Massachusetts. By the time she was offered a position on the Broken Star mission, Julie had come to peace with her uniqueness, not valuing it as good or bad, simply accepting that relationships weren't her strong point, and finding satisfaction from a promising career. She still allowed herself a few personality quirks left over from her defensive days, Being a little acerbic or sarcastic with men, it kept them off guard and, well, it was fun. Once she'd agreed to join the mission, signed all the forms, received a leave of absence from the hospital, and passed the physical and psych evaluations, come on, please, the true nature of Broken Star was explained to her. There was no question that not only was this so much bigger than just her, not only was it a tremendous responsibility, it was also a chance for her to contribute, to really fit in, perhaps for the first time in her life. The professional challenge of a lifetime to figure out the psyche of an alien being, especially an alien being whose brain physiology was very similar to ours, but whose environmental stimulus had been totally different. Exciting. When she arrived at the underground Nevada base, she was innerly thrilled to discover that she was assigned as a member of a close-knit team of 7, Blue Squad, which included 6 scientists and a security captain. She determined on the spot that her first order of business would be to build a personality profile of her squad mates. She knew that recorded interviews with the Neridians were scheduled to start in 2 weeks, so she needed to complete this quickly, and of course discreetly. Dr. Anzio Spallini was the first member of the team she met in person. The government had provided her with a smart pad that contained basic backgrounds on everyone in the squad, and, like everyone else, Anzio was brilliant. Unlike many of the rest, however, he held a certain popular notoriety in much of Europe. As hard as that might be to attain for a mathematician and quantum physicist, he'd come by it honestly. With numerous international accolades awarded to him publicly, his ready smile and almost childlike naivete and sense of humor won him a following. Like many brilliant people, he could easily lecture math or physics to hundreds of his peers, but put him in a room full of people at a party and he wouldn't be able to remember his grandmother's favorite pasta. It didn't take Julie very many days of hanging out with Anzio to realize that he was basically a good guy, someone with straightforward priorities, an honest willingness to help others, a healthy desire to be socially accepted and follow social mores, a high empathy quotient, and an ego that was in check. Julie almost laughed when she realized that Anzio was basically the big brother that she never had. Dr. David Cook, Computational and Science Engineering, CSE, Electrical Engineering and Information Technology, and Dr. Tony Decker, Chemical Engineering and Materials Science, came next. Dr. Cook better fit the stereotypical mold of what a genius was. Introverted and somewhat detached, he had the social skills of a clam. A nice clam, but not one that was going to be doing karaoke at the Christmas party. Unfortunately, that was more than she could say about Dr. Tony Decker. Dr. Decker was not quiet and carried a very low empathy quotient. He wasn't mean per se, just condescending to everyone. He was smart enough to realize that his attitude put many others off, but was arrogant enough not to care. Maybe it was because Dr. Cook was oblivious to other people's personalities, but they tended to hang out together. The woman that headed up Blue Squad, Captain Ito Hiromi, was a little more of a mystery. Her file contained less information than the others, perhaps because she was sourced from the Japanese SDF, and she was definitely the most reserved of the group, and it had nothing to do with a lack of self-confidence. Although her file didn't address it, Julie suspicioned that she also carried a high IQ. Much more of the personality puzzle made sense once Julie realized that she was a monozygotic, identical twin. Julie wasn't surprised that the twins held the same profession or even that they had both excelled more or less equally in their rank and citations. Some monozygotic twins claimed that physical closeness allows each to perform at a higher level. She was somewhat surprised, however, that the military would allow them to serve together. Maybe the SDF worked differently, but she seemed to remember reading that U.S. forces by policy didn't allow monozygotic twins to serve in combat positions together, for fear that an injury to one could disable the other. For whatever reason, however, Ito Hiromi was the captain of the Blue Squad and Ito Kamiko was the captain of the Red, and Julie was sure that the twins wouldn't have it any other way. Dr. Tony, Dr. Mom, Andretti, genetics and biochemistry, was at the same time more and less than what she seemed. She was outgoing and friendly with a high empathy quotient that many times put the needs of others ahead of her own, a trait that endeared her to many but signaled potential problems to Julie. Extremely bright, she'd never had that breakthrough or discovery to put her at the absolute top of her field, and Julie couldn't help but wonder if Tony wasn't overcompensating a little. Nevertheless, you couldn't spend 5 minutes with her without smiling and feeling welcomed. Dr. Mark Spencer, Anthropology, sociology, and world history, was the one team member that frustrated Julie. One of the highest IQs on the squad, maybe the entire team except for Anzio, but you'd never know it from being around him. Mark made an art of never taking anything too seriously. He was so easygoing, unpretentious, and funny, but his lack of seriousness could presumably threaten the mission at some point, she told herself. He was the exact opposite from her, and that was what made this so frustrating. Julie hadn't had a crush like this in, well, she couldn't remember when. Not that anything would ever come of it. She had long ago learned to put her career first, and she definitely knew how to keep men at bay. You would never know how she felt, and with time, she knew these silly adolescent feelings would go away. It wasn't really convenient that the three of them spent so much time together, but Anzio and Mark were becoming close friends, and because she had a good friendship with Anzio. Chapter 5. Dr. Mark Spencer. Our mission team totaled 144 people. The organizational chart included with my mission brief was indecipherable, and where did they come up with the name Broken Star anyway? But it was subsequently explained to me that once we reached wherever we were going, there would be a core team that operated out of a central location, and the rest of us would be divided up into operational squads and sent out on whatever missions they assigned us. The idea was we would all come together at regular intervals to share what we learned. It all sounded very structured and military and TV-like, and I knew it would be a disaster. I'd noticed a name listed in my mission brief as head of the scientific mission, Dr. Derek Helmer. The only way Helmer was going to encourage information to pass from one team to another was through him, and he'd only dole it out if there was some political advantage in it. From the outside looking in, it might look like a decent plan, but the people being given leadership roles made it feel to me like a formula for grandstanding and political ambition. But then I think I must have been absent the day they asked for opinions. The good news is that my field team is made up of myself and my 3 breakfast companions, Dr. Anzio Spallini, Dr. Tony Andretti, and Dr. Julie Shine, and 2 other specialists, Dr. Tony Decker and Dr. David Cook, plus our squad leader, Captain Ito Hiromi. It turns out Julie was a psychiatrist, it figures, and Anzio was not only a well-known mathematician/physicist, but also quite possibly the brightest individual I'd ever met. It was actually Tony, our 3rd breakfast companion, that had made me feel so welcome that first morning. While being a few years older than the rest of us, she was vibrant and still on the cute side of plump. She was also quite accomplished in gene mapping and DNA sequencing. She had that quick smile and open friendliness that made her everyone's friend, and it's no surprise that we started calling her Dr. Mom. The underground naval complex we lived in and worked in, actually we were told it was an Air Force complex being run by the Navy, was much, much larger than I had first realized, and that was a good thing because we were to be subjected to 3 months of training and orientation before our journey would begin. It was like an enormous underground city, complete with offices, conference rooms, recreation and exercise facilities, dormitories, commissaries, sick bays, clothing and personal supply stores, with very limited selections, libraries, movie theaters, and even a giant underground park with trees and everything. It was incredible. There were machine shops and attorney offices. We were all encouraged to make sure our personal business was in order, and of course someone had to pretend the gazillion forms we were required to sign were merely routine. There were even private and semi-private dining rooms that I somehow never received an invitation to. All in all, the complex was rumored to accommodate close to 2,000 people. Our team wasn't using but a fraction of that, but I did notice that a number of darkened hallways and off-limit sections were suddenly filling up with people. Not that we could talk with any of them. We were required to wear color-coded access cards around our neck, keep them visible at all times, and restrict ourselves to our relatively small section of the base. Our head of mission was Brigadier General Dwight Nesbitt, a big man who obviously kept himself in shape. General Nesbitt was a likable enough guy that always seemed willing to listen, if you could ever get to him. He was constantly surrounded by his staff that was headed up by his second-in-command, Colonel Eugene Memphis. As far as I could tell, Colonel Memphis's sole duty was to keep the peasants in their place, me being one of the aforementioned peasants, and the riffraff away, or was I the riffraff? Memphis took himself way too seriously and definitely had a mean streak, as we would all soon find out. The first time we were all brought together in an auditorium to be addressed by General Nesbit, I was struck by the sheer amount of brain power in the room. I'm a reasonably bright guy, and I'm used to hanging around some very smart people, but the scientists, engineers, and theorists in this room would get a standing ovation at MIT. General Nesbit began his address by telling all of us to take a deep breath. He was here to explain the situation as best he could and give us as many answers as possible. He thanked us all for volunteering. I'd still like to know when I did that, and assured us that there was every reason to believe that we would fulfill our mission and return safely. Nobody had said anything about danger. He turned very serious, however, when he started talking about what was at stake, literally the future of mankind. He made mention of the terrible record inferior societies had when meeting vastly superior civilizations, and how important it would be for us to befriend and learn everything we could from our alien hosts. He then confirmed my worst fears by turning the briefing over to Dr. Derek Helmer. I'm normally one of the most easygoing, positive people you will ever meet, but Helmer and I had a history together, a big history. We were actually undergraduates together in the same fraternity at the same school. Although he was heavier into anthropology and I was slightly more focused on history, we had many of the same classes, professors, and circle of friends. Other than that, we were total opposites. Derek came from money, and although he didn't flaunt it, his obvious disdain for anything less than top shelf marked him. I had been on scholarship, son of a single hard-working mother. I'd held a job since I was old enough to lie about my age. Between what I'd saved up working evenings and summers in high school, as well as the income I earned working third shift at the local aircraft plant my first 2 years as an undergrad, I'd been able to finance myself long enough to start receiving grants for my postgraduate work. With my background, it was natural for some to assume that I'd be uncultured and uninformed about the ways of polite society, and it never failed to frustrate Derek when I outcultured him at many a turn. My mother was my saving grace, a loving woman that firmly believed that having class was more about manners, respect, and how you talked and treated others, more than it was the size of your wallet. She had taught me about fashion, comportment, and which fork to use, among other things. Not that I always listened, but that would be entirely another story. To the outside world, it must have appeared as if we were rivals, but I don't think Helmer ever deigned to acknowledge anyone else's competence, especially mine. It was like he had picked me at random and then decided to make my life miserable. Everyone that counted in the department knew that he was second tier, and I've got to believe that deep down Helmer knew it too. I think that's why he was so arrogant and conniving. He was actually a pretty smart guy, but instead of applying himself, he would work to undermine and sabotage others. You know the type. The guy that would always laugh at your mistakes to try and make himself look good. The guy that never missed a chance to tell others that he was trying to help you if only you'd listen. The guy that always asked out your old girlfriends within 24 hours of you breaking up. To say that we didn't like each other would be a gross understatement. When it came to grades and athletics, he could never quite best me. I even beat him out on the election for fraternity president. He had to run again the next semester to win the office. No, Helmer was the antithesis of every ethical standard I believed in, and here I was, listening to him lecture in my area of expertise. One of my greatest abilities is that when faced with unexpected challenges, I can disassociate myself from emotion and objectively analyze situations. I was doing just that when Julie nearly broke my finger off as she pried my hand away from the armrest of the auditorium seat. "Relax," she said, misreading me completely. "General Nesbit will keep us safe, and I'm sure that you and Dr. Helmer will figure something out. There's always a way." I have been fascinated by my study of your political history. It's like looking backwards tens of thousands of years into our own past. We were sitting in my room watching the live interview with Jackie on our smartpads. Over the last week or so, my room had become the de facto meeting place for our gang of 3. Anzie and I just naturally got along well together, and Julie, although still giving me a hard time, fit in well enough. Sometimes Dr. Mom, Tony, would join us, but it was a small room, and Tony got along with everyone, so today it was just the 3 of us. Dr. Helmer and Dr. Sullivan were conducting the interview, with General Nesbit also in attendance. Jackie, as she asked us to call her, was one of the Neridians assigned to help us acclimate and prepare for what we'd find on their world and in their society. General Nesbit had started the session by saying, This is the first interview of what we hope to be many between our team and the representatives of Neridia. This first interview is live and is being broadcast on our secured network to the entire team. I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Helmer, who will be speaking for us today. I was really adjusting well to the reality that Helmer was going to be a part of my future for the next unspecified amount of months. Years? Oh, Lord. I was actually more distracted by Julie sitting cross-legged on my bed than I was by Helmer. Jackie, in this first session, we thought it would be a good idea to exchange some basic information and get to know each other, but as you can imagine, there are several very important questions we need to address. The first one is simple. Why did you contact us, and why are you here? Jackie replied smoothly. It is both simple and complex. Basically, we feel a duty to protect you. As your world enters the era of spaceflight, you will become noticed by other civilizations like the Caridians. And as you experienced with Laissez-Faire 1, many of them are not friendly. Who are the Caridians, and why would they wish us harm? We know the Caridians well. They are a less advanced civilization with an inferiority complex. They see an emerging spacefaring culture like yours as a competitive threat, and unless we are here to stop them, they will undoubtedly eliminate that threat before you can become sophisticated enough to protect yourselves. Jackie, how can we compete with the Caridians or possibly be a threat to them? If they can move the Laissez-Faire 1 to Neptune, let alone have interstellar flight, they must be considerably advanced over us, Helmer asked. To understand the answer to that will require you to have a better understanding of how our meta-society is organized and what we value. That is, I believe, a discussion better left to one of my colleagues and another day. In the meantime, I would like to ask you a question. Sure. One aspect of Earth that my people are having trouble comprehending. How can a civilization that has attained spaceflight put some people in cages just because they will not do what other people tell them to? Jackie asked. Dr. Helmer replied. When certain people pose a danger to the general population, we've made a decision as a society that it's safer if those individuals are locked away so they can no longer pose a threat to others. Why would they pose a threat to others? Well, that depends. Maybe you have something I want. If I can't convince you to give it to me and I take it from you anyway, that is harming you and your property. We lock people up that have shown they can't be trusted not to harm others. I was pretty sure that this was how Helmer had wrangled himself the head of mission, scientific slot. He was a master at manipulating people through the use of what appeared to be sound reason and logic, many times at the expense of the truth. But hey, as long as the other guy would do what Derek wanted, he didn't care. He was probably mentally counting up all the brownie points he was scoring right now by showing Jackie how reasonable and mature our society was. Jackie said, I am aware that your civilization has limited resources and therefore, on a macro level, uses multiple monetary systems as well as a plethora of primitive political systems to control the distribution of these resources. And I am also aware that on an individual level there can be much disagreement over the equity of those resource distributions, and that this can cause conflict. But it appears to me that the majority of incarcerations do not stem from these inequities. Back in my room, Julie exclaimed, Wow, where did that come from? Helmer blinked a few times, then said, how do you mean? Dr. Helmer, I would suggest to you that if our two worlds are to work together, if Earth would like a friend and protector from true harm, then it is imperative that we not play needless political games or try and make ourselves look better. Neridia cannot help you unless you are honest about your world's present situation, primitive as it may be. I can assure you that you will not reveal anything so repugnant to us that we would abandon you. However, if we feel that you cannot be a trusted partner, we could very well decide that our priorities lay elsewhere. In the future, I would encourage you to speak plainly. Helmer was stunned. I'd never seen that look on his face before. Well, maybe once before, but that's not important now. He was obviously trying to retake control of the situation when he said, We couldn't agree more. Openness between our peoples is imperative, and in that spirit, please let me say that I'm not sure what we said to make you think we were trying to hide anything. Jackie looked Helmer square in the eyes and said, Dr. Helmer, I attempted to gain insight as to why your civilization seems to uniformly think it wise to capture and hold people against their will, and you attempt to deflect my inquiry by referring to the circumstances that apply to only a small subset of all incarcerated individuals. For example, your planet jails millions of political prisoners. How are these people a legitimate threat to others or their property? It was like a drowning man grabbing at a lifeline. Jackie, it's true that in some countries people are jailed for having different political beliefs, but that's mostly what we refer to as third world countries. The modern world doesn't condone that. Tilting her head, Jackie said, "Really? I think you are mistaken, but that is only one example. I know your people have an incomprehensible fixation on the act of reproduction. Your planet is overpopulated, and you have many ceremonies and rituals surrounding procreation. Everything from the ceremony of marriage, when declaring a short-term sexual partner, to the ritual of making a sex tape to seek fame. These acts are glorified and rewarded, yet if the same acts involve the direct exchange of currency, you call it prostitution and put the consenting adults in a cage. These are the things you need to explain to us so that we can better understand your civilization." Jackie, that one might take a little time. What about controlled substances? 55% of federally incarcerated individuals in your own country have harmed no one but themselves, and in a huge number of cases they have not even done that. Yet you lock them away. You talk about third world countries, but the United States has less than 5% of the world's population and 24% of the world's prison population. The reality is that on your planet, the more advanced you claim a country to be, the higher percentage of its population it locks up. How does your society justify this? Why do your people let it happen? It was here that General Nesbitt showed why he was the mission commander. "Jackie, I think this is a good time to recess. We want to answer your questions, but I think we need to confer and make sure we're giving you as objective of answers as possible. Let's reconvene the same time tomorrow." "Well, that wasn't what I expected," said Julie as the interview ended. I agreed and told her that I was under the impression that this was supposed to be them informing us about their society, not the other way around. Anzio, of course, remembered the exact wording. Actually, it was promoted as a free-form exchange of cultural information, but I agreed that it seemed totally one-sided. The three of us were still in my room. I was at my desk while Julie sat at the head of my bed, and Anzio was lying back at the foot of the bed with his long legs sprawled out across the floor. Anzio continued. "Jackie didn't become confrontational until Dr. Helmer gave her an answer that she clearly believed to be disingenuous, yes? The thing is, I probably would have answered the same way. We lock people up because they're bad, right?" "Or because they're mentally unstable," Julie added. "Well," I said as I started to think it through, "we're taught to believe that, and more or less socialized to think that way, but in reality we're judging people based on our moral beliefs. We justify these beliefs by claiming we need protection, but according to these incarceration numbers I just pulled up on the net, that's not exactly true. If these stats are right, Jackie is technically correct when she says we lock up a majority of people simply because they won't live their lives the way we want them to. As a society, we're kind of fibbing to ourselves, and Jackie is calling us on it." "So the Neridians don't share the same morals as we do. That's probably to be expected," Julie said. "Until we each have a better understanding of how our societies think, there'll probably be more misunderstandings like this one." "You think it was a misunderstanding?" I asked. "Well, don't you?" I wasn't so sure. Somehow I didn't believe that Jackie's little speech was impromptu. The more I thought about it, the more I was sure that she staged it. There's certainly a number of things about our civilization that would be hard to defend, but we're not on trial, are we? I don't know. It just seems that she probed an area that we can't logically defend, and it gave her the moral high ground. If nothing else, it sure put us on the defensive. And changed the subject as well, I thought to myself. Chapter 6. Major Matthew Reagan, U.S. Army. The interview with Jackie sent large waves through the Broken Star team, the military, and the government. We already knew that there were hostile entities out there, and it was now obvious that our protection had a price. Our protectors were making it clear that they could withdraw that protection at any time. The biggest questions, then, were what did the Neridians want from us, and could we afford not to give it to them? The international politics had to be landing squarely on General Nesbitt's shoulders, and I was thankful I didn't have his job. The Neridians had contacted several other heads of state in addition to our president, but had made it clear they would deal with Earth through us. How this didn't cause a war I'll never know, but it set the stage for Operation Broken Star. We were a scientific and diplomatic group overseen by the military, as opposed to being a military operation with a scientific and diplomatic element, a distinction that only a true Washington bureaucrat could appreciate. Also, I was told not to refer to myself or my staff as military, but rather as security forces. Regardless, we were officially designated B Company, commanded by Brigadier General Nesbitt, and our personnel strength was 144. B Company was made up of 4 platoons in General Nesbitt's headquarters staff. First platoon was the diplomatic staff, and platoons 2nd, 3rd, and 4th were given over to scientific duties. I commanded 3rd Platoon. Captain Antonio Silva was my second in command, and along with 3 staff members made up my own headquarters. In addition to my HQ, my platoon had 4 squads: orange, red, green, and blue. Each squad had a security captain as a squad leader and 6 science personnel. My squad leaders and HQ staff were all handpicked by me except for Captain Silva. At any rate, my squad leaders and HQ staff are very special people. Since we would be weaponless once the journey started, I don't know if that was a stipulation of the Neridians or an idiotic politician's idea of showing faith, I wanted the very best hand-to-hand experts on the planet. I was told that I could have anyone I wanted as long as they could be vetted, so I had put it to the test and called a friend of mine in the Japanese Self-Defense Force, SDF. I thought the 2 files he sent me were a joke until I watched the video of their martial arts skills. Twin sisters, attractive and deadly, real femme fatales. I also called every Special Forces officer I had a working relationship with in the US and the UK, and used their best people to round out my staff and platoon leaders. The result was my own 7-man army that could probably, with their bare hands, kill 40 people in a crowded room before anyone else had the sense to scream. The other 3 platoon leaders thought I was playing politics by selecting an international team, but I didn't care. I can understand why they'd want to bring their existing staff and command structure, but I was going with my gut on this one. I figured it was easier to train Special Forces how to do staff stuff than it was to teach staffers how to be Special Forces. All of this hadn't gone unnoticed by General Nesbitt. Sometime before we'd arrived at our Nevada facilities, he'd called me into his Washington office and questioned me extensively on my choice of personnel. I don't think he trusted the alien bastards any more than I did, but it was our mission to play nice and make friends. It had to have been somewhere in that long conversation that he decided he'd trust me on this. The very next day, all but one of my selections were approved, and Captain Silva was assigned as my second. General Nesbitt actually called me later that evening and apologized for not being able to approve everyone. "Major Reagan, I tried to get you everyone you asked for, but the psych boys were pretty adamant about Clayton's emotional stability. Something about his divorce. Anyway, I pulled some strings and fast-tracked approval on Captain Antonio Silva for you. I know this might look like I'm trying to plant my own personal spy on you, but you're going to have to trust me that's not the case. After you've read his file and talked to him, if you need to call my office, I'll back you on replacing him. But you're going to have to do it quick. We're going to be moving the team to a secure location soon, and there won't be any changes after." "Yes, sir," I said. "Thank you, sir." "Matt, I don't have to tell you how crazy and unprecedented this mission is. You've started out thinking outside the box, and I respect that, but just make sure your team stays in line. I won't tolerate any threat to the mission." "I understand, sir." What else could I say? I guess this was the quid pro quo. I got the unconventional team I wanted, but had to take a spy as well. Or not. Maybe Captain Silva was a great officer and Nesbitt was trying to do me a favor? Only time would tell. Major Reagan?" "Yes, Jerry? What was the web address I needed to file these requisition forms?" Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. Just then Captain Silva walked in and said, "I'll handle it." We were now moved into the underground Nevada facility, and I was just becoming familiar with my new staff, at the same time as we were all starting to work with the scientists, and now, through interviews, we were all starting to meet the Neridians. Since Jackie's initial interview, about 20 different Neridians, the actual number was classified, had started meeting with the different teams of scientists and diplomats. It was amazing how much talking it took to learn or confirm important details. You might have a simple list of 10 questions and never get past the first, because the entire session is taken up exploring some new detail that was in the answer, which, of course, brings up more questions, etc. A skill I was really learning to appreciate, and cursing that more people didn't have, was knowing when to stop chasing the rabbit down the rabbit hole, stop following tangents, and get back on track. Although the interviews were still being broadcast live, it was impossible to keep up with them. They were all recorded and available 24 hours to Broken Star personnel, but the simple math was that there were far more than 24 hours of recording made every day, so most people just read the summaries, and it was still tough to keep up. The Neridians, for their part, seemed very patient. With my duties to organize, prepare, and protect my platoon of scientists, I had even less time than they did to watch interviews, but there are a few that stood out for me. According to the Neridians, we and they are originally from the same gene stock. No one knows how many mega-civilizations had populated our galaxy before now, and no one knows if they were galaxy-wide or had just inhabited large portions of it. The Neridians know of 2 such civilizations. The first thrived around 500 million years ago and seeded life throughout, at least, this part of the galaxy, and the second established itself about 70 million years ago. This second-wave civilization was not a builder, but rather a destroyer. There is evidence that they bombarded many worlds with asteroids, and the speculation is that this was their brute force method of bioforming, wiping out the non-desirable indigenous species and letting evolution start over. The Neridians believe this second-wave civilization was alien to our galaxy, and they speak of them as invaders. One of the scientists on my team, Dr. Mark Spencer, pointed out that this timeline roughly matches up with the meteor impact extinction event 66 million years ago that created the Chicxulub crater on the tip of the Yucatan Peninsula. That event wiped out 90% of all plant and animal life on Earth. Perhaps the second-wave aliens didn't like dinosaurs? Ironically, the Neridians know more about the first-wave civilization than they do the second. Besides seeding planets throughout this arm of the galaxy, they apparently left behind some artifacts. Dr. Anzio Spallini calls them stasis bubbles. Found at seemingly random points throughout explored space, they are speculated to be self-contained stasis fields. In other words, for whatever was inside them, no time would pass. This theory was proven correct when over the last 2,000 years, a very few had started to pop, and for the contents time had been suspended. Theoretically, a live being could be waiting to take their next breath in any one of these bubbles, but so far only inanimate objects had been found. It is an incredible look back, 500 million years, at a preserved piece of galactic history. Perfectly reflective and perfectly round, the size of the bubbles vary from that of a basketball to the largest of which is an orbit around a solitary gas giant orbiting a G-type star. It is big enough to hold a good-sized space station or ship. There is no known way to shut off the field from outside the bubble, and the few that have turned off have revealed no stasis machinery to reverse engineer. Enough has been learned, however, to know that these first-wave Prometheans, as everyone has started calling them, are the ancestors to all known sentient life in the galaxy. In addition, much of the non-sentient plant and animal life are of similar genotype and phenotype. Our theories on last universal ancestor, LUA, were going to have to be re-explored. All of this information on first and second wave civilizations was revealed during an interview that was trying to focus on why both the Caridians and Neridians were becoming involved with us. Why us? Why now? It turns out that the Caridians discovered us when a stasis bubble popped. The latest bubble to turn itself off was originally discovered 1,334 years ago, deep underground in a large mining operation in the Sirius 3 system, and was about the size of a small room. For 1,057 years it just sat there, until one day it revealed what may have been a small office or workstation. Although the contents had not deteriorated over time, the work console itself appears to have been damaged before it was bubbled. The smell of smoke and burned relays were still present when it popped. While very little information was salvaged, one important datum was determined. On what appeared to be a star chart, some importance was placed on the 4th planet of a solar system far out in the Orion Cygnus arm. Extrapolating backwards 500 million years, it was determined that the star was Sol, and the planet was what we now call Mars. The Caridians, they explained, discovered us when they went to investigate the Sol system, and it was only through happenstance that word of mankind later reached Neridia. We are fortunate, they said, that Neridians feel a sense of responsibility regarding the actions of Caridia. They share a binary star system, and the rest of galactic society doesn't always distinguish between them. The Caridians, left to their own devices, would have no use for Earth, and their aggressive nature would have led to certain conflict, and with their technological advantage. "So is Earth arming for war?" asked Captain Ito Hiromi. We were in my wardroom, which my service, the Army, calls an office. The biggest concern on everyone's mind, of course, was how much danger we were in. It's one thing to contemplate your personal risk on a mission, but it's quite another to think your entire species might not survive. Feeling helpless in the face of an enemy is something none of us had ever experienced before. But these were good soldiers and would never come right out and admit something like that, especially to themselves. "Yes and no," I answered truthfully. Captain Hiromi was Blue Squad leader, and her twin sister, Captain Kamiko, was Red Squad leader. Ito was actually their last name, I think, because I'd been told that certain Asian naming conventions use the last name first, and that's the way my roster read. And since it was trouble enough keeping them straight, I was calling her Captain Hiromi. Captains Hiromi and Kamiko were identical twins, and unlike others I'd met, they didn't try to distinguish themselves. Actually, I suspect they went to great lengths to dress alike, look alike, and even carry many of the same mannerisms. Their personalities were reserved by nature, and if it wasn't for the differences in the Blue Squad and Red Squad patches, I doubt I could have told them apart. I wasn't regretting my decision to put them in charge of the squads. They were extremely efficient, but I was concerned enough that I sat them both down for a serious discussion after our first week of working together. I let them know that I demanded the trust of my command staff and that I couldn't accept any identity games on a mission this critical. After sharing one of those silent communicating looks that only twins can accomplish, they both looked me in the eye and vowed that as their commanding officer they would never deceive me. I accepted that at the time and only later realized that this still left virtually everyone else on the mission wide open. Oh well. "We're certainly going to do everything that we can to prepare," I continued. "All of the major Earth governments appear to be cooperating, which I've never seen before, and our military, just like yours, Hiromi, is at full alert, but at the end of the day, there's not a lot more we can do. The technology differential is incredibly steep, and our best defense at this point seems to be the goodwill of the Neridians." "The diplomats are fit to be tied," said the Marine in charge of 1st Platoon, Major Mike Ironjaw Reynolds. I have no idea why they'd put a Marine in charge of our only diplomatic platoon, but on the other hand, Mike was about as intimidating of an individual as you could get. So maybe it didn't hurt for the Neridians to know that there was some muscle behind our diplomats. We had struck up a casual friendship 4 or 5 staff meetings ago when it became clear to me that he couldn't figure out why they'd put him in charge of the diplomatic platoon either. Mike wasn't really a touchy-feely type of guy and didn't respond well to all the complaining from his group of diplomats, which included a number of State Department careerists, a dozen international poli-sci university professors, a personal appointee from POTUS, the President of the United States, and even 2 nationally known career politicians that were rumored to hate each other. "The aliens won't give them the time of day," he continued. "Apparently every time our guys try to talk about formal relations between our peoples, they're told nothing can happen until after the science guys know enough about each other to appreciate our differences. It's driving my guys crazy." Mike, like all the other platoon leaders, had brought his own command group with him to this assignment. Mike's group, however, are, well, Marines. I had no doubt about their fighting ability. The other 2 platoon leaders were Navy and Air Force. Service is not especially known for their service-wide hand-to-hand skills. Being prepared is not the same thing as being paranoid, and I'd found a kindred spirit in Mike. From a tactical standpoint, we had no idea where we were going, how long we'd be there, whether our hosts would remain friendly, or how we'd get back if they didn't. Typical military FUBAR planning. But then that's why they paid us the big bucks. Chapter 7. Summary. Neridian Interview Blogcast number 863. Security Classification. Ultra-Secret Black Diamond. Access Authorization. Broken Star Personnel Only. Operational priority, level 1. In attendance. For the Neridians, Scampos. For Earth Team, Reverend Charles Roan, Ph.D. World Religions, Neo-Christian, ordained. Subject tags. Religion, Origin of the Universe, Monotheism. Summary. While the Neridian representative Scampos expressed an atheistic viewpoint that he claims is shared by all Neridians and a large majority of the galactic society, the Reverend Charles Roan feels the very fact that this is an issue in itself is revealing. Apparently there are some few civilizations in the galactic sphere that believe in a divine origin, most, all of them, adhering to a monotheistic, one God as the creator belief. Of note is that according to Scampos, the idea that God sacrificing his son or otherwise giving humanity a savior is unknown outside of Earth. The closest thing he is aware of are some mystic, his term, prophecies predicting a chosen people saving all of humanity. Although Scampos dismisses them, our concepts of heaven, hell, angels, and demons have their galactic counterparts and are common, in some variation, across these planets. Scampos seems to view these beliefs as a contamination, and these civilizations as infected. Also of note is that these backward civilizations are spread out across the full volume of known galactic space. Scampos had no response as to how such common beliefs could have traveled over a large galactic area. Dr. Roan wonders if there could have been a heretofore unidentified ancient galactic civilization that spread them. The origin question is an area that Dr. Roan was particularly concerned with, and after deflecting, Scampos reluctantly admitted that there was no good answer, while at the same time confidently insisting it was of little interest or importance. He did confirm that some variation of the Big Bang Theory is held as valid by all advanced societies. In this theory, the order of the universe, everything from the speed of light and the laws of physics, were established on a quantum level within the first milliseconds of this grand explosion that created everything. Life in our universe could not exist if the rules of physics were much different from what they are. For example, the 4 fundamental forces of nature are critical. The strong force holds the nucleus of atoms together, the electromagnetic force, as in magnets, the weak force, cause of radioactive decay, and the gravitational force, an attraction between any 2 pieces of mass. If any of these forces were changed, or had different strengths, or weren't present, life as we know it, even our universe as we know it, could not exist. These are just 4 out of billions of physical constants. What if chlorophyll couldn't support photosynthesis? There would be no plants. What if oxygen was unstable with hydrogen? There would be no water. We know the odds of all these constants randomly being set in just the right manner to support life are incalculable, but we also know that on a quantum level, simply observing an event can order the outcome. The origin question is, who or what observed the Big Bang to give our universe its life-supporting order? Chapter 8. Dr. Mark Spencer. You've met the philosophy specialist in my sister's squad, Dr. Bell? I responded. Stop that. My sister Kimiko thinks you should speak with him, said Hiromi. Yeah, okay, I can. Hey, wait. Did you just giggle? I didn't think Special Forces knew how to giggle. I wasn't giggling. I was setting you up for an ambush, but pay attention. She thinks this is important. Dr. Bell may have figured out why the Neridians aren't cooperating with the Dips. Okay, that was important. Maybe not as important as trying to figure out what happened to that little love mark I'd left below Hiromi's left ear yesterday, but definitely right up there. I threw the covers off, climbed out of the bunk, and stretched. Okay, I'll talk to him today, but right now I'm going to hit the head and then come back and let you ambush me. No, I'm going back to my room now. I'll text my sister to set it up right after breakfast. You know, it wouldn't get you a demerit badge to be seen leaving my room in the morning. You Asians are so terribly formal. I'm not always formal. As I stood there admiring her, I couldn't argue. It turns out that while Dr. Rashid Bell had been interviewing the Neridian we were calling Zeke, some interesting information slipped out. Actually, we weren't sure if Zeke slipped or really hadn't realized the impact of his tidbit, but it didn't sound as if the Neridians even had a government. How does that work? I asked. I really don't know. Zeke wasn't really enthusiastic to my follow-up questions. He kept claiming we needed to stay on topic, but I did get him to agree to meet me later today to explore the issue," said a smiling Dr. Bell. "What did the dips think?" Well, I don't really know. I went straight to Dr. Helmer with this one. I thought it was a big deal, but he kind of shot me down. He suggested that I'd misunderstood and then politely told me to keep my nose out of diplomatic relations." "Yep, that sounded like Derek." "So this meeting is just with you and Zeke?" I asked. "Well, Captain Kimiko thought that I should have you sit in, if you're willing. Rashid, I wouldn't miss this for all the tea on Neridia." It wasn't going to be just Zeke, Dr. Bell, and I, after all, Kimiko explained as she escorted us to a section of the base I'd never been in before. My questions to her were being interrupted just about every 45 seconds by another security checkpoint, but I managed to gather that Jackie had suggested that the four of us meet informally in her quarters to clarify some details. Kimiko waited, stood guard, outside the hatch as we were welcomed by Zeke and led to a sunken living room filled with couches. These quarters were beyond VIP, and were the first obviously non-military space that I'd seen in the 2 months I'd been on base. The Neridians didn't seem to understand the art of small talk. Jackie started the conversation abruptly, but with a very pleasant and friendly tone of voice. "Dr. Bell and Dr. Spencer, Zeke mentioned to me that he may have gotten off track in his last conversation, and I thought I would invite you to an informal sit-down to clear up any misunderstandings so we do not lose any valuable time on relatively unimportant details." Jackie was even more strikingly beautiful in person than I'd realized from watching her on the broadcast. With short cropped hair, a well-endowed torso above a flat stomach, and extra-long legs highlighted by the form-fitting mini-dress she wore, she had fashion-model good looks. Apparently Rashid had also noticed because instead of answering, he just nervously glanced at me, so I spoke first. "Jackie, we appreciate that, but if we understood correctly, and if your people don't have a government, then that's hardly unimportant to us." "This is exactly the type of misunderstanding that I want to clear up," said Jackie. "What our two peoples define as government might differ, but there must be some hierarchy. Do you not agree, Dr. Bell?" "Well, certainly, I suppose," said Rashid. "But then what exactly is your hierarchy?" "Gentlemen, a complete explanation of how our society operates could take months and still will not be properly understood until you have spent some time amongst us, which is why we have extended the invitation to take you back with us. We would like the courtesy of explaining over time to your diplomatic corps," continued Jackie. "If we understand your hierarchy correctly, then this would seem the best way to proceed for all concerned." As I watched Bell nodding to himself, I could see that he, like everyone, was caught up in the grand adventure of meeting a new people who were superior to us in every observable way. I had to admit that the allure of the knowledge they could give us was a strong motivation to make fast friends and not rock the boat, but my bullshit meter was going through the roof. One of my better qualities has always been to sense hidden agendas, and I developed tactful ways of getting to the truth. "I don't buy it," I said. "What?" everyone replied. "Jackie, with all respect," I continued, "today's recordings will already be reviewed by the diplomats, so there is no reason not to start down that long road of explanation right now. At least you can give us a general outline. Is there any reason you wouldn't want to do that?" Jackie and Zeke exchanged a long glance, and then she leaned back on the couch and crossed her long, shapely legs, which, interestingly enough, didn't bother my concentration one iota. Jackie began. "You'll learn that in greater galactic society, patience is considered a virtue, and it is a virtue that your race will need to cultivate if you desire to survive and prosper." Was that a helpful hint or a threat? I wondered. "I have already stated that this was an informal meeting. I guess I should have elaborated to explain that our conversation is private. No one else can hear our discussion." "I had hoped," she continued, "that we could move forward with a friendly understanding that all would be explained to the diplomatic corps in due course. Dr. Spencer, will you allow us that grace?" With all eyes upon me, I responded with one word. "No." "Very well," she said after a moment. "But this will take some time. Do you need anything to make you comfortable?" At the same time Dr. Bell was saying no, I said, "Yes, Jackie, I need you to turn the recording equipment back on." In a tone of voice that was just short of dismissal, Jackie told me that she had been assured that her quarters weren't recorded, so there shouldn't be anything to turn on. Even if I hadn't been able to sense the evasion, there is no way I would believe that our government would willingly leave anything to do with the Neridians unobserved. "Jackie," I repeated, "turn it on." After a long look that probably should have intimidated me, Jackie said, "Very well. Your security offices now have full access." I'm not sure how many hours that first session lasted, but it ended up as the most fascinating of my life, even if for me it started slow. Jackie began laying the ground rules, explaining that because some of these concepts may be new to us, she reserved the right to explain them in her own way. She would be using what we called the Socratic method of teaching, asking questions that could guide us to understanding. The first question she asked us was the most complicated. "What is government?" Dr. Bell responded by saying government's purpose was to do for society what individuals couldn't. I don't know if he was influenced by Plato's writings on the subject — he was a philosophy professor — but he spent a rather lengthy amount of time expounding on how those that had the vision and resources should have the authority to tailor society to best benefit all. Personally, I had eschewed all politics above a departmental level for years, but since I had degrees in both history and anthropology, I recognized his viewpoint as reflecting the styles of influence and government most currently in vogue: liberalism and socialism. Jackie seemed totally absorbed in Dr. Bell's words, and my mind might have wandered a little. I had taken the opportunity to glance around the room, and I had to admit being a little fixated on the hemline of the short dress that Jackie was wearing. But my demeanor was totally professional when I suddenly realized that Rashid had finished and Jackie was staring at me intently. "You do not seem to agree, Dr. Spencer?" Jackie said with a small smile. "It's not that I disagree," I responded. "I think Dr. Bell has done a great job of summarizing what most people think of as the duties of government. It's just that I don't think that's what government actually is." I explained that from a historical viewpoint, at its core, government was nothing more than a small group of people exercising control over a larger group of people. Dr. Bell argues that the motives are for the greater good, but history shows us otherwise. The small group of people inevitably uses their control to funnel the resources of the greater group through themselves, and while some of those resources get redistributed to others, a significant amount enriches the controlling group. Of the resources that do get passed on, the controlling group controls the distribution and therefore enhances its own control and power. If you understand this definition of government, you can understand how the ancient city-states came about, how feudalism tied the peasants to the land, and how monarchies built kingdoms. It gets a little more complicated in modern times, but whether it's socialism openly redistributing wealth or capitalistic politicians extorting donations from businesses, it's all the same. We talk about the importance of fairness and freedom, but those are just window dressings to placate the majority that are controlled. In my country, we actually have governments within governments. We have the federal government as well as state and local, but we also have labor unions and powerful trade groups like the American Medical Association that all fit the definition. Early in my explanation, Rashid had been interjecting frequently, sometimes with clarifications and sometimes with questions. By the time I finished, I realized that I'd been lecturing solo for quite some time. Rashid actually broke the silence first by implying that my viewpoint was fairly radical. I insisted that there was nothing radical about an observation. I don't march in the streets, practice politics, or assign moral value to any side. I simply study history and observe it when I can. "So," Jackie said, "you believe government is an unnecessary evil?" "No," I replied, "more like a necessary evil." Jackie surprised us both with what she said next. "Dr. Spencer, that is exactly how government developed on our world thousands of years ago, but we have long since moved past it." "I would be very interested to know how you did that and what you've evolved into," I said. "Let me ask you another question," she almost whispered. "What if your resources suddenly became abundant? What if there was no longer any need to manage their distribution?" While I was trying to get my mind wrapped around that possibility, in a stronger voice she went on to explain that on her world, they had suffered the same kind of wars and social injustices that we had, but as technology provided more and more answers, the need for conflict became less. Once we learned how to manipulate matter, raw materials were no longer limited. Ways were discovered to capture zero-point energy from the vacuum of space itself. The resources needed to live a great life were abundant. Your people have already started down the path of what you call three-dimensional printing. You are taking baby steps, but you can already print some tools, replacement parts, and just about any 3D design you want. What happens when every individual on your planet has access to raw materials and advanced printers with no energy restriction on their use? It would eliminate poverty, Dr. Bell said. I'd almost forgotten he was there. My mind was racing with the possibilities, but he reminded me of something. There's no shortage of food on our planet now. It's politics that cause hunger and poverty, I said. Somehow I don't think utopia's right around the corner for us. No, Jackie said sadly. Because of all these advances, we came very close to wiping ourselves out. She explained. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, Noridia nearly destroyed itself. The advent of that kind of technology doesn't happen overnight, and the controlling groups on Noridia didn't want to lose their control. After all, why would I need a government to build a road if I could print a machine that would do it for me? Why would I pay taxes for protection if I could print my own gun or fortress? And why would anyone want what I have if they could print their own? What was really left for the controllers to offer? The powers that be, sensing their own weakening position, found that they did not want to give up control. It was more than just resources and money. It was the intoxicating drug of power and elitism. They began putting more and more restrictions on the population. Artificial shortages and new governmental controls were common. Individual freedoms were reduced incrementally but dramatically in the name of safety and security. The controllers' ability to spy on their populations and limit their dissent increased. The people were subjected to constant propaganda on everything from technology is evil and back-to-nature movements to conspiracies on technology contaminating the food supply and destroying the environment. The controllers preached that government was a force for good and made more and more people dependent upon it. Over time, we went from an open, forward-moving, and advanced society to a scared, anti-technology, stagnant society. The black market brought salvation, and after a long period ultimately led to the downfall of the controllers. It laid bare the lie of scarcity. The leaders of what you would call nations in last desperate acts fomented never-ending war with controllers of other nations because they knew that fear was their last resort to controlling their populations. We almost lost everything, she said. What happened? I asked. One day it just all fell apart, she responded. The police stopped showing up for work, or at least stopped enforcing most of the laws. People ignored what their so-called leaders were saying and started doing what they wanted. Soldiers went home to their families. Many leaders simply disappeared when people stopped listening to them, but for the ones that resisted, it was a bloody revolution. After that, technology spread without restriction and the population recovered quickly, but there was never again a reason for anyone to subjugate themselves to another. That was thousands of your years ago, and we've had time to mature as a people and as a society. Once we developed interstellar spaceflight and started meeting other civilizations, we many times heard similar stories or discovered the ruins of dead planets. If we choose to integrate with Earth, it will not be easy on either of us. With that ominous closing, we agreed to talk again soon. There was a crowd outside Jackie's quarters, and Kimiko immediately walked up to me and whispered in my ear, "We need to get you back to your squad immediately. Colonel Memphis is on his way here, and he sounds furious." She then turned to the right, grabbed the front of my shirt, and started tugging me down the corridor. I was probably grinning like an idiot. I'd just had an historic and fascinating conversation. I had one-upped Derek and made him look foolish for the way he'd dismissively handled Dr. Bell, and I just figured out where the little love mark I'd left under Hiromi's left ear went. Apparently, the base's security personnel were visibly startled when the feed from Jackie's quarter suddenly stopped showing an empty room and joined Dr. Rashid Bell, Zeke, Jackie, and myself in mid-conversation. Dr. Helmer and Earth Team's second-in-command, Colonel Eugene Memphis, wanted to break up the session and replace us with their dips post-haste. It was General Nesbitt himself that ordered everyone to stand down and see what developed. They didn't realize until later that someone had managed to leak the word across the base to tune into Blogcast Channel 1137 for an unscheduled session, let alone that it was being blogcast in the first place. I didn't really know what the brass would make of the conversation, and I didn't really care. I was more concerned with Julie's reaction, which wasn't good. "You could have really screwed the entire mission with a stunt like that, and I don't care what kind of intuition you say you had. Anyone as taken as you obviously were by some woman's legs can't be trusted to think straight. I knew you were going to be trouble from the day you walked into the commissary in your underwear." I hadn't taken a full step into my closet-sized room before Julie was in my face. Anzio was sitting on the bed, or at least trying to sit. It looked as if he was in the middle of laughing himself onto the floor. "Julie," I said as she pushed past me out into the corridor. "Okay, Anzio, you can wipe that smirk off your face. Was it really that bad?" "Well, it depends on your point of view. On the one hand, you made a breakthrough with the Noridians in an area that the Dips have wasted 2 months on," he continued. "On the other hand, you started out lusting after an alien and she responded by flirting with you." "Anzio, I wasn't. I mean, I appreciate a woman's body as much as the next man, but... And she wasn't flirting with me. Sheesh. I don't know why I was getting so worked up about this. I was having a great day. It was almost as if Julie was... No, don't go there, I told myself. She would never... And she's out of my league anyway. Something else has her on edge, that's all. "How'd you guys find out anyway?" I asked. "Are you kidding?" Anzio asked. "People were running door to door telling everyone to tune in. You must sit down, my friend, and tell me all about it." And so I did. One of the reasons I liked hanging out with Anzio was because he was easy to talk to, and I guess he felt comfortable around me because I didn't see the terribly shy side of him that the rest of the world saw. I'd finished explaining all my impressions about the content of Jackie's conversation, and we both had several questions that we deemed important to follow up with if we ever got the chance. I was just starting to explain that yes, Jackie was attractive and sexy and had a great body, but there was just something about her that left me a little on edge when another member of our team, Dr. Tony Decker, knocked on my hatch and stuck his head in. "You've really stepped in it now, Spencer. Major Reagan wants to see you in his wardroom, stat." "Stat? You're not that kind of doctor," I yelled at his retreating head. I looked at Anzio and he shrugged. We both thought Decker was your basic asshole, but he wouldn't screw around with something like this. As I headed off to face the music, I couldn't help seeing Julie's face. Was that anger or something else? Chapter 9. Major Matthew Reagan, U.S. Army. "Yes, sir," I half shouted. Was I really standing here at attention being dressed down by this Air Force puking excuse for a colonel? I hadn't been ripped this way since I was a second lieutenant. Senior officers didn't act like gung-ho TV Marine sergeants. At least the sane ones don't. I'd been ordered, not requests your presence, to Colonel Eugene Memphis's office an hour ago. I'd spent the last 45 minutes cooling my heels in the waiting room listening to the muffled shouts coming from his office, and then watched a red-faced Major Mike Ironjaw Reynolds leave in a controlled rage. "So how is it, Major, that one of your scientists goes behind the back of an entire diplomatic corps, makes unauthorized contact with not just any alien but the head of the entire fucking mission, then gets it broadcast over the entire base?" Memphis was practically spitting. "Sir, I do not have any knowledge of how the meeting came about, and I am not aware of any special authorization that would have been needed. It is in their mission brief to promote dialogue and learn as much as they can. I am also under the impression that Dr. Spencer was totally unaware that his session was being broadcast." "I am not going to play games with you, Reagan. You know very well that this type of sensitive conversation should have been restricted. And since you're so stupid as to not get it, I'm making it an order. You are not to allow your personnel any unscheduled access to the alien team, at least until we arrive on their planet. Have you got that?" "No, sir," I responded in the steadiest voice I could deliver. "Since it violates the mission brief, I'll be needing that order in writing, and, sir, I would respectfully ask you to reconsider. If word gets out, it could undermine the confidence and good faith of the entire team, sir." After a few moments, Colonel Memphis responded. "Major Reagan, do you have any idea what would happen to your career if I replaced you on this assignment?" Actually, I knew it was too late to replace me because General Nesbitt had told me so, but I didn't think this was the best time to bring it up. Colonel Memphis continued. "Watch your people, Major. That is an order. Keep them out of trouble and out of my hair. Dismissed." When I arrived back at my office, Dr. Derek Helmer was waiting for me. He wasn't really my superior. He wasn't military or security or whatever, but he carried the authority of the command staff, and a certain amount of deference was expected. "Dr. Helmer, what can I do for you?" I said as I breezed through the hatchway and headed for my desk. "Major Reagan, I know it's a busy day and I'm really sorry to bother you, but if you can spare a few minutes, I think it's important we talk." Helmer's HQ buddy Colonel Memphis had just chewed my ass, and now he was here being all nice and respectful. I wasn't born yesterday. "As I said, Doctor, what can I do for you?" Helmer pointedly glanced at the chair in front of my desk, and I waved him an invitation to sit down. He started by saying, "Major, I can only imagine how difficult it must be to be in charge of a group of civilians, especially scientists. As a scientist myself, I know that we can sometimes be obsessed, stubborn, and oblivious to things that might be important." He paused, and when I didn't respond, he continued, "I'm here to offer my help." Before answering, I took a few moments to size Dr. Helmer up. He was definitely a cool customer. He wasn't fidgeting, and he was politely maintaining eye contact. He was a model friend that only wanted to help. "What specifically is it that you want to help with?" I asked. "You may not be aware of it, Major, but Dr. Spencer and I have been friends and colleagues for years. He is brilliant, but, and I say this as a friend, he can sometimes be rather self-absorbed and misguided. It might be best for everyone if you allowed me to take him under my wing, so to speak, and keep him out of trouble. Nothing formal, of course, just your blessing and trust to work closely with him. I have some projects that he could be extremely helpful on and would keep him busy." After a moment, I stood up and stuck my hand out. "Thank you for coming, Dr. Helmer. I'll take your offer under advisement, but for the moment I think we have the situation under control." It had been an incredibly busy day, and it didn't look like I was going to be getting my dinner anytime soon. I'd asked Captain Hiromi to track down her sister, Captain Kimiko, as well as Dr. Spencer, and invite them to my office for a talk. Dr. Spencer arrived first and seemed in a good mood. He started in on some friendly small talk, and I apologized for calling him into my office earlier only to be called away by Colonel Memphis. I was still reserving judgment about him, but he seemed a likable enough guy. I don't usually cotton to people that talk a lot, but he was so unpretentious that it worked for him. In our team meetings over the last 2 months, I'd noticed that he would sometimes appear to not be paying attention, but I'd never seen anyone catch him out on it. He never missed a beat and could jump in on the conversation at any point. According to his file, he was one of the brightest people on the entire team, but you would never know it. He wasn't an egghead at all. Captains Hiromi and Kimiko walked in together, and I asked them to close the door and take a seat. "Captain Kimiko, Dr. Spencer is not in your squad, but I think you need to be here. Dr. Spencer, I will also thank you for your time, and since Captain Hiromi is your Blue Squad leader, I wanted her here as well. I've asked for this powwow because of today's events. I need to understand exactly what happened and how it happened. A lot of people got embarrassed today, and a lot of people are looking to assign blame. Unless I know exactly how it all came about, I'm not going to be able to protect anyone, and even if you have or haven't done anything wrong, you're very likely going to need that protection. Hiromi, I could order you to give me a full report, but I'd rather hear it from all of you voluntarily. So, how about it? Will you brief me into your circle?" They all sort of glanced at each other, and then, interestingly enough, it was Dr. Spencer that spoke first. He tried to take responsibility by telling me that he'd heard about Dr. Bell's meeting with Jackie and managed to talk himself into an invitation. Kimiko pulled me aside later and set the record straight by telling me that she suggested Mark to Dr. Bell. After hearing the full version, I surprised him when I asked about his friendship with Dr. Helmer. His reaction told me everything I needed to know. When I point-blank asked Dr. Spencer about his motivation for pushing Jackie into her revelations, he admitted that showing up, Helmer was a plus, but insisted, truthfully I think, that the main reason was because it was interesting and we needed to know. The only part of their story that didn't fit was when I asked them how they'd arranged for the blogcast. Captain Kimiko, Captain Hiromi, and Dr. Spencer all denied point-blank that they even knew about it until it was already done. I dismissed the captains, but asked Dr. Spencer to stay for a moment. "Dr. Spencer, that was a gutsy move you made today. Had you thought it through, or were you just being reckless?" I asked. "I'm not totally sure how to answer that, Major. I didn't pre-plan the conversation, but I could sense the opening to push for answers as clearly as I can see the pictures on your wall. It just seemed self-evident that there was little downside. If Jackie got all bent out of shape, everyone could write me off as just a history professor. It's not like I'm on the diplomatic team or HQ staff. After thinking about it for a couple of seconds, I exhaled heavily and said, "Well, off the record, I'm telling you, good job. Someone needed to push those bastards off the fence so we could start making some real progress. But you need to know that you're now on everyone's radar. You're no longer just a history professor, so you're going to have to watch yourself. I'm not going to tell you to stay away from Jackie. She seems to have an affinity for you. But there may be others that do want to isolate you. Keep your nose clean and don't give them an excuse." Later that night, I found Ironjaw devouring a truly rare steak in an almost empty officer's mess. After grabbing a hamburger for myself, I sat down across from him. After a few bites, I started. "Another great day of serving our country." "Yes, it is," he sallied. "I don't really know any Air Force officers," I ventured. "I do," he said, "and almost all of them are fine men and women that I'd be proud to serve with." "I also don't really know anything about Memphis's background," I quipped. "Well," Mike drawled, "I've heard tell that a certain Eugene Memphis has spent a lot of time at the Pentagon. Seems like every time he gets a field command, he ends up right back in Brass Alley." We both knew that the good commanders tended to go from field command to field command. "Sounds like our friend has a patron. Has he ever had a combat command?" I asked. "Nope." Needless to say, this wasn't a comforting conversation. "Word is," Mike continued, "that in his last field command he held a live fire exercise and got several of his airmen killed." I stared at Mike. "And just how would you know this?" "Did I ever tell you," Mike said as he looked away, "that my kid sister married a man that lost his brother in the Air Force?" After a moment of thought, I said, "It must have taken someone that was pretty fed up with the diplomats to air that blogcast." Mike grunted and said, "Yeah, and they must have been hanging around the security offices at just the right moment. It's kind of crazy how things work out sometimes." Dr. Spencer wasn't the only member of the Blue Squad making headway. The very next day, Dr. Tony Andretti, Dr. Mom, uncovered a bombshell with her interview. Probably every scientist on the base, probably everybody on the base, watched the recording of her interview at least once. While it caused great excitement for the entire team, Captain Hiromi suggested I talk to Dr. Andretti. Though she was putting up a great front, her squad leader didn't think she was nearly as enthused. I caught up with her in the hallway just outside of the medical section. "Dr. Andretti, can I have a moment?" I asked. "Major, how many times have I asked you to call me Tony or Dr. Mom if you prefer? There are far too many titles running around this base for anyone to be impressed. Oh, and don't worry, I'll keep on addressing you as Major. I know how important that is to you military types," she said with a big, sincere smile. If this woman had ever offended anyone in her life, I'd be shocked. I leaned up against the hallway wall and started again. Tony, I just wanted to check in with you. You did a great thing yesterday, but a little birdie is telling me that you're not quite as satisfied as might be expected." "Oh, I'm just fine. We're all doing such important work here, and I'm sure all of us will have some disappointments along the way." "But that's just it," I said. "You made a great breakthrough and uncovered a major piece to our evolutionary puzzle. How can that be disappointing?" "Major, I'll be fine. You know my specialty is genetics. I guess I just had my hopes up that the Neridians could take me to the cutting edge of gene manipulation and genetic engineering. The knowledge they have in these areas must be incredible. Of course, it's a little disappointing to find out that the subject is taboo for them. They consciously won't educate us in this area until our civilization is more advanced." Yeah, this was out of my area of expertise, but I felt like I should have realized this. "I'm sorry, Tony. I didn't stop to think about it that way. Surely there's a lot of valuable work you can focus on, isn't there?" "Of course," she said, smiling brightly. "The Neridians have been eager to supply us with their own personal genetic samples, and have promised us unlimited samples from plants and animals once we reach their world. Evolutionary biology isn't my passion, but it falls well within my expertise. And there's going to be a lot of history that needs to be rewritten before all is said and done. Major, please, don't worry about me. You have far more important things to worry about than this. As you said, I have a tremendous amount of work and discovery ahead of me. And who knows, if I identify a new genus, maybe I can name it after you." I'd started the conversation by trying to make sure she was okay, and she ended it by making sure I was reassured. What a remarkable woman. Chapter 10. Summary. Noridian Interview Blogcast number 2243. Security Classification, Ultra Secret Black Diamond. Access Authorization, Broken Star Personnel Only. Operational Priority, Level 1. In attendance, for the Noridians, Denyet. For Earth Team, Dr. Tony Andretti, Genetic Engineering, Biochemistry. Subject tags: Chextigan, Evolutionary Interference, Origin, Genetics, Great Flood, Ancient Astronauts. Summary. There is another planet or group of aliens that had contact with Earth. They were called Chextigans and spent considerable time here about 200,000 years ago. Although they did not establish a true colony, they did establish a base of operations that was manned until just a few thousand years ago. Their primary purpose is unclear, but a consequence of their outpost colonization was genetic manipulation of the genus Homo erectus. This timeline roughly merges with the appearance of Homo sapiens. It is very possible that what we call modern man is a result of genetic engineering. The Noridians have explained that involuntary genetic engineering on a presentient or sentient species violates the mores, laws, superstitions, taboos of greater galactic society, and that any genetic engineering of a pre-spaceflight species is by definition involuntary. The Chextigan civilization went into decline, and the Earth outpost was abandoned over 4,500 years ago. The Noridians claim to be aware of these events only because they absorbed, conquered, rescued the Chextigan civilization when it collapsed, and took possession of its records and history. Only recently was there a need to explore the portion of those records that might pertain to Earth. Chapter 11. Dr. Mark Spencer. Word came down the next day that we were leaving, or more precisely, that we should prepare to leave. No one seemed to be sure how many days we had left before we boarded an Noridian spacecraft, only that we needed to be ready. Everyone was busy making sure the data we'd already collected was secure, and more importantly, accessible on our journey. The Noridians had been unusually vague on exactly how long the journey would take, something about hyperspatial quantum fluctuations, but nobody wanted to miss out on a chance to continue our studies and review interview video or summaries. Data storage wasn't a problem. We'd been provided with the highest technology Earth had to offer. I'd actually fallen asleep one evening during dinner listening to our Blue Squad's IT and CSE expert go on and on about the incredible versatility and memory density of our hardware, the networking computational capability of our software, and the amazing security of our encryption. Julie had nudged me in the ribs, hard. Apparently the CSE, computational science and engineering capabilities we were carrying with us, would allow us to computer model just about anything we wanted to build, to decide if it was worth building, or possibly reverse engineer things we didn't understand. All we needed was enough data. We had the computational ability by networking everything from the science team's specialized equipment to HQ's computer core, even to my smart glasses. Don't get me wrong, Dr. David Cook was a good guy. He just kind of lived in his own electronic world. He wasn't autistic or anything, but let's just say I probably wouldn't be trying to discuss the last Super Bowl with him. Unless they finally get around to installing those sensors in the ball, boundaries, and goal line, in which case he'd be the perfect guy to talk to. For a while. Even I had to admit, however, that the smart pads, communication devices, and smart glasses we were issued were incredibly cool, way beyond what was available on the open market. I hadn't spent much time in my lab. There were also a handful of other anthropologists and history professors on the Earth team. I think our official designation was B Company, which made me wonder whatever happened to A Company, but when I'd asked Major Reagan, he just stared at me. We all shared that one lab, but until recently, there really hadn't been much for us to do except read reports and watch interviews, and I could do that anywhere. I was walking past the chemical engineering section, or was it the material sciences lab, when I heard the raised voice of Dr. Tony Decker. This in and of itself wouldn't be anything unusual, but I caught Hiromi's reflection in the glass of the open door. I decided to pay attention in case Hiromi needed rescuing. Okay, who was I kidding? Hiromi could handle herself just fine, but I was curious, so I eavesdropped. I don't care how many are working. I've got 3 atomic absorption spectrometers that aren't working. These are important pieces of equipment, and it's your job to make sure I have them," roiled Decker. Hiromi's demeanor was always controlled, and she had a number of different voices she used depending on the situation. This was her calming voice. "Dr. Decker, I know you wanted one of these machines for everyone in the squad, but realistically everyone will be busy and will have their own collections and analysis to perform. You are mistaken about it being my job to procure your equipment, but I will do everything in my power to obtain replacements before we leave. Please make sure that the 4 that are working are packed and tagged. You need to contact security and let them know you have equipment ready to be moved to the loading bay." She turned and walked out into the hallway while Decker was still trying to say something to her retreating back. I didn't think she'd known I was there, but without missing a step, she walked by and said, "Come with me." I quickened my pace to keep up when she asked me, "Have you noticed how much equipment everyone is taking?" I really hadn't thought about it. Months ago, they'd asked us to list everything we wanted to take with us, and like all properly indoctrinated scientists that were used to working with government bureaucracies, I assume everyone else, had given them a complete wish list, knowing that they'd come back at us with orders to pare down for financial, weight, or storage capacity reasons. Come to think of it, they'd never come back to us. "Are you saying," I asked, "that everyone is being allowed to take everything they wished for?" "As far as I know, except for a few accidental circumstances like Dr. Decker's, yes," she said. "How big is the Neridian ship?" I wondered out loud. "Mark, HQ has decided that the Neridians must have built the new ship just to take us back. We believe that this could explain how patient they've been with our questions until now, when they're suddenly ready to leave." While I was mulling over how they could possibly build a ship without us noticing, she continued, "Had you noticed before they yesterday turned off our access to outside media that every program available to us was on a 2-hour delay?" she said as we continued walking. "The government didn't cut our feed because we're leaving. The rumor is that something happened they don't want us to know about. I've heard that several nuclear bombs were detonated." "Are you serious? Where? Why?" "The only thing I know is that word of us working with the Neridians somehow leaked. The bombs went off in the Middle East, or possibly in Europe or Asia close to the Middle East. Take care of everything you need to take care of, Mark. By this time tomorrow, we'll be in orbit." I asked the only immediate question I had left on my mind. "Are you going to get Decker his replacement equipment?" Hiromi just looked at me as she turned into a corridor that I didn't have clearance for. Chapter 12. Summary. Neridian Interview Blogcast, number 1879. Security Classification, Ultra Secret Black Diamond. Access Authorization, Broken Star Personnel Only. Operational Priority, Level 1. In attendance, for the Neridians, Pansat. For Earth Team, Dr. Hilbert Sullivan, MD, Contagious Diseases, Microbiology. Subject tags: Medical, Nanotechnology, Disease, Health. Summary. Dr. Herbert Sullivan began the interview by identifying 232 common Earth domestic diseases and attempting to correlate to known diseases the Neridian population might suffer from. There were mixed results. Lifestyle diseases such as type 2 diabetes, obesity, and cirrhosis, for example, are known but not experienced by Neridians. Likewise, genetic diseases such as sickle cell anemia, hemophilia, and Huntington's disease were either unknown or had not been experienced in millennia. From a disease standpoint, the main threat to the Neridian population came from infectious diseases. Some viral and bacterial infections that were domestic to Earth had their counterparts, but not all. Likewise, the Neridians assured us that there were a plethora of bacterial and viral infections that we had never been exposed to. Standard medical care, SMC for Neridian civilization, includes the use of medical nano. These are microscopic machines that can be injected into the bloodstream and programmed to do just about anything. They can absorb cholesterol, fatty acids, body fat, bacterium and viral invaders, and remove them via elimination. They can repair muscle, cartilage, bone, and to some extent organ damage. Medical nano are designed with a limited lifespan, therefore ongoing ingestion and programming is necessary. The Neridians claim nanotechnology has no direct benefit to geriatric medicine. It does not directly affect lifespan. The Neridians will not discuss nanotechnology in the context of genetic modification. Chapter 13. Mess Hall Number 3, the night before departure. "Wow, I've never seen this place so busy," said Julie. Anzio looked around and agreed. "I think, Julie, that this is not a night where people want to be alone. I think the whole mission must be here." "Dr. Sullivan!" Julie shouted. As Dr. Hilbert Sullivan was holding his tray looking around, Julie caught his attention and waved him over. "Dr. Sullivan, we'd love to have you join us at our squad table for dinner." "Great. Have you met Dr. Anzio Spallini? That's Doctors Cook and Decker already seated, and the rest will be joining us shortly. Grab a chair." Once they were seated, Julie started. "Dr. Sullivan, I reviewed your interview regarding the medical nanotech, and it sounds incredible." Dr. Sullivan said, "That nanotech is not just keeping them disease-free. They can actually program it for specific trauma treatment protocols." Dr. Decker responded, "That shouldn't be surprising. We've theorized for years that miniaturization would get to the point it could be used independently inside the body. The medical possibilities are endless. Science fiction writers have been talking about von Neumann machines for decades." "Von Neumann?" somebody asked. "Yeah, in the early part of the 20th century, a physicist named John von Neumann, he was from Hungary, I think, started talking about sending ships to other stars. The unique catch was that once the ship was there, besides sending information back to us, it would replicate itself into multiple ships and send them on to other stars, etc., etc." "Actually," Anzio interjected, "von Neumann, he was a rock star in the physics world. Among other major accomplishments, he worked on the Manhattan Project to create the atom bomb and came up with the acronym MAD, Mutually Assured Destruction. Because he was the first to seriously study self-replicating machines, he gave the idea popular credibility, and writers stamped his name on the concept after adding the spaceship element." Dr. Decker continued. "Anyway, if you really want to get crazy, start thinking what could happen if you combined that self-replicating technology with a miniaturization of nanotechnology. What could happen if you could manipulate matter on a cellular or molecular level? Want to build a house? Just open up a thumb-sized pill of nano, and 3 days later, assuming there's enough raw materials, presto, you can move in." "But then what happens to the nano?" Anzio asked. "You could program it to automatically turn itself off or march itself off to the recycling bin. The possibilities are endless." "Yes, and one possibility is an ultimate weapon," said Julie. "Of course, that's what all the technophiles are afraid of, but any tool can be misused. The other fear that they make horror movies about is the programming going wild where nobody can shut them off. Real doomsday stuff," said Dr. Decker. "Well," said Dr. Sullivan, "I don't think the Neridians are into anything like that. From what they told me, their nano doesn't replicate, and it only has a limited lifespan of a few days. So if you want ongoing benefit, you have to keep swallowing the pills." By now all of the scientists had taken a seat. "And even though they can obviously work at the cellular level, I don't know if they're small enough to work at the molecular level. That's a great follow-up because, if they can, it opens up the whole world of gene modification." Tony jumped into the conversation. "Fat chance of that. These people get all tense just discussing genetic evolution, let alone DNA modification. It's almost as if I practice black magic as far as they're concerned." "Would you pass the salt, please?" Dr. Spallini pointed. Julie said, "Every culture has its phobias, or at least I would think so, but that's more your area, Mark." Dr. Decker said, "Of course they do, but we're talking about an advanced society here." Dr. Sullivan added, "Well, I've noticed it too. They have some prohibition when it comes to genetic enhancement." "We're not advanced enough," said Dr. Mom. "Check out my interview on the subject. You can search it under the keyword origin. Unless a civilization has attained spaceflight and created viable off-planet colonies, they don't consider the society mature enough." "Tony, I think everyone's seen the recording of your interview," said Julie. "If these Chextigans really did violate law or custom by messing with our DNA, don't you think they'd be willing to make an exception and explain to us exactly how it happened?" "Of course, I tried that approach," replied Tony, "but they were inflexible." Dr. Decker said, "I think you're giving up too easily. Now trying to get one of the Ito twins to eat red meat, That's the definition of inflexibility.
You're just upset because Hiromi wouldn't have dinner with you, Tony quipped.
She wouldn't? Anzio asked. I mean, we all eat together anyway, don't we? Grinning and in a teasing voice, Julie explained to the table that Dr. Decker had invited Hiromi to a private dinner in his room. Anzio said, "Ah." A red-faced Dr. Decker exclaimed, "Oh, for God's sake, I'm inviting everyone to dinner. I think it's important we get to know each other on an individual basis." Several uh-huhs, mixed with laughter, were heard around the table. "Where is Captain Hiromi, anyway?" Anzio asked. In a teasing voice, Julie said, "You haven't invited me to dinner." Dr. Decker said, "That's because it would be pointless, unless of course you'd really like to." "No, thank you," Julie said quickly. "Anyway," Dr. Sullivan picked up, "there's definitely a proscription on talking about genetic enhancement." "Would anyone care if I were to eat the last chicken wing?" Anzio asked. "Go for it." Dr. Sullivan continued, "I mean, it just doesn't add up. These guys are opening up about their society in so many areas, yet they play dumb when it comes to DNA by design." Dr. Decker interrupted sarcastically. "Yes, and there was a second gunman on the grassy knoll, and the entire Obamacare episode was just a ruse so the federal government would have to step in and nationalize the healthcare system. Really, you're too smart to believe in conspiracies." Anzio said, "Mark, you're being quiet. What do you think?" Dr. Sullivan continued his back and forth with Dr. Decker. "We just had 300 people murdered by an alien civilization, and you think we should automatically trust the next group that comes along simply because they're more advanced than we are? I just think that's a little crazy." Mark finished a wing and interjected, "I don't think we should trust the Neridians. I think Obamacare was a ruse. I find the twins to be very flexible, and I think our own Dr. Mom did an incredible job getting the information out of the Neridians, because I think Dr. Sullivan is right. They're holding out on us. Also, are there any more wings?" Dr. Decker added pointedly, "I'll tell you what crazy is. It's making judgments on a people when their thinking is light years ahead of us." Julie said, "Anzio, are you okay?" "Did he just snort beer through his nose?" Tony asked. Dr. Sullivan asked Dr. Decker, "Are you serious? You think that just because their technology is ahead of ours, it makes them superior to us ethically and morally?" "Anzio, what's so funny?" "This is going nowhere. Mark my words." Dr. Decker was interrupted when everyone's attention was suddenly taken by the noise of the house speaker system turning on. General Nesbitt was standing at the front of the room and started talking into a handheld microphone. "Hello, everyone. I didn't plan on addressing you tonight, but since it looks like everyone is here, it might be a good time. I know there's been a lot of rumors and speculation going on, and it can be exhausting worrying about what's true and what isn't. Washington hasn't exactly authorized me to confirm anything or release any information, but I think this group represents the best and brightest our planet has to offer, and I want you to know as much as I do. First of all, there is no reason to think that any of your loved ones that you might be leaving behind aren't safe or won't be safe. It is true that the fact that we are in communication with the Neridians and the fact that we are preparing to send a team to their world has leaked. The world's population has mixed reactions to this news. There have been protests in many countries, but by far most of these protests have been peaceful and nonviolent. As I say, most of these protests have been peaceful, but not all. 2 days ago, what are suspected to be state-sponsored terrorists were interdicted trying to smuggle a nuclear bomb into the Israeli city of Haifa. Unfortunately, the bomb was detonated before it could be neutralized. 3 hours later, in response to what it considers an unprovoked act of war, Israel launched 2 nuclear missiles, one each at military bases in the Syrian cities of Damascus and As-Suwaida. For the handful of our team members that live or have immediate family in that part of the world, please rest assured that our State Department has already confirmed that your families are safe and unharmed. If any of you that don't live in those areas have solid reason to believe that family members could have been traveling in those areas, you are authorized to file a safety verification report on your SmartPad, and we will do everything possible to confirm their safety before our departure tomorrow. It is the government's belief that this situation will not escalate, although I'd be lying if I said that things aren't still volatile. There's a rumor that our sudden departure is because the Neridians didn't want to stick around and get caught up in a nuclear war. I can personally confirm to you that this is not the case.
I was informed a full 36 hours before our mission leaked that the Neridian ship was ready to receive us and to prepare for departure. Our government has asked us to accelerate that departure by a few days in the hopes that our leaving might lower tensions. We all owe a big thanks to the head of our diplomatic mission, Ambassador Quentin Rutledge. Ambassador Rutledge was able to get the commitment from our government that in the unlikely event that hostilities do escalate to other regions, all Earthbound family members of this mission will be moved to safety on a priority basis. I'm guessing he probably had to twist some arms to get a concession like that, but I think it's important that we can focus on our mission without having to be overly concerned about those we leave behind. And this brings me to the important part of this impromptu discussion: focus. I don't have to remind you how important this mission is. To say that it's historic would be an understatement. Mankind is at a nexus. We can find a way to be respected, to contribute, and to bring something unique to the galactic table, or we can settle into second-class existence and possibly lose control of our own destiny. We need to understand the situation better. Every single member of this mission is not only important for your ability to understand what they show us, but also as a set of eyes and ears that can gather information and help us understand what they don't show us, what they might need, what they might hide. Remember, as awe-inspiring as their advanced technology is, every culture has its ugly side. Yes, we want to make friends, but as they say in the real world, this is business. I know that all of you will find a way to put personal fears and professional differences behind you. I believe that each and every one of you will perform at your very best and place the mission success as your first priority. I believe that when our grandkids one day learn about us in grade school, they'll be proud of us.
Chapter 14. Summary. Neridian Interview Blogcast number 647. Security Classification, Ultra Secret Black Diamond. Access Authorization, Broken Star Personnel Only. Operational Priority, Level 1. In attendance, for the Neridians, Hemyet. For Earth Team, Dr. Steve Smith, Ph.D., Information Technology, Programming Specialist. Subject tags: Implant, Database, Data Retrieval, Internet, Network, LAN. Summary. Dr. Smith accurately guessed that the Neridians are constantly linked to their own local area network, LAN. The physical range of the LAN is not known. This network functions on a frequency or type of carrier that is unknown and currently undetectable by us. They each access this network via bioware, nanotechnologically grown augmentation in the brain and surrounding the optical nerve. It is unclear if the bioware is organic, inorganic, or a combination of both. Apparently the same or similar augmentation is prevalent in all advanced galactic cultures. The software interface is via thought process and can convey coherent language as well as high-resolution images. In effect, the Neridians can silently communicate with each other and record or share real-time images. This technology allows the Neridians to literally control their machinery via thought control. According to Hemyet, their ship contains several processing nodes for the LAN. The most startling revelation, however, has to do with the data storage. According to Hemyet, their processing nodes have real-time access to quantum data stores that could be physically located anywhere in the galaxy. Chapter 15. Dr. Mark Spencer. I pulled out some chicken wings that I'd commandeered before we'd left the mess hall and passed some of them to Anzio. "Anzio, I just realized what's been bugging me," I proclaimed as I sat at my desk and absent-mindedly chewed a wing. We had left Julie to finish her conversation with Dr. Sullivan and had walked back to my room. I wasn't sure if General Nesbitt's speech lightened the mood or made it heavier. People seemed a little less frantic, but more self-absorbed and churlish. "Does it have anything to do with an alien species that I cannot bring myself to trust?" quipped Anzio. "It's the music. When Dr. Bell and I went to Jackie's apartment, or VIP quarters, or whatever they're calling it, there was music playing in the background until we sat down." "Yes? Well, we all have the ability to make playlists and pipe music into our rooms, so does it really surprise you that the VIP quarters can also?" "No, Anzio, that's just it," I said. "Neither Jackie or Zeke turned anything off, at least not mechanically. They had to be controlling it through their BioWare. It was their equipment. "Mark, I know it has been a long day, and we are tired, but my friend, you are not making any sense," Anzio said as he plopped down at his usual spot at the foot of my bed. "So what if they had their own equipment? For all we know, she could have a 10,000-watt amplifier and speaker system in her left earring, if she wore earrings, and we'd never know it. Does it really make any difference?" "I don't know if it makes any difference or not, Anzio, but what bugs me is not how she was playing it, it's what she was playing. It was the Beatles." "The Beatles?" "Yeah, the Beatles." "Well, I suppose if they've been monitoring our culture, it's not unusual that they'd find some music they liked," said Julie. We were at breakfast the next morning with Julie and Dr. Mom when Anzio described my preoccupation with what must surely be an unimportant detail. Anzio responded, "More like monitoring our elevators." "No, that's the thing," I interjected. "It wasn't an elevator remake without lyrics. This was the original stuff. I recognized Paul McCartney's voice." Earth to Mark," called Julie. "I think even an addle-brained history professor like you could realize that we have more important things to think about than their taste in music." Dr. Mom laughed and gently chided Julie by singing, "Oh, Julie, let him be, let him be, let him be. Whisper words of wisdom." By now the whole table had joined in. "Let him be, let him be." Dr. Decker had been about to sit down, but without a break in his step had veered away from the table, which of course only led to more laughter. Maybe it was all of the tension we were under, but the laughter was a needed relief. "Well, it's good to see that some of us are having fun," Major Reagan said. "Major Reagan, please sit down," at least two of us said at the same time. He didn't have a tray, and since I was getting ready to grab a second carton of orange juice from the buffet line, I asked him if he needed anything. "No thanks, Dr. Spencer, and actually I just came over to speak to you. It's going to be all over the base soon, so I don't see any reason to keep it private from your table mates." I paused halfway in the act of getting up and sat back down. The military mindset was hard for me to relate to, but Major Reagan was a really decent sort, and this sounded important enough to delay the seconds on OJ. Besides, Romy had just sat down with her tray, and I absent-mindedly reached over and grabbed hers. Probably not a smart thing to do to someone that could rip out your heart with her little finger, but I was fortunate that she had developed a tolerance for me, which kept her lethality at bay. "I thought that you and Dr. Bell were told to stay away from Jackie and that further interviews with her would be conducted by the diplomatic group and Ambassador Rutledge, but as it turns out, Jackie has requested you by name. This might be a great opportunity for the mission, and Jackie appears to trust you, but I've got to let you know that it's not scoring you any points with the command staff." "Way to go, Mark," and "Good job, Mark," came from Anzio and Dr. Mom. "Anyway, this evening after we're boarded and squared away, you're to meet with Ambassador Rutledge and his people to let them brief you on what questions to ask. Then tomorrow you'll interview Jackie again. Oh, and Mark, for whatever it's worth, I trust your instincts on handling Jackie, but with the dips, play nice." Chapter 16. Major Matthew Reagan, U.S. Army. I never saw the outside of the Noridian ship, at least not so well that I could describe it. We were given embarkation orders that had us boarding by platoon, so my 4 squads along with my staff gathered in the warehouse structure at the top of the elevators, boarded a bus and took a short ride into the belly of something. My 4 squads and staff were each escorted to one of the 5 elevators that were spaced equidistant around the circular bay. I thought there was a problem at first because there was no sense of motion, but when the doors opened, my staff and I walked into a different room. It was roughly circular with 12-foot walls and a slightly domed ceiling. The floors and walls were seamless, and I have no idea what they were made of. All of the doors would slide open and closed in the blink of an eye and without the slightest sound. The center of the room was a sunken living area given over to tables, chairs, and couches, while the outside walls were taken up with a circular walkway and doors, hallways or view screens, that were currently showing empty desert. One door was for the elevator we had just exited from, and another 2 revealed office and briefing accommodations. The other 5 were each marked with the names of myself and my staff, and revealed spacious personal living quarters complete with small dining and sunken living areas, video screen, shower,
and a larger-than-expected lavatory, as well as small walk-in closet that held the equipment we had labeled immediate access. We later learned that the rest of our equipment was stored on the floor below us. This was much different than any of us had anticipated. I was used to thinking of shipboard accommodations as cramped, with priority given over to saving space and weight. This was more luxurious by far than our base, and was at least on the level with a very expensive apartment or penthouse. There were 5 hallways also placed equidistant around the perimeter of the central area. 4 of them led to each one of my squads that each had a smaller but identical design, spacious living quarter surrounding a smaller central area, or hub, and the 5th which led to the much larger hub of the Earth Team HQ. It too followed the same design with living quarters and workrooms surrounding a common area, and had hallways that led to each of the 3 other platoons. The Neridian that was escorting us, I don't remember her name, pulled the other 4 members of my staff together in my living quarters and started demonstrating the amenities. Food preparation was as simple as verbally commanding the video screen to bring up a menu and speaking her selection. After a few minutes, a tray would be ready inside the console adjoining the dining table. She actually apologized for the crudeness of the systems, explaining that Neridians use their BioWare to control equipment and that they had dumbed down our environment to respond to hand gestures and verbal commands. It got interesting when the group moved to the lavatory. Although water was available in the sink basin, the shower was waterless. When I declined what I thought to be her joking invitation to be the model for the shower demonstration, our hostess immediately and without modesty removed what turned out to be her only piece of clothing and stepped into the open-air alcove. With legs and arms held slightly apart, she gave a verbal command, and while bathed in bright light, her breasts were slightly lifted and every hair in her head momentarily stood straight out. In a few seconds, the light went out and she stepped out of the shower and started explaining that this device would not only clean the body, but could apply oils, moisturizer, various types of skin protection, including ultraviolet, and varying degrees of melanin stimulation, tanning. If we were fitted with BioWare, she explained, it would also monitor our health. All 4 of my HQ staff are male, and Neridian women all seem to have long legs, incredible bodies, and pretty faces. If she noticed any discomfort on our part, she didn't show it, as she stepped over to what had to be a massage table. Lying face down, we witnessed her skin being pressed and massaged by seemingly invisible fingers. I think she was explaining something about force field manipulation, but I don't think any of us were really very focused by that point. When we returned to the common area, all the view screen showed stars. We'd left the planet without even knowing it. I don't think I'd fully realized until right then just how advanced the Neridian culture truly was. We were Neanderthals compared to them. Here we were leaving our homes and families behind on a world where modern cities were melting in nuclear fire. Would we ever see our homes again? Would we even have a choice? We were being carried farther away than any of us had ever gone before, and without the good graces of our friends, enemies, gods, we had no hope of finding our way back. We couldn't take control of the situation. We hadn't even been allowed to bring our sticks and slingshots with us. It was overwhelming. It was almost too much. Once our Neridian hostess had left us to settle in, I realized that there was a terrible feeling bubbling just below the surface of my consciousness. It took me a few moments to place it, but I finally realized it was a bone-deep fear. I wasn't in any way, shape, or form even remotely in control of my destiny, and that thought scared the shit out of me. I was suddenly very cold, and only in my innermost thoughts would I ever admit that panic was a tempting mistress. I later learned it was called culture shock, and I had never in my life experienced feelings like that. I really think the thing that pulled me through was the realization that if I was having this much trouble, with all the training I'd had, my team might need me now more than ever. I made the rounds until late in the evening. I talked to everyone in my platoon that would talk. Some, including a surprising number of my hardened military specialists, were taking it hard. They'd get over it, but I'm glad I'd made it a point to check in with them. Others were less affected. The Ito twins were inscrutable, and Dr. Mom was her normal, cheery self and seemed an unvoiced ally in my attempts to make everyone feel secure. Most of the scientists fell somewhere in the middle of the 2 extremes, and I finally got a glimpse, perhaps, of why General Nesbitt thought so highly of my second-in-command, Captain Antonio Silva. With a slight build and a skinny frame, he'd never be mistaken for one of my special forces,
But that night he put his team first and was making the rounds without any instruction from me. The person that surprised me the most, though, was Dr. Julie Shine. Chapter 17. Dr. Julie Shine. Julie had taken a seat in the common living area, or hub of their squad, and laid her head back. It was still early evening, and she was so tired. All she wanted to do was sleep, but how could anyone sleep with everything that was going on? They were in space. What a weird, long, incredible day. Their shipboard accommodations were unreal, and the look on Anzio's face when Susie, their Neridian escort, had demonstrated the shower, it was priceless. Of course, Mark had been wearing a silly grin ever since. It was ironic that out of a group of scientists, it was Captain Hiromi who had asked all the questions. For a moment, Julie seriously wondered if she'd been drugged. It wasn't normal for her to be fatigued like this, and then she started noticing the other people around her. Dr. Tony Decker was sitting on another sofa-like chair, leaning forward with his head in his hands, massaging his temples. On the outer edge of the area, close to one of the hallways, the Ito sisters stood quietly conferring with each other. Kimiko's arm was on the shoulder of a third woman from her blue squad, Jenny, and it was obvious that the scientist had been crying. Across the squad hub, you could stare straight into the conference room. Apparently the wall could be made transparent, and see Anzio leaning back in a chair with his eyes closed. The only way you'd know he wasn't asleep was the slow movement of the chair swiveling from side to side. "How are you feeling, Julie?" The voice of Dr. Mom interrupted her thoughts. "Tony, I didn't hear you sit down. I'm just a little tired. Why do you ask?" "Oh, I'm just thinking, with all the stress everyone's been under, that it's amazing there isn't more anxiety or depression to deal with. My husband died of a stroke, and everyone was convinced it was because of stress. And while I'm sure the Neridians didn't mean to do it right at the point when everyone is most stressed about leaving home and what we might find, they bring us into this magical environment. I feel kind of like an ant in the food court of a tap dance studio," said smiling Dr. Mom. "That's actually a great analogy," Julie responded thoughtfully. "Tell me, Julie, as a psychiatrist, if the pressure were to start getting the better of me, what symptoms should I look out for?" "Well, it depends. An anxiety response wouldn't be unusual. In our situation, it wouldn't surprise me if people didn't start going into a mild form of shock." Julie's voice trailed off. "And what would the symptoms of shock be?" Tony prodded. "Oh, feeling cold, feeling despondent, feeling sleepy." After a moment, Julie looked up and said, "Thank you, Tony. Thanks for putting me back on track, but I'm the psychiatrist, and it's time I started doing my job." With a determined look on her face, Julie looked around the room again. "How about you? Are you okay? And where's Mark and Dr. Cook?" "I'm fine, dear. I'm going to hang around here and talk to anyone that's lonely. I'm pretty sure that David is in his cabin, and he looked like he was doing fine, but I'll check in on him. We might want to touch base with Dr. Sullivan at Mission HQ, and you might even want to stick your head in on Ambassador Rutledge. Mark was supposed to brief with him this evening." Julie smiled, patted Tony on the hand as she got up, and started walking to the hallway that was marked 3rd Platoon. She'd quickly touch base with Major Reagan and then move on to the Mission HQ. As crazy as a certain history professor was, there would be no telling what kind of trouble he could be getting into. The platoon hub was empty, so she checked the schematic that was drawn, marked, painted on the wall, just inside each hallway, and continued to the HQ hub. There was something acoustically weird about the hallways because even without doors, they remained quiet. And that was quite a trick, considering the three-way argument she walked into. The HQ hub was huge and could probably accommodate the entire Earth team. Right now there might have been 30 or 40 people sitting, standing, or wandering around, including these 3 idiots trying to outshout each other. After spending 10 minutes with them, she still didn't know what they were arguing about, but she had managed to remind them that they were distinguished professors, and this was a high-pressure, emotionally charged situation that needed their leadership. She could see Ambassador Rutledge and Mark in one of the conference rooms. The HQ hub had several, and they looked fine, so she started casual conversations with any individual or group she ran across. She suspected that there was a mild form of mass hysteria at work here. Most people were fine, but not quite all right. Many were understandably a little anxious, and a number had fixated on the smallest of details. For example, a geologist couldn't quit thinking about the fact that all the elevators only had 2 buttons, That was significant, he explained, because we knew there were at least 3 floors: the garage level we'd entered on, the level we were currently on, and the level right below us where our equipment was stored. And presumably the Neridians had some levels of their own. We could go back and forth between the garage and here. That was it. Another scientist was perplexed at the design of the ship. Had anyone else noticed, she wondered, that there were exactly the right amount of living quarters for our team, that the ship was sectioned off and labeled exactly to our hierarchy of HQ, platoons, and squads. Others were concerned with the ship's interior lighting. You couldn't tell where it was coming from, and the seamless construction of the walls, floor, furniture, and view screens. Even though the sofas had a different color and texture from the floors, there were no seams. Like the view screens, the glass walls of the conference rooms had no frame. One section was a pleasant beige wall, and the next was perfectly clear, even if they felt the same. It didn't take Julie long to realize that what was missing was leadership. She eventually found the neatly labeled door to General Nesbitt's quarters, and surprisingly, the door opened, but no one was there. When she arrived at Colonel Memphis's quarters, the door didn't immediately open, and Julie was just trying to find a button or bell. When it did open, it revealed Dr. Derek Helmer, with one arm held high against the wall and the other on his hip. From an overly relaxed pose, he said, "Well, hello. Did you know," he continued, "that the doors turn transparent from the inside when someone is waiting outside? You looked pretty cute when you were trying to find a way to get in." Ignoring the comment, Julie said, "I'm looking for General Nesbitt. Is he here?" "Nope, just Memphis." She pushed past Helmer and walked into the quarters. Colonel Memphis was in the sunken living area, leaning forward from his seat on the edge of the sofa, focused on the view screen that was displaying something technical. A couple of now empty food trays were on the coffee table in front of him. Julie actually had to address him twice before he realized she was there. "Colonel Memphis, where's General Nesbitt?" she asked. "He went with one of the Neridians when we first came on board, and I haven't seen him since," he responded. "Why?" "Because we need some leadership right now." Julie went on to explain that people needed to be focused and given something to do, that this was a big change and that they needed to feel confident. "It sounds like your scientists need a babysitter," Memphis dismissively said to Helmer. "Actually, Eugene, I think Dr. Shine is right. Why don't we call the group together and give them a pep talk?" Colonel Memphis shrugged his shoulders and said, "Sure." He then immediately returned his attention to the screen. You could tell, Julie thought to herself, which platoon leaders had been paying attention to their people by the way they entered the HQ hub. They'd had to send runners out with orders to gather everyone together in 15 minutes. Major Reagan had arrived first with most of 3rd Platoon in tow. The Marine major that had the diplomatic platoon came next, with at least half of his team, and the other 2 platoons kind of wandered in on their own. Except for the wide walkway around the edge that bordered the doors and hallways, the main floors of the hubs were sunken a step down. There was a simple but elegant rail that ran around the inside of the walkway at about waist height, except where it broke to allow people to step down to the main floor. Julie had waited against the rail opposite Memphis's door as everyone assembled. After about 20 minutes, Memphis and Helmer walked out of the room and over to the railing beside Julie. She hadn't realized it, but the raised walkway and railing made a perfect speaking position. Colonel Memphis started. "I want to thank everyone for taking time away from your busy schedule to be here." When no one laughed, he continued. "I know that most of you don't have the self-discipline that the military demands, but we have a mission to perform, and you people had better get your act together. A fellow scientist of yours, Dr. Shine, has asked to speak to you, so if it's not a rousing speech, blame her." With that, he turned and walked back into his room. A stunned Julie tried to protest Nesbitt's retreating back, but Helmer stepped in clearly intending to take over, except someone in a loud, calm voice overrode him. "Hey, she's a psychiatrist. Let her tell us what's happening." Other voices joined the clamor, so Julie looked over the crowd and spoke her mind. "I'm not ashamed to say that I'm scared," she started. "It's okay if you are too. Our governments have placed a tremendous amount of responsibility on our shoulders, and that means we're all under a tremendous amount of pressure. I know," she continued in a somewhat shaky voice, "that this isn't easy. I understand that it would be easy to get overwhelmed or to feel that our whole culture is insignificant. That's a terrible feeling, but I know better, and so do you. We may not be as advanced as anyone we'll meet, but we've made it this far, and we'll keep going. I don't always know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but our whole history is full of stubborn people that didn't give up. It's part of who and what we are. A history professor friend of mine educated me a while back on what culture shock is. I could intellectually understand what he was talking about, but I didn't really get it until tonight. I believe this is what we're all experiencing, and I'm asking each of you to rise above it. I believe that we'll be okay, and that our people will have a great future, and you need to believe that too. So here's what I'm asking of you. Do whatever you need to do tonight. Hold hands, pray, talk out your fears with each other, but come morning we are the professional representatives of our race. No exceptions, no excuses. We will finish our mission and represent ourselves in a way that God Himself would respect. Thank you.
Well, it was a pretty short speech, Mark said. The three of them were back in Mark's room, and Julie was still feeling buoyed by Hiromi's thumbs up from a few minutes before.
Yes, Anzio replied, but it held gravity.
You mean gravitas, said Mark as he stood up and gave a theatrical stretch.
And I would agree with that, he continued, except I think the timbre and tone could have been oomph. Julie was personally pleased to discover that from a lotus position in the left chair of Mark's sunken living area, she could perfectly connect her foot with his buttocks as he stood there proselytizing. What was even more impressive was that in the few milliseconds it took for him to look around, she was already back in that same lotus position, doing a great job of stifling a grin and looking innocent.
Ah, then again it may have been just right, he finished. It was the end of a long and incredibly strange day. Julie wasn't sure what tomorrow held, but for now she was sure that she was where she belonged, and in a very weird sort of way felt like she was home. She left Mark's shipboard apartment immediately after Anzio, strolled through a deserted squad hub, and found her apartment and bed while smiling with the knowledge that it was Mark's voice from the crowd that had called for her to speak. Chapter 18. Dr. Mark Spencer. By the next morning, people's routines were, for the most part, back to normal, if anything could be said to be normal about being aboard an alien spacecraft heading God knows where. I caught Major Reagan early, and we shared breakfast in his quarters, which gave me a chance to discuss my time with Ambassador Rutledge from the night before, as well as my upcoming session with Jackie. The ambassador is frustrated not to be a part of the discussion. He wants me to make a case for him, I said between bites. I was learning a comfort level around the Major. He didn't seem to have any hidden agendas or an out-of-control ego. He was a good listener and tended to give thoughtful advice. He was much closer to my version of a leader than Memphis would ever be.
Well, I think that's understandable, Major Reagan replied.
It's not that I don't want him to be involved, I continued the thought. It's just that I don't really want to be cut out of it. I think for whatever reason I have some insight into the way that Jackie thinks.
Major Reagan thought for a moment and then said, Dr. Spencer, I don't have any authority to decide these things, and I suspect very little influence, but it seems to me that your instincts have proven true so far. If I were you, I think I'd just go for it. Even if you get Rutledge's group involved in the process, I don't think that excludes your participation. I think Jackie will talk to who she wants to talk to, when she wants to talk to them, and so far you're the only one that seems to have any influence over that. It wasn't that I needed the reassurance, but it did feel good to hear those words from someone I respected. I mean, it's not like the future of mankind was riding on our actions or anything. I'll make Rutledge's pitch for him, and he gave me 63 other questions that he desperately needs answers to. But I think I'm going to have to go to where the conversation takes me. Come to think of it, do you have any requests?
Actually, Dr. Spencer, I do. Our communications gear doesn't work inside this ship. I'd like the Neridians to manufacture some earpieces we could use so I don't have to keep sending a runner every time I need to talk to someone.
I can't imagine that would be a problem for them. I'll bring it up.
After a couple of seconds, I added,
Of course, with their system, there may be no security.
The Major looked straight at me and said,
Mark, do you really think anything we say or do on this ship is secure?
That's the group Kansas, I said as I took a seat in Jackie's quarters. Dust in the Wind is one of my favorites.
I was hoping to make you feel comfortable. I thought a little background music might be appropriate, she replied.
I appreciate the consideration, but if you really want to enjoy rock and roll, you don't play it at background level. You jam to it.
I could swear she was hiding a grin when she said to me, "You'll have to show me how to jam sometime."
Who'd have thought? I said out loud. A retro alien. You know, they say rock and roll was the downfall of the Soviet Union.
The Soviet... introducing liberal ideas into a totalitarian culture. Forgive me for saying so, but sometimes the quaintness of your culture still surprises me, Jackie responded.
By quaintness you mean primitiveness, I said, while giving her my best smile. I decided to keep this session as friendly as possible and hopefully make everyone proud of me. Ambassador Rutledge and I had also agreed that it would be interesting to subtly explore her depth of knowledge on us. From her hesitation, however, it sure seemed as if she just learned of the Soviet Union from some hidden database. Interesting. Jackie returned the smile and said,
"Mark, I know it's important to you, so please be aware that the recording of this session is starting. So we now have an audience," she said brightly. She continued, "I think we have a lot to talk about today, but before we get back to our previous topic, are there any other shorter questions I could answer for you?"
Good. My master strategy was working. It seems that Jackie had decided to play nice today, too. Actually, yes. Would it be possible for you to make some sort of communication earpieces for each of our team? Ours don't seem to work in your ship.
Consider it done. Anything else?
Jackie, what is your title? I'm assuming you're the head of the Neridian mission, so how does the hierarchy work? Are you part of a military service? A diplomatic corps? At this point, I know that Neridia may or may not have what we would call a government, but there has to be some organization.
We were sitting in a slightly different version of the sunken living area each of us had in our quarters, and at this point Jackie leaned back in her sofa and gave what I was starting to regard as her signature move, crossing those distractingly long legs of hers. Did I mention she was wearing another form-fitting short dress? "I don't have a title, Mark. In our society, titles don't designate rank. They're honorary and given from respect," she responded. "This is probably a good segue," she continued, "to pick up where we left off. We've talked about how on your world, government's practical purpose has been to control resource distribution for the ultimate benefit of the redistributors. There are undoubtedly many who might argue this, but according to our research, and quite frankly our experience with many other worlds that developed similar to yours, it is true. Even the founding fathers of your own United States wrote a constitution that for the first time in your world's history didn't empower government but restricted it. They feared government and wanted to keep it as small, localized, and weak as possible." As a history professor, Jackie was stating truths that I knew well. Although there was certainly debate, the founding fathers of the United States were generally among the opinion that government was inherently evil, and that men couldn't be free unless they were protected from it. In other words, they felt that government, by the nature of man, would always be a growing, power-hungry monstrosity that would constantly need pruning. These same founding fathers wouldn't recognize our modern world, where we teach our school children that government is our friend. I didn't know if she was saying these things for my benefit or those that would be listening in, but I nodded for her to continue. "We need to remember that the only reason for any group to want to control resources is because they have value, and value comes from scarcity. For example, gold is a mineral that is found rarely on Earth because it is only naturally formed in the heart of stars and expelled across the galaxy when they go nova. Gold is not native to Earth, therefore rare, and therefore carries a high value. But what if everyone had the ability in their own bathtub to chemically turn dirt into gold? No catches and no real expertise or rare chemical needed, just the desire to do so. For a while," she continued, "everyone would go crazy making gold. It wouldn't just be jewelry. People would plate their furniture and cars in gold, until one day it would stop being special. No one would admire your gold, and they certainly would not pay you anything for your gold. They could just make their own. So from an economic standpoint, something only has intrinsic value to someone if it is relatively hard for them to attain."
"Jackie," I interjected, "I'm a historian, not an economist, but even if it was abundant, I would think gold would still be valuable.
We use it in all kinds of industrial processes.
Mark, you're confusing importance with value. Just because something doesn't have any intrinsic value doesn't mean it's not important. Gold will always be important because of its conductive and manufacturing qualities. To have intrinsic value, however, it must be important and scarce. Now let us take this a step further. What if all matter could be manipulated on the subatomic level? What if it was relatively easy to make not only gold, but just about any element or molecule? The raw materials for just about anything you use or need, from car parts, highway cement, clothing fibers, electronic equipment, food, or medicine, would be abundant and available to everyone. The same would apply to energy. It would be possible to make energy fuel sources such as petroleum, coal, or uranium-235. But why bother when you can extract an abundance of energy from nothing? It can actually be extracted from the space or vacuum between the molecules of the world around us. If everyone had access to zero-point energy, why would anyone need to buy it?
I had no idea how to respond to that. She was describing a world so far ahead of us that I'd never even contemplated it. What would we use money for? What would we use money for? I asked. She paused and then continued as if on a new subject.
The energy and raw materials to make the things we need and want would be important but have no intrinsic value. What might hold more value would be the knowledge of how to use those raw materials to make the things you want. For example, you can have a 3D printer capable of making anything, and let's say that printer was easy to operate and program, but if you don't know the specifications of what you're trying to make...
So in your society, I said, money is used to purchase knowledge?
Yes, but you need to remember the difference between money and currency. Money is the value of something, typically your time or knowledge, but money can't be held or touched. Currency is the physical placeholder we use to represent money.
Shaking her head, she said,
When raw materials are scarce, currency is a good medium of exchange. This is because the value of a raw material changes relatively slowly. The value of a certain piece of knowledge, however, can change dramatically and very quickly depending upon who has access to it. Compared to that, currency is very inflexible. So currency is a poor medium of exchange for knowledge. Think about this. New knowledge is a one-time consumable product. Most often, the true worth of a piece of knowledge is not known until long after it has been made available, and we see what people have been able to do with it. So how do you set a price on the initial sharing of that knowledge? While only you have that newly discovered or otherwise rare knowledge, it is very scarce, and we can only guess at how important it might become to others. However, once that rare knowledge is shared, it becomes available to all, and therefore isn't scarce and has little value, even if it might be the greatest breakthrough known to man. Several of us have enjoyed studying your music industry, and for years now it has been encountering the same issues. Music is simply a specific type of information or knowledge. With the advent of digital music, all access restrictions to a performer's creation were effectively removed. Artists are struggling to be reimbursed for their creativity because most people can access their music for free. Even the most famous of artists make their wealth from their live performances or promotions, not the creation with the real value, the music itself. The price you pay for knowledge, which includes information such as music, should be dynamic. In other words, if the knowledge benefits many people, even over time, the price should grow, and if it benefits few, it should shrink. Also, if it turns out to be incorrect or harmful, it should subtract or have a negative value.
I was incredibly intrigued by what she was saying, but if this was some elaborate sales pitch or negotiation, I instinctually knew this would be the time to let her think her fish had slipped the hook. Jackie, are you trying to tell me that your society uses some magical form of super currency that we're going to have to buy from you to fit into galactic culture? Because I've got to tell you, I come from a whole planet of entrepreneurs, and they're not an easy sell. Ignoring me completely, she continued.
What Earth societies have traditionally used for money or currency will not fulfill these requirements, but respect will. Respect for knowledge, or more specifically, the specialized application of knowledge is the money of the future.
Damn, she had me back on the hook.
For example, let us say I want to build a bicycle. I have plenty of raw materials and energy, and I have a 3D printer that is capable of printing all the parts as well as access to online databases that can tell me how to assemble it.
What I do not have is someone that can ask me the questions I did not even know to ask, determine what I want to use the bicycle for, and recommend the tire size, gear ratio, frame composition, size, and style pattern that will best fit my needs. I could probably look up those entire datum and eventually come up with the right answers, most of the time, but the specialized expertise of someone that can do that for me quickly and easily is valuable to me, and I pay them with my respect, a respect that grows every time I ride my bike. You already have something similar happening on your internet. If you read a great book, see a good movie, or eat at a nice restaurant, you can go online and write a review or indicate that you like it. Likewise, if your experience was bad, you can leave a bad review. Are we talking about giving respect to individuals or businesses? I asked. Do you want every person on Earth to have a website where people review or rate their performance? Mark, it is not so far-fetched. Granted, it is very primitive, but you already have what you call social media. Some of those sites specialize in professional profiles, and some are personal profiles. Most businesses on your planet check out a person's professional profile before hiring them because they want to see what kind of references and recommendations they carry. They then check out the personal profiles to screen out the immoral, unethical, or just plain stupid candidates. Earth is a long way from having the advanced information systems that we use, but you have already started down that long path of societal evolution. This was a lot to absorb, but I felt like I was keeping up. So how would an economy based on respect work? I asked. Let us say I am a bicycle specialist, and I am in demand because I am good at it. I can only make and or design so many bicycles at a time, and maybe I have decided that I want to devote 3 days a week to it. So how do I decide who to help with bicycles and who to turn down? I would look at their reputations. If one of my requests comes from a highly respected home builder, for example, I would probably give him or her priority. Why? Because I might want him or her to build me a home someday, or more likely I would want their recommendation because it would carry more weight than a lot of others. That doesn't sound very fair, I said. In your existing social media, professional websites are set up to highlight the recommendation of the CEO of a well-known company, for example, because it is more impressive than the recommendation of your brother who is jobless. Is that fair or unfair? If I have earned the respect of a good man, is it fair for you to prevent others from knowing it? Is that not kind of like stealing from me? The real problem with understanding this concept of respect as money is that your controllers have indoctrinated your society to think that the word fair means equal. It does not. In all advanced languages, it means equitable, which is very different. Besides, who should decide if something is fair or not? Fairness is subjective. Do you really want to give that type of power over your lives to a small group of people again? So let us address your real concerns. What happens if my reputation is not good enough for the bicycle maker I want? Well, first of all, this might be great incentive to improve my work and service to others, so I do not run into these issues in the future. But for now, there are 4 options. 1. I can wait as long as it takes for the bicycle maker I want to fit me in. 2. I can find a bicycle maker that is not in such high demand. 3. I can research the issue and do it myself. Or 4. I could decide that I do not really need a bicycle anyway. After all, there is no sense in wasting resources if I do not really want it that badly to begin with. No matter how powerful I might be in my society, I can never deny anyone anything except my own personal labor or expertise that I have earned by my own experience or hard work, and I would suggest that this is the ultimate fairness. This led to an interesting thought. Jackie, on our world, our courts have found it necessary to require restaurants, for example, to not discriminate in who they serve. This prevents bigotry and discrimination. I think if we tried to implement your philosophies, our society might tear itself apart. You mean, she responded, that government has forced someone's idea of fairness on everyone? Understand this, Mark. Respect cannot be forced, stolen, or forged. In a society where resources are abundant, you typically do not find such silly cultural disparities. To use your example, if a restaurateur would not serve a respected person because of the color of their skin, they would lose a lot of respect, and ultimately it is they who would suffer the most. In our experience, when societies try to force groups to respect each other, it simply breeds long-term resentment and delays true cultural maturity. The point you may be missing, however, is that your current global culture could not possibly operate on an equal level as ours because you simply do not have the technology to make it work or the maturity to go along with it. And that is what we must decide, Mark. Should Naridia embrace Earth? We can help you with advanced technology, but who is going to protect you from yourselves? The Caridians might be the least dangerous of your concerns. After a few moments, I said, "You know, you never really told me if you're in charge of this mission or how that works." It is pretty simple, really. When a number of us started feeling that we should contact you, a consensus developed around who should lead various aspects of the mission. I am respected enough in these areas that most thought it wise to follow my lead. I am not, however, what you would call captain of the ship. Jabul is most respected in navigation, and others are respected for their expertise in ship maintenance, etc. We are not a hierarchical society. What followed was a comfortable silence while she let me gather my thoughts. It sounded like the perfect opportunity for Earth to be gently guided to the next level. I didn't really want to admit it, but she was right about our culture being immature compared to theirs. Could we make a transition? Would the introduction of advanced technology free us or destroy us? Would they be morally right to refuse us that technology and aid? There's no way our leaders wouldn't accept their technology gifts if they were offered, but would that really be wise? The only thing I knew for sure was that these questions were bigger than just me. Jackie interrupted my thoughts. "So what do you think, Mark? Should Naridia embrace Earth?" "Right now, I think the important thing is to get some people involved with this conversation. We have Ambassador Rutledge and his people that are trained in these issues. Well, maybe not exactly these issues, but still they should be consulted." I was suddenly feeling very exposed here. Surely my lone opinion wasn't going to change the future of our entire planet, was it? I forged ahead. "I'm going to inform them that you're willing to meet with them and discuss this further." Jackie laughed. She laughed. She said, "Mark, of course I will talk to others in your group, but remember I am not used to hierarchical structures. I still value what you think and want to know what that is." She actually ended the sentence with a raised eyebrow. I'd never seen her do that before. "I'm going to need some time to think that through. Right now I'm just not sure," I responded as I stood up. I was really ready for the meeting to be over. I think perhaps you just do not trust us yet," she said as she stood herself. From way too close a distance, she stared deeply into my eyes as she smilingly said, "Or is it just me you do not trust?" Our gang of 3 was back in my quarters trying to sort out what I'd learned in my interview with Jackie. The view screen in the sunken living area was incredible. Via verbal command, we could scroll through portions of the interview or just tell it to go to a certain point in the conversation. We had just finished putting our dinner trays into the recycle, dishwasher, disappearing trash thingy, and Anzio and Julie were at opposite ends of the couch, whereas I had plopped down in a sofa chair. Julie was in her usual cross-legged lotus style, Zen something sitting posture, slightly leaning forward and focusing on the screen. When she did that, her long, straight hair fell forward and she looked like the prettiest 22-year-old college girl you could ever dream up. As a matter of fact, if she were barefoot and wearing threadbare jeans, she would. Just then my reminiscing was distracted by a subtle chime, and Anzio said, "Tony is at the door." I looked over my shoulder, and sure enough, my door had gone transparent, at least from our side, and Dr. Tony Andretti was waiting patiently. "Come in," Anzio shouted. "Anzio, you don't have to yell," Julie chided. "The apartment can hear you just fine." Tony walked into a chorus of hellos and "Take a chair, Dr. Mom." We explained what we were doing, and she confirmed that just about everybody on the team was doing the same thing right now. "You're a star, Mark," she told me with a smile. Julie mumbled something I didn't catch. Why did she always give me a hard time? Tony went on to explain that regular interviews with a number of Neridians would start up again tomorrow. While we had been more focused on the implications of Jackie's revelations, Tony seemed more immediately interested in the reaction of the rest of the diplomatic group and our team HQ. So I described for everyone the debriefing I'd had almost immediately after my session. I was debriefed by Helmer and Ambassador Rutledge, with several of the dips mixed into the fray. What part of the interview were they most concerned with? Tony wanted to know. Well, I'm not really sure. Except for the ambassador telling me I'd done a good job, they didn't really say or ask me anything." "Mark," Julie said a little incredulously, "are you telling us that they didn't care at all about your impressions or any insights you might have?" In fairness, one of the dips did ask me if I thought Jackie was being sincere. What I didn't mention was that this same dip had really wanted to know if Jackie was as hot in person as she looked on the screen. "They have the video record," I continued, "and I think they feel that gives them all the info they really need. I listened to them rehash everything for about an hour and eventually asked if I could leave. They waved me out without missing a beat." "Ah, Mark," Anzio contributed, "this doesn't sound like you. Do you really expecting us to believe that you sat quietly by while Helmer acted like a big shot and ignored you, especially with the history you two have?" "Expect us to believe?" corrected Julie. "What history?" asked Tony. "I'll fill you in later," said Julie. "Hey, I was on my best behavior," I said at the same time I was wondering how Julie knew about my past with Helmer. "I'm not some undisciplined firebrand that can't control my emotions. I don't want to be excluded from the interview, so I'm playing nice, regardless of how inept some of our so-called leaders can be." "Mark," Tony asked, "did you get the impression that they were excited to get Neridian technology, or were they cautious?" "I never even once heard them consider not getting it," I answered truthfully. I was trying to let my friends know that I was in control of the situation, and that any pettiness on Helmer's part wasn't going to distract me. I still thought there was a whole lot more that we needed to know before dickheads like him sold off our future, so I was formulating a plan. And it would be a great plan. Like all great plans, of course, figuring out the first step was the hardest part, but I was confident that things were moving in the right direction. "I'm meeting tomorrow morning with Dr. Bell and the other historians and sociologists on the team, and we'll pool our thoughts," I informed the group. "Anzio, you're snoring," Julie said gently. As my guests left, my mind returned to what Jackie had asked me. Did we really want the Neridians' help? Maybe a better question was, would we have any choice? With so much going on, I knew the best way for me to process it all was to get a good night's sleep and let my subconscious work on it. Hiromi slipped into my bed sometime after midnight. At least I think it was Hiromi. Years ago, I'd learned not to question the ethereal machinations of the female species. Hey, how'd you get in the door?" I sleepily asked. "Ninja stuff," she replied dismissively. "I thought you were a samurai," I distractedly said. "General Nesbit is going to be okay," she said. What was wrong with him? My mind was suddenly alert and I turned over to face her. "Didn't you hear? The Neridians are claiming to have saved his life, some sort of stroke that they detected and prevented. Dr. Sullivan was with him when it happened, and he said it was incredible." "When did this happen?" "Last night," she responded. "That's why Memphis was in charge when everyone was so panicked. You remember? That's when you made your girlfriend a hero by shouting down Helmer and letting her speak." "She's not my girlfriend," I said. "And besides, she doesn't even really like me." "Be quiet." Hiromi put her fingers over my lips and coyly said, "I'm going to show you a Shinto move that will take your mind off of her." "I'm not thinking about her," I whispered the lie. Chapter 19. Major Matthew Reagan, U.S. Army. It wasn't until our first morning on the Neridian ship that I learned about General Nesbit's medical episode from the night before. I can understand the military desire to keep information like that compartmentalized, but for Memphis to keep it from his platoon leaders was inexcusable. Captain Silva tipped me off that I would want to talk with Dr. Sullivan immediately. Apparently the Neridians had been giving General Nesbit and Dr. Sullivan a tour of the ship, which included the below-decks areas that the rest of us had no access to. When they walked into the room that served as a medical bay, lights started flashing and several other Neridians appeared and asked the general to lie down. On a view screen, they showed Dr. Sullivan, in high detail, an artery in the general's brain that was swollen up like a small pea-sized balloon. After asking and receiving the general's permission, they somehow sedated him, and then non-invasively proceeded to treat the potential hemorrhage. The treatment itself had Dr. Sullivan, a normally dignified and reserved man, exuberant. The Neridians had used micro-force fields to strengthen the weakened artery, and then used a negative polarity to attract certain electrolytes into forming a sheath around the weakened area, a treatment which would take several days to complete. Dr. Sullivan had been assured that the general was no longer in danger, but until the force fields were no longer needed, it was necessary for him to remain sedated to guarantee perfect immobility. I had mixed feelings about a number of things. I was certainly glad the general was safe, and I'm glad they caught the problem, but the timing was incredibly convenient or inconvenient, depending on your point of view. We were deprived of quality leadership at the exact moment in time that our team had so far needed it the most. In addition to that, there was something about the whole episode that was raising red flags in my subconscious that I couldn't seem to put a finger on. Colonel Memphis had been no help, and while some of the team, especially a few of the scientists, were actually buoyed by the idea of chasing off into the depths of a technological space-time abyss, most people had realized that they were rather horrified by the idea. Just bringing everyone together like Julie had, let alone her comforting words, had gone a long way towards reminding everyone that we were in it together and that we had a purpose. Mark's interview with Jackie the next day had also helped. To the chagrin of Dr. Derek Helmer, Dr. Spencer was quickly becoming a folk hero to many on the team. It was obvious from the interviews that Jackie was attracted to him, and logical or not, people felt that aided our cause. And that was another thing I had mixed feelings about. Just exactly what was our cause? Most people, including Colonel Memphis and Ambassador Rutledge, seemed to think that attaining Neridian technology should be our prime focus regardless of cost. Our mission, however, was to discover the extent of that technology, determine if we had anything they valued or wanted, and learn everything we could about the Neridian and galactic cultures so that Earth could formulate a strategy. Without General Nesbitt around to remind everyone, the group was quickly losing sight of this. I wasn't anti-technology, but there were a lot of questions to be answered before we dove headfirst into this. I knew that with a direct technology transfer from the Neridians, there was zero possibility we could be an equal partner with them. Getting the technology was one thing, maintaining it was something different. Did we want to be trained monkeys using tools we didn't understand, or was there a way we could develop our knowledge and understanding at the same time? If not, they would gain a tremendous amount of control over us, and I'm not sure we knew what their true agenda was. The other side of that same equation, which could give the devil chills, is who was going to get that high-tech equipment first. Would it be individuals, corporations, or countries? Surely you couldn't just give that stuff to anyone that asked for it. It would be one thing for people to know how to create clean water in the desert. It was quite another for every terrorist on the planet to suddenly be able to create plutonium-239. Whoever first controlled such technologies would effectively control the world. As a military man, I couldn't imagine wars not being fought over the issue. I also couldn't imagine any circumstance where scientists and politicians wouldn't say, "Give us more," when it came to acquiring it. If the Neridians wanted to destroy us, it wouldn't be very difficult. Just give us what we wanted. I touched a spot just below my right earlobe and said, "Captain Kimiko, could you join us in the 3rd Platoon conference room, please?" Our communication earpieces had appeared in each of our rooms one morning. There was a very small piece that wrapped around the back of the ear and a small section that fitted inside the ear canal. I could have sworn when I first put mine on it molded itself to me. At any rate, it was extremely comfortable and easy to forget you were wearing it. I was conferencing with my squad leaders and my second-in-command, Captain Antonio Silva. I had also asked Dr. Spencer, Dr. Shine, and Major Mike Reynolds to sit in. In the few days since we'd boarded the ship, interviews had resumed, and it seemed like there was a new technological revelation every day. One of the interviews this morning had confirmed the already suspected ability of the Neridians to communicate over distances at faster than speed of light. It had something to do with quantum entanglement, and I got the impression that it was a pretty advanced science even for them. When everyone was present, I opened the meeting. General Nesbitt should be back with us tomorrow, and I thought it might be a good idea for us to take stock of our situation so we can give him an accurate summary. Major Reynolds snorted, and Kimiko asked, "Will it be possible for us to give a different report than what Dr. Helmer and Colonel Memphis will offer?" "This is an unofficial get-together," I said, "so it's not like we're generating a separate report. On the other hand, when I speak to the General, I want to make sure that I'm giving him the truth as I see it. Or maybe I should say as we see it. That's why I've asked you here, to see if we have any kind of consensus. Captain Kimiko was from a different military organization, and I suspect she really didn't know if I'd be able to offer a differing opinion from my direct superior, and I understood why she was asking the question. Over the last couple of days, it had become clear that Helmer and Nesbit were totally sold out to the Neridians are our friends line of thought, along with most of the dips and an unknown number of scientists scattered here or there. Most of the military personnel, however, were a little more skeptical. Dr. Spencer had been very reserved in his public opinions on the subject, and I suspected, once he came to a conclusion, he would probably sway a lot of people in his direction. Dr. Shine, to a somewhat lesser extent, also carried influence, but most people were aware of her intense dislike for Jackie and assumed they already knew her opinions on the issue. "Well, I don't like it," said Ironjaw. "Most of the diplomats are running around acting like they're negotiating the Treaty of Versailles, but it just reminds me of a bunch of politicians maneuvering for credit. I haven't heard of any of them addressing the really hard questions. They're too busy divvying up the power that's going to come from the influx of new wealth." "What Jackie has offered is very seductive," ventured Hiromi. I heard a different female voice quietly mutter words that sounded like the skank, but Hiromi continued. "The Noridian offers to protect us and guide our development sound like euphemisms for totalitarianism. There is no question that our standard of living would improve immeasurably, but it could still very well be slavery. You have an expression about prisons of gold?" Everyone was stumped for a moment until Dr. Spencer laughed and said, "Gilded cages." "Yes," Hiromi finished. "A gilded cage is still a cage." "But what's the alternative?" Captain Silva offered. "Even if our government turned down the Neridian offer, someone else would take our place overnight. Without some kind of outside help, I don't know if our society is big enough to handle the violence that's bound to erupt the first time somebody feels they're being left out. If we accept Neridian technology, which seems inevitable," Dr. Spencer slowly chipped in, "a one-world government is the only possible outcome. I've been meeting with other professors and scientists in related fields, and we can't see any other plausible course," he continued. "Rightly or wrongly, that will be the direction our world takes, and the only question is the degree of violence that occurs until we can reach some sort of social equilibrium." Dr. Spencer's words left the room very quiet. I think what he was suggesting had been in the back of all our minds, but I, for one, was hoping there would be some way around it, or at least a way to forestall the violence. Captain Silva interrupted the silence by saying, "There's something else you should know. Rumor has it that 2nd Platoon is going to be taking some kind of excursion. They're going to be visiting a planet that's fairly close along our flight path. The word is that it's a dead planet from a dead civilization. Supposedly, the Neridians are holding it out as an example of what can happen to a civilization that has to transition from scarce resources and the group that controls them to abundant resources and the controlling groups no longer having any leverage. In other words," Dr. Spencer said, "they're making the point that we need them, again." I came to the unsurprising conclusion that we weren't going to resolve this today, and I had a good idea of what directions we needed to go. But I had to be careful. First of all, I wasn't Ironjaw's superior, and secondly, I couldn't afford my troops to think I was openly subverting the leadership of our mission. I was walking a narrow line. I wasn't breaking orders, but I was in danger of heading in a direction those superiors wouldn't like. "Major Reynolds," I asked, "had you or your team heard anything about this excursion?" Shaking his head, he said, "No, not officially or unofficially, and I have to tell you that bothers me." I took the plunge. "Okay, everyone, I'm going to make some suggestions, and the only thing I ask is that if you don't agree or don't want to participate, be upfront about it. Our own chain of command, both civilian and military, has been slow or negligent in sharing important information with us. I don't know what the motivations are for that, or if it is even a permanent condition, but our mission is too critical to take chances. We will assume that our leadership has its reasons for keeping us in the dark, but I'm also going to assume that they would want me to pursue the mission to the best of my ability. Captain Silva has proven rather adept at finding out things, and Dr. Shine and Dr. Spencer are fairly well plugged into the science community. So, Major Reynolds, you're welcome to plug into us, and we'll share our info with you. The only thing I ask is that you keep it to yourself and share anything you might learn in return." Ironjaw didn't hesitate. "Count me in," he said. "But I'd like to bring my second-in-command, Captain Bradley Gervais, into the picture. He has been with me for years, and I can vouch for him." I glanced around the group and quickly said, "No problem here. Why don't you bring him over this evening and we'll introduce him around? Dr. Spencer, you've got maybe the most important assignment," I said. He looked up and I continued. "If you're willing, I need you to continue meeting with your peers and formulate a strategy for us, or maybe I should say for Earth." "What kind of strategy did you have in mind?" he asked. "Twofold. First, figure out scenarios where we can accept Neridian technology without ceding our national sovereignty, and second, if it is necessary to form a one-world government, figure out how we can do that and take on the new technology with the least amount of violence possible, preferably with none." "Is that all?" Dr. Spencer said with a grin. "Great world peace for breakfast and then solve world hunger by dinner?" "Think outside the box, Mark. Maybe I'm asking the impossible, but I'm thinking we're going to need to demand the impossible from ourselves. Pull in who you need. Just don't give anyone the impression that you're going against the mission brief or the powers that be. You're the best person for this, and if you can't do it, I don't think anyone can. But I'm putting my money on you." Dr. Spencer didn't look totally convinced, but I was confident he'd step up to the task, so I turned my attention to Julie. "Dr. Shine, I'd like you to play an important role also. I need to know who is honestly lobbying for what they believe to be Earth's best interests, or who might have a hidden agenda." "Major, how do you expect me? I'm a psychiatrist, but that doesn't mean I can read minds. I would need extended time and counseling with each subject to be able to give an accurate mapping of how they think, let alone their motives." I think she was ready to go on, but I didn't give her the chance. "No, Julie, you don't need a tremendous amount of time. You have great instincts, and, more to the point, you are the best person we have to do this. I don't need a medical report that would stand up to peer review, and I don't need wild-ass guesses. This is important. It needs to be done, and I trust your instincts. You need to trust them, too. Can we count on you?" I felt like I could actually see the wheels moving in that brilliant mind of hers as she looked from person to person in our group. If she was seeing what I was seeing, she'd know that she had our support. After a few moments, she said strongly, "Okay, I'll do my absolute best." "Good deal," I said. "I need all the squad leaders to keep doing your job and keep your eyes open and your ears to the ground. We'll regroup in a few days, but in the meantime, if you stumble across anything that could be important, bring it to us immediately." Captains Kimiko and Hiromi were the last to leave, and as I suspected, they had something they wanted to discuss with me. "Why would we put our ear on the floor?" they asked. 2 mornings later, we woke to discover that all of the hallways leading to 2nd Platoon had been closed off. Once again, it was seamless. There just weren't any hallways where there used to be. Although we'd still had no official word, rumor had warned us that they were leaving today. We just assumed that they would board another vehicle. It appeared, however, that each platoon hub, complete with surrounding rooms and quarters, could function as an independent vessel. This notion was driving our engineers crazy, but personally I didn't see it as any more astounding than a dozen other revelations we'd experienced. Starting early afternoon, the large view screens that surrounded the HQ hub, squad hubs, and remaining 3 platoon hubs all focused on a greenish-brown planet. What started as a bright dot against the background of space quickly expanded into a view from orbit, and then suddenly switched to a ground perspective. We could see Major Stephanie Hall, USAF, and members of her 2nd Platoon walking through thigh-high brown grass towards some type of buildings. It had looked as if there might have been some structures in orbit, but the view had moved on too fast, and there wasn't any way for us to control it. If the Neridians could hear our requests, they didn't acknowledge them. I was momentarily startled when I caught a glimpse of Dr. Tony Decker with a group on the planet. For unexplained reasons, a small number of other scientists had been invited to accompany 2nd Platoon on this excursion. Dr. Decker had been asked for my platoon. On impulse, I reached up to my right ear and tried to call him. There was nothing. The group was spread out across a field and looking into a late afternoon sun. They were approaching what now appeared to be a line of buildings on the edge of a metropolitan area. Over the low roof lines of the buildings ahead, we could see what looked like spires and earthly skyscrapers. Once they reached the buildings, it was obvious that they had crested a ridgeline and were now effectively looking down into a valley at a small but advanced city.
At this distance, it still looked how screenwriters might well depict a city of the future. Large buildings, but no roads or anything resembling cars. As the viewpoint now shifted to the city side of our closest buildings, the look of abandonment and long disuse was apparent. There were gaping holes in the single-story structures, and the brown grass that seemed so prevalent appeared to be growing inside the nearest building as well. There was no audio with our video, but it wouldn't have surprised me to hear the low moans of the wind we could see moving the grass back and forth. From the next building in line, several Neridians appeared to be leading some sort of wheelless vehicles out into the open. They bobbed slightly in the wind and skimmed along, but without the ground effect or skirts of a hovercraft. They were open-topped and could hold about 8 people apiece. From their pristine looks, I suspected that they were Neridian in origin. I think the Neridians were using their bioware. There were no visible controls on the cars. The convoy that was second platoon moved towards the city proper. The skyscrapers were spaced further apart than you would find in an Earth city, and either the roads, walkways, and plazas had been uniformly buried in dirt and flora, or this culture just had different ideas about habitation and commercialization. Once the group entered the shadows of the tall structures, the devastation became apparent. The buildings were gutted. The ruins were too ancient to tell if it was caused by quake, fire, or riot, but it was pervasive. Halfway across the city, the group came across a significantly large mound of rubble. It took a few moments, but everyone soon realized that this was all that remained of one of the large structures. Sitting in our platoon hub, several scientists started debating whether the collapse was pre- or post-apocalypse, but I don't think most people cared. Soon after dusk, the cars returned to what was apparently the second platoon hub portion of the Neridian ship, and entered a small garage portion of the ship as we first had done on Earth. We thought the show was over, but after a few minutes the view switched to what looked to be 10,000 feet of altitude. The craft was obviously moving at high speed and soon caught up with the Terminator and crossed again into daylight. Our viewpoint had crossed over several puzzling valleys until someone shouted out the recognition accompanied by an, "Oh my God!" These were former cities. There was nothing left but glass craters. In one case, even the mountains surrounding one side had melted away. Eventually, they landed at another more or less intact city, and the group left on foot to explore some of the edifices. I know some of the scientists continued to be fascinated, but frankly, I'd had enough. This was a dead world. The local inhabitants hadn't bombed themselves back into the Stone Age. They had eradicated themselves. As a military man, I'd seen a lot of destruction in my lifetime, but these scenes were deeply disturbing. I wasn't the only one feeling this way. Julie was sitting near me, and it was easy to see the water in her eyes. Over her shoulder, I noticed Dr. Spencer enter one of the elevators. We made eye contact, and he raised an eyebrow to me. He then spoke a few words, and the door morphed shut. I don't think anyone else had seen him leave, and I could only guess where he was going. Chapter 20. Dr. Mark Spencer.
"How can you do that?"
"Do what?" I responded.
"That. How can you stay like that?"
How am I supposed to answer that? I'm sitting cross-legged, staring at a beautiful woman that's also sitting cross-legged directly in front of me. This wasn't even my idea. Not that I'm complaining, mind you, but I really didn't understand the necessity of this whole exercise. Jackie had explained that this was a traditional method of building trust between two people. To sit in silence, sans clothing, totally exposed, accepting each other for what we are without subterfuge or guile. To focus on trust and openness without reservation. The thing is, I didn't think it was working. I already trusted Jackie as much as I was probably ever going to, and I had the nagging suspicion that her motives were to get me to trust her, not the other way around. And that's what I mean when I say it wasn't working. Jackie was increasingly having trouble maintaining her focus. Of course, it might have had something to do with the breaks we kept taking.
"Stop doing that."
"I'm not doing anything. I really think this must be my natural state." Jackie, unintelligible. "Are you okay, Jackie? Are you sure?"
"Okay, another break."
This was the third time she'd launched herself at me, breaking my meditative-like focus. I didn't think this was going according to her plan. 30 minutes later, we're sitting at her refreshment table, fully clothed, drinking some kind of juice, with Jackie glaring at me. At least I think she was trying to glare. Every time she'd start to say something, she'd stop and sigh. I think we are done for the day. We will finish the exercise. We will definitely do this again. I left feeling a little concerned for Jackie. I didn't think I'd ever seen her more distracted and less sure of herself. Enzi and I were sitting in my quarters living area, and he was acting as my sounding board. I'm used to talking out my problems, and Anzio was a good listener and friend. I'm not used to talking about my relationships with women because I don't usually have problems in that area, and I'm usually the model of discretion. But in fairness, the fate of our planet was in the balance, and Jackie's honor probably wasn't really worth protecting anyway. The other weird thing, I said, was that when I first got to her apartment, AC/DC was blaring at high volume, and she asked me if we were jamming. Anzio, as calm and unaffected as always, said, "Sex and rock and roll. All you need is drugs to totally win her over." Yeah, I thought. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll launched a cultural revolution in the United States in the 1960s and 70s that eventually went worldwide. The Soviet Union still blames the infiltration of that culture as one of the reasons for its downfall, that and the black market blue jeans that went hand in hand with it. Oh, and then there was that whole Star Wars SDI missile defense thing, but that's getting off point. Somehow I don't think we can count on Neridian kids to rebel against their parents, and even if we could, I don't see how that could help us, I ventured. How can we accept technology without being owned by the suppliers or killed by our own? I asked. In physics, when stumped, I always find it helpful to go to beginning and define problem, Anzio said. My first question is, what do the Noridians want? They say, I responded thoughtfully, that they feel responsible for the actions of the Caridians in hijacking our space station because the rest of galactic society doesn't always distinguish between them, and presumably they need the good faith of that society. Yes, excuse me, Mark. Maybe you hear something I don't, but you just told me why they are supposedly here. You still haven't told me what they want from us. Is it possible they are two different things? Of course it's possible, I answered. But what could they possibly want? I don't have any idea, Anzio said, but I think it is an interesting question, yes? Anzio is a good friend, and at times like this I think he is not only one of the smartest, but also one of the wisest guys on the planet. It was a very interesting question. Secondly, Anzio continued, what do we want from them? Which we do you mean? I responded. Ah, exactly, he said. We are made up of different factions that may want different things. For example, I know that many of my fellow scientistas would be happy if the Noridians would just share knowledge with us, and don't give much thought to the price of that knowledge. The politicos, he continued, well, I would guess they would like to control that knowledge or technology because that is their nature. It is what they do, and therefore they have control over the governed. Many of the common men, I suspect, would just like to be left alone, and if ignoring the problem gains him a better TV or a shorter work week, he is all the happier. The only question remaining, then, is, what does Dr. Marquis Spencer want? What do I want? This question had surprised me. Yes, Mark, what do you want? I also suspect that there are a large number of higher thinkers on our planet that do care about our long-term future. People that want to see the human race, our human race, free to capture and mold our own destiny. Maybe I watch too many SF channels, but I think you are one of the people that really do have all our best interests at heart, and you're smart enough to lead us in the right direction. So you figure it out and I follow. I suspect many others will also. Long after Anzio left, I kept thinking about it. What did I want the outcome to be? On the one hand, I felt extremely selfish for reducing it to this, not to mention terribly arrogant to think I could influence events to any great extent. But if I didn't take the altruistic side, if I didn't try to influence things for the common good, who would? For once, I was glad my sleep was undisturbed. It took me a long time to drift off, but I needed the downtime to let everything sink in. I didn't wake with any new thoughts or revelations, but I had a terrible craving for bacon, and bacon is always a good place to start. Chapter 21. Dr. Julie Shine. Julie had stopped keeping her journal, or at least she had stopped recording it on her SmartPad. She had become increasingly suspicious that the Neridians could monitor everything said inside their ship. She had no real evidence of this, but Major Reagan had urged her to trust her instincts, and this was a strong one. Another instinct was telling her that her thoughts on the Neridians, and even her own team members, weren't something that should be accessible. The video feed from the planet had had a profound impact on mission personnel, and when the second platoon returned, it only reinforced that apprehension. Probably because Julie was a psychiatrist, she had always been sensitive to changes in the personalities of those around her. Dramatic paradigm shifts could often have physiological repercussions or leave a certain type of personality open and unguarded to suggestion. A paradigm shift occurs when a person's viewpoint of a situation, event, or person is suddenly yanked to a different perspective. The stronger the belief in the previous viewpoint, the more profound the reaction can be. Another way to say it, if your confidence in the truth of your worldview is shaken, you might be more open to the strongly held worldview of someone else, even if it crosses normally held mores, ethics, or beliefs. Julie was starting to notice a pattern, and if true, the implications could be dire. The first night on the ship, the Neridians had demonstrated just how advanced they were, and by comparison just how insignificant our culture was compared to them. Culture shock is a type of paradigm shift, and it was the following morning, while everyone was still somewhat susceptible, that Jackie's universally watched interview with Mark introduced the offer of Neridia to embrace Earth and protect us in our transition, and spelled out the possible catastrophic consequences of not accepting that help. Yesterday, the Neridians had taken Second Platoon on a tour that forced everyone on the mission to face the stark reality that human-type civilizations could, and in fact did, exterminate themselves, just as Jackie had claimed. It is one thing to intellectually know that your species is not immortal. It's quite another to have any pride or self-confidence ripped from your heart with in-your-face evidence. Another paradigm shift, and now another follow-up, selling the Neridian message. Or at least that is how it was starting to look to Julie as she watched Dr. Helmer, Colonel Memphis, and their cronies circulate amongst the team. The selling was subtle, a hand on the shoulder here, some comforting words there. To Julie, it was starting to look more like proselytizing the religion of Neridia than anything else. There was a lot going on, and there was a lot at stake. It was possible that these events were innocent in and of themselves, and it was only the fast pace that they were happening that made them seem orchestrated. But Julie was starting to strongly suspect otherwise. You're only paranoid if they're really not out to get you. These are the thoughts Julie was contemplating as she tracked down Dr. Sullivan. She could have called him, but again, she didn't want to possibly call more attention to herself than she needed to. Much better if she just ran into him. And run into him she almost did as she neared the end of the hallway leading into the HQ hub. Dr. Sullivan turned the corner just ahead of her. They stopped short, facing each other just inside the hallway. As Julie had noticed before, the hallways had a strange noise, deadening effect that seemed especially pronounced just before the hallways met the hubs. It was disconcerting enough that most team members would naturally pause their conversation for a beat as they walked through these connection zones. As Julie greeted Dr. Sullivan, he started to step back into the hub to clear the zone, until she reached out and lightly grabbed the front of his tunic and said, "Please, let's talk right here." Dr. Hilbert Sullivan was no trained agent of the government, but he had risen through medical and governmental politics to the number 2 position at the Center for Disease Control in Atlanta. He was no stranger to political intrigue. "Hilbert, please," Julie said. "I need to ask you about how General Nesbitt is doing, and I need your candid assessment, even if it's somewhat speculative." After a considered moment, Dr. Sullivan responded, "I'm concerned, Julie. I go 3 times a day to check on him, but there's nothing to see. They still have him sedated and claim that it's perfectly safe. They say the only reason the process is taking so long is that they're worried about other arterial weaknesses in the same general area." Julie looked Dr. Sullivan in the eyes and said, "Do you believe them?" Dr. Sullivan let out a deep breath and raised his hand to his forehead. "Julie, I just don't know. I want to believe them, but what they're saying just doesn't make sense to me. There's no sign of arterial expansion or weakness on the medical view screen, and his blood pressure is consistent with his medical history, the high side of normal. I would think if they were really concerned about arterial weakness, they'd be trying to lower it." Julie was digesting this new information when Dr. Sullivan said, "Talk to me, Julie. What do you know?"
"I don't know anything, Hilbert," she responded. "I think the timing of his affliction is another coincidence in what is becoming a string of coincidences. What are you hearing from the HQ staff?"
"Julie, that's the other thing. It's like HQ lives in another world. Everyone here is happy and confident about the future with no worries. When I get out to the platoons, however, it's just the opposite. Except for maybe the diplomatic platoon, it's like there's a giant disconnect from what everybody else is experiencing. I've been trying to sound the alarm, but Helmer and Memphis aren't listening. I'm not really sure what to do anymore."
"Hilbert, I've got a favor to ask. Two, really."
"What do you need, Julie?"
"First off, I need to ask you to keep our conversations private. And I mean private from everybody. Can I count on you for that?"
Dr. Sullivan quickly considered and then nodded his head. "Yes, of course."
"The second thing is that I need an excuse to spend time around the HQ staff, especially Helmer and Memphis. Do you think you can come up with a plausible reason to have me around for a few days?"
Again nodding slowly, Dr. Sullivan said, "I'll have to think up something, but I'm sure I can manage. Would tomorrow be soon enough?"
"Tomorrow is perfect."
Right before they moved on, Julie said one last thing.
"Oh, and Hilbert, as a personal word of friendship, stop raising the alarm. Keep your eyes open, but don't get pegged as a discontent."
Most of the team had developed the habit of ordering lunch from their room dispenser and then carrying the tray out into the common hub area. It was a convention that Julie understood thoroughly. After all, we are a social species. She hadn't been sitting for long when Hiromi sat down beside her. Even though she was pretty sure it was Hiromi, it didn't stop her from looking at her uniform. Good thing she double-checked. The name tag said Ito, so that was no help, but the squad patch was red, meaning this was Kimiko. As usual, the captain didn't start the conversation, so after a few minutes, Julie said, "Do you and your sister ever feel you can read each other's mind?" After thoughtfully chewing on her food, Kimiko responded,
"Not really. We usually find it easier to figure out what other people are thinking."
Julie half laughed and said,
"I really wish I had your ability. Right now it would make my life so much easier." "Then let me loan you mine. The answer is yes, he has feelings for you."
"Whoa," Julie exclaimed.
"I was talking about the mission. I so need to understand who's who." "No, my friend Julie, you weren't just talking about the mission, and the answer stays the same. He does care."
Julie actually felt herself blushing. She hadn't blushed in years.
"Kimiko, I don't know what you think you know, but I can assure you—" Kimiko interrupted with, "Julie, you cannot even assure yourself as hard as you try. You have a large responsibility on your shoulders, and you think that leaves you no time for personal feelings. But you cannot schedule your emotions. As a psychiatrist, you should know this. We have a saying," she continued. "I don't know if it translates well, but it states that your war is big enough already without adding new fronts to battle. Maybe you should think about giving in to some of those feelings. It might make the rest of your burden easier."
As Julie sat silent, thoughts in turmoil, literally not knowing what to say, Kimiko said,
"Would you like my orange juice?"
It was too much. Everything happening all at once was just too much for any one person, so when Tony had suggested that what they really needed was a girls' night out, Julie immediately agreed. Except, of course, that there really wasn't anywhere to go out to, and the fact that they'd ended up at Major Reagan's quarters sort of belied the girls' part of it altogether. It was still a relief, however, in the fact that when they'd showed up at the Major's door demanding a couple hours of mission-free, pressure-free time, he'd invited them in. It went a long way to helping Julie relax. The fact that Dr. Mom had smuggled a bottle of Melbeck on board certainly helped, too. The professional side of Julie was relieved to see the Major open up a little and relax. She even got a chance to see a full smile, which didn't look too bad on him at all. If she was feeling the pressure, then it was amazing that he could stand up straight with all that was on his shoulders. Dr. Mom seemed her usual unflappable self, and had deftly gotten the Major to talk a little about his personal life, something Julie definitely got the impression that he didn't do all that often.
"I can't believe that cooking is one of your hobbies," Tony said.
"Why not?" the Major responded. "A lot of men are chefs, and it relaxes me."
"It's just that you're so macho," Julie said. After seeing the look on Major Reagan's face, she hurriedly continued.
Not in a bad way. I just mean that you're like the perfect image of a military leader, and cooking seems so domestic." After both Julie and Tony stopped laughing, the Major smiled, and in a conversational spirit recounted how early in his career he had been stationed at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, to spend a rotation at the Army's Combined Arms Center. What most people don't realize is that Leavenworth is just outside of Kansas City. What even more people don't realize is that Kansas City is the absolute barbecue capital of the world. Between the American Royal and the hundreds of privately owned barbecue restaurants, it was a matter of pride for every Kansas Citian to own a grill, a slow cooker, and/or a smoker. There might even be a law requiring it. "While I was there," he continued, "I was befriended by a man who was old enough to be my grandfather, and that had served barbecue for lunch at a little hole-in-the-wall restaurant every Wednesday and Thursday for 32 years. "What about the rest of the week?" Tony asked. "Nope, he'd spend all day Tuesday smoking and slow cooking his meats and only served lunch over the next 2 days. There weren't more than half a dozen mismatched tables in the whole place, but he'd have a line of suits wrapped all the way around the building waiting for him to open. I consider myself lucky that he let me hang around most Tuesdays, and judging by the comments I get on my brisket, I think it's fair to say he taught me some secrets." "No offense, Matthew? Hey, can I call you Matthew?" asked Julie. "Actually, it's Matt," he responded. "Okay, no offense, Major Matt, but you don't seem the most outgoing type. How exactly did you befriend this barbecue guru?" "What? You don't believe that I'm immediately able to win the confidence of an aficionado of secret recipes using only my good looks, charm, and great sense of humor?" When no one responded, he sighed and continued. "Well, there was this vandalism thing that kept plaguing the old man. I guess he was grateful that someone was able to discourage the local gang from continuing that activity." "So the big, strong military man broke some heads, huh?" Julie said in a suddenly flat voice. "Well, maybe a little at first," Major Reagan explained. "But all it really took was for the gang leader to get his to-go order every Thursday like clockwork. Last time I checked, there hadn't been a robbery or vandalism since." Tony laughed, and Julie felt somewhat chastised for possibly underestimating this man. And with that sobering thought, she realized that she did have a big day tomorrow, and that this was an important mission, and that, well, it was time to turn in, say a prayer, and face tomorrow with every confidence she could muster. The first thing she did the next morning was to seek out the Reverend Dr. Charles Roan. While she was waiting for Dr. Sullivan to contact her, she might as well head back over to the HQ hub. And besides, there were some questions she wanted to bounce off the Reverend anyway. Julie's friends were sometimes surprised to learn that she was religious. She'd never tried to hide it, but she probably didn't fit the stereotype because she wasn't all that fond of organized religion. She enjoyed attending the Catholic midnight mass every year on Christmas Eve, and there were few things as uplifting as the full choir on Easter Sunday service at the local Methodist church. But she had always had trouble fitting in or feeling comfortable in groups, and this was no different. Her belief was strong that there was one God and that a part of him, his Son, had walked the earth and sacrificed himself to give each individual's essence or spirit the right or belief to go on existing after corporal death. This clearly put her in the camp of the Christians, and she was comfortable with that label. It was all the other relatively small details of the differing denominations that she had a hard time with. The idea that dancing was ungodly, that contraception was evil, or that praying to the saints was a requirement to experience an afterlife, were examples of concepts that Julie strongly suspected were added by man, not created by God. It's not that she thought badly of those that embraced a certain denomination or Christian belief system. Most church members she had ever met were basically very good, kind people, and this hard, cold world could use a lot more of them. As a matter of fact, she was more likely to discuss her detailed personal beliefs with an agnostic than a fellow Christian, because she didn't want to take a chance on discouraging a believer. For herself, however, Julie figured that she trusted her relationship with God and didn't always need the man behind the pulpit to interpret every nuance or dictate every detail of his policy. The other people that she avoided discussing her beliefs with were the dedicated atheists. Being a medical doctor and scientist herself, Julie had spent a lot of time around this type of crusader and could never really understand their insistence that the idea of God and science couldn't coexist. To Julie, evolution and mathematics helped explain the mechanics of God's miracles, and the revelations of quantum physics were giving new insight into his creation. Who is to say that the very act of truly believing you won't perish after physical death isn't the quantum requirement to accomplish it? Perhaps believing in a certain way, Christianity, for example, is what would unite those spiritual beings in that afterlife. The mysteries of quantum physics are surprisingly compatible with this idea, and if it were true, then the penalty for non-belief could be non-existence, or at best a lonely lost soul wandering the cosmos eternally alone, and wouldn't that be a kind of hell? Every revelation, every new scientific discovery gave Julie new respect, admiration, and sometimes awe for the Creator. She found the Reverend Dr. Charles Roan in his quarters. He invited her in and bade her to sit down while he poured coffee for them both. Reverend Roan was a quiet, unassuming man who had risen near the top of his relatively small neo-Christian denomination, not because of any maneuvering on his part, but because he was honest, dedicated, and had no political ambitions. Therefore, he was politically safe to all factions inside the church. He suspected, rightly so, that this was also the main reason he'd been selected for this mission and assigned to General Nesbitt's HQ group. He'd been very surprised when the government agents first knocked on his door, and totally unsurprised that since then, with the possible exception of General Nesbitt himself, he had been totally ignored by the mission leadership. Having said that, he was a sincere man in his beliefs, and potential consequences aside, he was excited to be on this journey of discovery. Julie wasn't sure what the doctrine of the Neo-Christian Church was, other than it was listed as non-denominational, but she had some thoughts she wanted to give voice to, and it would be nice to do it with someone that could at least follow along and hopefully offer insight. Reverend Roan, do you think the Christian churches back on Earth will accept that the Neridians and others we share genetic ancestry with are human? I don't know, but I hope so. Dr. Shine, you have identified what I consider to be my mission imperative, to find an answer for that question and return to Earth with it. Are the Neridians also the children of God? The Neridians, he continued, have given me access to their theological history, and although they are dogmatically atheist, I think there is enough information about other societies to piece together a galactic spiritual history of sorts. They've given you that much access? A surprised Julie asked. I don't think they feel it is an area of importance, he responded with a grin. At any rate, I've barely begun, and I have a tremendous amount of research ahead of me. But I am hopeful to find enough common ground to put forth that doctrine. I can only hope and pray that others see it the same way. I suspect, unfortunately, that it may well depend on the nature of our relationship with the Neridians. If it goes the way many here at HQ are suggesting, and we welcome them as friends of Earth, then I don't expect it to be much of a problem. What about the creation stories in the Bible? Adam and Eve? There will definitely be some that resist any new ideas, and they'll be the ones I suspect that will have the most difficulty. My experience, Julie, is that most people simply adapt. I don't claim to know all the faces of God, and I certainly can't claim to know his plan. I don't think, however, that this will spell doom for Christianity. If anything, I hope it opens us up a new era of belief. Reverend, Julie said carefully, if the Chextigans really did tamper with our DNA and create Homo sapiens, that doesn't seem to me to be a small matter of interpretation. It seems like a direct conflict with the Bible. The thing is, Julie, he replied after a moment, we've gone through this before. Julie couldn't help her questioning look. With a smile, he continued, for decades, science has pointed to the book of Genesis to prove that science and God cannot coexist. Many Christians were content to accept the six-day creation story as an allegory, while a smaller subset insisted that science was wrong and that it literally took 6 days to create the heavens and the earth. It looks like a direct conflict, but it turns out that both opinions were correct. It's all about frames of reference and gets into Einstein's laws of relativity. But basically, we Christians believe that God created the heavens and the earth. Therefore, God's frame of reference is from outside of the Big Bang, that initial explosion that created the universe. Man's reference, by definition, must be from inside the event itself. How long it took depends upon where you were standing, so to speak. Looking at the event from the outside, it only took 6 days for the universe to form into the state of matter and energy that we see today. From the inside, however, time was moving at a much more accelerated rate and took close to 500 million years. Most people are comfortable with the idea that if you are traveling at the speed of light, time is different for those on the spaceship than for those back on Earth. But Einstein showed us that not only speed, but gravity and the expansion of space itself also affect time. There are a relatively large number of physicists, some of them very prominent, whom have done the calculation using the speed of light as a standard for measure. They all essentially agree on the timelines, even to the point of calculating that when God said, "Let there be light," it matches up with the point at which the Big Bang's matter and energy had cooled and expanded enough for light to escape the gravity of the Big Bang itself. Julie was surprised. She'd never heard this before. "Why don't more people know about this?" she asked. The Reverend replied with a sigh. "It's not for me to say. I think the explanation is very technical, but I also believe that there will always be those that oppose Christianity. I've always found it ironic that while some scientists scoff at the idea of having faith, they expect others to believe in scientific and mathematical principles that are over their heads. So I guess it's okay for people to have faith in science they can't understand, but it's not okay for them to have faith in a creator we can't understand. My point is," he continued, "that conflicts like how long it took God to make the heavens and the earth only seem to be conflicts because of our lack of understanding. Who's to say that the Chextigans weren't part of God's plan, and who's to say that time won't bear that out?" "Reverend Roan, what I need to be most concerned with right now is the amount of religious violence this whole mission could spawn. I'm worried that globally there could be many churches that don't want to be flexible in their dogma for fear of shaking the faithful's vision of God." After a moment, Reverend Roan thoughtfully responded, "I understand your fear, Julie, but think about this. Everyone assumes that what we discover among the stars will further test our belief. But what if it's just the opposite? What if we discover reasons to strengthen our faith? I personally believe that the harder and farther we look, the more reasons we'll find to believe in him." It was at that moment Dr. Sullivan contacted Julie and asked her to assist him in the HQ hub. "Reverend, find a way to get that message out. I'm afraid that you have a terrible burden on your shoulders. When we return to Earth, you may be giving the most important sermons of your life." Reverend Dr. Charles Roan accepted Julie's words with a smile, and as she left his quarters, she was thinking that on purpose or not, Earth's governments had selected the right person for the job. Chapter 22. Dr. Mark Spencer. "You're just using me for sex," I said as I watched Hiromi dress. "Does this truth bother you?" she asked. The truth was, it didn't bother me at all. She wasn't trying to claim me, own me, or control me. I know she enjoyed me and liked me just as I liked and respected her. It was also kind of fun, never knowing if someone was going to end up in my bed when I turned off the lights each night. It was very early morning, and as usual, she was leaving before anybody else awoke. Many years ago, I had learned that unless a woman had decided that you're the one, they usually appreciated a man being discreet. Even back in college, while all my buddies were busy bragging about their conquests, I think I actually had some relationships just because women knew I'd be discreet. At least one female friend had admitted as much. "You know," I said, "only a beautiful ninja, samurai, SDF warrior could make scars look sexy. I think it must be something about the danger of you losing control during an orgasm and tearing me limb from limb that excites me." Hiromi suddenly sat down on the edge of my bed and placed her hand softly on my chest. "Mark, for such a smart guy, you're pretty stupid when it comes to figuring yourself out. You're fun to be with, and we don't want an emotional attachment, but I don't think you'd recognize your soulmate if you worked with her every day." Not exactly sure where she was heading with the conversation, I felt an urge to explain myself. "Look, Hiromi, with me it's real simple. I love women." When her expression didn't change, I went on. "I love everything about women, from their nurturing and empathetic nature to their aggressiveness to be taken seriously. I especially love the female form, the curves on the back of your calf, the shape of your butt, even the lines of a woman's shoulders and neck. And the really best part is that no two women are the same, or at least they're usually not," I said wistfully. "Some women have breasts that are pert and strong that I love massaging and kissing, while others are heavy enough that I can put my hands underneath and cradle the weight. Some women can arch their back in an unbelievable way, and did I ever tell you how sexy a woman's feet can be?" I said seriously. I'm not sure why, but I really wanted her to understand.
What I like most, though, is being inside a woman, that sense of filling her with pleasure, that faint little gasp when I first slip inside her. Watching you squirm and writhe as I make love to you is important to me, and then the tensing of muscles and curling of toes when a woman just can't take it anymore and gets overwhelmed with pleasure. Call me a dog if you want to, Romy, but the truth is I just love women. I don't curl my toes. Hiromi laughed. Yes, you do. I've seen you. Hiromi kissed me on the forehead and stood to leave. All the things you just said are things I know and love about you, Mark, but there is going to come a day when you find a woman you don't want to share or let go of, someone that, without trying, will demand your true love. I just hope that you'll be able to recognize those feelings inside yourself in time to make it work. As she started to leave, she paused and said over her shoulder, Also, you should know me well enough by now to know that I don't lie. I don't curl my toes. General Nesbitt was dead. We found out from Captain Silva about 3 hours before Colonel Memphis made an evening statement on our smart pads. At about the same time that Silva was giving his report, Julie had also learned the news from Dr. Sullivan. We had gathered in Major Reagan's quarters along with Anzio, Tony, Dr. Decker, and Captain Hiromi. I don't think anyone really trusted Decker, and no one was talking out of school, but he'd been with me when an obviously upset Julie found me. According to Dr. Sullivan, Julie was explaining, the general has suffered from arterial bleeding in the brain. It was a massive cerebral hemorrhage. It goes along with the reasons the Noridians were giving for his slow recovery. Why couldn't they prevent it? Dr. Decker asked. With their technology, I would have thought they could have caught it immediately and at least mitigated the damage. Several of us looked at each other, unsure if we should voice our real fear. Finally, Major Reagan spoke up. We may never know the reason for that, but we have to move on and ask ourselves how this affects the mission. I made a mental note that Dr. Decker seemed truly affected by the general's death, which was in a weird way relieving, considering all of the conspiracy theories I was juggling in my head. Captain Silva took up the thread. In practical terms, it doesn't change much. Colonel Memphis has been in charge since the general first fell ill, so not much changes there, and we still have our excursion tomorrow that could be very informative. Our 3rd platoon had been notified this morning that we would be visiting a planet that Noridia had befriended thousands of years ago, and that we would be free to talk to its people about what it was like to work with them and to become a part of the Noridian culture. Captain Silva continued, I think we should be more concerned about the psychological effect. There are also political ramifications, I interjected. General Nesbitt was by nature a cautious man, but Colonel Memphis already seems to be gung-ho on trusting the Noridians completely. At least it seems that way to me. What's your take on it, Dr. Decker? Yes, I know I was pushing him, but I wanted to get a better feel for what he was thinking. Judging from how everybody shifted their attention to him and awaited his answer, I don't think I was the only one. I think that's a fair statement, he responded. I understand Colonel Memphis's and Dr. Helmer's excitement about what the Noridians can give to us, but I know that I have a lot of questions that no one seems to have answers to. Like what? I asked. I'm not sure this is the right place to go into it, he said while looking around at all of us. Without hesitation, Major Reagan spoke up and said, Dr. Decker, this is exactly the right place. What are your concerns? After a very long pause, Dr. Tony Decker took a breath and said, Okay, I don't think the Noridians are leveling with us, at least not completely. When we didn't say anything, he went on. Look, why are we on this mission? Or more precisely, why do the Noridians want to take us on this tour? We've been so anxious to see the big wide universe that nobody stopped to ask why the Noridians want to play tour guide. Everything we've seen, everything we've learned could have been done on Earth, probably a lot faster and with far less resources involved than building a ship. Another thing, why can't we communicate with Earth? I know they tell us that in our mode of travel, instant communications like that are not possible, but there had to have been opportunities when we slowed down or stopped to launch the excursion. Maybe there's a good explanation for it, but it doesn't make sense to me. He took a deep breath and continued. The only thing that does make sense is if they wanted us isolated. They're making a giant sales pitch, and they want time alone with us so that Earth's best and brightest will return totally sold and singing their message. In a quieter voice, he added, I'm just not sure yet what that message is. Well, who'd have thunk it? The arrogant scientist that seemed to make a point of being a pain in the rear had seen the obvious that all of us had missed, and by himself put the pieces together to reach a similar conclusion as we did collectively. Like usual, Major Reagan knew how to best handle the situation. "Dr. Decker," he said as he stuck his hand out, "welcome to a group of like-minded people." In a shallow way, I think everyone felt relieved to have our fears validated by a third party. If other people were just as paranoid, it might very well mean that we weren't crazy. Of course, that's totally ignoring the fact that it just validated that our whole species was in a lot of danger. Julie and I, though, had all the confirmation we needed with the announcement of General Nesbitt's death. Earlier that morning, after the breakfast announcement of our platoon's excursion, we had taken a walk and she had paused in that uncomfortable dead zone where the hallways connect with the hubs. I realized it was a brilliant precaution, and I listened closely as she outlined her concern. She explained her theory that the Neridians were purposely staging paradigm shifts to shape our group's opinions and mindset. Something dramatic shakes us up, then we get the soothing sales pitch. She explained that unlike the last excursion, tomorrow's outing would be the proselytizing half of the equation, and that if she was right, something very bad is going to happen today. Jackie had an insatiable sexual appetite. We were in her quarters again, or at least it was the quarter she was using. There were no photos, trinkets, or personal effects whatsoever, but it was the same room we always met in. I'm not even sure what floor it was on. Per her instructions, I simply stepped into an elevator and said, "Jackie's room." I'd experimented with whispering it, and once I even just mouthed the words, it didn't seem to make any difference. I always ended up in this hall with loud rock and roll blaring from the same open doorway. Today's lovemaking seemed a little more frantic, perhaps a little more desperate than usual. It could have been my imagination, but I really had the feeling that she was making one last effort at convincing me of something. "Mark," she said once we'd caught our breath, "I want you to be our spokesperson to the leadership of Earth." This definitely caught me by surprise. "Jackie, I'm honored, but don't I seem like a strange choice? You've got the leadership of our mission that probably carries more weight than I do, and they seem to be gung-ho and accepting the radio with open arms." We were still lying on her bed, and she reached up to touch my face. "You should know by now that titles don't mean anything to us, and if I was speaking through you, we would be able to spend a lot of time together. And you'd like that, wouldn't you, Mark?" Actually, I wouldn't like that at all. Jackie had one of the most perfect bodies that a man could imagine, and her response to my touch and the ease I could bring her to orgasm would feed the ego of any man. Yet there was a huge void in our relationship that just soured everything. I think it had something to do with sincerity, trust, honesty, and respect, but that was just a quick guess. "Of course I would," I lied. "But I'm not really sure what it is you want from us or what the cost is going to be for your help. I can't agree to anything until you tell me more, Jackie. I'm just not wired that way. Besides, we have a lot of mission left before we have to make those kinds of decisions, right?" She paused for a long moment and then said, "Earth is going to have to make a decision sooner than you think, Mark. We have detected a sharp increase in Caridian activity in your sector. You can't expect us to protect you and expose ourselves to danger if you won't commit to us in return. Surely that's reasonable." "What is it you want from us, Jackie?" "What we've always wanted, your respect. We want you to join us. We want Earth to be a part of Neridia, so we can all share our knowledge and mutually benefit each other. Mark," she continued with growing enthusiasm, "we're not going to make you slaves or restrict your access to technology. We're going to improve the standard of living of every single person on your planet. Your people have some tough social evolution confronting you. There's going to be violence, Mark. We have the experience, resources, and technology to help you survive those transitions, and if you're with me, I can make sure that your rewards are everything you could personally or professionally ever want." "What does that mean?" I said, honestly curious. "A transition takes time, Mark. If you're working with me, you'll be one of the most respected people on the planet. While there's still currency, you'll be rich. You'll have immense power just because people will want to be close to you. You won't be just studying history, you'll be creating it, leading mankind in a new direction. You and I will have the respect of the entire planet at our fingertips." "You'll need more than me," I said. "Is this what you've offered Helmer in Memphis?" "Power and riches, yes," she laughed. But you don't need to be jealous, Mark. They'll have nothing like what you and I will have together."
"That sounds great," I said with as much artificial enthusiasm as I could muster. "It's just a lot to take in, and I really need to absorb it all."
"What is there to absorb, Mark?" she said with an undercurrent of steel. "You either want to stand with me and usher in a new era for your people, or you don't."
"It's not that simple, Jackie. I just need to think things through." I guess I wasn't very good at the false enthusiasm stuff because Jackie obviously wasn't buying it. There's a certain look and voice that every scorned woman in the world uses. Come to think of it, it must be every woman in the galaxy. When a woman says she wants to have sex with you and you turn her down, that's a woman scorned, and like the saying goes, hell hath no fury like it. I tried to placate her by saying that I really wanted to go on the excursion tomorrow and meet the people that had experienced an Iridian partnership, and that I really wanted to talk to her about all this once I'd returned. I knew I'd failed just by listening to her good night. To my ears, it sounded far more like goodbye. In retrospect, I really should have done a better job of letting her down lightly, or at least kept her guessing for a while longer about my true intentions. But it was one of the few times in my life that I was truly freaked out. To have someone offer me that kind of power and know they could probably pull it off was, well, it was insane. What happened next was probably inevitable, and even though my abruptness with Jackie could be responsible for it happening much sooner than it would have, I could hang my hat on one thing. I had passed a test that few men ever had. I had said no to being king of the earth. I was pretty sure Jackie could monitor anything inside the ship at will, and because I was still holding out foolish hope that she was buying my indecision, I didn't run straight to the Major with a confirmation of Helmer's and Memphis's complicity. Instead, I went back to my quarters and went to bed. It took me a long time to find sleep, and it was a long, lonely, restless night. I woke the next morning telling my slave girls to draw my bath as I was trying to untangle my toga. I couldn't seem to decide if I should wear my gold or silver breastplate today. What was the proper dress when granting the President of the United States an audience? That damn toga. Or maybe it was my bedsheet that was tangled in my legs. That would explain why I was on the floor next to my bed. It might also account for the lump I felt growing on the side of my head. Once I gained my bearings, I shaved and took a shower. I still hadn't gotten over how unique an experience that is. After I dressed, I ordered a tray for breakfast and carried it out into our squad's hub. Before I could sit down, I saw Hiromi sprinting across the hub to the platoon hallway, and Tony was close on her heels. Just then, my earpiece buzzed. Chapter 23. Major Matthew Reagan, U.S. Army. With the General's death and our suspicions, not to mention the excursion that we were scheduled to take the next day, it was the perfect time for my head to start hurting. With so much at stake, I didn't take any chances this time. I took one of my special headache pills immediately. Unfortunately, it still took time for it to take effect, and although it wouldn't make me sleepy, impaired, or immobilized, I still had to get to that blissful point where it kicked in. I was picking over dinner in my room when Dr. Shine showed up at the door. It would have been really easy to start thinking of her as Julie, and she'd asked me to call her that a number of times, but I was becoming increasingly aware that I might have to ask these people to do some dangerous things. A little distance seemed a good thing. She had come by to share her experiences at the hub for the day. There really wasn't much to report. Of the HQ staff, Reverend Charles Roan and Dr. Hilbert Sullivan, as well as the 3 security personnel, were accessible and visible in their daily duties. Ambassador Rutledge, Dr. Derek Helmer, and Colonel Eugene Memphis, along with his 3 aides, had been nowhere to be seen. One of the surprising things about Dr. Shine is that she was very observant, as adept at it as some of the better security types I'd met over the years. Maybe that was a big help for a psychiatrist, but at any rate, she deduced my headache challenge pretty quickly, and I am very skilled at hiding it. Somewhere during her report on the Reverend Dr. Charles Roan, she moved to stand behind my sofa chair and started massaging my temples. Before long, she had me answering questions about the frequency and history of my headaches. Through my protest, she had me lean my head back and she placed a damp cloth over my eyes. The slow, rhythmic massaging motion was bliss. Maybe it was the stress, or maybe I hadn't been sleeping well, but I awoke early the next morning in that same chair. My back was a little stiff as I started to sit up when I noticed that Julie was curled up asleep on the sofa.
That's when I remembered I was supposed to have a headache and realized that I didn't. I'd caught it in time and had to admit that Julie's massage had probably helped. I was at my small dining table eating a light breakfast when my door chime sounded and Julie woke. One of the Ito twins was at my door with who looked to be Major Mike Reynolds. I handed Julie a glass of orange juice as I walked past her to the door. I called for it to open, and I stepped out onto the walkway at the same time that Captain Kimiko said, "Major, I think you're going to want to see this." My platoon hub was full of people. As Kimiko was starting to explain to me exactly who all the extra people were, I saw her eyes uncharacteristically moving back and forth from me to someone else. I turned and saw that Julie, still holding her orange juice, had followed me out of the room. There was nothing inappropriate about Julie's and my actions, and just because her and, I realized, my clothing and hair were rumpled, was no reason to jump to conclusions, even if Ironjaw was grinning. Sometimes in life, if you try to stop and explain or set the record straight, it just makes things worse. I figured that this was probably one of those times, and besides, I'm not sure Julie was even fully awake yet because I don't think she realized what was happening, and I sure didn't see any reason to embarrass her. As Captain Kimiko pointed out, the hallway to the HQ hub was sealed. Major Reynolds told me that very early this morning an aide had delivered orders from Colonel Memphis for himself, his staff, and his 4 squad leaders to immediately report to my hub in order to join our excursion today. At first I thought they just wanted some extra muscle assigned to you for the excursion, Major Reynolds explained, but they told us this was a friendly visit, and I realized that one of my diplomats had also been assigned, so I really don't know what to make of it. By this time, Captain Hiromi had also joined us and was referencing a list she had apparently made on her smart pad. She informed us that 16 extra scientists and 1 diplomat had been assigned to us, but 8 of our own scientists had apparently been ordered to stay behind. They weren't here. This would give us a net gain of 8 scientists, 1 diplomat, and 9 military. Our platoon complement was now up to 51. "Hiromi, have you tried to contact our missing personnel?" was my first thought in question. When she told me she had and couldn't, I ordered the captain's Ito to try and disperse the scientists throughout the various squad hubs so that our platoon hub wouldn't be so crowded. "Once you've done that, please join the rest of us in the conference room," I told them both. "Major Reynolds, I would also like to invite you and your squad leaders to join us. Has anyone seen Captain Silva?" I asked the group as some started taking seats and others stood along the wall. Hiromi spoke up. "I verified he was here with comms, but I haven't seen him." "Dr. Shine, would you be so kind as to invite Drs. Spencer, Spallini, and Andretti to join us? Thank you. It's going to get a little crowded," I said to no one in particular. "I hope this ship has good air conditioning." Once most of us were inside the conference room, I took my usual seat and motioned for Ironjaw Reynolds to sit beside me. I reached up to my earpiece and tried to call Captain Silva, but got no response. Not having time to be irritated, I turned my attention to trying to raise Jackie. I didn't know if she was with us or back on the main ship, but I needed to speak to somebody. When she didn't answer, I tried to ask for any Neridian, only to be greeted with silence. Okay, now I had time to be irritated. As the stragglers started filling in, I shared a look with Ironjaw. What had been drilled into us since officer training school was that when there was absolutely nothing else to do, prepare and then prepare some more. The problem was, what were we preparing for? "Okay, everyone, let's summarize our situation," I started off. Green Squad's leader, Captain Paula Morgan, jumped in first and said, "We're in an auxiliary Neridian spaceship heading towards a planet that is inhabited by a people that the Neridians befriended hundreds of years ago." "Supposedly heading there. At this point, we only have the Neridians' word on that," someone added. "In addition," Major Reynolds said, "my staff and squad leaders have been given temporary duty assignment, TDY, to your platoon for the duration of this excursion. Also, one of the 33 diplomats in my platoon was ordered to accompany us." "Why?" Kimiko interrupted. "Why that particular dip?" Major Reynolds raised an eyebrow at one of his captains, presumably the diplomat's squad leader. The captain responded, "Dr. Cohen is a political science professor from Texas A&M. Extremely intelligent, but somewhat rough around the edges. No one will confuse him for being a politician. For much of the trip, he served as the diplomatic group's devil's advocate, always asking the what-if questions that not everyone wants to hear.
Although he doesn't always agree with them, I think he has the respect of his peers." Julie interjected. "Maybe that's why they want him with us. Maybe they feel he's a skeptic and want him to see firsthand how successful they've been with the culture we're getting ready to visit." "What do we know about the other scientists that are assigned to us, and what do we know about our people that didn't make the trip?" I asked. "Is Dr. Rashid Bell with us?" Dr. Spencer wanted to know. "Because he's definitely not a skeptic and can't wait to work with the Neridians." Hiromi responded. "No, he's not. He's one of the 8 that stayed behind." "That would support your theory, Dr. Shine," said Ironjaw, "but I still don't understand why they wanted my military group here." "Okay, let's take it a step at a time," I suggested. "Dr. Shine, please work with Captain Hiromi and Captain Kamiko to see if there are any patterns for the rest of the team. That includes those that are with us and those that didn't make the trip. Major Reynolds, I'd like to suggest that your squad leaders each attach themselves to one of my squads and second themselves to that squad leader. Your personal HQ staff can stay with you and serve in any fashion you desire, but you might want to think of them as a strategic reserve force." Ironjaw was nodding, and I was just starting to go over deployment for the excursion when the lights went out. It is a credit to our team and the civilians with us that nobody in the conference room screamed. Ironjaw spoke first. "Who have we got that might be able to figure out how to turn the power back on?" A number of people around the table were opening their smart pads, which were providing a little light. The heavily accented Italian voice of Dr. Anzio Spallini broke in by saying, "The ship has not lost power, or else we would be either weightless or dead. We still have gravity, so we still have power." "Hiromi, check comms," I immediately said. In a moment she replied, "Comms are working, Major, for at least a large number of our team. I'll initiate a roll call." With the sound of Hiromi's muted voice in the background, I turned to where I thought I remembered Dr. Spallini sitting and said, "Dr. Spallini, what do you mean when you said if the power was out we'd be dead?" "Yes, Major, weightless or dead. My colleagues in physics have been marveling at the technology this ship she represents. When we first left the planet, there was no sensation of acceleration, which suggests some ability for inertial dampening, or perhaps a way to isolate space-time itself. Once underway in space, we conducted a few simple experiments to determine that there was no Coriolis force so that we could rule out centrifugal force as the source of our gravity. That leaves only acceleration or an artificially produced gravity field as reasons for us to feel weight." "Anzio," Julie said, "keep it simple for us, okay?" "Yes, Julie," said Anzio. "It actually is very simple. If we were under acceleration and that was the cause of our weight, when the power went off and the acceleration stopped, we'd be weightless. On the other hand, if the Neridians are artificially inducing a gravity field and the power to it went off, we'd be either weightless because we're coasting through space, or we'd be crushed because we'd have no protection from the massive acceleration. We are not weightless or dead, therefore we have power, just no lights." "What else has been turned off besides the lights?" I asked. "Well," Dr. Spallini replied, "we won't know about air recirculation or climate control until a little time has passed. Someone will have to check the matter manipulation chambers before we'll know if food will be a problem." "What kind of chambers?" Ironjaw asked. "The food server thingies in our rooms," Dr. Spencer's voice explained. Major?" A somewhat shaky, unidentified voice asked. "Has anyone tried the conference room door to see if it will open?" There was complete silence for a few moments, and then you could hear several people moving and at least one ow. For a moment, I forgot that the doors were totally silent, and I was expecting the worst until someone said, "Thank God." At the same time, I registered the sounds of conversations drifting in from the hub. I didn't hear any panic, but the shouts for reassurance were a little beyond the calm point. I reached up to my earpiece and said, "I want to speak to everyone." After a short pause, I said, "Please stand by for an announcement, but first I need a comms check. If you hold a military rank of captain, please acknowledge." I'd never tried this before and had no idea if it would work, but my captains in the conference room all gave me a verbal thumbs up. "This is Major Reagan, and I'm sitting here with Major Reynolds and a number of our leaders. I know that being in the dark brings out some primal feelings and fears in all of us, but I want to assure you that we're working on the problem. Dr. Spallini assures me that the ship still has power, so our situation is not hopeless. We just need to figure out who accidentally backed into the light switch. Our immediate concern is that you don't hurt yourself. Try to stay where you're at if that is at all possible. If you need to move or need help, please contact your squad leaders and we'll try to accommodate you. If you are relatively close to other people, try to stay low to the ground and slide towards them. Let's try to team up as much as possible so no one has to be alone. Above all, please be patient. I have no idea how long it will take to rectify this, but you have my word that no matter how long it takes, we'll keep working on it to get it done. That is all for the moment. The conference room was starting to get a little stuffy, and I was waiting for someone to bring up the question of other life support systems when the lights returned. Most people that live in the city rarely, if ever, experience total darkness. Even in your home in the middle of the night, light still seeps in from streetlights and other lighting. It is darker in the country, but who doesn't have an alarm clock with an LCD display, or appliances in the kitchen that have digital timers, or even the small lighted diodes on modern electrical sockets for circuit protection? You can visit one of the few remaining dark sky parks on the planet that purposely limits light pollution for better stargazing, but then there would be the stars themselves. Even a minute amount of light gives our brains reference, and at least a portion of our surroundings definition. What many of us experienced for about 45 minutes was total blackout. Unless you were fortunate enough to be carrying your smart pad, or in a conference room like I was with other people that were, there was virtually no light. Julie later told me that despite all of the experiences we had yet to endure, this blackout was the cause of more psychological traumas to team members than any other part of the mission. I'm assuming she was talking about those that lived, of course. When the lights came on, everyone cheered. Ironjaw and I grinned at each other with a smile our dentist would have been proud of, and then we got up to start doing what we've been trained to do. That damn conference room was making me claustrophobic anyway. It was just then that I received a communication from Captain Antonio Silva. "Major, can you please immediately meet me at the platoon hub elevator, and I need you to bring a couple of security forces with you. Oh, and Major, we're going to need your conference room." We were all back in my beloved conference room, this time with Captain Silva and an unknown Neridian male. When we'd met at the elevator, the captain was holding the Neridian by the arm, and it was clear that he was forcing the alien to accompany him. The Neridian was Captain Silva's prisoner. He wasn't in the best of condition either. The Neridian had a busted lip and what appeared to be the beginning of a beautiful shiner on his left eye. As I mentally checked off a silly question that I had already known the answer to, yes, their blood was red, I looked around the table. Everyone was focused on Captain Silva, or the Neridian, except for Dr. Tony Andretti, who was, surprisingly, looking at me. "Captain Silva," I said in my calm voice of command. "Report." The captain nodded his head and said, "There is a lot to talk about and this is going to take a while, but the first thing you need to know is that the Neridians were going to kill all of us." As the room sat stunned and quiet, he continued, "This excursion was a cover designed to get everyone that could oppose the Neridian assimilation of Earth out of the way. Their plan is to return to the planet with a ship full of influential Earthers that are unanimously convinced that Earth should accept a formal Neridian protectorship. They want no dissent. I can back up what the captain is saying about how important it is to Neridians that we assimilate into their culture," Dr. Spencer interrupted. "Last night Jackie admitted to me that she had basically bribed Dr. Helmer and Colonel Memphis with riches and power to help guide Earth's decision." "Wait a minute," I said. "Dr. Spencer, are you telling me that you had important information like that and kept it to yourself?" "No, I mean not exactly," he said. I'd never seen him totally frustrated because he just wasn't made up that way, but the conversation was clearly headed in a direction he was uncomfortable with, and I didn't care. "Just how and when did you get this admission from her?" I demanded. Hands spread, palms down in front of him, and while staring at the table he continued, "It was late last night or early this morning in her quarters. I'm not sure which." I could swear he snuck a glance up at where Julie was sitting, but if so, it must have been quick. "She was trying to convince me," he continued, "to join them. I was trying to stall for time and convince her that I was going to consider the offer, and if I'd run straight to you, then she would have known it was a bluff. I was going to find a way to let you know today. I didn't realize that we didn't have that much time." "How can we know that's true?" asked Ironjaw. "With all respect, Dr. Spencer, isn't that what you'd say if you'd been caught conspiring against us?" Ironjaw didn't know Dr. Spencer as well as I did, but his point deserved to be addressed. Dr. Tony Andretti, however, spoke first. If Mark was an Iridian loyalist, he'd be on the main ship, not sent to die with us. From the looks of everyone around the table, that addressed it just fine. But why is it so important to the Neridians that we become a part of their culture? What do we have that could possibly be so important to them? Captain Kimiko asked. While most everyone was focused on the Neridian prisoner, I was staring at Captain Silva. He said, Neridia wants Earth to formally commit to being under Neridian protection. Another way to say it is to be assimilated by them, or, more precisely, to formally become a Neridian protectorate, a part of Neridia in the eyes of the galaxy. The captain continued, What people from Earth can't possibly understand is that Earth's civilization is unique. Earth has advanced further in just a few hundred years than other galactic civilizations do in tens of thousands. It's not what Earth possesses now that is necessarily so valuable, it's the discoveries that will be made as civilization continues to explode exponentially. The total sum of all earthly human knowledge doubles every few years, and the rate is accelerating. There are more honor students in India than there are students in the United States. Earthers are advancing at an exponential rate, and those advances could secure Neridia's place in galactic society. Because the currency of galactic society is respect, Dr. Spencer threw in. Precisely, Captain Silva finished. While he'd been speaking, the Neridian had turned his head to watch. There was no outward sign of emotion, but his eyes were filled with pure hate. There had been a thought in the back of my head that had slowly turned to certainty as Captain Silva stopped speaking. I thought about how he'd been placed on my team at the last minute, and how he'd always seemed to be a step ahead of everyone else when it came to knowing what was going on. Captain Silva is Neridian, I said to the table. Some around the table seemed surprised, while others didn't, but that soon changed. After slowly shaking his head, Captain Silva looked up at me and said, No, Major, I'm a Caridian. Chapter 24. Dr. Mark Spencer. What was wrong with me? Here I was surrounded by momentous events, selflessly turning down power and riches, seated around a conference table with mankind's best hope, and I was still more worried about what Julie might think of me. When the lights had gone out, I immediately realized that I'd screwed up. I suddenly understood why Jackie had seemed almost desperate to convince me to join her. It was my last chance. She'd known that within a few hours my fate would be sealed either way. What didn't make any sense to me, though, was why me? Why was she so smitten with me? One of my best physical abilities had always been making love to a woman. I know I'm good at it. I pride myself on being good at it. Jackie never saw my best performances, however. I just really wasn't that attracted, and yet it was just as obvious when we were together that I had the magic touch with her. There were times when I think she really had trouble catching her breath. It was great for my ego. It was almost like she'd never experienced a lover like me before, or anyone even close to me for that matter. As silly as that sounds, I hadn't been able to think of another reason for her fascination with me. Of course, I guess that fascination only went so far. The invitation to join me forever, or else I'll massacre you in the morning along with 50 of your closest friends, wasn't exactly a testament to a healthy, everlasting love. Hell hath no fury like a scorned woman. And when the lights went out, I knew we were going to die, even if Jackie hadn't spelled it out. I think I really must be at peace with myself, because when I was sitting there in the dark, I didn't panic. I was almost content. Almost. I was regretting that I hadn't figured it out earlier so I could have done something or warned somebody. I was regretting that I'd never get to show Anzio the beaches of Costa Rica like I'd promised. I was regretting that I'd never kissed Julie. Now that was a funny thought. Usually I imagined women in bed with me, and don't get me wrong, now that I thought about it, I knew her body would fit perfectly next to mine. But at the moment, all I could really focus on was holding her and kissing her. It was just strange. What wasn't strange was Major Reagan. He had taken charge in that calm, collected way of his that just instilled confidence. I suppose I could add not getting to know him better to that list of regrets, but who could know? Maybe we would get out of this like he's suggesting. At any rate, these were my swirling thoughts when the lights came back on. Once again, we were seated around the conference table, this time with Captain Silva and a beat-up Neridian. I knew the tables had turned. Jackie's plan had somehow gone awry, and my slowness to figure it out had not doomed us after all. I was anxious to share my confirmation to the now unveiled plot, and I belatedly realized that doing so might forever cost me that kiss, but so be it. What I hadn't realized was that my confession would cause Ironjaw Reynolds to question my loyalty. Why is it that every time I did something noble, people questioned me? As Captain Silva explained why Neridia wanted to absorb the people of Earth under the Neridian umbrella, more pieces started snapping into place. In a brilliant flash of introspective insight, it all came together for me. "Say that again?" I said. Captain Silva responded, "I said that I am a member of the Caridian dynasty." It turns out that the terms Neridia and Coridia didn't really refer to planets after all. They referred to family dynasties, but according to Silva, you had to be willing to use the term family rather loosely. Using us as an example, he explained that if Earth developed like other planets, we would go through an evolution of single authority or one world government, but that didn't mean we would all be of one culture. When governments started fading away, which it eventually would, what would be left are a number of different cultures that have no need to compete with one another and plenty of room to expand throughout space. Most of those cultures would find a new planet to call home, and 99.99% of their population would have no need to ever travel from it. Galactic society has long ago passed beyond planet-based cultures, Silva was explaining. Planet-bound cultures are for the most part ignored. They're like small islands to a seafaring culture. They're places to stop over, rest and vacation, but they're not home. Some relatively few cultures will reject being bound to a planet and embrace the stars. Just like that seafaring culture, they make their homes wherever they are, whether that's a temporary layover on an already occupied planet or an unoccupied planet they find use for, or on their ships themselves. If such a spacefaring culture does not have something to offer and becomes respected for its knowledge and contribution to galactic society, it can be considered a dynasty. Many times these dynasties are the historical remnants of powerful corporations, religions, or extended family lines that had become a culture among themselves. There are thousands of dynasties in known space, and its members receive far more respect and have far more privileges and courtesies offered to them. Planet-bound cultures can tremendously benefit from the new knowledge the traveling dynasties can bring to them and look up to them almost as royalty. Occasionally, if a dynasty likes or finds enough use for or wants to protect a planet-bound culture, it may offer a protectorship. This is what Jackie hopes to convince Earth of, but we'll revisit that in a moment. You need to understand galactic society to fully comprehend the ramifications. Above dynasties in the galactic social hierarchy sit the lower houses, Silva continued. Wait a minute, I interrupted. I thought we were told that hierarchical thinking was primitive and had been left in the past. Jackie lied, Mark. On a smaller scale, when it comes to titles or working together, she was right. But we are all social creatures and we crave status. We've just learned that it's only important on a cultural level. Didn't you ever question that? Why would she hide it? I asked. Probably because she didn't want you figuring out her real agenda, he replied. Except for the Neridian and his 2 guards, we had all moved into the hub, and every member of our inner circle was present. Captain Silva had also somehow put a live image of himself answering our questions on the view screens. Word had gotten around fast, and we'd taken the time to catch the latecomers up on events. For a while, it had reminded me of what it felt like when I was a child and Aunt Sally would visit. As her favorite daytime soap opera would start, Mom would whisper and quickly fill her in on all the convoluted happenings of the last 4 or 5 episodes. I actually enjoyed listening to Mom's succinct explanations and Aunt Sally's exclamations of disbelief far more than I did watching the shows. Major Reagan put us back on track by saying, "You were talking about lower houses?" "Lower houses are very powerful," Silva replied. "There are only 179 of them in the galaxy." "How does a dynasty become a lower house?" I asked. I just couldn't keep myself from interrupting. "They don't," Silva said strongly. Then in a somewhat more moderate voice, he said, "At least it would be extremely rare, and I suspect that it's the Neridians plotting to become a lower house that Earth's gotten tangled up in." I had noticed Dr. Decker walk up, but now he interrupted several people that were trying to follow up on Silva's last statement. "Okay, let's keep this on a logical progression or we'll never learn anything. Captain Silva, Please finish explaining about dynasties and houses, and then maybe we'll be able to understand your explanation of what exactly we're caught up in." "Well, lower houses are revered by everyone, including dynasties. They're powerful because their knowledge and technology is off the charts. They are so advanced that they rarely interact with anyone else in the galaxy. Lower houses freely share and trade ideas with each other that most dynasties might not even grasp. Neridia, attaining that status, would immediately elevate their technology and power to an unimaginable level. The lower houses and upper houses together make up the Accord. The dynasties pretty much fall in line with the principles and edicts the Accord puts out." "And the upper houses?" Dr. Decker prodded. "Yes, finally there are the upper houses. We only know the names of a few upper houses, but there's reason to suspect there are many. No one knows for sure how many. The upper houses are mysterious even to us. Meeting a member of an upper house would be the stuff of legend, and sometimes the physical descriptions stretch belief. Presumably the lower houses interact with them on some level, but no one really knows for sure." "And what's above the upper houses? Godhood?" Dr. Decker asked, somewhat sarcastically. "I have no way of knowing," responded Silva. "Do you?" When Dr. Decker didn't immediately respond, I asked why Neridia thought it had a chance at making lower house status. "The Neridian dynasty has made several important contributions to galactic society in the areas of genetics and temporal physics," Silva said. "If they can make another large contribution, they might just be elevated. Of course, they can't afford to have anything blemish their reputation in the meantime." "Did you say temporal physics?" Dr. Decker said. When Silva nodded, Dr. Decker continued. "You're talking about controlling time. My goodness, if the Neridians can travel back in time, there's no hope for any of us. Can they do that yet?" Shaking his head, Silva said, "No, just theory and some hypotheses that they would need the help of a lower house to test." "Wait a minute. How would you know?" Decker continued. "I mean, if they could go back in time, they could change things to the way they want, and you'd never know it." Silva suddenly reminded me of a favorite professor of mine that would display incredible patience when I asked some really stupid questions. He said, "We know they haven't altered the past to change the present because they don't have what they want. They're not already a lower house." As Decker was feeling incredibly stupid, I know that feeling, Major Reynolds broke in with a voice that was meticulously polite but edged in cold hard steel. "I want to know why the Kharidian dynasty murdered 300 of our people." Chapter 25. Major Matthew Reagan, U.S. Army. I couldn't bring myself to think of Silva as a captain anymore. He was obviously an imposter who had somehow infiltrated my army, and I wanted to lock him up and throw away the key. My team, however, and on a bigger scale Earth itself, could not afford to turn away any friends right now, and it did appear that Silva had ridden to our rescue. But how could we know that for sure? I would let him keep the uniform and the rank, but I was removing him from the chain of command. All personnel would understand that he carried no authority and deserved no trust. There were so many important questions to be answered that I was having trouble prioritizing them all. When we moved from the conference room to the much larger hub, I took the opportunity to put my head together with Ironjaw. We both agreed that a free-flow form of conversation would be much more efficient than a straight interrogation, and that the scientists probably should be allowed direction and input. We would make sure the conversation stayed on track and that our important questions were answered. "We didn't," Silva responded while looking directly at Major Reynolds. "Your space platform being removed from Earth orbit was actually the first indication we'd had that the Neridians had rediscovered Earth. Until then, we thought you were our secret." "You're saying that the Neridians murdered our people?" Dr. Decker asked. "But why?" Silva grimaced and then said, "That is a rather long answer, and you need to know it. But are there more urgent issues you'd like to address before we go down that path?" "Yes, there are," I said. "At this moment, are we safe?" "For the moment, yes," he responded. "I have taken control of the ship, and we are currently headed on a different vector than was expected. By tomorrow at mid-morning ship time, we should arrive at a friendly planet, and you will be able to decide your course of action." "Will we have a choice?" I asked coldly. "Major, I can confidently say that we will not restrict your actions.
I cannot speak for any other dynasty or any unforeseen events, and there are discussions we would like to have with you that might influence those actions, but we will not force our will upon you. You have my word." Unfortunately, as much as I wanted to believe him, his word didn't carry a lot of weight right now. Not after deceiving us for months. "Our people that are still on the main Neridian ship, are they in any danger?" "Obviously, I'm not in control of that situation, but I would think that they'll be fine. The Neridians are desperate to have a shipload of Earthers that believe in Neridia. Unless someone openly and strongly opposes them, they should be okay. They can't keep killing off people without everyone else getting suspicious." "How are they going to explain us disappearing, and how are they going to do us in anyway?" asked Ironjaw. "The plan was for your team to be taken to a planet that for us is heavily populated and under the control of the Neridian dynasty. They would capture recordings of your team interacting with a local population, and then once the recordings were edited and you were back on board ship, they would remove the oxygen from the atmosphere and allow you to suffocate. Based on the recordings they have of you both on the planet and from the ship, they would then create artificial scenes of various platoon personnel praising the Neridian influence and looking forward for the same on Earth. After the rest of the team saw the supposed real-time recordings, it would be reported that your ship was attacked and destroyed by the Caridian dynasty." "Why go to all the trouble?" Ironjaw asked. "Why not just fake all the planet scenes?" "They could do that, but they only have images of your team in this ship. They don't really know how each individual might act or react to environmental stimuli on the surface of a planet, or when meeting aliens in an uncontrolled environment. Rather than taking a chance on raising some eyebrows for uncharacteristic behavior, they decided not to spring the trap until after planetfall." "How do you know all of this?" I asked. "As you may suspect, Major Reagan, I maneuvered my way onto this mission because we know the Neridian history, and we can see their desperation to be named a lower house. Although the Neridians are stretching the limits, this type of intrigue is not totally unknown in galactic history. Once I was embedded on your team and aboard this vessel, I was able to use my own technology to monitor the Neridian systems and communications. When it became apparent this was 3rd Platoon's last cruise, so to speak, I was forced to take action." Even though Silva certainly didn't look the part, I felt like I was listening to James Bond calmly reporting the details of his last mission. Now that I knew he wasn't from Earth, I could see that his stature was more closely related to the Neridian males that we'd met, but he seemed more muscular and assertive. Us military types try to always be vigilant, and I confirmed the flanking positions of my team before I asked the next question. Sliding forward to the edge of my seat, I calmly asked, "What became of the real Captain Silva?" I'm not sure what type of response I expected, but laughter wasn't it. It wasn't even a diabolical laugh. It was more like relief. "I'm sorry, Major, I should have explained right away. I didn't replace Captain Silva. I am Captain Silva. I've been on your planet for quite some time." I called a meal break, and although Dr. Spencer and a few of the other scientists were still throwing questions at Silva, we left Captains Hiromi and Kamiko, along with a couple of Ironjaw's people, to keep an eye on things while Ironjaw, Julie, Dr. Decker, and I retired to my quarters. Once trays were passed around, I looked to the group and said, "Comments?" Julie was the first to speak. "All I can say is that we must be living right. Without Captain Silva, we'd all be dead. No offense to you, Major Reagan, but I don't think there's a person on our team that could have figured out how to turn the lights back on." "That's assuming that he's not the one that turned them off in the first place," Ironjaw added. "Dr. Shine, do you trust him?" I asked. Julie sat back in her chair and then thoughtfully said, "Yes, Major, I believe what he said so far. To do what he claims to have done, I'm sure he's a very accomplished liar, but the body language of the Neridian prisoner is consistent with his story. Mark also backs him up about Neridian treachery, and Mark is definitely not an accomplished liar." I thought I heard some steel in her voice as she finished the last sentence, but she did make good points. "At the very least, then, we're agreed that Silva probably did save our bacon, even if we're still not sure of his ultimate motives?" I said as I looked around the group. Mike nodded once, and Dr. Decker murmured concurrence. "What's our next step, then?" I asked. "We'll be on their planet in 24 hours. "I still have 1,000 questions, and 24 hours won't let me get through half of them," responded Dr. Decker. "We all have questions," Julie stated. But we need to first decide if we really want to go to this planet of theirs. It might be that this smaller ship could take us directly back to Earth."
"As far as I'm concerned, it's your show, Major Reagan," said Ironjaw. "But I don't think going back to Earth right now is an option."
When Julie looked at him questioningly, he continued,
"It doesn't accomplish anything. We know the Neridians are vile, but they're still offering technology that everyone's going to want. Maybe we could deal with the Caridians instead, but we don't know anything about them. There's also the question of our original mission brief, which includes getting an understanding of galactic society and determining if we have anything of value to offer. I know that Silva just told us all the great things we want to hear about how special and unique us Earthlings are," he said rather wistfully, "but I'm not really sure I understand what he's talking about. I think we have a whole lot more to learn before we can go home."
Ironjaw was right, and I think everyone realized it as soon as he said it. "Okay, then," I said. "Let's be figuring out what we need to accomplish once we arrive at their planet, and let's get as much information as we can from Silva before we get there. Dr. Decker, I'm going to ask the science team to coordinate their questions with you so we can stay on track. Accommodate as many people as you can, but stay focused on our objectives. Oh, and give Dr. Spencer and Dr. Shine some leeway. They're enough in the picture to keep things going in the right direction. Major Reynolds, I'm going to ask you to screen all questions from military personnel. Keep me informed, and let's make sure you and I stay on the same page." "I want to know what happened to General Nesbitt," was the first thing I said after we all resumed the questioning. As the realization struck her, Julie quietly muttered, "Oh my God," into the silence. In that tone of voice we only use when speaking of the dead, Silva said, "He was murdered. There was never anything wrong with him," he continued. "The Neridians put on a show for him and Dr. Sullivan and convinced them both that he needed to be treated. Once he was unconscious, it was simply a matter of turning off his breathing at the right moment." I had been uncomfortable with the explanation Julie had given me from the first time I heard it. What was it Dr. Sullivan had told her? We entered the room and lights started flashing. Why the flashing lights? The Neridians controlled everything with their bioware. They didn't need lights to know there was a problem, and the only way they would have had lights ready for us is if they had planned it in advance. That clue had been in front of me the whole time, and I just hadn't realized it. I'd been trained to learn from my mistakes, not to beat myself up over them, but this felt like a real body blow. Right before we'd started up again after the break, Dr. Spencer and Dr. Decker had brought Dr. Spallini to me with a question that I thought was relevant. Now seemed like a good time to let him ask it. "Dr. Spallini," I said, "your turn." Anzio looked around and actually grinned. It was a tough time for all of us, and I know he was sensitive to that, but at the same time he was like a kid in a candy store. The constant revelations were confirming or denying scientific speculations he'd held for years. "Captain Silva, you said two things earlier that I think we need clarification on, yes? You mentioned that you hadn't realized that the Neridians had rediscovered Earth. Before that, though, you stated the Neridians were desperate to become a lower house and couldn't afford to have anything blemish their reputation. Jackie told us about the Chextigans visiting Earth, and your two statements by themselves, they seem innocent, but when I think of them together, I think there is more to know, yes?" "You are very perceptive, Dr. Spallini," said Silva. I hadn't been sure I'd totally understood Dr. Spallini's reasoning, but he was a genius, and Dr. Spencer assured me that Anzio had an eidetic memory and would be best suited to keeping Silva from prevaricating. Sometimes you just had to trust your team, and so far I'd been pretty pleased with mine. Looking directly at me, Silva continued, "This is going to take us down that path of things you need to know, but it will probably take all afternoon. Should we start now?" I glanced around at what I was starting to think of as my inner circle, and not seeing any hesitations, I nodded assent. Chapter 26. Dr. Mark Spencer. I was fascinated by the political intrigue that was apparently taking place between the Neridians, the Caridians, and the rest of the galaxy. I'm not a political person in the sense that I have no desire to shape current policy, but as a student of history and mankind, I have to recognize and understand that politics are the fundamental driving force behind everything historical except natural catastrophes or other changing environmental conditions. The better I could understand the political forces and dynamics that shaped history, the better I could understand where we might be headed. and now with models of somewhat similar civilizations that have already progressed beyond where we currently are, the easier it would become. The intellectual in me would have been content to spend the next few months just learning, but the realist in me knew that now was the time for action, just as soon as we figured out what that action needed to be. Also, I hadn't forgotten the fact that the Major had given me an assignment: find a way for Earth to survive without violence. Up to this point, I'd been stymied. The introduction of a third political force, the Caridian dynasty, could change that. I wasn't yet sure how, but it opened up a new world of possibilities. When the Major had called a break, I made sure someone was getting Captain Silva whatever he wanted. I think he asked for an apple, but I still had questions, and I was, well, impatient. The main thing I wanted to know was exactly how long Captain Silva had been on Earth. If he really was Captain Silva, as he'd said, then he would have needed to enter the military 12 years ago, just like it said in the personnel file that Julie had shown me on her SmartPad. He also looked more muscular than the other Neridian males. Why was that? Were the two cultures physically different? Also, how had he managed to infiltrate the mission without the Neridians knowing who he was? Unfortunately, Captain Silva didn't want to address them, at least not immediately. He politely agreed that they were good questions and that he would answer them, but it was part of a larger answer that Major Reagan deserved to be present for. "Okay," I said. "At least tell me one thing that I believe I already know the answer to. There are other Caridians on Earth, aren't there?" After hesitating a moment, he looked at me and said, "Yes, Doctor, there are." Once the leadership team returned, and shortly after the questions and explanations had started, Captain Silva declared it would be a good time to jump into the long explanation he'd been promising. As he was saying this, he gave me a long glance that seemed to say, "Here's where you'll get all your answers." At least I hoped that's what it meant. "The first thing you need to put in perspective," he started, "is just how incredibly old the galaxy is. The universe was created 13.7 billion years ago in the Big Bang, and what you call the Milky Way galaxy coalesced a 500 million years later. Your sun didn't form until 4.6 billion years ago, so your solar system wasn't even around for 2/3 of galactic history, and Homo sapiens didn't evolve until around 200,000 years ago, so Homo sapiens have missed everything. The galaxy is old, and your part of it, out here towards the edge of the Orion spiral, is relatively new. If you'll forgive me for saying so, these are the backwaters of galactic society. Some of what Jackie told you about history is correct, and some of it isn't. And there's a lot more she just left out. So I'm going to give you the broad brushstrokes, and we can clear up the details with your specialists at a later time. First of all, a little over 500 million of your years ago, there was life in Earth's oceans, but that was about it. The people you have dubbed the first Prometheans finally made their way to this backwater at about the same time and started their bioforming project. They seeded the Earth with what has now become the common genetic ancestry of the galaxy. Your scientists cannot fully explain this sudden expansion of life, but do have a name for it. They call it the Cambrian explosion. This much of what Jackie told you is true. It is also true that this small portion of our galaxy was invaded by others around 66 million years ago. You probably owe them a big thank you because they put your evolution back on the right course when they bombarded your planet and created an extinction event. Our common genome, for reasons we don't yet understand, has a propensity to evolve two-legged primates that look remarkably similar to each other, but it doesn't always happen that way. Up until that point, Earth's evolution was off track. We suspect that this was the original attraction for the Chextigans. Perhaps because of the original evolutionary divergence, Earth's primates were developing differently. So 200,000 years ago, the Chextigans did something that is proscribed and all but forbidden by the Accord. They genetically altered Homo erectus into Homo sapiens. Why'd they do that? I couldn't help but asking. Captain Silva expelled a large breath and said, "We don't really know. Maybe because they thought they were helping Earth back to the right track. Maybe just to see if they could. No one really knows. Even the Neridians aren't clear on why, and they did it." Captain Silva," interjected Anzio. "I'm afraid you just contradicted yourself." "No, Dr. Spallini, this is the part that Jackie misled you on. Chextigin is the home world that the Neridian dynasty evolved from over 500,000 years ago. She tried to confuse the issue, but it was the Neridian dynasty that placed a colony on Earth." So this is where the part about not being able to afford to blemish their reputation comes in, said Anzio. Smiling, Captain Silva said, "You're way ahead of me, Dr. Spallini." "Still," Anzio said, 7,000 years is a long time. Would there really still be these repercussions?" At the same time Anzio was speaking, I blurted out, "Their civilization is that old." Looking around at a number of puzzled faces, Captain Silva responded, "Why don't I finish the narrative so everybody understands and address those points as they come up? Approximately 27,000 of your years ago, the Neridian dynasty started becoming more powerful. As your planet has experienced, they have always held a fascination for genetics, and they were able to present to the Accord some breakthrough work in this area. Not long afterwards, and as I mentioned to Dr. Decker, their work in temporal physics was recognized. Around 5000 BC by the Earth calendar, the Neridians revisited Earth, we think, for the sole purpose of covering their tracks. As we said, what they had done crossed some of the strongest conventions of the Accord. Maybe they were becoming more politically ambitious and started cleaning all the skeletons out of their closet, or maybe they knew Earth could be a huge tripwire, but for whatever reason, they were determined to wipe out Homo sapiens." "The flood," I said. "Yes, Dr. Spencer, the great, somewhat mythical flood that all ancient Earth cultures seem to have recorded as legend." "So Noah really did need an ark," Julie commented. "The original Neridian colony had been centered in the Black Sea region, and by manipulating the overflowing of the Mediterranean Sea into the Black Sea basin, they wiped out a tremendously large percentage of their work. It is also believed that they used weapons of mass destruction in many other areas to eliminate the living evidence. We believe that these events are the basis for many of the ancient legends of gods and the wars of gods, particularly around the city-states of Sumer. And just to make sure that any Homo sapien survivors wouldn't flourish, they released a retrovirus that spread worldwide and infected everything. Shortly after their work done, they left, confident that Homo sapiens were a dead or dying species," Captain Silva concluded. Major Reagan then interjected with a great question. "What I don't understand is how the Neridian dynasty would know any of this." Anzio was nodding his head, apparently seeing the same gap in logic. Captain Silva looked down, then after a moment looked up and said, "It's tougher than I anticipated, not being trusted after being one of you for so long. I know you have to regard me with skepticism, and in your position I would do the same. You're watching closely for every potential inconsistency, and all I can do is agree to be an open book. Some things, however, won't make any sense without context, but let me address this question directly. There are really two reasons," continued Captain Silva. "You were told about the stasis bubble that shut down. You were lied to about when it shut down. It was almost 280 of your years ago, and we were intrigued by the star map we found. We decided to investigate your solar system and were fascinated by what we discovered. I promise I will come back and explain this, but for now I must insist that you let me continue the narrative. Anyway, we were so fascinated that we established a secret outpost on Earth in the year 1749. "Where?" Major Reagan said immediately. After only a moment's hesitation, Captain Silva said, "France." "Why France?" Here I was interrupting again. "And are you still there?" "Yes, our head of mission, as you would call her, is still based there. As to why? Well, France either fights its wars on the soil of other nations or surrenders very quickly when invaded. Its politics are always in turmoil. It is an industrial nation with easy access to the Western world. The French Sûreté Nationale is a very competent police force, but so infused with politics that it is easily controlled or manipulated. And quite frankly, the French can get away with doing crazy things because nobody takes them seriously and the world expects them to." I couldn't argue with any of that, so I just nodded. "Over the years as we spread out into your civilization, we were stunned to find Neridian-based lettering, numbers, and mathematical symbols on a number of your ancient artifacts. What you call cuneiform was obviously originally founded on it, and we saw evidence of Neridian influence as far away as the American Southwest and Peru." What he was saying was very consistent with everything I knew about the history of man. Privately, many in archaeology, anthropology, and related fields spoke of the seemingly inexplicable similarities of ancient civilizations, many times separated by thousands of miles and even thousands of years. Of course, most serious researchers would never discuss these issues in the open. No one wanted to be labeled as one of the ancient astronaut kooks. Based on that, we launched a covert operation into the heart of Neridian civilization itself. Over time, we were able to fill in the blanks and confirm the events I just described to you. We had no warning when a few years ago the Neridians showed up and towed the Laissez-Faire 1 space platform to Neptune. We were concerned, quite frankly, that if our covert operations had been compromised, we could have led them here. There was a lot of silence around the room. I don't think anyone knew what to say to that. Of course, I've always had a lightning-sharp intellect that many times lets me process information faster, so I took the opportunity to interject more of my own questions, but Julie beat me to it. Why would the Neridians release a retrovirus instead of a virus, and what did it do? She asked. If you've ever had to give bad news to someone, you know how uncomfortable it can make you. Some people struggle to find the words or the right approach and tend to beat around the bush, while other people prefer to just say it straight out and get it over with, thinking this to be less cruel. And if it's really bad news, most people have to gear themselves up for the attempt. This is what I was watching Captain Silva go through. He was sitting on the edge of his plush seat in the hub, elbows on his knees, hands steepled with forefingers massaging the middle of his forehead. "Please don't kill the messenger," I heard him mutter. And then he looked directly at a number of us and in a much stronger voice said, "As you probably suspect, Dr. Shine, they used a retrovirus because they wanted to affect your DNA. To this point, the Neridians had been careful not to bombard your planet with asteroids or do anything else that could leave a long-term signature pointing to their interference. Even the evidence of multiple nuclear blasts disappears over time, but a virus can mutate and potentially become deadly for all primates. The last thing the Neridians needed was a time bomb of engineered viral destruction waiting to attack the next dynasty that happened along. So instead they chose to be much more subtle. Your planet already had a history of evolutionary divergence, and the Neridians were quite skilled in genetic manipulation. They simply altered the eukaryotic DNA replication enzyme so that Earth life could no longer replicate the sequences present at the ends of the chromosomes. To offset this, they added telomeres to the ends of those same chromosomal strands, as well as an enzyme called telomerase. So now when your cells replicate, the DNA information lost at the end of the strands are only telomeres, and you have telomerase to replace it in critical cells." "Oh my God," said Julie. I quickly looked around for Tony because this was her specialty, and I wanted to get a read on her reaction, but when my eyes found her, I realized that she was staring at the ground. "What does that mean in English?" I heard Major Reagan say rather sternly. "It means, Major, that the telomere-telomerase addition was only a Band-Aid, and by definition, Band-Aids are meant to be temporary. In plain English, it means that the Neridians artificially and significantly shortened the lifespan of every single life form on planet Earth, including Homo sapiens." Chapter 27. Major Matthew Reagan, U.S. Army. It just keeps getting better. If what Silva was saying is correct, the Neridians attempted genocide, and that means war under any definition. But why had their strategy changed? What were they up to now? Also, why hadn't their plan to shorten our lifespan worked? I didn't understand half of what was being discussed, but I was pretty sure that this genetic thing was supposed to have wiped us out. We were still here, and how much older were we supposed to be anyway? The Caridians seemed to be on our side. Why? What did they want from us? And even though it seemed almost trivial compared to everything else, I wanted to know how Captain Silva had infiltrated the Earth team, let alone the U.S. Army. I'd always prided myself on being able to handle stress. I'd both led and lost men in battle. Those responsibilities will be with me forever, but I will not shirk from my duty. I hold no doubts that I would do it again with a strong moral conviction that I was upholding my sworn oath to the Constitution of the United States. The military puts you through a crucible. If you can't handle the pressure, they cull you from command quickly. Learning how to handle that pressure had years ago cost me my wife, one of the bigger errors in my life that I had learned to take responsibility for. Fortunately, the military is also very good at eventually teaching you how to handle that pressure by giving you rigorous training in almost every possible scenario. Almost every scenario. There was no way to have anticipated or trained for what we were experiencing now. I think every head of household knows the weight of being responsible for others. My father was a small business owner, and the whole family looked up to him. Cousins and in-laws would come to him to make everything right.
to advise them and save them from folly. I remember a period of a few years when my father lost his business. He started and failed several times before he got another one up and running, but he was still there for everyone through the process. It wasn't until years later that I understood he had almost lost everything and what it had cost him personally. Looking back, I realized that this was when his hair went gray and his health first started suffering. But he did his duty. In the end, I think that's the choice all of us make. We can do what we know is right, or not. I had a responsibility to my team, to my country, and to my planet. It would be easy to tuck tail and run home to Earth. There would be no shortage of politicians willing to take command and make all the decisions, but I was on the front line and people were depending on me. It really was that simple. There was a lot more we needed to know, whether we were going to like hearing it or not. Echoing my thoughts perfectly, Ironjaw spoke up. Well, something obviously went wrong. We're still here. How much shorter were our lives supposed to be? Letting out a deep breath, Captain Silva said, The retrovirus worked as designed. We believe it probably took several generations for all organisms to adapt, but Earth DNA has been changed, and the RNA from the retrovirus is no longer present as a smoking gun. The Neridians thought that if Homo sapiens lived short lives, they wouldn't have time to be creative and advance technologically. You need to understand that galaxy-wide things move very slowly. Civilizations develop slowly. If you drastically cut everyone's lifespan, then you theoretically cut everyone's ability to progress. The Neridians fully expected mankind to stagnate and die off. But that didn't happen, I said. No, sir, replied Silva. Instead, you Earthers have become more dynamic, almost frantic in your rush to achieve things during your lifespan. It is totally the opposite of what anyone would have expected, and that is why we became so fascinated with you when we came here almost 300 years ago. The law of unintended consequences, I heard Dr. Spencer mutter. Captain, I said, are you telling us that we're the only people in the galaxy that don't live as long as Caridians or Neridians? Yes, sir, that's what I'm saying. Captain, just how long do you live? Theoretically, we're not really sure. People die, quite often in fact, just not from what you call old age. Typically, a person in this galaxy can expect to live for thousands of years. Someone whispered, How old are you? In Earth years, I am 1,279 years of age, he responded. Pretty young. We eventually took another break, and while Captain Silva was giving a small team I had assembled a tour of the below-decks portion of the ship that we'd never seen, Ironjaw, Julie, Dr. Spencer, Dr. Decker, and Dr. Spallini were gathered in my quarters. I started with my usual ritual. Comments? I don't know about the rest of you, Dr. Decker immediately said, but I'm pissed off. Apparently humanity has been manipulated and screwed with over and over by these Neridians, and they're trying to do it again. Just to be clear, I said, exactly what is it that we feel the Neridians are currently trying to pull over on us? I felt pretty clear on that issue myself, but I wanted to not only make sure we were on the same page, I knew that if we didn't perfectly pin down the Neridian motives, we didn't have any hope of understanding the Caridian motives. They want to own us, Dr. Spencer said. It's just ownership on a different level than what we're used to thinking of. Maybe a better way of saying it is that they want to own our intellectual rights. If we're under the Neridian flag, then every invention, every innovation, every idea we have, they will get credit for. But what ideas are we realistically going to have that can benefit a society that is hundreds of thousands of years old? Said Julie. More like millions, Dr. Spencer responded. And I think that's what's been bothering me. Any society that old can't be evolving much, or it would tear itself apart. You heard what Silva said. Earthers are dynamic. Well, what's the opposite of dynamic? It's stagnant, and I think that's what we're basically facing. They said that things happen slowly, but from our perspective, that means the galaxy is made up of stable, stagnant societies, at least on the dynasty level. We really don't know anything about the Houses of the Accord. It still seems like it would take a long time for us to catch up with them, even if they give us a push here and there, Dr. Decker reflected. We're forgetting what we just learned, Dr. Spencer said. Their lifetimes span thousands of years. What can Earth accomplish in just 2 of their generations? You heard, Silva. Our knowledge is growing exponentially. The total sum of Earthers' knowledge is doubling every few years. Where might we be 8,000 years from now? There's another reason the Neridians would want to own or control us,
Dr. Anzio Spallini threw in. Presumably, if we are an official part of Noridia, then we cannot complain about the genetic atrocities perpetrated on us in the past. Absorbing us could give the Noridian dynasty a free pass on that account. Major Mike Ironjaw Reynolds had obviously been looking for a place to jump in, and he now said, I still don't understand why they would remove our space platform if they really wanted our goodwill. Major, Julie said, I think I've got that part figured out now. For some reason, they want the Kharidian dynasty to look bad, but more importantly, they can't afford for us to be a spacefaring society. A lot of the proscriptions laid down by the Accord seem to distinguish between civilizations with and without spaceflight. I'd be willing to bet that Noridia can't claim Earth the way they want to if we've already got a space presence. Julie, confirm that with Captain Silva the first chance you get, but let him explain it to you. I don't want him just agreeing to our speculation, I said, without even realizing I'd called her by her first name. Dr. Spencer, I continued, I want you and I to take the lead on tonight's questioning. I think it's imperative that we have an understanding of the Kharidian dynasty's motives with us before we reach this planet of theirs. I want to know why the Kharidians care what the Noridians do with Earth. Mike, I want you to concentrate on figuring out a way to control this ship if we need to. I don't have any reason to believe it will be necessary, but I'm tired of being at the mercy of old folks that look like grandkids. Aye, aye, Major Reynolds said. Julie, are you still feeling good about Captain Silva's sincerity? All this living thousands of years stuff, can it possibly be true? It's incredibly hard to believe, but I don't get any body language that would cause me to doubt him. For what it's worth, I've been checking on my SmartPad, and the Bible lists Noah's almost 600 years old at the time of the flood. The Jewish Torah and the Islamic Quran also have stories of people like Methuselah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth that lived up to 1,000 years. What's interesting, though, she continued, is that I found an article from a group that claims to debunk the Bible. They document that the Bible shows lifetimes getting shorter each generation after Noah. They say that's an inconsistency that sheds doubt on its validity, but it goes along perfectly with what Captain Silva is saying. If it took several generations for the human organism to adapt to its new genetic predisposition, then we could expect declining lifespans over the transition period. I understand that the DNA modifications can affect our cells' ability to reproduce, I said, but can that really affect our lifespan? Definitely, said Julie. It is generally accepted in the scientific community that senescence, or biological aging, and the length of telomeres on chromosomal strands are closely related because it does exactly that, affects the replicating ability of all the cells in your body. As an MD and a scientist, I find these ancient stories really hard to believe, Julie picked back up. And I don't have the background in genetics to know if all of Silva's claims are feasible, but I can't point to a single factual reason not to believe him. Julie was obviously still thinking, so I let her thoughts catch up without interruption. You asked me to trust my instincts, Major, she continued, and I realize that I do believe him, as crazy as it might sound. I think he's telling the truth. Okay, noted, Dr. Shine. By the way, I continued, has anyone seen Dr. Andretti? I would have thought she would have joined us. Nobody responded. Julie, that's on you too. Find her and make sure all this genetic gobbledygook is feasible. I don't really have a lot of doubts at this point, but I want to cross that off my list. I'm on it, Major, replied Julie. Okay, and Dr. Spallini, is he tripping himself up? Has he been consistent? I think yes, for the most part, said Anzio. There are questionable points that become clear with more explanation, but so far everything is consistent. If I could, though, Major, please suggest that since he has compatriots back on Earth, might we not be able to establish communication with our governments? Yes, Dr. Spallini, that is a great idea. Mark, let's make it a priority to discuss this with Silva. Okay, I said. Everyone grab some chow and let's get ready to knock everything out tonight. I want you all back in my quarters at 0700 tomorrow morning, and I want our questions answered and a strategy in place before planetfall mid-morning tomorrow. Chapter 28. Dr. Julie Shine. So here you are, Julie said as she walked into Dr. Tony Andretti's quarters. She'd looked all around the platoon hub before returning to the squad hub. The last place she'd expected to find a social person like Tony was alone in her room. Please, Julie, come in and sit down, Tony said from her seat around the small dining table. I had the processor make me some chamomile tea. Would you like some? I didn't know it would do that, but yes, that sounds good. With a soft laugh, Tony said, Well, you just have to know how to do it. I'm glad it's you, Tony continued after Julie sat down. You're glad it's me for what? I knew that after Captain Silva started talking about the Neridian genetic experiments, they would want to pull me in. And yes, I do have some thoughts that may or may not help you, but first, for a few moments, let's just talk, okay? Tony, are you okay? Julie said in a somewhat concerned voice. Julie was starting to realize that Tony's behavior was off her norm. Tony was one person that could always be counted on for a big smile, a supporting comment, or a good joke, but now she seemed almost wistful, almost resigned. I'll be fine, dear, Tony said as she patted Julie's hand. But tell me, what are you going to do about Mark? This was a surprising turn of conversation. I'm not sure what you mean. I think you know very well what I mean, Tony continued. First Kimiko and now you. Is it that obvious? Why don't you tell me about it? Julie sighed. Okay, maybe this was the Tony she'd come to expect. Julie had never enjoyed talking about her personal stuff with anyone, especially not her own mother, who'd never had time for it anyway. But this was Dr. Mom, after all. I don't know what to do about it. I enjoy being around Mark. No, that's not accurate. I get almost giddy around him sometimes. He's incredibly funny, and I'm always having to stop myself from laughing at the silly things he does. Tony didn't say anything, and Julie found herself wanting to explain. But it's more than that. He's so smart, and in his own light-hearted way, he takes his responsibility seriously. If anyone's going to figure a way for Earth to come out of this mess on top, it will be him. So you feel safe with him? Tony asked. No, not really, Julie laughed. Being around Mark is like living on the edge and never knowing what's right around the next corner. It's exciting, but I wouldn't call it safe. And I don't know that I could ever feel secure with him. Let's face it, women are attracted to him and he loves it. He's a dog, and it's hard for me to think he'd change. Tony, I go back and forth. One day I'm feeling like Mark and I are made to be together, and the next I'm thinking I'd be miserable. To top it all off, I don't have time for any of this. We all have more responsibilities on our shoulders right now than we'll probably ever have in our entire lifetimes. I just need to focus on my duty. Have you told Mark how you feel? Tony asked. Oh, hell no, Julie quickly responded. And you're not going to say anything either. I mean that. Tony laughed and said, You don't need to worry about me, Julie, but I have a favor to ask. 2 favors, actually. Of course, Julie said. What can I do? Firstly, I want you to know that I've never been successful at putting a part of my life on hold. I've always found it best if we just face what comes up when it happens. What else? Julie said rather softly. No matter what happens or what anybody might think, I want you to remember that I truly value your friendship and that I'm always on your side. Can you promise me you'll remember that, Julie? Tony, you're scaring me. What's going on? It's just that I have something important to tell you, dear. Something that all of you need to know, and unfortunately, it's probably going to change the nature of our relationship. I just hope it doesn't end our friendship. What are you talking about? Julie said frantically. I wasn't born on Earth, Julie. I'm also a member of the Caridian dynasty. Major, I can't expect you to accept this, but I'm a loyal member of your team, said Tony. Julie watched as the Major considered Tony's words. She'd immediately brought Tony to him and caught the Major leaving his quarters to start the evening session with Captain Silva, an evening session that had now been put on hold. I'm glad you understand my position, Dr. Andretti, because I cannot afford to make that assumption right now. I am grateful that you've decided to come forward, though. Julie had been very surprised with Major Reagan's first 2 questions. Almost immediately after Tony's confession, he had asked if there were any other Caridians with a mission, and if there was anyone not born on Earth that was with a mission. Tony had responded, not to her knowledge, to both of them. Why she hadn't thought to ask those questions herself, or why no one had thought to ask them of Captain Silva, was just another example of how fast everything was happening, and how out of our own depth everyone on the team was, except possibly for Major Reagan. He might miss something here or there, but he was focused and competent on a level Julie had rarely seen before. Mark might figure out the answers, but it would be the Major that kept them all together until then. Just then Mark walked in the Major's door, saying, I got your message, Major. We're ready to.
Mark's voice trailed off when he saw the three of us sitting around Major Reagan's dining table. Julie had always known that Mark was astute, but this was a great example of it. He immediately sensed something and asked, "What's wrong?" "Dr. Spencer, Dr. Andretti has come forward to admit that she is also a member of the Caridian dynasty."
"Hello, Mark,"
Dr. Mom said with a smile. "I think," the Major continued, "that it's best if you handle the questioning with Captain Silva while I continue talking with Dr. Andretti. Can I count on you to do that?"
"Of course," Mark said. "Good. And two things, Doctor. Don't give this away. I don't want Captain Silva or anyone else knowing for the moment that we know about Dr. Andretti. Also, please don't lose sight of the questions we decided we needed answers to." Mark stood there for a moment and then switched his gaze to Tony, perhaps looking for something to say. Tony spoke first. "It's okay, Mark. The Major needs to compare our stories before filling everyone in. Go interview the captain." Nodding to himself, Mark turned and left the cabin. "So, Dr. Andretti, how long have you been on Earth?" Major Reagan asked.
"Major, especially under the circumstances, why don't you just call me Tony?"
"Very well. How long, Tony?"
"I'm one of the originals that came in 1749. Most of us are."
"And Captain Silva?"
"Yes, him too."
"Why are you on Earth, Tony?"
"Captain Silva told you why we came and what amazed us about your people, Major, but I suspect you mean why did we stay, and that's a little bit harder to answer. Speaking for myself," Tony continued, "I fell in love with Earthers in general, and then I fell in love with an Earther in particular. I pay the price for my sentimentality, you know. I've outlived 3 husbands in my time here. It's hard to watch someone you love waste away with age while you remain healthy."
"What's different about us, Tony? I know what Silva said about shorter lifespans causing us to be frantic, but on a personal level, what distinguishes us?"
"What Captain Silva said is very true, Major," said Tony. "There's an energy about your people that vibrates. You don't take anything for granted, and you don't sit still. Don't underestimate how unique or potentially valuable they can be, but I know you're looking for more than that. The best I can do is to share some of our theories with you. Speculations, really. We think that because your gene stock comes from Homo erectus, that perhaps you have a little more of the wild animal in your DNA. I know that doesn't sound very scientific, but there's no denying that Homo sapiens are more aggressive by nature than any hominoid group in the galaxy. Your women can be fiercely protective of their children and jealous of their man. Your men, on the other hand, reek of competitiveness. Even your physical frame is larger and much more muscular than other males across the galaxy. The competitive nature, the built-in aggressiveness, the animal physicality. To say that we were fascinated when we discovered you is the understatement of the century."
"I'm a little confused," said Major Reagan. "Captain Silva is a small man in stature, but he doesn't lack in physicality."
Tony laughed. "Major, do you know how hard he worked and how long it took him, even with our most advanced nanosupplementation, to get even half the muscle mass he carries now? We had to resort to hormonal treatments and other pharmacological aids to get him where he is, and he's barely fit enough to sit a desk in your army."
"Sit a desk? What does he do?"
"I really should let him tell you this, Major, but you'll find out soon enough that he's an analyst for Army counterintelligence. As a matter of fact, it's his CI experience that is responsible for letting us infiltrate the Neridian dynasty in the first place. Galactic culture doesn't have a lot of experience with what you call cloak and dagger, but you Earthers have perfected it."
"So that's how he got himself appointed to this mission," Major Reagan reflected.
"Well, I wouldn't know anything about that because I was under the Nevada desert with the rest of you when that came about. I can tell you, though, that he has been with Army intelligence in all its various forms over a number of generations. For any details, you'll need to speak to him."
Major Reagan wasn't one to wear his emotions on his sleeve, but Julie could tell that this disturbed him. Wanting to continue the line of thought, Julie asked,
"How did you get assigned to Earth Team, Tony?"
"I happen to be in the right position academically. My degree and credentials are real, you know," she said with a smile. "And when the opportunity came, I jumped on it. I suspect that one of us was in a position to influence the selection somewhat, but I have no idea who that would be." The Major was obviously having trouble with that last statement. "Tony, you can't claim to be loyal to our mission while still trying to protect other Caridian operatives," he said.
"Caridian operatives," she repeated. "I think Captain Silva would like that term, but I'm not sure it's really appropriate. What you were told about galactic society being non-hierarchical on anything but a societal level is largely true. We didn't put together a team with leaders and subordinates like you did, Major. When we decided to visit Earth, like-minded people came together and discussed the idea. We approached some others that had expertise we thought we'd need, but in the end, each of us came here because we wanted to. We told you that our head of mission was still in France, and that is true, but not because she has any titles or authority other than that we all respect her and tend to listen to her. I didn't create an academic career in genetics because someone told me to. I did it because I thought it might be the best thing for us collectively. Whoever recommended me for this mission didn't come to me first and create a plan. They did it because they thought it might be a good option. I had no idea Captain Silva was going to be a part of this until I saw him on the base. I know this way of thinking is foreign to you, but it is the way of things." Julie could see the Major was thinking things through carefully. After a moment, his body language suggested he had made a decision. He leaned forward and said,
"Tony, why are Caridia and Neridia at odds? And why does the Caridian dynasty care what Neridia does to us?"
Now it was Tony's turn to pause. With a sad look in her eyes, she said, "The Neridian dynasty becoming a lower house would be a disaster for Caridians. Lower house members are treated with respect among planet-bound populations and spacefaring dynasties that is on the same level as a minor deity. If Neridia became a lower house, all they would have to do would be to mention in passing their dislike for us, and we would be shunned by entire star systems. In your terms, it could impoverish us. Our loss of respect galaxy-wide is something we might never recover from. As to why we don't like each other, I'm going to defer to Captain Silva on that. Actually, I suspect he will also ask you to wait, but just a few hours. I think I know where he's taking us, and if I'm right, the Caridian you will meet there will be able to answer all your questions." Chapter 29. Dr. Mark Spencer. Tony was a Caridian. Dr. Mom. Man, I didn't see that one coming, and she didn't look or act anything like Jackie or the others. For one thing, she was a happy person. Jackie always looked way too serious, even when she was, well. Also, Tony's body fat was much higher. I wonder if that was just part of the disguise. Come to think of it, didn't we learn that their medical nanotech kept them healthy and lean? I'll bet she hasn't had access to that for a while. Interesting. Silva was a different story, though. Now that I knew he wasn't from here, it was hard to see him as anything but an alien. He still seemed more masculine than the male Noridians I'd met, but not by much. I approached the small group that included Captain Silva and had been waiting for us in the hub. Without explanation, I informed them that Major Reagan was delayed and that we should continue. Dr. Decker and Captain Silva were already in a deep conversation regarding molecular manipulation, so I let them continue while I settled back in my sofa chair and reviewed my strategy. I already had a general outline of questioning I wanted to pursue, but determining which line of questions would bring the fastest insights was a throw of the dice. Most of the larger questions still remained unanswerable. Silva had told us that the Caridians hoped to openly influence our course of action from this point on, but did they just want us to join the Caridian dynasty rather than the Neridian dynasty? What Earth really needed was the opportunity to make our own way in the universe. We didn't need to be owned or absorbed by anyone, but could we stand up to the dynasties if it came to open conflict? If we were to believe the Caridian story, and I was inclined to, then the Neridians had already demonstrated their willingness to covertly murder our people. Would it be possible to play them off each other? Were there other dynasties or parties that might affect the dynamics? How much time did Earth have before events came to a head? Then, of course, there were going to be factions on Earth made up of people like Helmer and Memphis that would sell the idea of greater technology and greater comfort at any price. Conflict and restraint on our part was a hard sell compared to an increased standard of living for all, peaceful integration and no more worries. I could almost convince even myself with an argument like that, except we would lose our freedom. We would lose our ability to ever stand on our own or be considered an equal in galactic society. It was scary to think that the majority of people on Earth might not really care about that. What was it that Anzio had said? Someone had to represent the higher thinkers? Maybe this is what history has always boiled down to. When leaders or small groups of leaders have been put into a position to make history-making decisions, they did it. They didn't take a vote, they didn't try to guess what the majority would want. They pushed for what they believed would be best. Sometimes that belief was self-serving or insane, but on occasion you had true statesmen that propelled the course of civilization forward. Gandhi didn't seek the approval of the British. Churchill didn't apologize for standing up to the Nazis even when it frightened his own countrymen. The Spartan king Leonidas didn't bow to the Persians and broke his people's most sacred rituals in doing so. The founding fathers of the United States neither sought nor had the approval of most of the people in the colonies. Plato wrote that a true democracy would never work, that if each person truly had a vote on every issue, then as soon as the majority realized they could vote themselves largesse from the public trough, disproportionately benefiting from the efforts of the minority, then that civilization was doomed. I was under no illusion that I had all the answers. Right now I'd settle for just a few. Major Reagan, however, had asked me to figure something out, and he just wasn't a man I wanted to disappoint. I also knew that Julie and Anzio were depending on me, but what could I do? By 0640 the next morning, we were all in Major Reagan's quarters. Apparently no one else had been able to sleep either. I was the second to arrive and was a little surprised to find Julie already there, sharing coffee and in deep conversation with the Major. I don't know why I was startled, but when Julie turned to me and gave me that great smile of hers, I got a warm feeling inside and went to join them. The others started trailing in not long after. Captain Silva and Dr. Andretti have been assigned new quarters just off the platoon hub, while the Neridian prisoner will stay in the small conference room with the transparent walls. Captain Kimiko is in charge of their security, Major Reagan was explaining to us. According to what Dr. Spencer learned from Silva last night, the Neridian has been blocked from the ship, and that includes access to our communications. In the last meeting of the evening, when we brought Silva and Andretti together, we were assured that they were not monitoring those same earpiece communications, but Silva was very forthcoming in admitting that all it would take to change that would be a simple thought to his BioWare. This is why I asked all of you to leave your earpieces outside the room. Major, I said, does he really need the earpieces to monitor us? I had suspected Jackie of listening to several of my conversations that could only have come from some type of internal ship listening ability. Some of the things she'd whispered into my ear and other innuendo could only have come from private conversations I'd had with Anzio. Dr. Spencer, the real answer is, we don't know, he responded. But when I asked him about it, he claims that he isn't able to access that level of ship control. Other than being able to lock an individual out of the system altogether, he only has control over life support, engineering, and astrogation. Security and long-range communication aren't included. I've made the decision to assume that our conversations inside my quarters are secure. It seems counterproductive and impractical to do otherwise. Silva also said that we might be able to get a message back to Earth from the planet we're approaching, but we would all know more once we arrived. The Major turned to Ironjaw. Mike, any progress on figuring out how to control this ship? Shaking his head, Ironjaw said, No, we found a lot of rooms, but no controls anywhere. Sorry, Matt, but I think taking control of the ship is a no-go. Okay, it was always a long shot anyway. Changing the subject, the Major continued. Tony believes that we're headed to a planet called Steiger. I quickly interjected. Captain Silva mentioned that name also. According to Tony, the Steigerians are not a dynasty. They're simply a planet-bound society that enjoys autonomy. There is, however, a small Caridian presence on the planet, including a well-respected woman named Semi. The Caridians have also requested to take possession of our Neridian captive once we make planetfall. I agreed. I don't know what else to do with him, and I certainly don't want to leave him on the ship. For that matter, continued the Major, I don't want anyone staying on the ship tomorrow. As much as possible, I want the team staying together when we're dirtside. That means maintaining sightlines with at least 2 other members of the team at all times. Spread the word. In addition, I want to know more about this Steigerian society. Any questions? He asked. Okay, I've got a feeling we're getting a lot closer to being able to understand our situation, and once we do, we can start making our plans. If it wasn't for the view screens, we would never have known we'd landed. All morning they'd been showing an approaching green, brown, and blue planet, then orbit, then planetfall. The screens were now filled on one side with a curious landscape of thinly trunked trees, with leaves ranging from dark blue-green to a funny shade of lime. Until you got used to it, it played havoc with your depth perception. Our ship was sitting in a large clearing at the crux of what appeared to be a medium-sized V-shaped valley. The mountains on the two opposing sides were relatively small and covered with foliage, while the third side that formed the apex of the V, where we were, was filled with a steep-sided monstrosity that towered above the tree line and disappeared into the clouds. On the fourth side, stretched out slightly below us on the floor of the widening valley, was what had to be a city. There were no skyscrapers or smokestacks. As a matter of fact, you had to look hard to really see all the structures. Everything blended in, and there were beautiful buildings built right into the sides of some of the valley walls, complete with multi-story glass walls and sweeping curves. Except for the buildings themselves, there was little in the way of concrete or its equivalent. There were few, if any, noticeable streets and no parking lots. If you looked closely, you could notice 2- and 3-story buildings sitting on the perfectly manicured valley floor amid so many trees and foliage that it reminded you of the ancient Mayan city of Palenque in Mexico, except that there was no indication of ruin. Everything was pristine. Captain Silva was guiding us, and Tony was along to answer as many questions as she could, although she admitted to never visiting this particular planet before. So we'd all traveled down to what I was thinking of as the garage level of the ship, and Captain Silva was showing us where the hovering car things were stored. Shortly, 49 Earthers, 2 Caridians, and 1 bruised Neridian were slowly floating down onto the valley floor. As we came into the city center, we realized just how far apart the buildings were from each other. We were also getting our first look at non-dynasty aliens, and except for the clothing, I didn't think they looked much different. Many people were on foot, seemingly enjoying a very nice day. We didn't see anyone running or otherwise in a hurry. There were a few hover cars similar to ours, but I finally realized what stood out the most for me: the lack of people. Unless they all lived underground or something, this had to be the most sparsely populated city I'd ever been in. Also lending to the feeling of a low population density was a curious phenomenon I was noticing. Whether on foot or in a hover car, other people were getting out of our way, sometimes well in advance of us. We eventually more or less took a left turn, and I realized we were heading towards one of the glass-walled edifices that were built into the side of the valley. As we got closer to it, I could see large open-air areas on the ground level with multi-car-sized openings leading deeper inside. We parked under the overhang of the edifice itself and walked through a permanently open foyer, and were greeted by 3 beautiful, of course, young women who turned out to be native Stygirians. There were other people in the rather large foyer, but again I got the impression of emptiness. Maybe I had just gotten used to living on Earth with her 8 billion people, but this definitely felt different. Captain Silva suggested that the group might enjoy some local refreshments, and 2 of our greeters hurried away to presumably accommodate him. They didn't run or look harried, but they were definitely moving faster than anyone else I'd seen so far. I was busy looking at our surroundings and just paying attention to Captain Silva and our Stygirian hostesses with what I had come to think of as my peripheral senses. I've always had the ability to focus on something without losing awareness of other things. For example, I was calculating that this foyer had a 2-story high ceiling and held enough fountains, sofas, chairs, and tabled alcoves to seat around 200 people when I heard our Stygirian hostess explain that Semi was off-planet. She then offered to take us up to the Caridian section. As several Stygirians arrived carrying trays with what looked like local juices, Major Reagan determined that he, along with me, Julie, Dr. Decker, Hiromi, and Kamiko, would go upstairs with Captain Silva, Tony, and the non-talkative Neridian. The 10 of us divided up into 2 elevators that looked different from what we had on the ship, but apparently functioned just the same. The door opened and closed quickly and soundlessly, and there was no sensation of movement. All of our hostesses had been pleasant and smiled the entire time, but I realized what was missing when Julie spoke. She said, "I don't think I caught your name." Our hostess briefly glanced at Captain Silva and then responded to Julie. "I am called Tunika." Julie told her it was nice to meet her and asked her a few polite questions about her work and even complimented her on her dress. By the end of the short conversation, not only had our elevator arrived, but Tunika was beaming. She'd obviously felt flattered by the attention. "Major Reagan," Captain Silva said, "I've been in communication with Semi, and she has invited you to join her at her personal retreat. It's located on one of the moons of the 4th planet in this system, and with the ship we'll be happy to provide, it will take you only a few hours to reach her." The Caridian compound apparently encompassed at least this floor of the building and was as beautiful as it was large. The entire floor plan was open with 30-foot ceilings and an entire glass wall that was rippled like waves on the surface of a mild sideways sea. The view over the valley floor was incredible, and it was much easier to see how the city was laid out. We were high enough on one of the valley walls that I was able to estimate the geographical size of the city to be similar to Wichita, Kansas, the town I grew up in. There was no way, however, that there were 350,000 people in this city. I'd be surprised if there were 20,000 people here. "Can we take the entire team?" I heard Major Reagan asking. "That would be difficult," Captain Silver responded. "The ship is probably big enough, but the retreat is not. I would suggest that you take a contingent like what you have here, 8 to 10 people." "I'm not real big on the idea of splitting my team up, Silva." "I understand that, Major." Captain Silva was hesitating to say the rest, but went on. "I would just like to suggest that it would be a great sign of respect from you not to force her to break her retreat. I am certain that you going to her in this instance would not go unnoticed. Please believe me when I say that in our culture, Semi is highly regarded and would be a great friend for Earth to have." I turned from the window and stepped over to the group. "Major Reagan, if I could interject, I wouldn't mind staying here at all as long as I could have access to the Stygirian people. Several of us have been invited to spend the day with Tunika so we can get a feel for the local lifestyle, and I don't know how many more opportunities like this might present themselves." The Major made a quick decision. "Okay, I want Dr. Decker, Julie, and Captains Hiromi and Kamiko to accompany Silva and me to this retreat. How soon can we leave?" Before Captain Silva could answer, I said, "Major, could I suggest you switch out Julie and Anzio? I could use her expertise here while trying to understand these people, and Anzio would add a lot of observational value to your team." Julie was nodding as the Major said, "So be it. Now, how soon can we leave?" It turns out that Tunika had no real concept of a full-time job. As a matter of fact, I was beginning to think the word job wasn't going to be an accurate description for anything either. "Do you mean to say that on your world everyone does basically one thing? The same thing every day, all day, for years at a time? But why?" Tunika said as we nodded. "Well, I suppose it's not everyone on our planet, but close enough. Tunika, on our world, people need to work so they can earn currency to pay for the things they need, like food and shelter," Julie said. "I still do not understand," said Tunika. "We occasionally have someone that will get so focused on an area of interest or study that they kind of forget about everything else for a few months, or sometimes even a few years. But how is it that your whole society is so passionately interested in only singular pursuits?" "Ah, well," I jumped in, "it is true that some of us are passionate about our careers, but I think most people just do the work so that they can put food on the table for themselves and their families." "Do you mean that many people are devoting most of their waking lives to doing stuff they would rather not do?" she asked. When I nodded, she continued, "Are they being punished?" We explained that no, on our world people had to earn currency in order to buy things, but I still don't think she was getting it. "If they are hungry, why don't they just go to a restaurant?" she asked. It further turns out that Tunika led a very active life. She had a number of things she did on a regular basis, things we might call jobs. Her work at the Cretian Enclave was one example of that. "How much time do you spend working with the Enclave?" Julie asked. "I devote a few fourth days a week," she replied. A fourth day was equivalent to about 6 hours. As Julie inquired further, we learned that Tunika was fascinated by the Caridians and stories of far-off cultures and places. She thoroughly enjoyed her work there and planned to stay with it until she no longer did. "What will happen then?" Julie asked. "Will you just walk away?" Tunika looked at Julie rather strangely and said, "Of course not. I would let them know I wish to move on, and I would help them find and train someone to take over my responsibilities." "So you do have responsibilities," I said. "You don't just show up when you want and do what you want?" "No, silly. I coordinate with Tricky, who organizes the maintenance of the Enclave, just like I coordinate with Erdu, who manages the restaurant where I want both of you to join me for dinner. Actually, there will be a whole bunch of my friends there that I would love to introduce you to. Our local Rictor team has a match with our strongest rival today, and everyone will be excited to talk about it." "So you're going to watch the game from the restaurant?" I asked. "No, of course not," she said. "Everyone usually finds a quiet place to watch it, virtually, and then we all get together to discuss it. The restaurant will be busy, but since I devote several fourth days a month to helping out there, I'm sure we can get a table." "There, we have our reservation," she stated after a moment. All of this conversation was taking place as we walked from building to building and through canopied areas of full tables, chairs, and Stygierians sipping tea, or in some cases demonstrating goods and products. It was as if the time had come full circle. I could have been looking at a marketplace in ancient Mesopotamia, except that it wasn't noisy, crowded, or dirty. Simple and clean were better words. The feel of trimmed grass and smooth stone under our feet complemented the clean feelings. The lack of any dust combined with a slight breeze made for a cool and pleasant afternoon. I felt more like I was at a picnic party in the neatly trimmed backyard swimming pool patio of my favorite dean at school than I did a market bazaar in an ancient city. The most striking difference, though, was the lack of much color. Most of the city seemed to be colored in pleasant but dull shades of white, beige, or light gray. Even the universal form-fitting clothing of the population was in these drab colors. She eventually showed us to a set of rooms that had been set aside for our team. Ironjaw was sitting out front, talking with one of his men, and we could see other team members coming and going from the equivalent of patio doors that opened onto a central courtyard. Like every place we'd seen on Steiger, there were plenty of plants. Flower beds and trellises adorned the area. We were told that since these residences weren't currently being used, we could stay here as long as we liked. Danica left us to rest up as she went to watch her game, or experience it virtually, or however it was she enjoyed it. Everyone from our team seemed to have the same impression. The Stygierians were curious about us, and once the ice was broken, were incredibly friendly. A number of the scientists had spent time with some of the locals, and Dr. Beckham was able to explain something I'd been curious about: the lack of artwork. In all the cultures I'd ever studied, the artwork of a people can give great insight into their thinking, values, religion, and history. Yet there were no paintings on the walls. There were art nooks in the walls, but no sculptures. The interior walls of our rooms were a pleasant but uniformly bland color. I'd not expected to find any of these things on the Neridian ship, but I was very surprised not to find them in the city, until Dr. Beckham gave us the answer. "It's their BioWare," he said. He'd been given a tour of a local art school. I don't know if I was more embarrassed from thinking they were trying to play some kind of joke on me, or if they were from not realizing I wouldn't be able to see all their creations. Apparently, G-human artists, at least on Steiger, did their work almost exclusively in the virtual world. I was assured that if I carried my own BioWare, I'd be able to see all of their creations, that the streets and building walls would come alive for me. I asked him a question that had been formulating in the back of my mind, and he confirmed it. "Yes, Dr. Spencer, the artists I met were all women." The next morning found Julie and I once again walking through the city with Tunika and some others. This time Tony had joined us, at least until I'd sent her away. Dinner in the restaurant the night before had been easygoing. The Stygierians were all friendly. The food was good, and while everyone was obviously enjoying themselves, a good part of the conversation was simply over our heads. If you've ever been in a foreign country and are trying to listen in on a conversation with a group of people in a language you've only recently learned, you probably have a good idea of how we felt. I was kind of following along until I'd reach a point where I realized the conversation had changed direction several sentences ago, and I'd have to listen very carefully to try and catch back up. Their team had won, and that certainly added to everyone's overall excitement, but the recounting of individual moves or plays in the game meant nothing to me. It helped a little once I realized that there was an audience participation component. Somehow Tunika and her fellow fans could influence the course of the game with their combined will as expressed through their BioWare. It was the ultimate in fan participation, and I could easily understand how fan loyalty was enhanced. All in all, it had been a pleasant and thought-provoking evening. We were in yet again some type of outdoor market. People were clearly making transactions of some kind. Some goods were being exchanged, but it still felt more like a giant tea party than it did a marketplace. In one sense, the Stygierian people didn't really know how to respond to us because we didn't have BioWare. Without it, they couldn't identify us or sense us coming. We would walk through the crowd, if you could call it a crowd, and experience the normal shuffle and accidental bumping of bodies. Tanika seemed to have a slightly easier time, probably because with her BioWare, other people both sensed and saw her coming. The Caridians, however, also had BioWare, and it caused the Stygirians to act very differently. People made way for them. The Stygirians didn't lower their eyes or bow or show any other signs of subservience, but just the same, the deference was there. When I finally realized that we weren't going to get a true Stygirian response as long as Tony was with us, I asked her to accompany some other members of the team as they were spreading out on foot across the city. She understood, I think. Tanika was introducing us to a merchant or friend that was sitting at a small round table outside of what I would swear was a coffee shop. Maybe it was because alien males were slightly effeminate and he was sitting at a small round table that I had a sudden vision of a French street cafe. Anyway, he seemed politely interested in where we came from and didn't try to sell me anything. I just mentioned that I recognized the soft music coming from the cafe and that Tanika actually reminded me of the girl in that Chevy van. She was in mid-laugh when a searing sliver of light shot out from between her breasts. Her face registered not pain but confusion as she looked down at the already dying flame that was coming from the charred nickel-sized hole in her chest. She hadn't hit the ground before a similar hole was burned squarely in the middle of Dr. Tanaki's chest. There was no time to think, and I grabbed Julie's arm and dragged her to the ground with me. All hell was breaking loose around us. People were dropping like flies, and I had no idea who was shooting at us. I knew we were being shot at because you could hear the little burps that must have been the plasma bolts being fired from some type of gun, but I still couldn't see who was doing the shooting. Just then an unbearably brilliant flash of light came from the end of the valley and was accompanied momentarily by what sounded like a massive sonic boom. I realized immediately that this was originating from several miles above the city, just about where we'd landed our ship.
I truly thought we were going to die. You see the visualizations in the movies of an atomic blast, light so intense that you see images through your eyelids. We literally bounced with a shockwave that must have broken every piece of glass in the city, and in the small moment separating the shockwave and the firestorm, the only thing I could think of was pulling Julie's arms and legs tighter underneath me. The heat wave arrived, but didn't melt our skin away. I looked up, and through the afterimage still blurring my vision, I saw that there was no mushroom cloud. No one was left standing. Correction, less than 100 yards from us, someone dressed in black was staggering back to their feet. I couldn't make out exactly what he was holding in his left hand, but it sure as hell wasn't a first aid kit. I've always been blessed to make quick decisions. Events don't paralyze me. I quickly pulled some glass from Julie's hairline and checked to make sure she was okay, and then urged her along with me as we crawled away from the gunman at an oblique angle. We had just reached the closest building in our path when my earpiece chirped, and I heard the sweet voice of Iron Jaw issuing instructions. "Okay, everybody, listen up. Our communications may be compromised, so use only for emergency. We have 3 gunmen on foot inside the city boundaries acting independently of each other. Able team, I want you to help shepherd all of our civilian team members to the side of the city we designated south. Find a structure to secure everyone in, but do not announce your position. Baker team, form a defensive front between that side of the city and the gunman's most likely approach. Charlie team, take those bastards out. Reynolds out." Shit. Major Reynolds and the rest of the military team had given us what I thought was a pretty standard speech just before we disembarked from the ship. It included procedures for getting lost or getting hurt. It also included the arbitrary appointment of directional coordinates. Shit. Our designated point of rendezvous and sanctuary was due south. The problem was we were on the north side of the city. I knew that we weren't totally alone. There had been other team members relatively close to us when the shooting had started, if they were still alive. From the corner of the building, I looked back to find our stalker. I was just in time to watch him lob some type of explosive into the area we just crawled away from. The blast was accompanied by a few screams, and I ducked my head as debris rained down around me. As I raised my eyes, 3 people, I couldn't tell if they were Stygirians or Earthers, stood and ran. He reacted instantly and fired from the hip. His gun burped 3 times in quick succession. Scarier to me than his reaction time was the accuracy of his shooting. He didn't miss. Our gunmen started walking in our direction again, and I looked around for anything I could defend myself with. I grabbed a baseball-sized piece of rock or building that must have come dislodged and tried to figure out what possible good it could do me. I looked over at Julie and almost panicked when I saw all the blood running down the side of her face. Then I remembered the glass I had cleared and that scalp wounds always bleed like crazy and look worse than they really are.
She wasn't panicking, and she calmly told me she'd be fine. In a way that I don't think I'd ever be able to explain to anyone, she looked more beautiful right then than I'd ever seen her. All I know is that I had an overwhelming urge to protect her. I looked around for another place to retreat to, but the nearest other building was across a large stretch of open ground. I doubted we could make it before our assailant rounded the corner and gunned us down. I realized I was hyperventilating just as I saw the most amazing thing. From what must have been a suicidal 30 yards behind him, one of our military popped up from behind a trellis and some broken chairs and started sprinting at full speed towards the back of the armed gunman. It was like time had slowed to a crawl. I was frozen in place. 20 yards. I think the gunman saw me. He stopped walking and stared in my direction. 10 yards. I just recognized Lieutenant Jerry Pearson from Major Reagan's security staff, arms pumping, totally focused on reaching the gunman before... The gunman must have heard him. He spun around and the gun burped. Lieutenant Pearson's momentum slid his lifeless body to a stop just a few feet away from his enemy. At that same moment, two things happened. I stood up and launched my rock. Julie later told me I'd screamed a primal yell through the entire sequence, and racing in from the left side of my vision was yet another one of our military boys. Every athlete experiences rare moments of perfect clarity and perfect performance. It's almost like time was standing still as my arm projected the rock. I don't remember the wind-up. I don't even remember the throw. I just willed the rock to be there, smashing up against the side of our assailant's head. I never would have believed such velocity was possible, and it could have been lethal had it hit, but I missed. It did come close enough, though, to cause the little puke to jerk his head back and throw off his aim. His plasma bolt missed Lieutenant Henderson, who pummeled him to the ground and beat the holy snot out of the little bastard. There were a lot of dead Stygirians. The Neridian attackers, that's who we determined them to be, had been indiscriminate to anyone in their path, with the exception of the two remaining Caridians on the planet. Captain Silva, Semi, and her first protege were at the retreat, leaving only Celica, the second protege, and Tony on Steiger. In Tony's case, literally every living being within a 100-yard radius of her had been slaughtered, yet she'd never been targeted. Every Stygirian that worked on the same floor that the Neridian captive was being held was massacred, yet Celica was found untouched, semi-hysterical in a corner. It turns out that the Accord had some strict prohibitions about dynasty members killing each other off, and although the occasional accident might be overlooked, wholesale slaughter was frowned upon. That same prohibition, however, did not apply to non-dynasty, non-protected, planet-bound cultures like the Stygirians, or Earthers for that matter. That is not to say that open conflict against defenseless non-dynasty cultures was common or accepted without cost. In Galactic Culture Force, even when used against the non-dynasty masses, was seen as a failure of leadership and carried a cost in respect from other dynasties. It was only used when the best interests of the dynasty were truly at stake. So although this slaughter was very rare, it wouldn't raise any eyebrows, and the Neridians weren't setting any precedents. To me, it seemed like a really fucked-up way to run a galaxy. Major Ironjaw Reynolds was very lucky to be alive. The Neridian weapons were apparently tied in with their bioware, such that they saw targeting solutions instantaneously. He had been dodging obstacles at a full run when a plasma bolt, surely aimed at him, had passed through something or someone else first, either deflecting or slowing it slightly. The result was a deep flesh wound to the left side of his abdomen that had actually scored a rib, which he promptly broke when he fell to the ground. The butcher's bill for our side was horrendous. 183 Stygirians and 23 of the Earth team were dead. There were a large number of wounded, but the majority of them were superficial, the results of flying glass or debris. With the exceptions of Lieutenant Henderson, whom they missed because of my rock, and Ironjaw, whom they wounded, every one of their targets suffered kill shots. Ironjaw was going over the situation with us, and I was getting a good understanding of why he was nicknamed Ironjaw. With his chest wrapped in bandages, he had propped himself up on a counter in the foyer of the same building the Caridian Enclave was in. He had refused anything beyond basic first aid until the situation was sorted out, and when offered a blanket, because there were no shirts immediately available that would fit his barrel-chested torso, he shook his head and simply pulled on the dirty remains of his own scorched tunic. There were more comfortable sofa seats or benches, but I suspect he wanted to remain visible to the team. I had studied the history and effects of leaders, but I had never studied leadership itself. I was pretty sure Major Reynolds could write a textbook. The Neridians were extremely ineffectual in their attack, Major Reynolds was saying. I think several of us were incredulous at that statement. Someone spoke out. Ineffectual hardly seems like the right word. Major Reynolds, without emotion, calmly explained. The fact that they took out the ship with what we think was a kinetic shot from orbit tells us that they couldn't take the chance some of us might still be on board and possibly escape. Their mission was to exterminate our entire team. In addition, he continued, the 3 gunmen that stalked the city weren't coordinating with each other. If they had followed even basic urban infantry guidelines, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Finally, they waited to storm this building and rescue our prisoner until well after the other attacks were underway. That allowed me time to set my ambush with Delta Team. If a professional had been planning the operation, it would have happened simultaneously with the other assaults to maximize on the element of surprise. How many men did you lose, Major? I asked. 9, came the reply. I was doing the math in my head and realized that 14 of our unarmed military had gone up against 4 Neridians. 5 if you counted our unarmed liberated prisoner. The price was 9 of our guys killed and 1 wounded. We may still have a problem or 3, the Major continued. If that was a kinetic projectile that destroyed the ship, it was launched from orbit. That means that a Neridian ship could still be there. Dr. Andretti tells me that it wouldn't be uncommon for the entire crew to come planetside. That would explain the delay in freeing our prisoner. One of them would have needed to stay behind long enough to take out our ship, but we can't count on that. We also can't communicate with Major Reagan. Their assault team took out the Caridian communications equipment when they were freeing their pal, so we're going to have to wait for their return and hope they don't get surprised. We also have to figure out what to do with our prisoners. Of the 5 Neridians, 3 were dead. Only the gunmen that had been after Julie and I and our original prisoner were still alive. He went on to explain that the prisoners were currently sedated and under guard. Julie now spoke up for the first time. She had been very quiet since the incident and hadn't left my side, going as far as to grab my arm when they tried to separate us to clean her up. "How did they find us here?" she asked. Ironjaw ground his teeth and said, "We don't know. All we can go on is what Dr. Andretti says, and she's guessing that either Silva was wrong when he said the Neridians couldn't trace their ship, or more likely that they guessed several locations we might head to and sent small teams to all of them." "Which means," I said, "that when they don't hear back from these guys, they're gonna know we're here." There was heat in Julie's voice when she said, "We need to find some guns and blow them to pieces when they arrive." Major Reynolds was shaking his head. "The weapons the Neridians were carrying with them are biolocked, and as truly hard as I find this to believe, Dr. Andretti insists that there are no Caridian or Stygirian weapons here, and that they don't even have the designs to make any. We could probably figure out some basic design parameters ourselves, but there's no real time for that, let alone testing and training. What we're going to do is arm ourselves with swords and knives. Dr. Andretti has found some Stygirians that are willing to manufacture these items for us. We can also develop some defensive and advanced warning procedures. They won't find us unprepared again." What I assumed were Stygirian medical personnel were now surrounding Major Reynolds, so Julie and I started walking slowly through the foyer. I didn't know where we were going, but I sensed that Julie was perhaps still a little dazed, so I just went along, including when she stopped and put her arms around me, head to my shoulder, holding on tight. We stood like that for a moment, silent. I had the same deep feeling again that I needed to protect her, but this time it wasn't a surprise. It was like I'd always felt that way. Without lifting her head, she said, "They're going to come after us. How can we defend ourselves with just swords and knives?" "It's better than rocks," was the only thing I could say.
Chapter 30. Major Matthew Reagan, U.S. Army. The ship we boarded to travel to the retreat was very different than the one we'd traveled on thus far. From the outside, it looked more like an oversized U.S. space shuttle, except without the wings, tiles, or seams. It was totally smooth. The inside was roughly triangular with a casual sitting area up front and rows of curved seating occupying the widest portion in back. In the front of the cabin, where I would normally expect to find the door to the cockpit, was just a wall with a view screen. Semi's first protege, Dian, and 2 female Stygirians were escorting us to the retreat. While the Stygirians provided refreshments, Dian was explaining that first protege was indeed a title, but it was one she had given herself. Semi was gracious enough to mentor her, and this was her small way to show appreciation and respect. While she was polite and answered almost every question I threw at her, she reiterated that I would have to speak with Semi about communicating with Earth. I was feeling a little irritable until I heard a little voice in my head whisper, "Do you miss her already?" With years of practice, it wasn't that hard to slip back into a professional mode of thinking, and the truth was I didn't need the distractions right now. A trip that would have taken our fastest rocket months took the Caridian shuttle only a few hours. Once we had arrived on the airless moon, we were escorted from the pressurized landing bay to a small area that had both steps going up and going down. We went up a few steps into what had to be the most breathtaking observation deck imaginable. The room itself was shaped like a small dome, with a slanted 2/3 of it totally transparent. There were tables and comfortable seating for maybe a dozen people, but no one was sitting or talking right now. Dian had explained to me that the retreat was located near the terminator of one of the smaller tidal-locked moons of a double-ringed gas giant. What I hadn't realized is that this meant that nearly a third of our view would always be taken up by the unfathomable colors and depths of the gas giant itself, while the other 2/3 encompassed a massive set of rings angling through our vista. Vivid colors I couldn't begin to describe would actually change hue depending on whether they were being lit by the star of the system, the reflected light of the planet, or the dim reflections of a million faraway stars. None of us had spoken yet, and I think I had subconsciously started counting the many moons circling this planet when Semi said, "Welcome to my retreat." Anzio was quietly muttering something in Italian when I said, "Thank you, Semi, for sharing this with us, and thank you for giving us a moment to take it all in." She smiled and nodded to me before stepping over to Anzio, taking his hands and whispering back to him in Italian. I'm not sure what she said, but judging from Anzio's smile, it was nice. For the few moments of their conversation, it occurred to me how right they looked together. All Neridian women are tall, and Semi was taller than most, but Anzio still had several inches on her. He was also showing more confidence and natural flair than I'd ever noticed. They shared a final laugh, and then she moved on to greet Dr. Decker. All in all, she was a very lovely, very gracious lady. "Semi, we need to get a message to our people back on Earth, and we were hoping to pass it through some of your people there." We'd retired downstairs to a dining area and were speaking over what was actually a quite good dinner. "Major, we would be happy to assist you," she replied. "However, I'm not sure that your people are going to trust a message coming from us, or that we'll even be able to get it to the people that need to hear it." Captain Silva interjected. "Major, I can provide a conduit to military intelligence, and I'm assuming you have some one-time codes that could validate your identity?" When I nodded, Semi picked up the thread again. "Good. Then when we return to Steiger, you can use our equipment there to send your message. In the meantime, though, I'd like to speak to you about your situation and how we might be able to help each other." I was open to any and all ideas and suggestions, and as I suspected, Semi was focused on convincing us that our best interests could be served by aligning ourselves with the Caridian dynasty. I jokingly made a comment that they should be careful. There are a number of people on Earth that they might not want as part of their family. "Major, permit me to outline your options as I see them," Semi said, and then paused. After I nodded assent, she continued. "You could, of course, agree to become a Neridian protectorate, but I think you've seen how ruthless they can be. Earth would lose its independence, and you would not be in control of your own destiny, as far as galactic society goes. The worst part, though, would be suffering from the Neridian arrogance and disrespect. Although I am sure they would give you technology that would seem like riches, I suspect that Earthers would always be impoverished by galactic standards. A second option would be to choose to become a protectorate of the Caridian dynasty. Different dynasties are, by definition, different cultures, and I think you're realizing that the Caridian dynasty has a much different temperament than Neridia. Earth would feel like a partner with us rather than a conquered people." "But we'd still lose our independence, wouldn't we?" I suggested. "As a dynasty protectorate, yes. Any achievements Earth attains would be attributed to the Caridian dynasty, but the better that Caridia does, the better Earth will do also, something that wouldn't be true if you were aligned with the Neridians." Despite the nature of the discussion, I was very appreciative of Semi. Dealing with Jackie had an oily feel to it, whereas I felt that Semi was making a genuine effort to lay out the facts as she saw them. But that was the rub. Should I accept her point of view as our point of view? I wasn't ready to do that yet. Semi, something's been bothering me, I said. I've asked this question a couple of times now, and I'm not satisfied with the answer. I understand that Earth is a dynamic technological culture that is growing at a faster rate than anything you've experienced before, but I feel there's more to it. Semi lightly brushed her lips with her napkin and said, Major, that deserves a straightforward answer, but I'm in the habit of having a local tea after dinner. Might we return to the observation dome and continue the conversation there? Oh, and Dr. Spallini, I would be honored if you could join us. Perhaps between the three of us we can come to an understanding. The tea was really very good, but I would have preferred coffee. The view was still as incredible as ever, but this time it had been set to music. I recognized it as an Earth composer, but it was Anzio that named the score, The Planets by Gustav Holst. After we had again admired the view and the music for a few moments, Semi broke the reverie by saying, The answer to your question is that if Earth becomes a protectorate of Neridia, they will forever bury any question of their genetic wrongdoing. Only Earth's protector could raise an issue like that, and they'll hardly raise it against themselves. That is certainly the foremost reason they want control over Earth. On the other hand, if you are aligned with Caridia, we could raise the issue for you. We could take it to the Accord and, if nothing else, assure that the Neridian dynasty never becomes a lower house. I think that would bring some justice for the murders of your space platform personnel. In addition, of course, the Caridian dynasty would be spared the threat that a Neridian lower house would entail. In other words, Major, we both win. After a moment, I said, Okay, you've given us two options. Now give us a third. She paused with the teacup halfway to her mouth and cavalierly said, I don't think there is a third option, at least not a practical one. There's always another option, I said. We could accept the protection of no dynasty and go it on our own. How else could we make sure that Earth remains independent? Major. Semi stopped when Anzio quietly interrupted. Semi, you need to understand that Major Reagan, he is very serious. We Earthers, as you call us, are a very stubborn people. We value our freedom and independence, and it would not do Caridia well to underestimate that. I think perhaps that you see us through your eyes, yes? And you think we will think the same way you do. What needs to be is for you to have a paradigm different, to see things from our viewpoint. And that view, it no includes us giving up our sovereignty. Capiche, Semi? She was silent for a long time. Finally, she said, I guess I have gotten used to most people accepting my opinions in general, even if they don't always follow the details. You're trying to tell me that I've got the big picture wrong, and it's been a long time since I've had to admit to something like that. Gentlemen, she continued, I'm going to have to put some serious thought into what you want to achieve before I can possibly spell out any options in that direction. But I want to give you from the top of my head an idea of what you're up against. First of all, the Neridian dynasty is going to come after you. I don't think they would risk exterminating an entire planet, so if your people are willing to pay the price, you might outlast them long enough for us to get the attention of the Accord. But it would take a couple of centuries, and I'm still not sure you understand how incredibly monumental this opportunity is for Neridia. There might not be much left of Earth, even if you prevail. I'm no diplomat, and this is the type of gamesmanship that just burns me up, but I thought it was about time for some straight talk. Doing the best to keep the anger from my voice, I said, It seems to me, Semi, that you're playing what we call hardball. If we gave in and became your protectorate, you'd defend us militarily, but if we just want to be friends and allies, you'll just stand back and watch us destroyed. Do I have that figured about right? Semi quickly looked up at me with a shocked expression on her face. No, Major, I'm afraid you don't understand. We have no military. Your protection from Neridia is inherent as our protectorate. This is as dictated by the Accord. No matter how desperate the Neridian dynasty might get, they would never go against that. Without an official protectorate designation, however, we have no way to protect you, no matter how much we might want to. We can't appeal directly to the Accord? I asked, somewhat frustrated. Without standing, Major, the Accord is not going to respond to you. I'm sorry. I got the sinking feeling she was telling us the absolute truth, but I wasn't ready to give up. How do we get standing? We need to be a dynasty? How do we do that?" I know Semi by this point must have felt as if she was humoring a child, but to her credit she didn't act that way. She responded, "A spacefaring culture from Earth could feasibly become a dynasty, name Earth as its protectorate, and petition the Accord against Neridia for its genetic crimes, but it could still take centuries." "How do we shorten that time frame, Semi?" "You can't. One of the lower houses would have to intervene and make you a dynasty by proclamation, and that hasn't happened for several 100,000 years. But Major, even if you could get the attention of a lower house, you'd have to have a space presence, and something of extreme value to offer to galactic society. I suppose you could argue that you had a space presence until the Neridians took it away, but as to a valuable contribution, do you have something like that?" No, we don't. At least not that I'm aware of, but I wasn't about to throw in the towel. One of the most overlooked benefits of military training is the sheer exhaustion you go through in boot camp, and then if you are so blessed by God to be selected into the Special Forces, you discover a whole new level of physical endurance and mental toughness that gives you a confidence that few others could ever know. I didn't know how we were going to do this. I didn't have any idea how Earth could survive, but I did know that we were going to keep putting one foot ahead of the other and keep going. Right now, though, I was tired. I glanced at my watch and realized it had been almost a 20-hour day for both me and my team. "Semi, I thank you for your candor, and I'm going to take you up on your offer to put more thought into our situation. But for now, my team is exhausted. With your permission, I'm going to hit the sack and we can continue this tomorrow." She responded with an, "Of course," and one of the Stygirians quickly appeared offering to show us our rooms. "Are you coming, Doctor?" I asked Anzio. "You go ahead, Major," he responded. "I'm going to be talking a while longer with our wonderful host." Another wonderful benefit of having gone through military training is that you learn how to wake up instantly no matter how tired you are. It couldn't have been more than 4 hours later that Anzio was shouting my name and shaking my shoulder. "Major, we have a problem," he said in a somewhat more controlled voice. "We've lost contact with the team on Steiger." I was already velcroing my boots when I asked, "What do we know?" "I'm not sure, but they just woke Semi and they seem very upset. Apparently her staff was trying to contact their enclave on Steiger to make arrangements for our return, but couldn't reach anybody. I thought you should know." "Thanks, Anzio. Get Silva and Dr. Decker up and ready to go. Where's Semi? I'll see what else I can find out." I almost asked him how he knew Semi's people were upset when they woke her, but it just wouldn't be fair. I found her in the main room and noticed Dean and one of the Stygirians carrying boxes and bundles up the stairs and presumably to the ship. As usual, Captains Hiromi and Kamiko were ahead of me and were packed, ready to ship out. "I assume you would want to leave now," was the first thing Semi said. "I take it that's not normal for you to lose contact?" "Major, I do not want to cause you distress, but it is all but impossible unless the equipment has been destroyed. I try to never speculate, but I am very concerned for our people, as I'm sure you are." She was speaking to me, but she was looking at Anzio. "Semi, at your best speed, how long will it take us to get back?" I asked. "It will be the same, Major. A few hours. There is nothing we can do to shorten it." The trip out to the retreat had been relaxed and pleasant. Our return was excruciating. It was my job to be prepared for every contingency, so my mind kept playing morbid images over and over. Everything from an asteroid strike that would doom the planet to an invading army of Neridians. From everything Semi had said, I just couldn't see an innocent explanation. Something had gone horribly wrong. I knew that the team and Julie were in good hands. Ironjaw was one of the very best, and he had 14 of Earth's finest warriors with him, which wouldn't matter a bit if that valley was now a bunch of molten magma. I pulled Captains Hiromi and Kamiko together, and they confirmed that Silva and Dian were insisting they had no weapons, which was the same response I'd received repeatedly from Semi. When we finally arrived in orbit around Steiger, we discovered an Neridian ship that was much larger than ours, but smaller than our old one that used to be sitting above what was now a fiery crater at the apex of the valley. The valley itself and the city, thank God, were still there. After spending a few moments in discussions with Semi, Silva came over and explained that the Neridian ship was giving only automatic responses to our hails. He believed it was unoccupied and further explained that this might be good news. The ship should have automatically relayed our hails to the Neridian ground team. If they weren't answering, it was probably because they couldn't. At Silva's suggestion and with my permission, we matched orbits, and he managed to board the ship.
Once we established communication with each other, we deorbited and overflew the city. It looked deserted. I ordered Silva to give us air cover and had our ship land just outside the building the Caridian Enclave had been housed in. It was only later that I realized I hadn't had any authority to order any of them around, but if they objected, they never said anything. Celica found us as we were exploring the devastation on the Caridian floor. It was probably a good thing we didn't have weapons. After seeing the bodies of 23 of our team members respectfully laid out in the foyer on the ground floor, and with the word "Bravo" spray-painted across the closest wall, we were all a little bit twitchy. She explained to us what had happened, including Major Reynolds taking the surviving team members out of the city. When I relayed the information to Silva, he gained altitude and promptly reported that he'd located several hovercars following an erratic course at high speed, roughly 117 miles south of the city. He asked if he should fly out to them, and I told him no, if he was sure he had total control of that ship to come collect us. Point Bravo referred to a copse of trees 300 yards from a small group of buildings we'd noticed from orbit when we'd first arrived. It was located 37.3 miles southeast of the city. I assumed that Mike used the hovercars to get everyone there, but then sent them on so that he couldn't be traced. While we were waiting for Silva to land, I went and looked at each of the 23 bodies. I'd put myself into that wartime mindset that hardens our soul in self-defense so we can go on and do the things we need to do. But I still swallowed a lot easier when I realized she wasn't one of the 23. Chapter 31. Dr. Julie Shine. It just wasn't fair. She still had a vivid memory of saying this to her father, one of the few childhood memories she hadn't blocked out. She must have been 5 or 6. She knew it was still a few years before he died. Something in her life wasn't fair, and when she told him, he had just laughed. He picked her up and hugged her and told her that life wasn't fair. It wasn't supposed to be. It's how we deal with an unfair thing that's important. So how do you deal with the imminent death of yourself and everyone you care about? She'd already said a prayer and was probably calmer than she had a right to be, but it still wasn't fair. They'd arrived at what Major Reynolds called Assembly Point Bravo not more than 15 minutes ago. They were hiding in the trees because he told them that the Neridian ship still in orbit might very well come after them. And apparently it was. They were deep enough in to hopefully be out of sight, but close enough to the tree line that they could see the Neridian ship as it slowly approached. It was coming straight for them, so sending the hovercars away and hiding in the trees hadn't fooled anyone. Mark had been called over to where Ironjaw was squatted down behind what looked like a huge triple-trunked oak and was trapped there once the Neridian ship was sighted. Julie almost wanted to laugh. The closest person was maybe 10 feet away, but everyone she could see was keeping their head down, even though the ship obviously knew exactly where they were. Her grip tightened around the newly manufactured K-bar-style knife. There'd been no time to learn how to use it. There hadn't even been time to make a sheath. They were literally running for their lives, and it was amazing that Major Reynolds had been able to keep them together, doing what needed to be done and focused only on the immediate next step. Julie knew she'd use the knife if she had to. She'd never been hunting. She'd never killed anything. But she didn't need to psychoanalyze herself to know that she'd seen enough. Somehow deep down she just knew that she'd defend herself and her people no matter what, even if it meant a hopeless charge with a knife against a heavily armored enemy host. The ship settled to the ground just outside the tree line, and like many around her, she rose to her knees. Breathing heavy and with pulse pounding, the fight-or-flight reflex set in, dumping massive amounts of hormones into her system, preparing her body for its best chance of survival. Time slowed and her vision narrowed, focused only on the opening door and the inside of the ship. As the first person stepped out of the hatch, Julie felt her knees go weak. Her vision suddenly became blurry, and sobs started welling from deep within her chest. All she could focus on was the sight of Major Matthew Reagan. Julie was rubbing her sleeve across her cheeks and trying to figure out how to wash up. As soon as she had seen some of the other female scientists, and a couple of the men, it reminded her that tears leave streaks on a grimy face. Intellectually and psychologically, she knew that women's brains were wired to more easily show emotion, and that crying had no correlation whatsoever with bravery, determination, or strength. But she also knew that intellectually and psychologically that not many people really understood this, and something inside her was determined that Major Reagan not think her weak. Mark found her first.
at the spot behind the tree where their meager supplies had been dumped, washing her face with some water in the bottom half of her khaki t-shirt. The fact that this exposed the still perfectly flat abdomen that had driven her college classmates wild was lost on her, and Mark's gentlemanly but obvious appreciation was lost as well. For the moment, Julie was caught up in putting her world back together, and all of her carefully built defenses were a part of who she was, or so she honestly believed. She wasn't exactly rude to Mark, but there was a lot happening and no time for personal moments. She left him somewhat confused after he'd attempted to hug her and sought out the new arrivals. Somewhere along the way, she had realized that she wanted a voice in the outcome of this mission, and the Neridians were going to find out just what we were made of. They might have their technological advantages, and they could play their silly polygalactic games if they wanted, but there were no people better at political intrigue than Earthers, and if they really wanted to fight, so be it. "How do we win?" "What do you mean, Julie?" said Major Reagan. They were sitting in the forward section of the same Caridian craft that they had used to shuttle back and forth from Semi's retreat, but this time the craft itself was actually inside the cargo bay of the Neridian ship. After reuniting the group, they had returned to the city and quickly decided on an immediate plan of action. Semi had suggested that they travel to a world that was a Caridian protectorate, and though it would take some time to get there, they should be safe from any overt Neridian attack. The problem was that while the Caridian shuttle had sufficient seating and life support systems, it didn't have the speed and shielding to travel interstellar distances. And while the Neridian ship had the speed and shielding, it was apparently more of a cargo ship with very limited personnel accommodations. It was Anzio that came up with a solution. So most of them now sat in the Caridian shuttle, which sat in the pressurized cargo bay of the Neridian ship, as it sped to the Caridian planet Larga. One very frustrating downside to their situation was that they still couldn't contact anyone, or at least anyone they wanted to talk to. It turns out that superluminal communication, sending messages faster than the speed of light, was actually possible as long as the sending and receiving ship were traveling slower than the speed of light, and most importantly, it required a sending unit and a receiving unit that were specifically paired. The two units could be spread across the galaxy, but could only send and receive from each other, so if one of the units were damaged, the other was worthless. Anzio had gotten very excited about the physics that must be involved, something about paired quarks, but once Julie realized there really was no chance of immediate communication, she lost interest. On a mainstream world like Larga, there would be a large number of these units with connections all across the galaxy, but on a parochial world like Steiger, there had been only one, the one that had been destroyed at the Caridian compound. The Neridian ship did have a superluminal communications unit, and a message could be routed through it to the Neridian interest, who could theoretically link it to Caridian interests, who could then link it to the unit on Earth, but no one believed that would actually happen, and from a security standpoint it would be foolish to try. So they spent their travel time trying to figure out what to do and what to say once they did get to relatively secure communications. They'd been en route for over a week now, and no one could seem to get past the idea that Earth had limited choices: become a protectorate of Caridia, or become a protectorate of Neridia. Presumably there were other dynasties out there to choose from also, but there was really no time to get to know them. Neridia had taken the gloves off and was going to press the point. The question no one had the answer to was just how much time did they have left? Had Jackie taken the rest of the Earth mission to another staged planetfall, or had she headed directly back to Earth? Once they reached Earth, how long would the Neridians give the planets to decide upon accepting their protection? What would they do if they grew impatient? What if the powers that be on Earth accepted before we had a chance to warn them? Semi and her two Caridian companions were now accompanying the group. This made for 5 total Caridians, 26 Earthers, and 2 Neridian prisoners. Semi was willing to answer endless questions and seemed genuinely trying to help while being transparent in her desire to have Earth align with Caridia. Tomorrow they'd arrive at Larga, and no one seemed any closer to having a course of action. "How do we win?" "What do you mean, Julie?" said Major Reagan. She'd been sitting off by herself across the seating area at the front of the shuttle. Now that she was speaking loud enough to get the Major's attention, everyone in the shuttle paused to hear what she had to say. "I mean just what I said," she stated in a calm but strong voice. "I want to know how we beat this. I don't want Earth to just survive, and I don't want us to settle for picking the best jailers. I want to know how we beat Neridia at its own game. I want to destroy their ambitions with us. I want to hit them so hard they won't even think about coming after us again." Slowly shaking her head, she said, "I've been sitting here for the past week going back and forth with all of you trying to figure out what Earth's best course is. And you know what? There is no best course. We're screwed no matter what we do. So if all the outcomes are bad, then let's roll the dice. I don't care how long the odds are, I'm not going to hand over the future of my planet to other people. Whatever it takes, whatever we have to do. If the only way we can keep our freedom is to take over the whole damn galaxy, I don't care. I'm not going down without a fight." The confidence in Julie's voice was a statement in and of itself. She wasn't trying to convince people, she was simply stating her reality. Every eye in the cabin was on her as she finished. "I've been racking my brain trying to figure that out," Mark responded slowly. It was obvious that he didn't want to upset Julie, but he needed her to see reason. "We all have. We can't just push pause and take all the time we need to figure this out. Naredi either has, or very shortly will have, a ship above our planet that can take out entire cities and battle groups from orbit. Not to mention the fact that they've apparently got a shipload of very respected Earthers bamboozled into thinking they're the good guys. If we didn't have those time pressures, then sure, I might have some ideas that would perfectly fit your description of a long shot. But with the Neridian threat literally hanging over the heads of everyone on Earth, we don't have that luxury." Julie and Mark held each other's look for a long moment until she turned to Ironjaw. "Major, when the Neridians attacked us on Steiger, what did you do?" Ironjaw exchanged a glance with Major Reagan and then said, "I removed the threat." "So why can't Earth just do what you did and take over the Neridian ship?" she asked. Major Reagan jumped in. "We could probably handle any ground attack from the Neridians, but, Julie, you're right about the real threat being their ship. It could take out any ground forces we muster, and it's a long shot that our missiles could bring her down. I'm sure the generals would love to board the ship and take it over, but they won't be able to. By the time our people realize the threat, I doubt the Neridians are going to be giving tours." She turned to Captain Silva. "After we arrive on Larga tomorrow, can you immediately get me on a ship bound for Earth?" Before he could answer, she said, "I'm also going to need you to get me aboard the Neridian ship once we get there. You'll do that for me, won't you?" "Julie, what are you thinking?" said Mark at the same time that Semi said, "It could be suicide for you and Earth." In a firm, soft voice, Julie informed them, "Maybe no one from Earth can get on that ship, but Silva can get me on board. I'm going to do what Major Reynolds did. I'm going to remove the threat." Chapter 32. Dr. Mark Spencer.
"No, Semi. Once again, you need to please understand that Julie, she is serious," said Anzio.
"But this is insane," said Semi. "She is not a violent person, and if she falls, the Neridians could retaliate against the whole planet." When Julie had walked out of the shuttle, a heated debate had started up.
"Then I guess we'll have to make sure she doesn't fail," Major Reagan interjected. I was about to speak up when Hiromi said,
"We volunteer to go with her."
I had no doubt who we referred to, but I was momentarily distracted by the fact that they were both wearing what looked like Japanese katana swords strapped to their backs. Where did they get katanas? "Silva, I want to know how many Neridians are on that ship, and I want a layout of where they'll probably be," was Major Reagan's prelude to taking charge of the conversation. "Semi, I also need to know if I can count on you to be our ally, not our protector and not our owner, just our friend that will help us in our time of need." It was obvious to me that Semi was somewhat out of her element. She was used to a universe that plodded along in a methodical manner and where everyone took the time to come to the most rational decisions. She was simply behind the curve when it came to keeping up with short-lived Earthers that could and would make quick decisions based on principle and a sense of justice. Rationality be damned.
"It is not that simple," she exclaimed. "If Silva and I aid you, it could be seen as the Caridian dynasty initiating conflict against the Neridian dynasty. I cannot endanger our entire dynasty, no matter how strong my personal feelings are."
I couldn't help but notice that she'd said this last part while looking directly at Anzio. Apparently I wasn't the only one that noticed. He walked over and sat down beside her with his arm around her shoulders. Silva's voice broke the silence.
"Semi, I have overwhelming respect for you and unending gratitude for what you've contributed to our dynasty over the millennia, but I've learned some things living and working with the Earthers, and I can tell you that, even if they invited our protection now, in a few decades or centuries, they'd rebel against us. In all the galaxy, they really are unique. I'm not saying that makes them better, and I wouldn't trade places with them, but they think differently than the rest of us. If they can find their potential, they really could make an impact on the galaxy. And if Caridia can't harness that, then I hope we would at least be smart enough to make them our allies and leave them considering us friends." Semi started to respond, but Silva continued. "I'm going to help them. I would prefer to have your blessing, but I am going to help them. Major Reagan," he continued, "we need to find a way to do this that doesn't endanger the Caridian dynasty." "Do you have any ideas on that?" the Major asked. "Yeah, and you're not going to like it one bit, but I'm afraid it's the price for my cooperation." Majors Reagan and Reynolds shared another glance and then looked back at Silva. "I can't give you any of our weapons." There was silence in the entire shuttle. Everyone had assumed that once we got to Larga with its galaxy-wide connected databases, there would be no problem giving us the kind of weapons that would let us stand up to these guys one-on-one. "I can get you on board that ship, but if I give you advanced weapons," Silva continued, "then Semi would be right. The rest of the galaxy would assume that the Caridian dynasty was pulling the strings." Before a red-faced Major Ironjaw Reynolds could speak, Silva quickly went on. "Think about it, Major. Inside their ship, you'll be at close quarters anyway. If we do this right, your biggest weapon is the element of surprise. I'm going to need your help, but I think I can offer that to you." I was sitting in a padded chair with Anzio in a room on the Neridian ship that made no sense whatsoever. All 6 chairs faced a huge observation port or view screen that occupied the entire wall, but it was totally blank. Maybe it was a window or even a communication screen that just couldn't operate at superluminal speeds, or maybe it was just broken. For that matter, it could have been the Neridian equivalent of a movie theater and we just didn't know how to load the film. At any rate, because there was nothing to see, it wasn't a very popular room, and Anzio and I had created a habit of using it to share a midnight snack and some private conversation. Tonight's hors d'oeuvres were courtesy of what the ship's food processor thingy produced when I asked for an appetizer. This was actually its 3rd attempt after I had rejected the first 2. It was some type of coarse cheese that tasted slightly gamey, accompanied by a fruit mixture that was spreadable. It was really quite pleasant once you got used to it. "There's no dust," I said. "We've now been on 3 different spaceships and never once have we seen a speck of dust." "No odors either," added Anzio. "This is actually more impressive to me. You know, that was the hardest thing for our scientists to get used to on your space platform, Laissez-faire 1. No one ever figured out how to remove the smell of 300 people living in a closed environment." I nodded and said, "That reminds me of the assignment I always gave my 600-level history students. It was a paper on time travel. If you could only travel backwards in time, and it had to be at least 800 years, where and when would you go, and what would be the hardest part of your journey? In 7 years, I only gave out 2 A's. "Smell?" Anzio asked. "One of them, yes," I said. "Everyone else would create these elaborate scenarios and situations and then be devastated when I downgraded them. They'd come to see me during office hours to lobby for a better grade, and I just asked them, 'You want to travel back before there was toilet paper, toothbrushes, or modern sewers, and you ignore your sense of smell?'" "So one of them, he was thinking right," Anzio said. "But you said 2 made the A's." "Yep, one of the kids came back a week later with a note from his doctor confirming that he suffered from chronic sinusitis. Said he wouldn't be able to smell anything anyway." Anzio laughed. "So his disability got him a better grade?" "Maybe," I said. I didn't really believe him, but I figured if he was that determined and smart enough to get his doctor to lie for him, he deserved an A. "Ah, Mark," Anzio said after a while. "I'm not sure what I should be deserving of in this moment." "Semi?" "Yes, she is exquisite. An incredible intellect that is refined, cultured, and incredibly randy. She's over 8,000 years old, yet looks and acts like a teenager when I take her to my bed. I find myself genuinely attracted to her, and I somehow know she feels the same. Yet our relationship, I fear, is causing her great internal conflict. She really wants to help us, but she has a responsibility, perhaps you would say a debt, to Coridia that she cannot ignore." "Anzio, my friend, I do believe you've fallen for this gal," I said. "I've seen it before. The best and brightest of us single, fun-loving bachelors waking up one morning and discovering a self-imposed, felt-lined ball and chain around your ankle." "I'm not dragging the ball," Anzio laughingly said. "But she must have a lot of experience with men, and Yet there is this sexual naivete that is as attractive as it is confusing. What I'm trying to point out, Mark, is that even though I'm okay in the bed department, I've never had anyone respond like I'm some kind of Greek god. I like her, but there is an intellectual mystery at work here, too. No, don't try to defend yourself or change the subject. There's nothing you can say. You already lost to the rest of us dedicated bachelors. Oh, and you say that as if the great Dr. Mark Spencer hasn't already, how do you say, gone down with the ship? I did my best to give an innocent and bewildered look to Anzio, but the truth is my heart wasn't in it. I kept thinking back to what Hiromi or Kamiko had said to me about not waiting until it was too late. At first I was worried about Julie, I said. This change in her, it's hard to describe, but I know it's very real. She has a determination about her that I've never seen before, and it's not unattractive. Mark, my friend, why don't you just go to her? As much as I want to, Anzio, I can't, not right now. Look, I know she's attracted to me, and I hope it's more than just attraction. But now isn't the right time. She has something inside her that she has to do, and I get the strong feeling that pushing the issue would be a mistake. I couldn't remember ever feeling this conflicted before. With all of the other momentous events going on, I'd fallen for a girl. Actually, she was an incredibly gorgeous, sexy woman that was as smart as she was pretty. She was also totally focused on the same thing I was trying to focus on, keeping the Earth independent and free. Anzio, I said, I think what we talked about before is starting to happen. I think our actions are going to determine the entire world's future, and there isn't any time to consult anyone. We're going to be making up decisions as we go that will affect billions of people. Do you still think we have the right to do that? After a couple of moments, Anzio replied, I think you asked the wrong question. I think you need to ask yourself if you've got the right to sit back and do nothing while our planet either goes down in flames or becomes enslaved. If there is a chance we can change that, my friend, then how can we justify not taking whatever actions are necessary? Besides, I've come to know you, Mark, he continued, and I'm thinking that maybe you have a plan, yes? Not a plan, Anzio. Maybe an idea, but it's dangerous and risky. And it's something I'm going to have to do alone. I think the team needs to get back to Earth and deal with Jackie and the rest of her Neridians ASAP. But I need to go a different direction. Why you need to do this by yourself? Because it probably won't work, and that means I probably won't be coming back, which is another reason it's probably not a great idea to chase Julie right now. We arrive at Larga tomorrow morning, and I don't know how long it's going to take the team to prep for the return to Earth, but I'm going a different direction. Ah, then, Anzio replied. So on this trip of yours, it's not like I'm breathing too much of your oxygen or running us out of food. That's good because I get hungry when I get nervous. Anzio, you're not coming with me. What exactly is it that I'm not coming with you on? When the rest of the team heads back to Earth, I'm going to sneak off and find a lower house to plead our case to. And what exactly is our case? I'm not sure yet, but I'll figure something out. It is sounding to me, my friend, like you'll be needing our midnight snack thinking out loud sessions now more than ever, and I've always wanted to see the other side of the galaxy. Larga was an incredible world with a significant ring of orbital habitats, with what looked to be industrial manufactories, and even ship repair or construction yards. I couldn't be sure because there was so much to see and we went straight to one of the larger habitats, but I thought I saw several ships in various stages of completion. It's almost impossible to explain how large a planet is from orbit. Pictures can't do it justice. The orbital ring, therefore, was indescribable, with only a small portion of it close enough to make out any detail at all. What attracted most of my attention, however, was a construct I still have trouble finding words for. A giant ring circled the planet. The closer we came, the more apparent the scale was. What from a distance appeared as a solid ring turned out to be structures separated by tens or hundreds of miles. It was made up of tens of thousands of these separate habitats or constructs, some of them the size of small cities. None of the different orbiting platforms, as far as I could tell, however, were connected with each other in any way, yet somehow managed to maintain their perfect orbital spacing. What I was focused on, though, was a huge gap in that spacing. As we drew closer, it became obvious that all sizes of ships were constantly emerging from the left side of the gap,
and many more were entering the right side. Submerging from that gap in the ring was a long double-barreled tube that extended well down into the atmosphere until it was swallowed up in the clouds. From a little further out, I had assumed that this was one of the fabled space elevators that writers like Clarke had envisioned so many years ago, but Anzio quickly denuded that thought with a number of precise observations and comments. We later learned that we were seeing what best translates as a transorbital corridor. The double tubes were actually shaped more like an elongated figure 8 and were not solid, but rather a powerful force field that kept the 100-miles-wide interior of those massive tubes in vacuum and kept atmosphere, birds, and orbital space junk from entering. They allowed planet-based spacecraft to enter the ground level of one of the tubes and accelerate at incredible speeds up into orbit without atmospheric friction or fear of collision. The other tube was reserved for traffic traveling down from orbit to the planet. The Caridians occupied most of the ring, while the Largans were for the most part planet-bound. Larga was an official protectorate of the Caridian dynasty, and one of the oldest. Even though we'd made it clear to Semi that we were seeking a solution that would leave Earth independent, I was sure she still harbored hopes that we would want to accept a protectorship, like Larga. In many respects, the last number of months had been like the NCAA's window for college coaches to get the best high school prospects to sign letters of intent with their respective schools, and with Earth being the nation's #1 prospect. Everyone wanted to harness Earth's apparently amazing potential, and were apparently willing to do just about anything to get us. But how can you trust the words of a college coach during recruiting season? The funny thing is that Larga was so impressive that if we had been recruited by the Caridians first, we might have been seduced. Of course, the recruiting styles of the two dynasties were at opposite extremes. Neridia had tried to scare us into accepting their protection, and Caridia was trying to woo us into wanting it. It was probably a good thing that we were exposed to the Neridians' ruthlessness first. It made it impossible to forget that independence trumps slavery every time. After we docked with the habitat and exited the pressurized bay, we were greeted by a small group that consisted of 6 Caridians and 2 Largans. The Caridians were smiling and friendly, while the Largans were somewhat more ceremonial. When we were introduced to them, the Largans spread their arms, palms up, and bowed deeply from the waist. We all more or less followed Hiromi and Kimiko's lead in returning a perfectly equal bow. The Largans seemed deeply honored by this, while the Caridians acted somewhat amused. The lobby or reception area we were in was very large and comfortable, yet had the empty feeling I was coming to associate with everything off-world. 3 of the walls were entirely seamless windows, angling out at the top and permitting breathtaking views of the world below. As we watched, we could see the Terminator slowly sliding towards us across the face of the planet. This was a sight I realized that few Earthers had ever seen. Imagine looking down at Earth from orbit. As the planet rotated, you could look down at cities and watch them rotate ever closer to the sun's shadow that demarks nighttime for everyone living below. This moving shadow line is called the Terminator, and if your orbit was geostationary like ours, when you're orbiting at the same speed the Earth is rotating, it would look as if the Terminator line is marching towards you. As we approached it, I could clearly see the lights of several large cities that had just passed into darkness. As indescribably beautiful as it was, I was still somewhat surprised that the cities were clearly separated geographically by large areas of darkness, unlike the east coast of the United States, for example, that I knew from photos was almost entirely lit up. More Caridians had entered the reception area and were mingling, introducing themselves and offering friendly conversation. There were also a number of servers with finger food and refreshments that, of course, turned out to be happy Largans. I couldn't say the room was filling up, but there were definitely a lot of people here, and they were all beautiful. I think there were probably more women than men, although that could just be a matter of my focus, but they all looked young and seemed in perfect health. I didn't notice a blemish, scratch, bruise, or scar, and I couldn't tell the Caridians and Largans apart, except perhaps by the duties they were performing. As pleasing as the women were to look at, the men left me with a non-feeling. They were not what I would think of as masculine, and if I weren't so dedicatedly heterosexual, I might have felt different. But as it was, I neither admired nor was repelled by them. They were just there. It didn't help that their personalities, with some noted exceptions, were also bland. Somewhere during a conversation I addressed one of them as Spock, and I swear he raised an eyebrow at me in innocent query. "Dr. Spencer, I hope you are enjoying this respite after what sounds like a harrowing journey." I turned from the window to discover I was being addressed by a stunning auburn-haired woman that was exactly my height. Standing next to her was Semi with a twinkle in her eye.
"Mark, let me introduce you to my friend Ashima," she said. "Ashima studies galactic history and the interaction of planet-bound cultures, dynasties, and houses, what I think you would call political science. I thought you two might enjoy knowing each other."
"Ashima, please call me Mark," I said as I glanced at Semi. Her smile seemed innocent, but it was important to remember that this was a recruiting junket after all. I quickly returned my attention to Ashima and realized that she was the first auburn-haired alien I'd met. As a matter of fact, I didn't remember seeing any shade or tint of red in anyone's hair color outside those of us from Earth. I made a mental note to follow up on that.
"Thank you, Mark," she replied. "I would love to know more about your planet's history and how you have managed to survive and thrive with so many nation-states that have competing interests. It seems to me it would be a formula for disaster, yet your world has managed to excel."
"I'd enjoy that conversation, Ashima, and I have some questions of my own about how your cultures interact and how differing social stratas determine their hierarchical relationship with one another." Her smile, if it were possible, became even bigger, and after a slight pause, she said,
"I understand you need to settle in from your journey, but when you are ready, just let anyone know you would like to speak with me, and I will come find you."
Ashima really was very pretty, and I couldn't help realizing this at the same moment that I noticed Major Reagan, Major Reynolds, and Silva hurriedly leaving the room. "Wait a minute," I said. "Do you mean that there are only about 50 million Largans on the whole planet?"
"That is correct," said Ashima. "If you count the Largans on all 3 continents, it slightly exceeds 51 million.
I thought she'd been talking about cities when apparently she'd been talking about continents. "And is this the only Largan world?"
"Yes, of course," she responded.
Anzio, Semi, Ashima, and I were still on the ring in the quarters I'd been assigned. We were sharing a quite good meal of fruits, cheese, and what was probably some type of fish in a tangy white sauce.
"What happened to all the people?"
asked Anzio.
"Nothing happened to them," Ashima explained. "You probably need to know that Earth carries the highest population density in the known galaxy. Larga is a very developed planet by our terms, and the population here is quite large by our standards."
It was all starting to make sense to me. The longer lifespans didn't lead to overcrowding, just the reverse. In an era of perpetual youth, why rush into having children? Come to think of it, I hadn't seen any children.
"Ashima," I suddenly asked, "do mothers still bear children in your society?"
Semi laughed and Ashima smiled.
"Yes, Mark, women can still bear children, although many choose to only carry them in their womb for 3 or 4 months, and although we can still be inseminated in traditional ways, most parents choose to have their genetic material combined under controlled conditions to assure no defects or mutations."
"But that takes all of the fun out of it," quipped Anzio.
"Where's the fun in allowing birth defects in your children?" said an astonished Semi.
"No, not the birth defects. I'm talking about the fun in making the babies," he insisted.
"I just wish more of our males shared your sentiment," Ashima said as Semi nodded. "Unfortunately, most of our men look at reproduction scientifically and take it very seriously."
"But you still have sex," I blurted out.
"Of course we do," Ashima quickly responded. "It just might not be for all the same reasons as what you are used to." I could have sworn I heard Semi mutter, "or as energetic as what you are used to."
If our Earther species of humanity was designated Homo sapiens sapien, then I was going to have to unofficially start referring to these aliens as Homo sapien galactica. As similar as they were to us, there were also some dramatic differences. It turns out that, generally speaking, the males in this new galactic civilization we were learning about were consistently less hormonally inspired than their Earther counterparts. When it came to sex, this translated into less aggressiveness. It was normal in their cultures for the woman to do the seducing, and while most men would be very willing to do their duty, it was simply lower on their list of priorities. Why Earthers were different was something scientists would be arguing about for years. Was it a direct result of the ancient Neridian genetic manipulation that created Homo sapiens from Homo erectus? Or was it the more unforeseen result of Homo sapiens later crossbreeding with a more animalistic Homo neanderthalensis? Few people realize it, but we all have some Neanderthal DNA in our genome. Either way, it made for some interesting and very different dynamics. For example, nature's way of balancing their males' lower sex drive was to increase the females. I recalled Silva having mentioned that of the female Caridians that had traveled to Earth, none had returned home. I was beginning to suspect that the two issues were related.
Do people marry? Do they form monogamous relationships? Anzio wanted to know.
It depends, Semi said. It varies somewhat from one planet-bound culture to another, but most of the dynasties have what you would call temporary marriage conventions for the purpose of having a child. Monogamy, even during those rare child-raising years, is a personal choice. A significant number of planet-bound cultures, especially those that promote spiritual or religious beliefs, do tend toward monogamous relationships, but rarely are they permanent. I couldn't imagine spending 50 years with the same person, let alone 500, Ashima exclaimed. There was something wickedly beautiful about Ashima, and from the way she was looking at me, I was pretty sure that 50 minutes or even 50 days wouldn't be out of the question. But the truth was that I was more interested in her knowledge of how galactic societies worked. That was knowledge I desperately needed to take the next step. I'd been rehearsing in my mind the various ways I might ask, and honing arguments to use if they tried to talk me out of it. Once I worked up the courage to ask how I might meet and talk to a member of a lower house, the answer was somewhat anticlimactic. Dendrekin and his daughter Malatina of House Gabloriel have been known to use the planet Drekin. It is not far from here. If you want to speak to them, go there. It turns out that Ashima was willing to take me there, and Anzio wasn't going to let me leave him behind. As for Semi, well, it appeared that anywhere Anzio went, she would be going too. It's not that Ashima and Semi expressed any confidence that Dendrekin or his daughter would agree to talk to us, but they were willing to humor my attempt. The team had spent several impatient days preparing for the return to Earth, while Anzio and I prepped for our own journey. Mainly my preparation consisted of spending as much time as possible with Ashima and other knowledgeable Caridians, learning everything I could about what might help get the attention of a lower house. I learned from Major Reagan that Jackie and the Earth team had not arrived back on Earth yet, and that we had managed to get a message through. I don't think we were holding a lot of confidence that the message was being received well, or even believed, but at least Earth had been warned. Most of the delay in departure had been caused by Major Reagan's insistence that all kinds of exotic equipment be manufactured for the team to take with them. The Caridians still wouldn't give us anything in weaponry above what we usually carried, but other things like communications gear they didn't give a second thought to. While Major Reagan was stocking gear for every contingency, the real coup was the ship itself that the Caridians had loaned us. Maybe loan was too strong a word, but the Caridians were transporting the team back to Earth on a ship that not only had defensive and offensive capabilities, but also carried mining abilities for system-wide raw material acquisition and extensive printing and manufacturing capabilities. They weren't giving us these technologies. The ship and all its resources were apparently being placed under the authority of Silva. Tony was also a part of a small Caridian crew that would be traveling back to Earth. If the Caridians had decided to rally under Silva's leadership, it was fair to say there had also been a subtle shift in our team. It wasn't anything formal, and while Major Reagan was still very obviously in command, he more and more deferred to Julie for the big-picture decisions. It was almost as if she'd become the military-civilian oversight, and no one was complaining. Come to think of it, everyone seemed to be allowing me my own discretion as well. When I finally explained my strategy to a small group that included both Julie and the Major, they simply incorporated what I was doing into their plans. I tried to make clear to them how much of a long shot this was going to be, but they didn't seem to give that much credence. They apparently had faith in me to achieve the impossible, and the pressure of that caused me to wake up in a cold sweat on at least one occasion. I noticed Julie in a small seating area talking with Tony and several other Caridians. It was the night before we all started our separate journeys, and our entire team was involved in the Caridian version of a send-off party, which to me, except for the number of people in attendance, so far had been indistinguishable from all the other receptions they seemed so fond of. The room was full and almost crowded, although it would never be confused for any nightclub, concert, or other public venue on Earth. The room was louder than any Caridian get-together I'd yet experienced, but it was just the low rumbling of so many conversations that created the din. The truth is, Anzio and I could have left that morning, but I wanted to be here for what I deep down suspected could be a final farewell, and a last chance to see Julie and... What? Tell her how I felt? Ask her to wait for me from a mission I probably wouldn't return? Just then she looked up and saw me. It was confusing for me, the feelings I experienced when she broke out in that incredible smile of hers. The next thing I knew, she was standing close in front of me, saying that we needed to talk. I know she kept at least one hand possessively on my forearm as we walked to a doorway, and I simply don't remember entering the small, empty chamber off the main gallery. I do remember her in my arms, the smell of her hair, her body pressed closely to mine, and the longest, most natural kiss in all of existence. While still holding on tight, she whispered, "Come back to me, Mark." And then with misty eyes, she turned and ran away. I spent some time with my thoughts before returning to the reception. At first, I thought it must have ended, so quiet was the room. But then I heard a sweet, almost ethereal voice start to sing. The Canadians had an incredible fascination with our music, and everyone knew that Julie had the best voice most of us had ever experienced, so I shouldn't have been surprised to realize that it was her voice we were all so captivated with. Except for a few Canadian males that were glancing around, apparently trying to figure out what all the fuss was about, everyone in the room, Largan, Canadian, and Earther alike, were mesmerized. I found myself activating one of the new devices Major Reagan had given me, a holo-recorder. I wanted to remember this. With everyone begging her for a song, she had chosen one made famous many years ago by a singer named Mariah Carey. It was called Hero. Julie's eyes found me in the crowd, and although something in my eye was keeping me from seeing perfectly, I could have sworn she was looking only at me when she sang the last line, something about finally realizing that there was a hero inside of me. Chapter 33. Major Matthew Reagan, U.S. Army. "For the first time since this mission started, I'm finally in a situation I was trained for," said Major Mike Ironjaw Reynolds. We were sitting in the quarters the Canadians had assigned me in their ring above the protectorate planet Larga. We just arrived earlier that day, met the Largans, and finally gotten a message off to Earth. It was a tremendous burden off my shoulders. Now, at the very least, I'd done my duty to warn the world of the true alien threat. I'd had nightmares about not being able to get a message home and then arriving at Earth to find it was too late. I'd thought I would feel better once I'd relieved that burden, but why then did I still feel tied up in knots? Now that most everyone else had retired for the night, I pulled Ironjaw in for a private planning session. "I'm glad somebody feels that way," I responded. "Well, Dr. Shine kind of put it in perspective for me when she talked about taking out the Neridian ship. Frankly, Matt, I've been so consumed with either the immediate needs of keeping everyone alive or the long-term challenge of Neridia swallowing Earth that I was overlooking the obvious next step. That Neridian ship that Jackie controls can decimate Earth's defenses. Julie's right. It has to be taken out before we can do anything else." Few commanders were instinctively good at both strategic and tactical thinking. It was easy to focus on the big picture and lose sight of the immediate next step, or conversely not be able to think about anything other than staying alive for the next 24 or 48 hours. Command school focused on this challenge, and Mike was making the kind of admission that few combat commanders would make, and it wouldn't be happening now if Mike didn't trust me to both understand and to make good decisions. "Listen, Mike, you've done pretty well so far, and I trust your judgment. As a matter of fact, that's a big reason we need to talk. I need to make some decisions," I continued. "I'll admit I was relieved to hear back from the Canadians on Earth that Jackie hasn't arrived yet. I'm pretty confident that Silva's people got our message through to the President, but I've been worried about what type of orders might come back through the pipeline. I have no idea if Colonel Memphis or Dr. Helmer have been sending messages back home, but if they've convinced everyone that we're the rogue element, we could be facing orders to stand down." "Now, wouldn't that be a pretty pickle?" responded Major Reynolds. "If those orders to stand down did come through," I continued, "I'm thinking I would have to disregard them." There was a long silence while we both leaned back in our chairs and looked at the ceiling, or looked at anything else other than each other. I needed to know where Mike stood. Even though he was good at playing the "I'm only a simple soldier" act, you don't reach his rank and carry his command record without being able to make tough decisions. He knew exactly what I was asking him, and he wasn't going to give me an answer until he'd thought it through. The U.S. military had, for decades now, trained a doctrine of individual initiative. Unlike the old Soviet or Chinese armies where even high-ranking commanders were afraid to make important decisions,
Even critical on-the-spot improvisations while in the throes of combat were discouraged. The U.S. military encouraged everyone working autonomously in the field, at any rank, to assess, adapt, and overcome changing obstacles and circumstances. This versatility was a major reason for many U.S. military victories going back as far as World War II and beyond. Of course, autonomous was the key word. If your ranking superior was standing next to you and had access to the same tactical information as you did, you had better obey his or her orders, because disobeying a direct order was an oath-breaking career ender except for the most extreme circumstances. I was telling Mike that I was prepared to disobey a direct order, possibly from the President of the United States herself. After a long while, Mike started talking. It's true that we're in a unique position to know the Neridians' true agenda, but we've forwarded that information to our government, and we can't know what other information the President might be privy to that we're ignorant of. We have no legal right to disregard her orders. After a pause, he continued. On the other hand, disinformation is at the core of the Neridian aggression, and they will soon have a ship in Earth orbit that poses a clear and present danger to our cities and our military infrastructure, and they have clearly demonstrated their willingness to use that force against us. We will be, for a short window of time, maybe the only ones on Earth in a position to remove that threat, and our actions could very well be considered a continuation of our defense against their unprovoked attack on Steiger. I was somewhat hopeful that Mike might find a way to rationalize taking out the Neridian ship, perhaps something as simple as telling me not to inform him of any such differing orders, but he surprised me with what he said next. I've spent my whole career trying to stay out of politics, yet it's affected me at every turn. Whether it's watching good troops die in a war that nobody with a straight face can give a good reason for us fighting, or as simple as watching a numbnuts like Memphis get promoted for how many asses he can kiss. This is probably the first time in my entire career that it's totally black and white for me. The first time that I don't feel the need to wonder about the motivations or just need to take for granted the justice of our mission. I'm going to do everything in my power to take out that ship, and I don't care if I have to kick ass on the Neridians, the Corridians, or even the Joint Chiefs in the White House itself. Matt, I told you back on Steiger that I was willing to follow your lead, he continued, and I still am, but I need to know if you're as committed as I am, even if we have to protect our planet from threats both foreign and domestic. Now we were looking at each other in the eye, and he took my extended hand and sealed our compact. We need to get back to Earth as fast as possible, but there are a few things we need to do first. I was talking to the group I had assembled in my quarters the next morning. Among others, that included Ironjaw and Captain Gervais, his second-in-command, Dr. Spencer, Dr. Spallini, and Dr. Decker, Silva, Tony, Semi, and Ashima, Captain Hiromi, and, of course, Julie. Semi, will your people provide us with a ship to head back to Earth? Of course, Major. What kind of ship? Semi started to answer, but Silva spoke first. Major, I think I've anticipated your needs here. I'll be glad to go over all the specs with you, but I can tell you that we will be able to protect ourselves from the Neridians, and we are prepared to establish much more than just an outpost presence, should you invite us to do so. We will be equipped for a long-duration stay, and, short of giving you a direct technology transfer, we can provide some considerable aid in areas of manufacturing and medicine, with no strings attached. Is this a change in your policy towards Earth? A somewhat surprised Dr. Decker asked. It's not policy per se, Silver responded. It's more a matter of my fellow Caridians deciding to follow my lead on this matter. So you're in charge of the Caridian mission now? I asked. In our own way, yes, Major, you could say that, Silver responded, while strongly holding eye contact. I later learned that Silva had done a little more than just anticipate some of our needs. Because he had infiltrated our military, there were databases on Larga that carried our armament specs, and he had used his influence to start printing material as soon as we'd arrived. Before the Neridians had attacked us on Steiger, there were 16 military personnel under my command, including Ironjaw but not including Silva. Now we were down to 6 shooters, myself and Ironjaw. Silva was holding strong on not giving us advanced weaponry, but he was going all out on providing us what we were used to. Currently being printed were 10 of the U.S. Special Forces preferred assault rifles, the M4A1 with the SOP mod, Special Operations Peculiar, Block 3 upgraded accessory kits. The M4A1 was about as perfect for our needs as you could get. It is a high-tech, multiple-use assault rifle. It fires a high-velocity 5.56mm round that can take on body armor and is effective for both close-in fighting as well as long-range targets. It carries integrated optics and lasers as well as thermal and holographic sighting. It's effective in both daylight and night and can be quickly converted to a grenade launcher or shotgun. It can also be fitted with a suppressor to minimize sound and muzzle flash. As a backup weapon for the shooters and self-defense for everyone else, all team members were being provided with 9mm M11 Sig Sauer P228s. Smaller than the P226 and easily concealable, it was a good handgun for both the civilians and military. Along with other tactical gear, Silva was making sure we'd be well equipped. All of this would take a few days to produce, but as much of a hurry as we were in, I deemed it essential. Julie, what is your best guess as to how the powers that be on Earth received our report? It's almost impossible to say, she responded. It would largely depend on what messages, if any, that Colonel Memphis has been allowed to send back to Earth and what spin they've put on the situation. The Neridians have to know that we'll head home. I'm just surprised that they're not already there. I think I can help with that, Ashima interjected. We were able to monitor several Neridian ships deployed along the route from Steiger to Earth. If you would have headed straight for Earth instead of coming to Larga, you would have been intercepted and destroyed, Dr. Spencer finished for her. Ashima continued. We think that Jackie was probably confident of preventing your return to Earth, and this gave you a small cushion of time. But that cushion is now over, and she is certainly on her way there as we speak. The other advantage you have, said Silva, is that the Neridians don't know about the Caridian presence on Earth, and although they might wonder, they're probably underestimating how much cooperation you're receiving from us. They therefore can't know that you can get a message to your people and don't even know for sure that you're still alive. They know that their ship didn't return from Steiger, Ironjaw declared. Yes, Silva responded, and they have to know it's been destroyed, but they will certainly believe that Caridians did it in response to their aggression. For all they know, your team was wiped out according to plan. So, Julie said, there's a good chance that Jackie is probably operating under the assumption that she can still seduce Earth into accepting a protectorship. Semi, Julie continued. Those ships that were hoping to intercept us, won't they just go to Earth and reinforce Jackie? How many ships are we up against? Semi thought for a moment and then responded. I'd be surprised if it worked out that way. In your culture, there would be someone in charge that could order ships around, but our culture is different. Those ships responded to a request for immediate help from a Neridian of high stature, but once the immediate need has passed, they'll be interested in resuming their own pursuits. Unless Jackie could make a solid case that there was an imminent need for more help, she's probably on her own. I just don't think there would have been time for her to rally more permanent support. Major, Julie said as she suddenly shifted her eyes to me. We need to get another message to Earth with instructions that when the Neridians arrive, they are not to inform them that we're still alive or that they've had any contact with us. They need to play along until we get there. Will they do that? Will they believe us? Dr. Spallini asked. For now, they have no reason not to, but once Jackie arrives, there'll be a powerful temptation to not want to believe us. Honestly, without us there, I think it will only be a matter of time at that point until the greed sets in, and the only thing Earth will see is the magic Neridia has to offer, Julie concluded. Okay, I said. Major Reynolds and I will prepare another message for Earth, and then I want a doctor to take a look at him. Before he could protest, Semi spoke. We'll take care of him, Major. Mike, there might not be much we can do for cracked ribs on Earth, but I've got a feeling these guys are way ahead of us in that department, so lend me your thoughts on a message and then go get looked at. Ironjaw gave me a muttered aye, and I turned the meeting over to Dr. Spencer to let him share his strategy. I didn't like splitting up the team, but as he reminded me, I had tasked him to come up with a solution. I can't say that he was convincing, that he could accomplish anything, but I'd already learned not to underestimate this group. Before we adjourned, I turned to Silva. I appreciate your cooperation, but I have a question. His look invited me to continue. Does that cooperation extend to providing us with advanced communications gear and the like? It might, he responded. We need to talk, I said with a cold smile. After everyone else had left, I'd invited Silva to stay behind and share breakfast, lunch. Time was getting away from me, so maybe this is what they called brunch. At any rate, I wanted a chance to speak with him without the chance of being overheard. We spent a lot of time discussing what kinds of devices might come in handy for us and how much of it would be faster to print here on Larga rather than on the ship en route. As much as I didn't trust anyone that had deceived my country, I had to admit he seemed determined to help us and give us anything we needed as long as we didn't put his dynasty at risk. Although he wouldn't share with me how the technology worked, he assured me that our ship would be masked and that the Neridians would mistake it for one of their own. Apparently, this was how he planned on getting us on board their ship, with the element of surprise still intact. "Won't they be suspicious and looking out for that kind of deception?" I asked. "Why would they?" he responded. "Galactic society has had no need for armies or military strategy for millennia. It was our exposure to Earth, and specifically my exposure to your military intelligence organizations, that taught us how to be devious. Before that, I'm afraid that we were all quite naive." Suddenly, Silva grinned. "That's one advantage that Caridian now has over everyone else in the galaxy. We won't be surprised by you Earthers." Maybe, I thought to myself. He might know us better than most off-worlders, but if Silva thought a few years living amongst us could teach him millions of lifetimes of Earther survival lessons, he had another thing coming. I wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth, though, and he had more good news to share. Although it wouldn't be ready for training purposes until we were already a few days into our journey, our ship was using nanotechnology to remodel a portion of itself to duplicate the interior layout of the Neridian ship. We'd all spent a lot of time on her, but, like a luxury cruise liner, we'd only been given access to the upper decks. Most of the ship had been off-limits to us. Our boarding party would now be able to train on what we believed to be a perfect replica of the floor plan. In addition, my concerns about our team being out of practice, or in some cases totally unfamiliar with our new assault rifles, were laid to rest when I discovered that a portion of our new ship was also being reconfigured as a live fire range. Now even the civilians could get some orientation. I couldn't imagine a scenario where they'd need that training before we returned them planetside and to the relative safety of Earth, but I liked the idea of being prepared. After Silva left, I spent a long time just thinking. Although military leaders are trained to make decisions on the fly, there is a misconception that we're trained to make quick decisions. We are trained to think through as many possible scenarios as possible, so we'll hopefully not be taken by surprise. It's called thinking in the future in detail. Quick decisions get you killed. Applying well-thought-out decisions quickly can keep you alive. Our immediate safety seemed relatively secure, and we were at a standstill for a couple of more days, while essential material was being printed. I'd authorized a number of our civilian scientific staff, with military escorts, to go planetside and learn more about the Largans, so now seemed as good a time as any to take a little time for myself. As fast as things had been moving and as unique as our circumstances were, it was time to do some serious soul-searching. Julie had focused us all on what was in retrospect the obvious immediate mission, to take over the Neridian ship and remove the immediate threat to Earth. But then what? We would do our best to convince the powers that be on Earth that the Neridians were a major threat, and our actions against them had been necessary. But I'd been around long enough to know that there would inevitably be a faction that opposed us and vilified my command. I was fairly confident that we would be exonerated of any wrongdoing simply because the Caridians were willing to come out into the open. I'm sure they still harbored some hope that we would want to accept their offer to make Earth a protectorship, so they had every motive to support us against Neridia. Of course, discovering that there had been an alien presence on Earth for several hundred years was going to be a shock in its own right. This was the only part we left out of our reports we were sending to Earth. I felt that everything would go a lot smoother if we were there when this became known. The best I could figure, this left Earth with 3 challenges. First, how would the Neridian dynasty respond to us removing Jackie and her people from the equation? Would they attack? Would they forget about us? Not likely. If they were inclined to retaliate and press their demands on Earth, we didn't have the technology to resist them, so we'd have to figure out a way to discourage them from being aggressive with us. Taking out the Neridian ship would buy us some time, but it didn't remove the problem. Dr. Spencer and Dr. Spallini were off to try and solve that very challenge, but Mark himself didn't give it much chance of success, and I knew we couldn't just sit back and hope it worked. We needed to come up with our own solution. Secondly, how do we prevent Silva and the Caridians from simply replacing the Neridians with themselves, going around us and offering Caridian protection and technology to all the Earther world leaders? Silva was acting respectful to our wishes, but these were high stakes, and I had no idea how much pressure he might be under to make this happen. Finally, what about all of the Earth politicians and governments that would see an advantage for themselves by siding with the Caridians? Assuming we could keep the Caridians from going around us straight to Earthers, what's to keep Earthers from going straight to the Caridians? Hell, I wasn't even confident that my own government wouldn't disregard our warnings. Human psychology is a funny thing. If any other Earther government wanted to take away our sovereignty, we would fight tooth and nail. But I had a certainty in my gut that many politicians would see this differently, especially since the benefits of getting great technology and a much improved standard of living would be immediate, and the negative repercussions of losing our independence to a bunch of galactic aliens that nobody ever had, and most people probably never would meet, could take generations to unfold. And most importantly, if those same politicians could keep their jobs and power and practice business as usual, well, I didn't have any confidence at all that they could justify selling out the Earther human race. 3 pressing challenges that I didn't have a solution for. 3 challenges that I needed a contingency plan for. Or did I? Was this really my responsibility? I had promised Mike I was prepared to take out the Neridian ship even if my superiors ordered me not to. I still felt this was my duty and we would accomplish it. But we would almost certainly be ordered to stand down after we did. Mike and I are both soldiers. We would defend our planet from an imminent threat no matter what, but there could be no justification for disregarding orders once that imminent threat was removed. We would have to turn over the future of our planet to the politicians. As hard as the pressure of command had been to bear in this ordeal, was I willing to sit back on the sidelines just watching? Or worse, being kept in the dark? I know I need to take my selfish emotions out of it. Of course I want to be a part of everything, but do I have that right if the powers that be say differently? If by chance I didn't have to break orders to take out the Neridian ship, there was still a chance I would be in the mix because of my experience with the situation. But I and my team would no longer be making decisions or calling any shots. The government would take the burden from our shoulders and handle it from there. Why then wasn't I relieved at that thought? Why did it only leave me with a sense of dread? I didn't sleep well that night. I had nightmares about petty politicians making petty and selfish decisions that traded away our future. Try as I might, I couldn't visualize any scenario where a majority of our leaders didn't sell out, and even if the United States refused the trap of Caridian or Neridian protectionism, it would only take one country to accept to change the balance of power on Earth. War. Global war. Dr. Spencer had said that one world government would be the only possible outcome, and I was now realizing how he and his colleagues had arrived at that conclusion. Even if the Caridians wanted to be benevolent to Earth, they were under the time pressure of the Neridian threat. Earth would have to unify to accept a protectorship, but the only way that would happen quickly was through military might. What was it that Dr. Mark Spencer had said one night? Something about great men in history seizing opportunity and not waiting for permission? Who was going to step up, and how could anyone possibly lead us out of this mess? As sleep finally overcame me, I couldn't help but hope that Julie was right. I hope there really is a God. Chapter 34. Dr. Mark Spencer. Anzio and I left early on the morning after our send-off party. It would be some time before I saw Major Reagan or Julie again. In addition to the holo-recorder he'd given me, Silva and the Major had had a number of packages delivered to our ship, some of which we were only now learning about. The package we'd been directed to open first contained a miniature smart pad that could be worn on the belt or wrist, or virtually anywhere, and projected a holographic keyboard and display. I knew this because immediately upon opening the package, a holographic image of Silva from the shoulders up had appeared, with instructions about the equipment we were being given. He'd wanted us to open this first because it had the potential to control all of the other technology we now had access to. As incredibly advanced as it all was, it was humbling to realize that the Caridians had greatly dumbed down the tech so we could use it. For example, Caridians routinely managed considerably more technology, but didn't need a holopad or holodisplay to do it. They managed everything directly with their mind. They didn't need an external display because images were generated directly on the optic nerve or in the cerebral cortex, I wasn't clear which, and could totally replace the images from one or both eyes, or could overlay data onto their vision, much like a pair of range-finding binoculars or thermal imaging sights. Want to share an image or what you were witnessing with a friend? No problem. As long as both parties were in range of a Caridian-paired quantum communications device,
any number of people could see the same thing you were seeing, even across interstellar distances. The smart pads we were being given could, as long as we were in range, access communications for what he claimed was the entire Caridian galactic network, and our only restrictions were on which databases we could access. Silva had apparently anticipated our skepticism, because he went on to explain that because of the extreme circumstances with the Neridian dynasty, they were making an exception for us, and that this access was temporarily being given just to a select few of us. The consensus was that it was in their best interest for Earthers to learn as much as possible about the Caridian way of life, without, of course, actually taking our side and arming us against the Neridians. We did have a very limited and rudimentary thought control of the smart pad, facilitated by an earpiece that fit smoothly and almost invisibly behind one ear. But the holographic keyboard was required for anything extremely detailed. For everything in between, there were voice commands. Silva, or his hologram, went on to describe several other pieces of equipment that, among other things, included boxes of medical nanopills. With instructions to immediately swallow one, this tech was pre-programmed to run a diagnostic evaluation of our health, which we could access on our smart pad. Then, assuming we were basically healthy, taking one nanopill a day would maintain our health at its current level for as long as the pills lasted, which looked to be quite a while. Another piece of tech that was at first puzzling was the atmospheric frequency modulator. In essence, this allowed us to control the vibration of molecules in the air around us. Much more intuitive was what I called a personal force field generator. Apparently very common amongst the dynasties, this created an invisible field that extended outward from a body just far enough to encompass most items of clothing, and may explain the propensity for dynasty members to wear tight-fitting apparel. Although it wasn't designed to stop anything massive like a bullet, the force field could protect and redirect radiation, including light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation, or laser, and it could maintain temperature and emergency atmospheric pressure when the wearer was exposed to a vacuum or hostile environment. Silva went on to describe several other items, but Anzio pointed out that we also had a recorded message from Major Reagan, and I was anxious to hear it. "Dr. Spencer, Dr. Spallini," he began, "I want you both to know how much we all appreciate what you're doing. We all have our respective missions to accomplish, but yours might very well be the hardest. You are literally heading into the unknown, and there is no intelligent advice that I can possibly give you, so I'll just say this. We believe in you. We also need you. Earth needs you. When you find a solution for us, come home quickly. In the meantime, we've put together a technological care package of sorts that will hopefully come in handy. Silva has been very helpful, and I know he's recording some basic instructions for you. But I wanted to add a few thoughts. I advise you to use the medical nano. Dr. Shine and I have both thought this through carefully and believe we can trust the Caridians to limit this nano to only function as advertised. The ultimate decision is, of course, totally up to the both of you, but I don't need to remind you how important it will be to stay healthy for your mission. Apparently, we've already been exposed to similar nano by the Neridians. They automatically included it in our food before our expected planetfalls to protect us against foreign antigens and pathogens. Apparently, it'd be pretty risky to just go from planet to planet without some kind of immune system enhancement. On the same token, however, we would encourage you not to accept any nano enhancements to grow any type of bioware. Silva has offered to give a few of us bioware enhancements, very similar to what all non-Earthers already have from birth. This would eliminate the need for the earpiece and miniature smart pad, as all the equipment would be in your head. There are obvious advantages, but Dr. Shine and I both agree that the risks of secret and silent observation, perhaps even some type of subtle mind control, are too great. I would rather be paranoid than compromised, so we have declined the offer and hope you will too. Anyway, we wish you good luck and Godspeed. Reagan out. I think Ashima had sensed that I was somewhat melancholy about leaving the others behind. I don't know if she thought it was just the entire situation or if she knew I had feelings for Julie, but she was sensitive to it and gave me some space. It was a full week before she started sharing my bed. She wasn't pushy about it, and she made it clear it was more for fun than romance, but since it was just the four of us on the ship, and we spent all our time together, it was pretty much inevitable. And did I mention that she was fun?
Because of her area of interest and expertise, we were able to have incredible conversations about how the greater galactic society worked, and I was starting to get a better picture of the hoops Earth was going to have to jump through if we wanted to fit in.
So basically, I asked, planet-bound cultures defer to the dynasties without exception?
Well, yes, Ashima responded. But it is not as if we really need anything from most of them. They're not slaves. They just give us a level of respect higher than what they give each other.
She said it as if it explained everything, but I still didn't get it. Why do they respect you? I probed.
Because we are a dynasty, she responded with a strange look on her face. Look, Mark, most planet-bound societies are by your standards very advanced, totally self-contained, and have more natural resources than they could probably ever consume. They have no reason to develop interstellar relationships. We call the people Kikos after a well-known animal, Kikosolentis, which marks out a small territory and then never travels outside it. They make great pets, she said with a grin. Most Kiko societies have a space presence so that they can harvest the resources of their own planetary systems, but on the rare occasion that individuals might want to travel to another star, they can probably hitch a ride with a dynasty ship. Although it can be kind of hit and miss, because most planets don't see a dynasty ship but once every few hundred years or so, as you would measure it. When a dynasty ship does make planetfall, we bring news and information that can be invaluable to that society. The last thing the Kikos would want to do would be to alienate a dynasty. Judging from the look on Ashima's face, I think it must have been obvious that I was still missing something. After some thought, I asked, why don't the Kikos just build their own starships or tap into the galactic networks and databases for their information? Why are they so dependent upon the dynasties?
Oh, Mark, she said, I thought you knew. Faster-than-light travel and communications are restricted technologies, just like gene modification and temporal physics. The Accord would never condone Kikos using those technologies, let alone transferring it to them.
No, I had known, and I was very surprised. Ashima, how does the Accord prevent Kikos from discovering this technology on their own? I asked.
They don't. No one has independently made discoveries in those areas in hundreds of millions of years.
Then how did the dynasties get them? Surely they didn't all independently come up with the same discoveries.
No, Mark, that is one of the advantages of being a dynasty. Under the Accord, all accredited technology is shared amongst the dynasties, including travel, communications, etc. Those advantages come with a price, however. The Accord also gives us guidelines and responsibilities. Let me give you an example. Even though certain technologies are restricted from the Kikos, we may drop bits of other knowledge and technology to them as we travel across the galaxy. But we have to be careful about even that. We have learned the hard way that too much advancement too fast can be harmful, and the Accord would take a very dim view on any dynasty that was damaging Kiko societies. I tilted my head and gave her my, oh really, look. Ashima laughed and said, We told you, Mark. In the case of Earth, the Neridians are desperate.
Okay, at any rate, that's why the Kikos all look up to the dynasties. You're literally on a different technological level than they are, I summarized.
That and the fact that we act as a safety net for them. If there were a natural disaster or a pandemic that threatened the planet, we would be their best hope.
So the bottom line is that the Kikos need the dynasties more than the dynasties need the Kikos, I concluded.
They need us more than we need any one of them, she agreed. Collectively, it is a very symbiotic relationship. We all evolved on the surface of a planet, and even though we are not planet-bound, most dynasty members find it better, both physically and emotionally, to spend time there. We would suffer if there were not any friendly Kiko civilizations to holiday with. And of course, there are certain Kiko planets, she continued, a very small percentage which various dynasty members might befriend or frequent for a while. Steiger hosting Semi and her protégés are a good example of this. And then there are those rare instances of a dynasty placing a protectorship over a planet.
How does that work? I asked. Everyone's been quick to tell me the advantages for the planet, but what are the advantages and obligations for the dynasty?
That is very insightful of you, Mark, to realize that a protectorship does carry an immense obligation for a dynasty.
Her eyes were sparkling, and I think she actually was feeling proud of me.
When a dynasty places a protectorship over a planet, they are declaring to the Accord that they have full responsibility for that society's development and safety, she continued. Protectorates can access and use all of the technologies that the dynasty uses, so it is imperative that there be a close relationship that allows the dynasty to steer the protected civilization away from danger. Left to their own devices, any civilizations would tear themselves apart with unrestricted access to those advanced technologies. "And what's in it for you?" I asked. "Why would a dynasty want to take on that responsibility?" "We usually will not," she sighed. "That's why protectorships are so rare. It takes an overwhelming consensus of dynasty members to approve it. Typically, protectorships serve as a base of operations for dynasties. There are obvious advantages to having a centralized base of operations for communications, repair, and certain types of manufacturing. We're also a social species, and having established gathering points spread throughout the galaxy eases the isolation a spacefaring culture can sometimes feel. Lastly, but just as important, a protected planet is free of the politics and intrigue that is part and parcel of being in the Accord." "So the dynasties do compete against each other," I observed. "Oh, very much so," she responded. "The standing of our dynasty in the Accord is of daily concern to every member. Protecting and enhancing that standing is one of the obligations and responsibilities we have to each other." "So, Ashima, if I'm understanding this correctly, your relationship to the Accord is analogous with Akiko's relationship to the dynasties? In other words, you need them more than they need you?" "Mark," Ashima responded, "remember that the Accord is made up of lower houses and upper houses. But from a technological standpoint, the gulf between a dynasty and a lower house is incalculably wider than the gulf between the Kikos and a dynasty. We don't just need them. It's fair to say we revere them." The ship we were on had a mind of its own. I mean, it was literally what we would call an artificial intelligence, or AI. At least I'm assuming it was self-aware. Computer scientists on Earth had been debating for decades what that really meant, and how you would be able to tell if a computer was truly an individual intelligence. We'd invented the Turing test and believed it to be the benchmark until 2014 at the University of Reading, where the programming of a non-self-aware computer became sophisticated enough to pass it. For me, it was pretty simple. I didn't care. If I couldn't tell if it was a person or a machine when I was talking to it. I was getting to know the ship through my SmartPad. Like the other ships we had been on, there were no controls, control room, or bridge. Caridians mentally merged with their ship via their BioWare. I'm sure my method was much more cumbersome, but both Anzio and I had taken Major Reagan's advice and declined the offer of BioWare. The external ship views offered up in my holodisplay were incredible, and I can only imagine what it would be like to experience them in my mind's eye. I'm sure it must be a totally submersing experience that would take anyone's breath away. One unexpected result of having to use the SmartPad as a ship interface was to realize that the ship had no name. Caridians didn't need to name the ships because they didn't have to call out to them. They just mentally started thinking to it, and perfect communication ensued. I did, however, need to address the ship, and I had no idea what to call him, or her. I settled on the name Judy, and she responded with a female voice, so that was that. There were only 4 of us on board, which made the ship feel relatively large. There were 6 suites, and even though we were really only using 2 of them, it was nice to have someplace private to occasionally retreat to. We were sitting at a rectangular table in the galley eating breakfast. Semi and Anzio were on one side of the table, and Ashima was sitting next to me on the other side. Her bare leg had slid across and entwined with mine. One of the most pleasant and unexpected surprises was how unbashful both ladies were when it came to clothing. They were never nude except in the privacy of their partner's embrace, but they had both mastered the art of wearing as little as possible and displaying their perfect physiques in as sexy a way as possible. Short shorts, boyfriend shorts, thongs, lingerie, shortened midriff-exposing tank tops. The girl seemed fascinated with high heels. Semi came to dinner one evening in a long black backless gown that was split to her waistline. Anzio's tux was the perfect complement, and with her long-legged elegance I thought they must be the sexiest couple within 10 parsecs. Or light years, or whatever. I forced Ashima to admit one night that she and Semi had conspired to study up on what Earthers deem sexy. I won't divulge my method of torture, but I got a full confession of their plot to keep us menfolk constantly aroused. Did I mention that she was fun? I don't want to give the impression that I'd lost sight of our mission. If anything, it was just the opposite. Anzio and I both felt as if we had the weight of the world on our shoulders. And if you mix that metaphor with holding the fate of the planet in the palm of your hand, you kinda sorta understand how much pressure we were under. We needed all the distraction we could get, and Judy just informed me there would be a disco dance contest tonight on the observation deck immediately following dinner. The four of us were sitting around a cocktail table in the observation lounge that 4 nights earlier had grown a dance floor and sprouted a mirrored disco ball. Memories of our leisure suits and line dancing attempts still cracked me up. With the galactic vista serving as our ceiling, I was sitting back either drinking a non-alcoholic vodka tonic or my medical nano was keeping me sober. The only thing I was missing was a bowl of peanuts. It was the perfect opportunity to sit back and think out loud. At least that's what I called it when a group of people are free to throw out ideas and together explore solutions to a challenge. You might call it masterminding or thought experiments or a bull session. The point was to get multiple perspectives on the issue. What would happen, I asked, if a Kiko society independently discovered faster-than-light travel? Semi responded first. If you're asking whether that would qualify Earthers to become a dynasty, the answer is probably. But you need to remember that it would be one group or culture that became the dynasty, and they would need to then make Earth its protectorate. I don't think that Earth was even close to that, she concluded with a raised eyebrow. Well, I mused, many times throughout history the greatest breakthroughs come out of nowhere. For example, if a certain physicist, after being exposed to the wonders of the universe, suddenly had a mental epiphany and was able to complete previously unsolvable equations. It would not work, Mark, Semi said softly as Ashima placed her hand on my arm. The math you would need has not yet been invented on your planet, and our dynasty would be severely censored for giving you restricted technology. The Accord would immediately know we had helped you. How would they know? I stubbornly said. You have to trust us, Mark, interjected Ashima. They would know. So much for different perspectives. I didn't for a moment sense that Semi or Ashima were trying to discourage or sabotage us. I felt they would truly help if they could. On the same token, though, I knew that deep down they believed Earth's only option would be to accept Caridia's offer of protection. They had several times tried to broach the subject of how to unify Earth so it could accept that protectorship, but Anzio and I had been of like mind not to discuss it. Maybe it was time to change that. Look, I said, I am not in any way giving up on the idea of talking a lower house into interceding on our behalf, but I do think it would be prudent to have a backup plan. If it comes down to accepting a protectorship or watching our cities destroyed, we may have to pretend to go along, even if it's just to buy some time. Ashima, if I understand what Semi's been telling me, then Earth would have to unite before we could officially accept. Is that correct? Yes, Mark. Earth would have to speak with one voice. One voice, I repeated. But that's not the same thing as unanimous. No, of course not, Semi replied. We realize there will always be individual dissent, especially with what we know of Earthers. A dynasty, however, must have a reason to believe that the planet wants to cooperate. After all, the dynasty is on the hook for the planet's successful transition and will answer to the Accord if they fail. But is it the dynasty's decision that the planet must be united, or is it a rule of the Accord? I persisted. Semi and Ashima looked at each other and were obviously accessing some database when Semi looked back to me and said, Both. So, I continued, if Naridia wants us to accept their protectorship, they would have to give us some time to unite, right? Yes, Ashima responded. But if it took too long, you might not like their methods to speed up the process. Mark, if they were that close to success, I could see them throwing strictures out the window and arming one nation well above all others. They might even get directly involved and simply assassinate all the world leaders except their chosen one. There is no underestimating how far they'd be willing to go to achieve this. But it would still buy us some time, I said, and if the Neridians already thought we were making progress to a one-world government, they might be inclined to let it progress naturally. I don't think I'd ever seen Ashima close to tears, and it startled me. But before I could say anything, she said in a shaky voice, Mark, forget for a moment what that would do to Caridia. Think about the fate of your people under Neridian rule, and for you personally, Mark. They could never let you live. I started to respond, but Anzio raised his left hand in a signal for everyone to hold on. He would have raised both hands, but Semi was holding tightly to his other. Ashima, Semi, Anzio started. Please understand that Mark is only trying to buy time for us. He is not suggesting that Earth truly become protectorate of Noridia. Are you, Mark? No, I said. That is the furthest thing from my mind. But I'm not beyond letting them think we're going to accept it, especially if it would buy us a few months or years to figure out a better solution. That would be a very dangerous game, Mark, said Ashima, "a game that Earth might not survive." She paused, and then, as if coming to a decision, she continued. "There is no reason to choose suicide. You have options in front of you. They might not be perfect options, and you might not get everything you want, but accept a Caridian protectorship and you could survive and grow in galactic society. Your people could share in all the advancements and advantages of being affiliated with a dynasty. Think of all the unfairness in your world now. You have millions of people that spend time deciding whether to have fish or steak prepared and served to them for dinner, while at the exact same moment thousands of children go to bed hungry. You can change this. You can virtually eliminate poverty by raising the standard of living for everyone. Many of your diseases could be eliminated. The world Caridia offers would be a safe world, a secure world. Without wasting resources on political strife and competition, think how much further your society could evolve. You could learn from us, yes, but think about how much more dynamic, how much faster you could progress without the distractions of poverty and war. You would have the entire galaxy to explore and study. Don't throw it all away over some overblown sense of racial pride, please." The observation deck was suddenly very silent. Despite the millions of stars witnessing our conversation, I was starting to feel isolated and alone. As close as I wanted to be with Ashima and Semi, there was still a gulf between us. I think I had never felt the pressure more strongly than I did in that moment. I tried to order the words in my mind that could explain what I felt. Much of this mission had been spent with me mentally vacillating on what a proper course of action would be. Should we take the safe route and accept a Caridian protectorship, or should we risk everything to preserve our independence and self-determination? Yes, there were still children on Earth that went to bed hungry, but I refused to accept that it's an either-or solution. We can solve hunger and maintain our freedom. We could seek security without giving up our privacy and control. There must be a way. I had labored over this. I had thought through every imaginable outcome. I had repeatedly gone to bed thinking about it and woken up dreaming about it. I had pondered the ethics of being a self-appointed speaker for billions of people, and I had questioned the morality of making decisions for those billions without consulting them first. I knew the answer in my gut, even though I was still struggling to find the words to explain it. There are moments in life when the spoken word has changed everything, when what is said is so profound that it causes everyone to either reconfirm or reevaluate their beliefs, when the words themselves literally reverberate with truth and consequence. Such words can be spoken publicly or privately to cement a course of action, but they always change the course of history. I instinctively knew that this was such a moment and that I needed to step into it. I opened my mouth and took a preliminary breath when Anzio started to speak. "You have declared us a planet of dynamic people. Unique in the galaxy, you say. You tell us that we have an industry and drive about us that is unparalleled in this galactic society of yours. You show the astonishment at how fast our technology advances, yes? Yet you never stop to ask the why." Anzio looked up into the eyes of Semi and Ashima. "Earthers, as you call us, live short lives compared to yours, and our whole civilization is much younger. Yet I wonder how it is that you measure the age of a culture. Is it years? Which star are we using to time the revolutions? Some civilizations, they grow and mature at different rates, yes? So how should we compare the maturity of a civilization that takes 100,000 years to go from an animal-powered cart and landing on their moon to a civilization that takes just 100 years? Which civilization is growing? Which civilization is better prepared to embrace and shape their future? The Noridians, they view us as a backwards people stemming from accidental biological mutation that should have been put down thousands of years ago. You Coridians, in truth, you see us the same way. You're just much very nicer about it. You don't despise us, but you do feel sorry for us, and therefore you don't see us as equals. You see us as children that are being manipulated and maybe harmed or scared by divorcing parents. And while you might have the honest concern for us, you don't take us seriously and still see us as helpless." Somewhere along the soft oratory, Anzio had stood up. Not abruptly or angrily. It felt more like the truth unfolding before us. "We are not helpless. Earthers, as you call us, we may not survive the next 1,000 years, or even the next 100, but we will not go down by lying down. You tell us that we have no choice, but you do not understand that Earthers do not quit. I suspect that Mark can give you our historical examples, but know this, my friends. Earth civilizations have rarely chosen the easy path, and it rarely worked out well when we did. There was a strength in Anzio's voice that didn't require volume. Don't cry for us, Ashima. Warn the galaxy, here comes Earth. He paused, gave a sad smile, and walked out of the room. Sit back down, Semi, please, I said kindly. She had stood up to follow Anzio out of the room, but now as she distractedly looked back at me, she slowly retook her seat. Anzio may be saying things you don't want to hear, but he's right. All of the things that you claim to admire about us are because we do have to struggle and compete. Longer lives don't give Caridians a greater chance to achieve. It takes away all sense of urgency to accomplish anything. You keep claiming that we advance incredibly fast, but that's not true. The reality is that galactic societies advance agonizingly slow because there is no built-in imperative to move faster. Yes, you've created a life where no one wants for anything, where everyone is safe and secure and totally stagnant. Did you say that it had been hundreds of millions of years since anyone had independently discovered faster-than-light travel? Doesn't that tell you anything? Ashima looked terribly conflicted about how to respond. I couldn't tell if she was offended, hurt, or just feeling sorry for me. It was Semi that spoke first. Mark, we care about you and Anzio personally, but we all know the stakes are much higher than just that. The last thing I want to do is offend you, but the things both of you are saying sound terribly naive to us. Yes, of course, we value safety and security, and the fact that you would place anything above that is unthinkable to us. Your attitude towards the situation seems risky and brash, not to mention totally unnecessary. We are trying to be transparent with you. We want you to know that Caridia's offer of protection will stand no matter what. What exactly? I asked. Do you mean by no matter what? Mark, Ashima said, we will honor everything we have said we would do. Silva has made it clear to all of us that Earthers carry different ideas and values that might be strange to us. Nevertheless, we will aid you in seeking an audience with a lower house, no matter how futile it might be. As long as it doesn't put Caridia at risk, we will help you with just about anything else you ask for. But when it is all done, we strongly believe that accepting our protectorship will still be your best option. Now I wasn't sure whether to be angry or just resigned to their never understanding us. Explain to me again why you don't believe House Gabloriel will speak to us, I asked. We cannot command contact with the lower houses, Mark, responded Semi. They appear to us at their discretion. Are you saying there is no two-way communication with the lower houses? I asked. It is rare. Some of us send our thoughts and messages to them when we're alone at night. We want their advice and guidance, but they rarely respond directly, and if they do respond, it is when and where they choose. Then why are we traveling to Drekken? I asked. Because regardless of how crazy we think you are, Ashima said while smiling sheepishly, we really are trying to help you the best we can. You are traveling to Drekken to show your respect and hopefully increase your chances of being heard, added Semi. Like a pilgrimage, I muttered to myself. When we arrive, Semi continued, we will guide you to an edifice where they have been historically known to receive visitors. Once there, you will be free to make your case for Earth. I could get very used to this, Anzio said as he lifted another shrimp Diablo to his mouth. Hey, you can't change your mind now, I said. We're committed. Tonight's midnight snack were large Gulf shrimp, deveined and laced with a strip of jalapeno, wrapped in bacon and grilled to perfection. It had been a little challenging at first, but we'd finally gotten the hang of instructing our smart pads to tell the food thingies how to prepare genuine simulated Earth snacks for us. Or more precisely, how to prepare the ingredients. This leg of our journey had finally given Anzio a chance to demonstrate this love for cooking he kept claiming to have. I, of course, was determined not to admit he had any talent, while insisting that he keep trying. So far, it was working out very well. It was also a great excuse to escape the women for a while. We had explained the whole men are from Mars, women are from Venus thing, and fortunately, they were both willing to give us some space. I would never admit it, but I needed a break, both physically and mentally. So we had commandeered one of the unused staterooms and turned it into our unofficial man cave, or club room, or whatever. Anyway, it was no girls allowed. Have you given any more thought to how we get these Gabloriels to talk with us? Anzio asked. Yes, a ton of thought, I said. After a moment he said, And? And I still don't have a definite plan, if that's what you're asking. I'd come to the conclusion that there was very little else we could do except show up and hope for the best. I didn't really think the Major would approve of hope as a strategy, but in this case I truly didn't see an alternative. Fortunately, we weren't going to have much longer to wait. One more full day of traveling, and then we'd wake up day after tomorrow and orbit around the planet Drekken. We had just finished lunch, and the four of us were quietly passing the time away on the final day of our 4-month trek. No one felt like doing anything elaborate. Anzio and I were nervous about hopefully meeting one of the members of House Gabloriel, and I think Ashima and Semi were nervous about how we'd react when we were inevitably ignored. We had some background music going, and Ashima was quietly humming along with "You Can't Always Get What You Want" by the Rolling Stones, when I remembered something I'd been meaning to ask. Ashima, everywhere we go I keep hearing music that I recognize. Come to think of it, it's always classical rock and roll. Anzio immediately jumped into the conversation. "You're right, Mark. Except on Semi's retreat, I was listening to an orchestra playing classical music." Semi, looking somewhat surprised, answered, "Yes, I guess my tastes are somewhat off-center. Most of us do prefer your rock and roll." "We could all sing some songs, you can choose," Ashima said, thinking I was still looking for a distraction. "No," I said, smiling. "You really don't want to hear me do that. But I guess what I'm asking is, how widespread is Earth music?" "It is becoming very popular," Ashima answered. "It is really unique, and it just makes us feel good." "Why have I never heard any Caridian music?" I asked. "Well, some women do specialize in harmonics, and we have quite a number of mnemonic story tunes for our children to learn and remember important information with. It wouldn't do for them to be totally reliant on their BioWare without ever using any of their cognitive function. But we don't have any music as complex or as exciting as what Earthers produce." I suddenly remembered the rapt attention everyone gave Julie when she sang that last night on Larga. Everyone seemed fixated except for several of the male Caridians. "Ashima, why is it only the women that enjoy our music?" "Mark, our men are not at all musical. It is simply something they consider frivolous." After looking off into space for a few moments, Semi said, "You have a name for it in your medical journals. For Earthers, it is extremely rare, and it is called specific musical anhedonia. It is a condition where a person derives zero pleasure from listening to music." "Ah," said Anzio. "You mean to say your men cannot make sense of the musical notes?" "No, your journals call that amusia. Our men can hear the notes, they are just not emotionally moved by them." "But your women do feel our music," I reiterated. "Oh, yes, Mark," Ashima assured me. "Except for being with you physically, Earther music is the greatest thing about knowing Earthers." I really didn't know how to respond to that. I finally did manage to get some sleep that night, and it was early the next morning that we found ourselves in orbit around the planet Drekken. I'll admit that it was somewhat difficult to get my breakfast down. I don't think I tasted any of it, and I couldn't recount to you what I actually ate even on a dare. Anzio was obviously being supportive, but unlike the girls, he knew me well enough to give me some room. Ashima eventually picked up on my unresponsiveness, and they both followed Anzio's lead. The planet looked more or less like all the habitable worlds we had seen so far, except there were no orbital platforms, satellites, or cities visible on the surface. We traveled planet-side in a shuttle and landed in a small clearing. After a few moments of silence, Semi stood and moved to the hatch, which automatically opened for her. Glancing once over her shoulder to us, she left the shuttle. We followed her outside and onto a wide path through a dense forest that was filled with flowers and vegetation of startling color. Competing for kaleidoscopic majesty were insects with large iridescent wings and some type of multicolored lizard. The smell of the forest loam was pleasant and the temperature was perfect. After crossing a small brook with tantalizingly clear water, we passed through a large stone arch and entered a stone-paved pavilion roughly 30 yards across. Semi stopped just inside the arch and looked at me expectantly. "Where to now?" I asked. "We are here," she responded. "This place is the Aldrich Circle." "What do I do?" I persisted. She looked at me, smiled resignedly, and said, "Speak your thoughts." I looked around the clearing, realizing that this was nothing like I had visualized. There was no door to knock on, no bell to ring. There was apparently only one way to announce myself. I gathered my thoughts and prepared to speak.
Chapter 35. Major Matthew Reagan, U.S. Army. We had just boarded our new ship and were still settling in when Silva found me. Except for the shuttles, all the alien ships we'd boarded so far had been a relatively flat square, oblong or circle in shape. And even though I'd thought the original Neridian ship was large, its diameter had been measured in hundreds of yards. Our new ship's diameter could be measured in miles. When you view things in space, you really don't get a good perspective on size until you actually touch the object you're moving towards. When our shuttle was on approach, I was impressed by our new ship's size, but it just kept getting bigger and bigger the closer we got. It was the first time I'd felt vertigo in space. If you've ever experienced that funny, queasy feeling as your roller coaster slowly tops its highest peak and prepares to plunge straight down, you know the feeling. Once we were inside, everything was normal, but on approach, the size of this ship was intimidating. Unlike our previous trip, we would be stowing all our personal gear in our own staterooms. We had a long trip ahead of us, but I also had a demanding training schedule in mind. I wanted everyone to have instant access to everything they might need, including the civilians. To that end, I was helping everyone get organized when Silva pulled me aside. He'd just gotten word. Jackie and our original team had arrived back at Earth. I considered delaying our departure long enough to send another message to Earth, but there really wasn't anything else to add to our previous report. I made the decision to continue with our imminent departure. I did pause in my duties to check one more time, but there apparently wasn't any way to speed up the months-long transit time in front of us. The ultimate hurry up and wait. That's why I'd called this meeting. Within hours of leaving Largan orbit, I'd arranged for our entire team to meet in what passed for a Canadian amphitheater. If you've ever attended a required college basic freshman course with over 300 students on the roll, or an old-time movie theater, you know the type of seating arrangement I'm talking about. Each row rising level by level from a lower stage and acoustically designed so that the speaker can talk in a normal voice and still be heard by all. The main difference from what I was used to was the lower stage was completely encircled by the raised seating. There was no wall or whiteboard to write on, but my understanding was that the vast space above my head could be filled with holographic projections, totally controlled by the BioWare that I didn't have. Not that I was planning on using slides anyway. Minus the casualties we suffered on Steiger, and minus Dr. Spencer and Dr. Spallini, my entire team was present, along with Silva, Tony, and a couple of dozen other Caridians that had tagged along for the ride to Earth. What percentage of the Caridian crew this represented, I wasn't sure. When I'd asked Silva, more than once, exactly how many of his dynasty would be accompanying us, he'd been very nonspecific. The closest he would come to giving me a straight answer was over 100. Did I have mixed feelings about bringing so many Caridians back to Earth? Sure. Could I even be sure that the real number wasn't over 1,000? The ship was certainly big enough. I didn't like to think that I might be bringing an invasion force back with me, but at the end of the day I realized that I had very little choice. None, actually. The Caridians were fully capable of heading back to Earth with or without me, and we didn't have any other options to get home. I spent a good part of the cruise forcing myself not to dwell on the subject. I thought it best that we recount our experiences so far so that we can contemplate all of our future actions with a full perspective. In my experience, it is sometimes very easy to let our decision-making get swayed more by recent events than by the full picture, I said to the crowd. Our civilization was shocked when we discovered that we weren't alone in the universe. It was even more stunning to realize that not only were at least some of the aliens hostile, but that our technology was also vastly inferior to theirs. We had no idea of the galactic political games being played when the Neridians first openly contacted us, and because they were claiming to be our friends, many of us found hope again. That hope turned to fear and dread as the truth of the Neridians slowly became known. We learned that they bioengineered our race and then later attempted genocide on us. We also learned that we were denied our heritage and purposely given shorter lifespans in that genocidal attempt. Both Dr. Shine and Tony of the Caridian Enclave tell me that many of our cancers and other genetic diseases could very well be byproducts of that same genetic engineering. And the Neridians aren't finished with us. Today they're trying to enslave us. Following the political rules of the Accord, they're trying to absorb our achievements and cap our freedom and sovereignty. They make it tempting to us by offering a higher standard of technology and living, but they would still own us, our achievements, and our future.
And even if they were sincere about giving us a better life, how could we ever trust a people that attempted to wipe us out? We must remember that every mousetrap has its cheese. The Caridians have given us hope again. They have protected this team and worked behind the scenes to thwart the Neridians' plans for Earth. The enemy of my enemy is my friend is a good way to describe our relationship thus far. We are grateful to them. But I must say this to you in front of them. Just because we like each other doesn't make us friends. And just because we help each other doesn't mean we can trust each other. Many of the original Earth team have been duped into believing Neridia is a friend, and some, like Colonel Nesbitt and Dr. Decker, have betrayed us. They have already returned to Earth and have a large head start on convincing the rest of the population to accept Neridia's offer. We personally have lost friends on this journey. We've watched our colleagues callously cut down or sacrifice themselves so the rest of us might survive. There will be a time and place to properly mourn them. Today I suggest we honor them by learning from them. When we realized that we'd been separated from the rest of the Earth team and marked for death, not a single one of us laid down to die. When the Neridians came after us with futuristic weapons, we fought back with sticks and stones and our bare fists, and in too many cases paid the ultimate price. What we did not do, however, was give up. The Caridians need the Neridians to fail, but they'd also like us to be their protectorate. We need Neridia to fail, but we don't want to give up our sovereignty to anyone. When this is all said and done, when we've gotten all of this figured out and Earth is still free, whether it's 6 months from now or 600 years from now, Caridians need to understand that Earth will either think of you as bystanders that gave moral support or allies that openly fought alongside of us. We will either think of you as a people that would help us only if there were something for you to gain, or as true like-minded friends that we owe a debt of gratitude to. What Earth will never think of you as is our owners, our superiors, our protectors. We appreciate you taking us to Earth. We appreciate you giving us familiar weapons to defend ourselves. We understand the political expediency of keeping your involvement quiet for the time being. However, know this. There will come a time when you will need to take a stand. There will come a time when Earth needs to know how to think of you, and it will be your actions that will determine that. I am a simple soldier, one amongst billions of my people, but I can confidently tell you that we value loyalty and we would welcome you as a true ally. You won't earn our respect by playing political games, but you will earn it by standing with us as equals. The things you hope to gain from being our protector will taste so much sweeter when you've earned them as our friends. Earth will beat the Neridian threat. I just hope that we can forge a partnership with Caridia along the way. I'm not much of a speechmaker, and I certainly wasn't trying to make this dramatic, so I moved ahead to discuss the various details of the training schedule I had set up, along with the outlines of our tactics once we reached Earth. I had briefly toyed with the idea of trying to keep some of the planning to ourselves, but I'd literally laughed out loud when I realized how impossible that would truly be. I was banking that transparency with our Caridian hosts would suit us better for the moment. At any rate, we had a long trip ahead of us, and I still hadn't quite figured out how to tell Julie that there was no way on God's green earth she was going to be on the raid that boarded the Neridian ship. I'm telling you, Matt, she's a natural. Major Mike Ironjaw Reynolds seemed to think my reluctance to let Julie play commando was based on me not believing his reports on her training. She's literally got the highest marksmanship of any of the civilians, #1 on the rifle and #7 on the handgun. She throws herself into every training scenario and rarely makes the same mistake twice. Her hand-to-hand still sucks, but all the civvies do. We'd already planned on pairing them with our soldiers, so it'd be less of an issue. He wouldn't be pressing on this issue, except that we'd already determined we were going to need civilian help to take the Neridian ship. It was just too big, and our need to take it out quickly, before alarms could be raised, had reduced us to planning a surprise blitzkrieg type of operation. We'd use deception to get on board and then take out the resistance, hopefully, before they could get a message to either their colleagues planetside or back with the dynasty. Unfortunately, for this to succeed, we needed more shooters than what we had. We were going to have to use some civilians. But I really didn't want Julie to be one of them. I had a number of very good reasons for this. She had become the unspoken leader of our unofficial Keep Earth Free movement, and the Neridian ship raid could very well turn into a suicide mission. If everything went perfectly, the boarding team would be fine, but she had become too valuable for such risks, or so I told myself. Besides, I had another mission in mind for her. When we took out the ship, someone was going to have to declare ourselves to the Earth authorities. Someone was going to have to explain why we just killed the nice aliens that were promising to give us great technology and protect us from the bad aliens. I was pretty sure that that kind of message needed to come from our civilians and not just our military. We also had no idea how many of the Neridians would be left down on the planet. I just finished explaining to Ironjaw that I wanted him to lead the boarding party and about the other mission I had in mind for Julie when he asked how we were going to keep the Neridians left on the planet from sending a message back to the Neridian dynasty. "Mike, we're going to have to time this carefully," I responded. "But taking the ship will also shut down the communications node that connects them to the rest of the galaxy. Silva has assured me that if he times his BioWare cyber attack on the Neridian ship correctly, we'll be covering all those bases." "Can we trust him?" Ironjaw asked. "This part of the operation is definitely in Caridia's best interest, and he struck me as competent before he revealed himself as an alien. So yeah, if he says he and his team can pull it off, I think we have to go with it. Besides, we don't really have a choice." "His attack is in 2 stages," I continued. "The first part is deception. He says once we're in range, he can make direct contact with the Neridian ship, making it think we're friendly, preventing it from creating an alarm and allowing us on board. The second part he can't hide from the local Neridian personnel. His team will literally wrest away control of the ship, including communications, navigation, and weapons. When he shuts down the ship's communications network, the Neridians won't be able to talk to each other, let alone anyone light years away." "So we need to coordinate our boarding raid with the second stage of his attack," Mike surmised. "That's the way I see it," I agreed. "And you're going to need to take out the ship's personnel ASAP. The faster you do it, the easier it will be for Silva to secure his control of the ship." The boarding operation was tremendously complicated by the fact that we had no idea where on the ship the Neridians would be. Since they controlled everything with their BioWare, there were no control panels or switches. In fact, there wasn't even a control room or bridge. There was an engineering room of sorts, but Silva said that it typically wasn't manned. They could literally control everything while eating breakfast in one of the common areas or sitting on the can, for that matter. Mike's team was going to have to fan out and quietly search the entire ship, fast. When they found a Neridian, there wouldn't be orders to freeze or surrender. They would be immediately and quietly shot in the head, preferably from behind so they couldn't mentally raise an alarm. In addition to marksmanship, we'd had to screen the civilian scientists for the mental toughness to take out the Neridians in cold blood. It was surprising how many of them were good to go, but then there was a lot at stake and they'd been through a lot. Before that happens, though, Tony has agreed to pilot Julie and me down to the surface in a stealth shuttle. I think it's important that we're close to the authorities when everything goes down. I'll be taking Captain Kamiko with us for extra security, as well as the scientists that you don't think will cut it in combat, but other than that, the rest of the team is yours. I don't see any reason to leave anyone behind on the Caridian ship. Chapter 36. Dr. Julie Shine. "Finally," Julie thought to herself as she watched Larga grow small on the view screen. "We're finally heading back to Earth." Being into action felt good. It made her feel empowered, strong. After the Neridian attack, she'd felt helpless and more scared than she'd ever known. She hated that feeling, and she hated the Neridians for making her feel that way, and she hated them for the killing, and now she was into action. Now she was in control. She was stronger than Jackie, and Julie would make her pay. It wasn't revenge, she told herself. It was justice. When they arrived back at Earth, they'd take out the Neridian ship, and then what? Somehow Julie couldn't make herself really focus on what would come after. It would all work itself out. She just had to do her part. She could see herself boarding the Neridian ship and shooting every Neridian she found. She visualized going around a corner and then pulling the trigger. Once, twice, 3 times. When the time came, she would be ready. "Some of you think that this is a Sig Sauer 9mm P238 handgun. It's not," lectured Major Mike Reynolds to the civilians gathered in front of him. "This is your best friend, your protector, your lover. You will learn to care for her and make her an extension of yourself, as familiar as your right leg or left arm. You will treat her like your baby and clean and oil her as if your life depended upon it, because it probably will. If I find even a speck of dirt or corrosion on any of your weapons at any time other than on this firing range during a live fire exercise, I will personally kick your butt and then let one of the Caridian healing machines put you back together so I can kick it again. This mission to board and commandeer the Neridian spacecraft that we're all so familiar with is the most important military mission in the history of the human race. You will listen and learn from myself and the other trainers. You will become a fighting machine that achieves your one and only mission, to take that ship. The lives of your fellow scientists and military personnel are in your hands. Every individual on this mission will perform perfectly. You will not let them down. You will train until you can perform the mission in your sleep. You will do exactly what we tell you to do when we tell you to do it. You will become confident in your ability. If I think for even a moment that any of you can't hold up your part of the mission, I will pull you from the team, making it harder for everyone else, and possibly endangering Earth's future. I will not let you fuck this up."
Julie felt the words reverberate around her as she stared at the pistol on the bench in front of her. She'd never fired a gun of any kind before, but she knew more or less how it worked, and she wasn't scared of it. Back on Earth, many of her colleagues were anti-gun and were always talking about needing stricter gun control laws. She'd never really paid much attention. She'd never before had any desire to personally own a gun, but she didn't really see how making guns illegal would help anything. After all, the criminals and mentally ill patients she had dealt with didn't necessarily follow the laws anyway. But now when she looked at it, what she saw was her path to redemption, a tool to use in bringing the Neridians to justice. It embodied the power and might of being just and right. She would master this weapon and throw herself into the training. Nothing would stop them from taking out that ship. Because of her determination, Julie did well enough with a pistol, but she found she had a real knack for the M4A1 rifle. The unfolded stock sat snugly against her shoulder, and when she brought it up and looked through the sights, she felt perfectly poised and in balance. It couldn't have fit her any better if it had been designed specifically for her. The pistol was a tool, but the rifle was an extension of her will. She actually enjoyed seeing the target scored and didn't even have to consciously think about her aim. She visualized the target, and it was a hit. Ironically, it was her love of the rifle that started her on that path to healing. Even if she wasn't in the same league as the shooter, she was good enough to earn their respect and the camaraderie that entailed. She avoided any conversation about what happened on Steiger, but just hearing others talking and laughing about previous missions and dangerous situations helped normalize some of Julie's turmoil. She still couldn't sleep the entire night through without nightmares of running for her life, but she was starting to subconsciously realize that others had gone through similar situations and survived. Dr. Mom was the first person to actually bring up the subject of Julie's mental health. "My, I think you might actually wear that treadmill out. You've set a fast pace for yourself." "Tony, I don't think I've ever seen you in the gym before," responded Julie. Laughing, Tony said, "No, this is not usually one of my hangouts, but I thought I might find you here. I was hoping we might talk. I was hoping to get some advice from you, but I don't want to interrupt your exercise." Julie had already slowed the treadmill and was allowing it to come to a stop. "No, that's fine. I was almost finished anyway. What'd you want to talk about?" "You know what? You need to clean up, and my cabin would be more private anyway. Why don't you meet me there in 20 minutes, and I'll have some tea ready for us?" Julie agreed and walked into the locker room. She couldn't help but wonder what Tony wanted advice on as she showered and changed. The accommodations back in her cabin were fine, but as far as she knew, this was the only place on the entire ship where you could take a real water shower. The Cradians, she'd been told, had no need of exercise facilities. Their medical nano kept their bodies lean and to a pre-programmed bulk, as well as in good cardiovascular fitness. This entire portion of the ship had been created for the Earthers and tailored after a workout facility on Earth, complete with equipment, his and her locker rooms, and running water. Julie hadn't realized how much she'd missed the feel of warm water running across her skin. Exercise had always provided her with a release of some of the pressure she always placed on herself, and the shower was a great place to let her thoughts roam free and just think. Unlike many women she'd known, she didn't prefer baths, and she didn't worry about getting her long hair wet. She luxuriated in submerging herself in the strong needles of water that massaged her scalp, neck, and shoulders. Many of her life's insights and solutions had occurred to her underneath that spray, and finding this locker room on the ship had been a godsend. She toweled herself off, changed her clothes, and more or less dried her hair before heading to Tony's cabin. Once she arrived, Tony invited her to have a seat in the living area. "Thank you for coming, Julie," she said as she served the tea. "I know we originally became friends under false pretenses, but for me the friendship part wasn't false." "Tony," Julie paused,
I haven't really had time to sort out my feelings, but I don't hold any grudges against you. It's hard for me not to think of you as my friend and colleague, so why don't we just value the friendship? I'd like that, Julie, and sometimes it's easy for me to forget just how fast things must be moving for you. There have been a lot of revelations over the last few months for all of us, but for your team, it's been 10 times as complicated as it has been for me. How are you holding up? Fine, she responded. I'm tired, and I'll admit to being a little frazzled, but I'm good. Tony didn't respond. Instead, she took a sip of her tea. Eventually, Julie spoke again. I'm still mad as hell, but I'm dealing with it. Are you? Yes, definitely. I have a valid reason for being angry, and I'm channeling that anger into a productive purpose. You mean practicing to kill the Neridians? It wasn't a question. I mean our training to take the Neridian ship, Julie responded with an edge. Yes, of course, Tony responded. I understand why that's so important for you, for Earth. You know, she continued, you've become quite the leader to your people. I'm not trying to lead anyone, Julie said. That's Major Reagan's job. I just know it needs doing, and I'm going to make sure it gets done. Another pause while Tony sipped her tea. You know that in my culture we don't use currency. We use respect as our money. I'm not always sure that all the implications of that have really sunk in for many of you. One aspect of it is that we are very in tune with how people treat each other and how much influence an individual might have. Whether you realize it or not, Julie, you are a leader among your people. So, Tony, is this about you trying to convince me that a Caridian protectorship is Earth's best hope? You think I have influence with others, so you want to influence me? No, Julie, I just think you're overlooking some important and obvious things, and I'm challenging you to ask yourself why. Suddenly, Julie was uncertain again. She thought that Tony could still be a friend, yet now she found herself questioning her motives. Wasn't there anyone she could trust? I don't think I'm overlooking anything, Tony. Earth has to remain free, and I'm not going to rest until that happens. Yes, I understand that you will not waver from that, but why then would you risk that goal for personal gratification? What? What was she talking about? I'm not risking anything. Julie, you have become important to your entire team. You are important to Caridians because you understand the true nature of the Neridian threat, and I suspect you will be important to the people of Earth for the same reason, as well as for them to see your resolve, even if that resolve is different than I might wish. Tony continued. The reason I'm talking to you is because I'm worried about you. I'm worried that there is something inside you that needs personal revenge against the Neridians, and I think that need for personal revenge is clouding your judgment. What are you talking about, Tony? That Neridian ship has to be taken out. Yes, Julie, but you don't have to be one of the people that do it. You're far too important to risk like that, and if you are thinking clearly, you'd see that. Your concern is noted, but in our situation, everyone has to take risks. Look at Mark, she said with suddenly tearing eyes. He's halfway across the galaxy, and I'll probably never see him again. If the majors thought it was a bad idea, they wouldn't put me on the boarding party in the first place, but the ship has to go down, and I'm going to be one of the people that takes it down. There was a full minute of silence in the compartment before Tony spoke. You're a critical part of taking that ship out, but that doesn't mean you have to be on the boarding party. I could be wrong, but I think Major Reagan and Major Reynolds know that too. Thank you for the tea, Tony, Julie said as she abruptly stood up to leave. Her emotions had never been in such turmoil. Her anger had immediately overcome her tears as she hurriedly left the cabin. All she could think about was verifying that no one was going to take away her right to board that ship. She found Iron Jaw in one of the planning offices, and it was all she could do not to scream when he told her that wasn't part of the plan. Chapter 37. Major Matthew Reagan, U.S. Army. Julie wasn't happy about not being on the boarding party. Not happy at all. As a matter of fact, she hadn't spoken to me for 3 days now. She'd somehow gotten this idea in her head that she wasn't fighting back unless she was actually pulling a trigger. I was worried about her because I knew it was a dangerous state of mind to be in. I'd seen it before in troops that had incurred unacceptably high losses in their units, a form of survivor's guilt combined with the need for vengeance. Talking to others that have experienced the same thing is the best therapy, so you hope that with time they'll snap out of it on their own. I wasn't completely surprised then when Julie showed up at my cabin door one evening. I invited her in and walked her into my living area. She was very quiet and subdued and sat at the far end of the large couch.
Wanting to give her space, I sat at the other end and politely waited until she was ready to speak. Eventually, she turned to face me, leaving one foot on the floor and half crossing her other leg to sit sideways with her arm on the back of the couch. "I need to know how you do it," she said with misty eyes. "Do what, Julie?" "How can you just keep on going like nothing has happened?" she said with a touch of anger. "They just murdered us and there was nothing we could do." How could I respond to that? I thought to myself. My soldiers had all gone through years of extensive training in their respective services and countries in no small part to teach them how to handle these types of emotions. Julie had none of that. I was very aware that the next thing I said could be critically important for her. My words could steer her towards emotional comfort and acceptance, or to a hard, cold place in her heart that could change her forever. I was also very aware that how she thought of me could lie in the balance. My chest suddenly tightened and I couldn't swallow. I wasn't having a heart attack. I was just finally and fully realizing how deeply and totally I cared for this woman. It was her moment of need, and maybe her vulnerability was triggering it, but she literally took my breath away. What the hell was I going to do? She was still looking at me with red eyes, waiting for an answer. I wanted nothing more than to solve her problems and comfort and protect her, but I had no idea how to do it. I'd been on the battlefield and I'd faced the enemy. I'd literally stared death in the face and still did what I had to do, but now I found myself frozen with indecision. I said nothing. She eventually dropped her gaze and started talking. Slowly at first, she dispassionately recounted the attack on Steiger in detail. Her voice caught as she described the death of Tunika, the Steigerian native she had befriended. Otherwise, her words were bland and without emotion. I couldn't help but feel my heart speed up as she described Mark dragging her to the ground and protecting her with his body, and then his heroics in fighting back at the assassin. When it was over, we went back to the lobby of that first building, the one the Caridian Enclave is in. They started carrying in the bodies from our team. At first they brought in a couple, then a few more. The dead just kept coming, and they laid them all out along the wall, and Luce, Bob, Dr. Knapp, they're all gone forever. Next thing I knew, it was all such a blur, we were racing out of town on those hover cars. Then Major Reynolds told us to hide in the trees. Someone had given me a knife along the way, and all I could think about was using it on the Neridians. I've never hated anything or anyone so much as I did right then. Her voice started catching again when she talked about watching the Neridian ship approach their tree line. She looked up at me as she said, "I was ready to kill. I didn't care if I lived or died, I just wanted to fight back. And then when the hatch opened and you walked out of the ship..." She was in tears now, and I instinctively moved towards her. The next thing I knew, she was in my arms, sobbing uncontrollably. I held her tightly for quite some time until she quieted. Her arms and head felt heavy on my shoulder, and I realized she was exhausted. I adjusted our positions until I was lying on the couch with her spoon in front of me. We lay quiet for a long time, and I thought she might be asleep when she quietly asked, "Does it ever get to you?" I combed her long, straight hair back from her face with my free hand and said, "Of course." After a moment, I continued, "I just try to stay focused on the mission, on my responsibilities. But at the end of the day, I know it's going to hit me. When you're in command, you can't let anyone else see it, so you lie in your bunk at night and let it wash through you. You accept the pain and the guilt, and then you move past it. It's especially hard if the decisions you've made have caused people to die. Even if they were the right decisions, the feelings are still overwhelming, but you have to let it go. You never forget, but you move on. You honor the past by facing the future." Neither of us said anything for a long time. Finally, she squeezed my arm and whispered a weary, "Thank you." I finally fell asleep, hoping with all my heart that she'd be okay. Strangely enough, I woke the next morning feeling well rested. It had been a chaste evening, but for me it had been a more intimate experience than any I could remember. Without having time to think any of it through, I heard something behind me at the same moment I smelled eggs and bacon. I sat up quickly and watched Julie finish setting out the food on my dining table. She smiled somewhat sheepishly and said, "I've got to stop making a habit of falling asleep in your cabin." Even with morning hair and wrinkled clothes, she was still beautiful. I moved over to the table and we both sat down. "I want to apologize," she began. I was feeling overwhelmed and I didn't know where to turn. I didn't mean to burden you with my troubles. It wasn't a burden, I responded. And you're welcome to sleep over any time, I said lightly. She smiled and we ate breakfast in relative silence. Do you feel better? I finally asked. After a thoughtful pause, she said, You know, I really do. I think I just needed someone that would listen. I think I just needed to feel really safe. I'm always here, Julie, I said. I know, she softly replied. Just then my door buzzed and I looked up to see Iron Jaw standing outside. Come in, Mike, I said. The door opened and he walked into the cabin and over to the dining table. Good morning, Major, Dr. Shine, he said without missing a beat. Good morning, Major Reynolds. Would you like some eggs? Julie asked. No, I've already eaten, but thank you. Well then, Julie said, unless I can get you gentlemen anything else, I think I'll return to my cabin. We both remained standing until she'd left. After a moment, Mike started talking about a new twist he wanted to incorporate into the training routines. I jumped into the conversation, grateful for the distraction. If he would have asked me what was going on, I wouldn't have known how to answer. The trip home was a long one, but it went quickly because of the heavy training schedule. For the few civilians that had not been assigned to combat training, I had tasked them with continuing their interviews and studies of Caridian technology and culture. I insisted that we all come together once a week and share what we'd learned with everyone else. It was a way of preserving new insights into the Caridian world, as well as giving the civilian combatants a chance to talk about what they were getting ready to do. It may sound cold, but the more a person can talk about doing outrageous things in a normal setting, the less abhorrent those things become. Militaries and terrorists around the world have used this desensitizing technique for as long as anyone can remember. I didn't take pride in doing this. I just knew it was necessary. As a psychologist, of course, Julie knew exactly what I was doing. Curiously, she didn't question the ethics of it. She did, however, ask how I felt about manipulating people's emotions like that. I explained a leadership philosophy to her that had been drilled into me for years, and that I firmly believed in. Julie, my military training has included the study of leadership. I don't claim to be an expert on the subject, but I have tried to learn from some very smart people. For example, let me ask you this. What would you say the definition of leadership is? One of the things I liked about Julie is that she was always up for an intellectual challenge. After thinking for a moment, she responded, Being in a position where other people have to do what you tell them. Okay, I replied. That's one type of leadership. It's called authoritarian or rank-based leadership, and the military and corporate America are definitely based on it, but there's another type that's more powerful. It's called influential leadership. This type of leadership is used by those that build churches or lead volunteer organizations or lead movements. There is no boss with rank or authority. People follow because they choose to. The definition of leadership that I believe in most is simply the word influence, and if you accept that, then I have another question for you. She nodded for me to continue. I first heard a brilliant man named John Maxwell ask this question. What is the difference between leadership and manipulation? Julie started to respond, but then paused in thought. I thought it was a great question, and I remember the impact it had held on me the first time I'd heard it. She finally answered, One is good and one is bad. Agreed, I said. Here's how I would say it, though. There is no physical difference in leadership and manipulation. They are both exercising influence. The only difference is intent. For example, if I'm trying to influence someone to do something that benefits both of us and maybe others, we call it leadership. If I'm trying to influence someone to do something that benefits only myself, we call it manipulation. What we have to do to that Neridian ship and the people on her benefits all of Earth. I don't like it, and I don't like having to teach and lead others on how to do it, but I have no qualms of conscience. It has to be done. In retrospect, I think this conversation helped settle Julie's mind as much as anything else we did. Maybe it helped her separate vengeance from the justified use of force. At any rate, the more I got to know her, the more complicated of a person I realized she was. But it was a good thing. She was complicated because she had depth. She had depth because she cared about people and was more concerned with actually benefiting them than just making a good show. We had a lot of similar conversations on that journey, many of them public and some of them private. Most of the conversations were punctuated with laughter.
Put a bunch of people in a stressful situation together and comic relief becomes mandatory. But some of the conversations were sober. Whereas every woman I'd ever dated or flirted with required that we play the game and keep the conversations on silly or frivolous topics, I found that Julie and I could easily talk about the important things in life. There weren't any more sleepovers, but I couldn't help feel that we'd built a bond. "Just because I won't use a gun doesn't mean I'm out of the fight," Dr. Decker insisted. He had approached me at the beginning of that incredibly busy last week before we reached Earth orbit. He was the only civilian that had flat refused to take part in the boarding raid of the Neridian ship, and at first I thought he was just trying to assuage his somewhat arrogant ego by once again reminding me of how important he was, but it sounded like he had something else on his mind. "I need to know," he continued. "Is it true that the government might try to hide the Neridian treachery from the public?" "It's a possibility," I replied. "We have no way of knowing what, if anything, Earth leaders have decided at this point. Jackie, Dr. Helmer, and Colonel Memphis have been back on Earth for several months now, and there's no telling how persuasive they might be. It's all guesswork until we actually arrive and can assess the situation." "So what if," Dr. Decker continued, "we take out their ship and the powers that be had already made the decision to go with the Neridians? They'd probably lock all of us up so fast that no one would even know we'd returned." "That's certainly a chance we take. Look, I've thought a lot about this too. If what you're suggesting happens, then there's not a damn thing I can do. I'll take out the Neridian ship before anyone has a chance to tell me otherwise, but if I'm ordered to stand down and shut up afterwards, that's what I have to do." "Exactly, but that's not what I'd have to do." I stopped what I was doing and locked gazes with him. "Everyone on our planet has a right to know the real score," he said. "Maybe you have to follow orders, but I don't. A number of my colleagues and I have decided to download a video diary onto the planetary net immediately upon our return. That way the truth gets out no matter what happens to us." "You could start a worldwide panic," I said. "Or we could save the Earth," he said. "Why are you telling me this?" I wanted to know. He actually looked a little startled when he said, "Because we want your permission." After a pause, I said carefully, "I can't give you permission to do any such thing, but if it were to happen without me knowing about it, I would hope it would be coordinated through Dr. Shine so it doesn't give our game away too soon." We continued holding each other's gaze as he slowly started to smile. "I can promise you if we would have had your permission, we would have certainly done that, but since we won't be doing anything," he said while still smiling. There she is, home. The most beautiful sight in the galaxy is a little blue ball with touches of brown and cottony white. The night side sparkles like the finest diamond, and the day side is bluer than lapis. Growing from just a speck, we'd all been mesmerized watching Earth emerge on the view screens. Within hours, we would be in orbit, and the history of Homo sapiens sapiens would be changed forever. This was becoming real for everyone. What we were getting ready to do and the terribly high stakes of potential failure were sinking in. All of our military personnel had gone into combat with rookies at some point in their careers, so we knew that look. We also knew what we needed to do. You could hear Captains Hiromi and Kamiko, as well as Ironjaw, quietly talking with different members of the boarding party, checking equipment here, giving encouragement there, getting an occasional laugh and giving the frequent advice to trust your training. Even though I was mentally preparing and putting my own game face on, I couldn't help feel a little surge of emotion as I suddenly realized how proud I was of my people. The professional soldiers I'd selected for my team, both living and dead, really were the cream of the crop. Finding a like-minded Ironjaw Reynolds on the Earth team almost felt preordained. For a man like that to decide to follow my lead was an honor. The civilians were certainly smart, but they were also gritty and tough in their own way. And then there was Julie. We had determined that Dr. Decker, who didn't want to be on the boarding team, Dr. Cook and 2 other scientists, whom just didn't have what it took to be on the boarding team, Julie, whom we wouldn't let on the boarding team, and myself, who was sending all the others into harm's way, would take a cloaked shuttle to the surface immediately prior to the raid. That left 18 people, including Major Reynolds, to be divided up into 9 two-man teams to board the ship, quickly spread out and take out an unknown number of Neridians. There were only 7 experienced military personnel available to the boarding party, and they were each matched up with a civilian. That still left 2 teams without experienced leadership. It couldn't be helped. The boarding team was already assembled in the large room outside of the pressurized shuttle bay. They would be taking a stealth shuttle to the Neridian ship, and we would be taking one to the planet's surface. It was here that we'd all been watching our approach to Earth on the view screens. Silva pulled me aside just before I started moving my team into the bay. Major, we've confirmed that the Neridian ship is in orbit, and we're now close enough to pick up EarthNet news feeds. It's not good. Put it on the screens and tell us what's going on, I said. A number of the view screens now shifted to scenes of absolute devastation. Most of the screens were filled with smoking ruins. What might have been the wall of a building or 2 could still be seen, but for the most part the screens were filled with a blackened rubble-strewn landscape. As the viewpoint panned out, it became clear that the rubble fields surrounded huge craters. Except for a few gasps, there was total silence until Silva started giving us a narrative. Most Earth cities are still intact, he started. Our ship is processing 1,139 different news feeds showing live and recorded events. What you are seeing are a score of cities that have been targeted by kinetic bombardment. I'm sorry to report that Washington, Los Angeles, London, Moscow, and Beijing are all gone. It also looks like a number of military bases have been hit, along with several impact sites that don't correlate with any of our records. Possibly secret bases or missile launch sites. The atmosphere is heavily loaded with particulate matter and weather patterns are affected, but it doesn't appear to be severe enough to cause a nuclear winter. Why did they do this? I heard Dr. Decker ask. We're correlating the stories now, Silva responded. But from what is being reported, Jackie gave the planet a deadline to come together and invite their protector ship. When that deadline passed, she took the gloves off and dropped all semblance of friendship. She gave an ultimatum and another deadline, and even though there was a significant international movement led by Dr. Helmer urging worldwide governments to accept, the politicians still couldn't stop arguing long enough to get their act together in time. As punishment, Jackie ordered a number of cities destroyed, taking out a huge part of Earth's political structure in the process. Several national militaries tried to strike back, both on the ground and in orbit, but that fight lasted all of 2 days. It looks like Jackie is consolidating Earth leadership around the French Prime Minister and declaring him the world leader. There's to be a major speech this evening from the front steps outside the Château de Versailles. In short, the Neridians have taken Earth. We paused just long enough to incorporate our newfound intelligence into our plans. We still didn't know how many Neridians were on the ground or still on their ship, and we didn't know the location of Dr. Helmer, Colonel Memphis, or anyone else from the Earth team. But at least we knew where Jackie was going to be, and we were going to be there too. If anything, I think the images from Earth steeled our team to do what we had to do. Amazingly, I didn't sense any panic, only a hardened determination to win the day. We were all wearing the communications devices that Silva had printed for us. He assured us that unless the Neridians were specifically looking for our signal, they would never detect it. We couldn't afford any risk of detection at all, but we were doomed without communications. So, like in so many other things, we didn't have a choice. Our teams were set and ready as we reached Earth orbit. Right before our shuttles departed, I let Julie speak to everyone. It wasn't a dramatic speech. It was simply her thanking everyone for their efforts and a good luck and Godspeed. I had the last word with the team. Okay, we all have a job to do, and it's time to go to work. We've been over it 100 times, but I'll say it again. When you encounter the Neridians on that ship, don't hesitate. Don't try to understand what they're doing or try to communicate. It is critical that we take each and every one of them out before they can warn Jackie on the ground or other Neridians through their long-range communications. And remember, all they have to do is think a warning and their BioWare does the rest, so act quickly and without hesitation. We were ready. Silva was staying on the Caridian ship, and his team was already interfacing with the Neridian ship. It knew we were here, but it also knew that we were friendly and that there was no need to mention our presence. As soon as my shuttle deorbited, Silva would have the Neridian ship welcome our boarding party shuttle, and then the fun would begin. My shuttle departed first. Tony had volunteered to pilot us and had made a good argument that she knew us as well as anyone and would be less likely to confuse our orders. Apparently any Caridian could pilot a shuttle with reasonably equal skill, so we accepted. She was now telling us that since we were stealthed, it would take 40 minutes for us to reach Versailles. Mike, I said through my earpiece, have your shuttle in position in 38 minutes and prepare to board on my mark. Aye, aye, Ironjaw responded. We will be in position in 38 minutes and board on your mark. As I glanced around the interior of our shuttle, I noticed Julie watching me. She was very calm, and I gave her a quick thumbs up, which she returned. One aspect of both of these shuttle flights that we'd emphasize to everyone was that the last 10 minutes of both would be without cabin lights. It wasn't a total blackout. We could still see each other, but it was important that our eyes not have to adjust to any low-light conditions we might face. With Caridian technology, there was of course no sound or sense of motion, but it almost felt like we were in an old paratrooper plane, ready to parachute behind enemy lines. We had the press conference on our view screens now, and it appeared that the French foreign minister was just finishing with some long-winded proclamation to a glorious future for a Neridian Earth. With 2 Neridians guarding the podium in the same black armor and weapons we had seen on Larga, I wondered how anyone could stomach the hypocrisy. Jackie was given a sickeningly long introduction and then took the podium. I had Tony hold a hover a few hundred feet above the press conference, and I signaled to Mike, "Go, go, go." Another advantage to the Caridian technology is that our earpieces came equipped with a fiber optic camera, a camera that used software stabilization so the picture didn't bob or shake and had a viewpoint that had to be several inches above the wearer's head. From our shuttle, therefore, we had a bird's-eye view of the boarding action. Keeping one eye on Jackie and another on Ironjaw's feed, I watched them enter the ship. In true Marine fashion, Mike was the first to go through the airlock. I watched 2 surprised Neridians turn around and then immediately go down from shots to the head. Just as Mike had taught it. No hesitation, no mercy. Silva was awaiting my command to launch their second cyber attack on the ship, the one to wrest control of the ship's engines, weapons, and communications. I was waiting until the last possible moment to give the order. There'd be no hiding it, and the fewer Neridians left to fight back, the better. Just then I heard Julie gasp, and I switched to her view of Captain Gervais's feed. He was in a room that could only be described as a morgue. There were at least a couple of dozen bodies laid out, and I'm pretty sure they were all from the Earth team. It was a gruesome sight, and just then I realized what had caused Julie's moan. One of the first bodies to come into clear focus was Hilbert Sullivan, M.D., Julie's colleague. We'd hoped beyond hope that this would be a surgical strike. Just like you see SWAT teams or urban infantry clear rooms and halls, swift, silent, and deadly. We had already cleared a surprisingly large number of Neridians when all hell broke loose. Captain Hiromi and her civilian teammate entered the shuttle bay and had the misfortune to encounter 3 Neridians preparing to go planetside, one of them fully armed and armored. Dr. Frida Molander fired wildly into the compartment as she collapsed with a burning hole in her chest. Simultaneously, Hiromi fired at the armored Neridian and threw herself down behind some metal crates. Several plasma bolts exploded through the crates, one of them neatly severing Hiromi's rifle in 2. She reached down to grab her pistol, only to discover that it, along with a small chunk of her thigh, were gone. I don't know if Hiromi could see as well as us or if we had a better camera angle, but Dr. Molander's fire had taken out one of the Neridians, and the armored one was wounded, obviously hurting, and leaning back against the side of the shuttle. But he still had his gun. Without wasting a moment, Captain Ito Hiromi rose and fluidly pulled the katana sword from her back. She charged the enemy. "Silva, now!" I was yelling. "Already on it," came back the reply. Suddenly all our video feeds with the boarding team went blank. "Silva, talk to me," I said. "Major, the ship shields just came on. That's what's cut off our communications." "Why have they put the shields up?" I asked. "I'm not. Major, it looks as if they're deorbiting. Okay, I'm back in the ship's directory. Jackie's ordered the ship to initiate an emergency-controlled descent to a holding position 1,000 feet above your position. That ship is huge, Major. I'm not sure if she wants to intimidate everyone or maybe use it as a missile shield to protect her position, but she caught us off guard. She knows something is going on, but I don't think she realizes it's us. Silva, get control of that ship now." "Major, you're going to want to see this," said Dr. Decker. On the view screen, Jackie was sneering at the cameras. "Are Earthers really this stupid? We demonstrated our power. You don't stand a chance against us, and still you resist. Whichever one of your governments is behind this attack on my ship will pay the price, and if we can't determine who is responsible, we'll just destroy a few more cities around." She stopped in mid-sentence as the crowd started screaming. "Look! What is that?" The entire southern sky was lighting up as a giant fireball was slowly growing larger. "Major, we're fighting each other for control of the ship. Wait, the ship is falling. Major, the ship is tumbling out of control. Silva, you said you could do this. I'm counting on you. Get that ship under control." "Tony," I said loudly, "take us to a hover within about 20 yards from the front of that podium. Kamiko, when the side door opens, you take out the armed Neridian on the right, and I'll take out the one on the left. Then we both take out Jackie. Understood?" The shuttle was actually very quiet, but with all the audio feeds and view screens, it felt noisy. Maybe that's why Kamiko acknowledged with a hand signal. The crowd was in full panic mode now. No one knew where to run to, but apparently it was an ingrained reflex. The fireball kept growing larger. Jackie's 2 bodyguards had drawn their weapons while she stood there on the steps behind the podium. All around her were in panic, but Jackie stood silent, staring straight ahead, obviously concentrating and focused. "Okay, Tony, hold us steady and open this door so we can get a clean shot." "When I do that, Major, we're going to lose our cloak." "That's okay," I yelled. "Just do it." The door disappeared and Captain Kamiko and I fired at the same time. We shifted to target Jackie, but we were too late. Jackie was outraged but well in control. She didn't know how these Earthers had gotten aboard her ship or how they'd managed to overcome her crew, but she'd made them pay. She'd neutralized all of them and was even now wresting control back. She'd gotten an initial warning message out to the Neridian dynasty before she'd lost control of communications, but she was now realizing that there was no way the Earthers could have pulled this off by themselves. This smelled of Caridia, and maybe the rumors of a secret Caridian enclave on Earth were true after all. All the better for her to find them and use them as proof to the galactic community that the peaceful Neridian efforts had been sabotaged. She had just managed to slow the falling ship and was striving for a controlled crash when a shuttle suddenly appeared hovering not 50 feet in front of her. All she could focus on was a crouching figure in the doorway pointing a rifle right at her. At the very same moment that she recognized Dr. Julie Shine behind the scope, her head snapped back from the force of a 5.56mm bullet passing through her brain. Everything seemed to be moving in slow motion. The ship had crashed just about a mile from the palace. There was no explosion, but we could still see the dust, steam, and smoke from the re-entry heat. After Julie shot Jackie, we'd quickly landed, but the 2 bodyguards were dead and there wasn't an Neridian to be found. We'd easily secured the area. We had landed first, and the very air had shaken with the roar of the crash landing, but I think we were all beyond being startled by anything. After a few moments or minutes, I realized that Silva was trying to talk to me. "Wait a minute, Silva. I'm here. This is Reagan. Go ahead." "Major, you and your team, are you okay?" I noticed Captain Kamiko sitting on the steps with her head down. "No. Yes, we're all in one piece anyway. What happened with the ship?" "I am sorry, Major. I couldn't control it. In the end, Jackie was locking me out of everything, and then she was gone from the command circuit, but it was too late for me to prevent the crash." "Okay, listen, we're heading to the crash site now. I need you to get a shuttle down here with some emergency medical equipment. We've got to help the survivors, and time could be critical." "Major, to survive a crash like that," he said slowly. "Listen," I half shouted. "Those ships have inertial dampeners. It's very possible that the people on board didn't even feel a bump when they hit, but they may need our help. Now stop arguing with me and get over there." "Major, I need you to listen to me," he said softly. There was something ominous in his voice that stopped me cold. "Almost until the ship crashed, I was still getting biometric data from the ship. You're right, the inertial dampeners were still active, but when Jackie realized she was boarded and her people were gone, she evacuated the atmosphere. I'm sorry, Major, but there was no one left alive on that ship even before it hit the ground." "But they could have." My voice trailed off as the implication sunk in. I felt needles of ice pierce my chest and flow up through my neck into my head. "Major, I'm sending a shuttle just in case, but I don't want to give you false hope. They're gone." Now I understood why Kamiko wasn't moving. She somehow knew. Everyone had run away from the steps of the palace. Except for a few bodies, we were alone, but I knew that wouldn't last. I grabbed everyone, and in some cases I actually shoved them back into the shuttle. Captain Kamiko was following orders, but otherwise not communicating. Dr. Decker seemed stunned, and Dr. Cook was.
well, as quiet and self-absorbed as he always was. Julie was crying. Tears were slowly running down her face, but she was alert and functional. Tony was taking us back to the Caridian ship. I hadn't told her to, and we hadn't planned on it, but it was obvious we had nowhere else to go. Everything had moved so fast. We had known we would need to raid the Neridian ship the moment we reached Earth orbit, but no one had prepared themselves for what we had found planetside. The United States government appeared decapitated. I'd assumed that once we had removed the Neridian threat, we would report to our superiors and submit ourselves to their orders. But who were our superiors now? We needed a chance to regroup. We needed a chance to mourn. We needed a chance to think. We needed a chance to process everything that had happened in the last... Had it only taken 35 minutes? I couldn't let myself dwell. I still had a job to do. "Major Reagan?" I heard Silva's voice in my ear. "Reagan here. Major, it looks like you've stirred up a hornet's nest down there. Apparently a lot has changed since we've been gone, and I'm still trying to make sense of it, but it looks like Colonel Memphis has been promoted to general and is in charge of some kind of global security or military. Everything you guys did was caught on camera, and of course he recognized you. He's already gone on record calling you a traitor to Earth and demanding your immediate surrender. Silva, I'd appreciate it if you'd set up a briefing room for us with some view screens where we can all watch the feeds and figure out our next move. Please have your people learn as much as they can about the current political and military structure on Earth so we can know where to start. Consider it done, Major, but you and your team need to clean up and get some rest. We'll get to that, but first I'm going to need a preliminary assessment of the situation." I paused and then spoke again. "Silva, I can't order these things from you, but I would greatly appreciate your cooperation." After a moment he said, "Of course," and the line went silent. I hadn't realized we'd returned to the landing bay until the side door slid open and we stepped out into the ship, or at least all of us except Kimiko did. She was still in her shuttle seat, staring off into space with an unreadable, emotionless expression on her face. Even after I walked back and had stood in the doorway a moment, she still didn't seem to see me. I finally said in what I hoped wasn't a harsh voice, "Captain Kimiko, I need you to exit the shuttle." Without looking at me, she stood up with a rifle and walked into the bay. When we landed at the Caridian ship, we were directed to a room I'd never been in before. It was, in effect, a planetary command center. There were a number of Caridians manning view screens and monitoring activities on Earth, and there was a large table in the middle of the room that currently displayed a holographic image of the downed Neridian ship. What made it different from any command center I'd ever been a part of was that it was eerily quiet. The people manning the view screens communicated with each other through their BioWare, and the only sounds were the muted voices coming from the screens themselves. As soon as I realized what it was displaying, I walked over to the central table. It was obvious that the Neridian ship had been trying to pull up when it crashed. There was a long gouge of destruction cut into the Earth prior to it coming to rest, the front end buried in a 50-foot-high berm of its own making. Fortunately, she'd come down in the countryside, and I realized that this was the first good look I'd had of the ship we'd left Earth in. She was roughly circular and about 200 yards across, but she was much too thick and irregular to be called a saucer. Except for a large indentation where my team's portion of the ship had attached itself for our original excursion, it looked amazingly intact, at least from what I could tell. One of the Caridian males walked over and started dispassionately pointing out details. Apparently there was a fair amount of external damage. I was shown where sensor, communication, weapon, and shielding appendages should have been attached to the huge hull. Almost as an afterthought, he pointed out where the Caridian rescue shuttle was docked. I asked what they'd found, only to have this ongoing nightmare confirmed. We'd lost them all. What was left of my team was spread out across the room, watching the various EarthNet news feeds. Eventually, Silva walked over to me and again suggested that we get some rest. He assured me that his team would keep gathering information and have a full report for us the next morning. He also promised that he would wait for us to make the first contact with Earth authorities. We could rest and approach the situation tomorrow together. I made sure the bodies of the fallen were being treated with respect and then acquiesced. I felt dead as I walked into the cabin that had been my home for the last several months. I was exhausted and numb. I removed my clothes and took a waterless shower before I went and sat on the edge of my bed. I had just lost another 18 of the people I was responsible for, 18 friends.
I'm not sure how long I sat there, replaying the events in my mind over and over. Eventually, I realized that my door had been buzzing, and the last thing I wanted to do was open it. I also realized that I'd removed my earpiece, and it might be important, so I really had no choice but to let them in. I gave the verbal command and was surprised when it turned out to be Julie walking into my room. I also had a fleeting moment of embarrassment as I realized I hadn't bothered to dress after my shower, but I was just too numb to care. Without saying a word, she laid me down on the bed and pulled the covers over me. She then walked to the other side and climbed under the covers herself, holding me from behind, one arm under my pillow and the other across my chest. "They were my responsibility, and I let them die," I said after a long interval of silence. "You couldn't have done anything about it," she whispered back. "I should have known," I insisted. "Jackie had planned to suffocate us the first time our group left the ship. I should have remembered that. I should have planned for it." "You couldn't have known, Matt. You can't anticipate every move of an evil mind." "It's my job to anticipate those exact things, Julie, to think through every contingency, to prepare for everything. I don't know how." "Matt, do you believe that Iron Jaw was a good soldier?" "Yes, I was proud to know him." "And do you think Hiromi and Captain Gervais and the others were good soldiers too?" "I trusted all of them." "Then you have to realize that none of them anticipated it either. You did the very best you could in an almost impossible situation, and they did the same." We were silent for a while, and I think I might have dozed a little, but now I was shaking uncontrollably. I felt Julie's arm tighten across my chest, and I could feel her pressing against me and holding me tight. I fell into a fitful sleep and awoke well before morning. Sometime during the night, Julie must have removed her clothing, because I could now feel her warm skin pressed up against my back. I slowly turned over to face her. "Dr. Decker, your video of the Neridian treachery has set a new world record for going viral," Silva was saying. 4 of the 6 remaining members of my team, well, 6 if you counted Tony and Silva, were gathered for a breakfast meeting and a briefing on the situation planetside. "This has contributed at least in part to the upheaval of authority in a lot of countries," he continued. "While General Memphis still commands a large number of international forces, there are a number of wannabe civilian leaders popping up, claiming to speak for large swaths of the world population." "What about Dr. Derek Helmer?" Julie asked. "He is one of the larger wannabes," Silva responded. "And he seems to be loosely aligned with General Memphis, but with all the new protests and unrest, the French government has gone AWOL, and that's kind of pulled the rug out from under him." "Who's in charge of U.S. military forces?" I asked. "It's pretty patchwork, Major. The Pentagon and MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa, Florida, were both taken out by kinetic strikes, so the Joint Chiefs and U.S. Special Operations Command, U.S. SOCOM, are both gone. U.S. Central Command, U.S. CENTCOM, is gone. U.S. European Command, U.S. EUCOM, and U.S. Pacific Command, USPACOM, are both gone, along with a bunch of others. The only command authorities we know for sure that are still in place are General David Patrone's U.S. Africa Command, U.S. AFRICOM, and General Jerry Gordon's U.S. Transportation Command, U.S. TRANSCOM. There may be others, but we can't confirm them." "How did this happen?" Dr. Decker asked, and put voice to the same question I had on my mind. "From what we can tell," Silva said, "while Dr. Helmer was working with Jackie to unify worldwide civil authority under the auspices of the French Prime Minister, Colonel Memphis must have guided or directly aided her forces in taking out command and control structures in the United States. Some entire bases were obliterated by orbital strikes, but other HQs were taken out by insertion teams, suddenly appearing in the HQ and assassinating everybody in the command structure from the 4 stars on down. If they didn't find the officers there, they went to their homes. Many of those officers lost their entire family. I hate to say it, Major, but with Jackie's level of technology and the intelligence Memphis must have provided, it wouldn't have been that hard to do." "So Memphis isn't just misguided," Julie said. "He really is a full-blown traitor." "He and Dr. Helmer have both betrayed us," I said. "I guess Mark was right about him all along," Julie responded. That reminded me to ask, "Silva, now that we have communications again, have your people heard anything from Dr. Spencer or Dr. Spallini?" "No," he responded, "but that doesn't mean anything. They had a long way to travel and could very well still be en route."
Major, Tony interjected, we all hope that Mark and Anzio are safe, but I really don't think they're going to be able to do anything to help us. Us? Julie asked. Tony sighed. I wish it could be us, she said. We have to assume that Jackie got a message out to other Neridians, and that means that a whole lot of them are going to be showing up here sooner rather than later. After a pause, she looked at me and continued. Your people have made incredible sacrifices and shown a dedication to your principles of independence that only those of us that have lived on your planet and gotten to know you would believe. But as great an effort as it was, you still couldn't keep the warning from getting out to Neridia. They're coming, Major, and this time there will be no pretense. They will either declare you a protectorate or destroy your world, and they won't even stop long enough to ask you which you prefer. How can you be so sure? Dr. Decker demanded. Because they're out of options and out of time. Neridia has to make the Earth problem go away now, before they attract any more galactic attention. They will act first and then give apologies if necessary, but they will not allow formal evidence of their past transgressions to get out. We are still prepared to allow Earth the protection of Caridia. I know it's not your ideal solution, but it may be your only way out. Major, your society is in turmoil, your armies are defeated, and your enemies are on their way. Will you accept our hand of friendship? Will you accept a Caridian protectorship? Chapter 38. Dr. Mark Spencer. I felt stupid, uncomfortable, and more than a little foolish standing by myself in the middle of the Aldrich circle, while my friends sat on the benches that were scattered around the perimeter. I had walked to the middle of the pavilion and started speaking conversationally about our situation and need. That was 20 minutes ago. I had started speaking louder and louder until I was shouting my demands for them to speak with me. Semi and Ashima were now both standing, obviously concerned. I don't know if they thought I was losing it or if they just never heard anyone address the lower houses so sharply, for all the good it was doing. I was still standing by myself, talking into thin air, the only response the pleasant sound of an occasionally chirping bird. I was tired and I was frustrated. I'd never asked to be put into this situation, and I was feeling the unbearable weight of potential failure. I stood silent for the next 5 minutes, just trying to organize my thoughts. I suddenly felt the urge to hear Julie's voice. I needed reminding of something I could count on, something that was pure and good. I took the hollow recording device that the Major had given me from my pocket and sat it on the ground. Her life-size image appeared, and that sweet voice filled the clearing. It was just as I remembered it. At the end of the song, her eyes found mine and locked. I knew the last few lines were meant for me, and even though I was terrified I was letting her down, I was also somehow buoyed by her faith in me. The song ended and the image disappeared. "That was beautiful," said a voice from behind me. I spun around to find the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen standing before me. Wavy blonde hair, classic bone structure, and my height. Yes, her features were perfect, but her beauty was different than that of Jackie, or Semi, or Ashima. She was radiant, almost as if some invisible power was emanating from her. Her glow wasn't visual so much as it was felt. I must have been standing dumbfounded because she laughed. As the initial shock of seeing her was wearing off, I was becoming more aware of my surroundings, aware that Anzio was now standing up with what was probably the same stupid look I'd had plastered across his face, aware that Semi and Ashima were now on their knees with their heads bowed, aware that I could no longer hear the birds or any other forest sounds. I've always prided myself on staying cool and collected in the face of the unexpected, and I lived up to that now as I said, "You must be Malatina." With a wide smile, she responded, "Yes, I am." She nodded at the hollow device and said, "Is she a friend of yours?" It was my turn to nod as I said, "Yes, and we, all of us, we need your help." "Unless you are a perfect being, Mark, everyone needs help. May I call you Mark?" "Yes, of course, but I mean that my people are in a dire situation and you could help us." "Yes, but we could help many different people in many different places at many different times. Are you more worthy of help than all the others?" This wasn't going the way I'd visualized it. She stood silent, politely awaiting my response. "I think it depends on what you mean by worthy," I finally said. "In some ways, yes. In many ways, no. But does it really matter if we're slightly more worthy or slightly less worthy than someone else? Wouldn't you want to help everyone? After a moment, she said, Mark, you appear to come from a primitive world. There are many things you do not understand. Know this. The lower houses live on a different plane of existence from your world. We have our own duties and responsibilities. We have our own worlds and systems. If we got involved with every problem of lower mankind, we would never be able to tend to our own. So I ask you again, what makes you worthy of our time? What of value can you offer us for our efforts? Okay, now we were back on track to where I had visualized the conversation going. Oh, not exactly, but I knew that dynasties had to contribute something unique and valuable in order to move up the galactic hierarchy, and I'd figured it would be no different for us. So I mentally crossed my fingers and played my gambit, the only possibility I'd been able to think of. Malatina, we give to you and all of galactic society a gift of beauty. We give you the gift of our music. You've heard but one song. Know that our world is full of music, and most every one of us appreciates and contributes in some way to our songs. Our musicians number in the hundreds of millions, with every one of them creating their own unique beauty. We will leave it to you and others to consider its value. All I ask of you right here, right now, is to listen to our predicament and consider helping us. A long silence passed while she continued looking at me. Very well, she finally said. I will listen to what you have to say, but we should move to better accommodations. Suddenly I was in a very different place. The transition was so unexpected that I nearly stumbled. It's not that it made me physically dizzy, it was more like a natural response to a mental lurch, or at least that's the best way I can explain it. Because I'd spread my feet to catch my balance, I found myself looking down at the incredibly intricate tile patterns that covered the entire floor. I was in an open-walled room made of stone and plaster that reminded me of an Italian mountaintop villa. Trellises with vines and colorful flowers were in full display, and the view was breathtaking. With the bulk of the villa behind me, I could see forested hills and gentle mountain slopes rolling away from me in 3 directions. If it wouldn't have been for the oversized moon that was fully visible during the day, I could easily have mistaken our location for a castle in the Italian Alps. I also realized that I wasn't alone. Malatina was nowhere in sight, but Anzio had made the trip with me. He must have felt a bit unsteady himself, for he was lowering his long torso onto one of the many low-back couches, sofas, and ottomans that adorned the open-air room. I walked over and sat down beside him. Neither one of us said anything. Of all the wonders we've seen, he finally said, this one it is the first that is so far ahead of us to be magic, no? Well, you said you wanted to see the other side of the galaxy. I laughed. What are we doing here, Mark? And where 'tis here? I'm not sure where we are, but as to why, Malatina has agreed to listen to us. He sat up straighter and then continued. So we found the right people then, yes? That was Malatina? Yes, couldn't you hear? No, Mark. When she appeared, we could see you talking, but there was no sound. Semai and Ashima, they got all reverent and went silent on me, too. Did you see where she came from? I asked. No, I looked away for a moment, and when I glanced back, she was there. Anzio, she said the lower houses existed on another plane. E tutto ciò è fascinante, Mark. This is to me fascinating. We are, I am excited to say, way so very beyond just quantum physics. It was then that I noticed Malatina walking towards us from deeper inside the villa. Chapter 39. Interlude Numerus Unus. Dandrekin. Is he truly one of them? Malatina. From what the Caridian women know of him and his people, yes, it appears he is. And he came into us of his own volition. No dynasty, no entity manipulated him. If anything, it appears that they were humoring him. They were quite surprised and humbled when I gave them audience. So it is as foretold. Yes. How much does he know? That will require further interaction to determine. Their minds are not tuned into the network, even on a rudimentary level. It appears that they have advanced to the verge of spaceflight, more or less in isolation, as was also foretold. And he did not come alone? No. So this part of the prophecy is complete. We must find out what they know. I will confirm their origins and then bring them to you, but Dandrekin, Father, you must tread lightly. Remember what happened the last time we interacted with the affairs of Earthmen.
I could hope this day would never come, but we must do our part. When you are satisfied with whom they are, bring them to me and I will satisfy my own curiosity. Once we are sure, we will take them to the Urkendel del Michael, the lower house of Michael in their primitive language.
Will that be the end of it, then?
This is rightly the business of the Urkendel del Michael, and I want no more part in it. But, daughter, I know you well. What remains unsaid?
Only that there are unique things about them, things that might not be noticed inside that logical carapace of yours that protects your intellect. They seek our help against the Neridians, and while the safer path would be to do nothing, I find there is a depth to them, and a fire that burns deep. We would do well not to underestimate them.
Underestimate them? I want nothing to do with them. No, I will not help them. Will you?
I do not know. They want to offer their music as the price for us helping them, and as surprisingly valuable as that may be, they have no idea of what they are heading for. It would be convenient to let them and others think their offer was sufficiently valuable to move us, but it might be more merciful to deny them now and save them their anguish. Then again, dare we assume we are not meant to help them? Perhaps this is our destiny as well.
As usual, you speak in circular logic. You will do as you do, but remember, this is the affair of the Urkendel del Michael. Do nothing to interfere with that.
Of course not, Father. I would not dream of it.
You have been listening to Here Comes Earth, Emergence, produced by Greg Lawrence. Executive producers James Tawn and Greg Lawrence. Text copyright 2014 by William Lee Gordon. Production copyright 2015 by Podium Publishing, all rights reserved. If you enjoyed this audiobook, let us know. Take a quick moment to rate and review it on Audible so we know we're bringing you audiobooks you'll love.